strong wave of life force. At that moment, the blood in Chu Chen's body boiled, and the ancient god's true form instinctively activated, transforming him into a giant 1,000 meters tall. Senior, what are those things? Didn't the ancient god die long ago? Chu Chen felt a chill run down his spine from the aura coming from behind. Indeed strange, let's run first, it's not wise to linger. Yi Guqing pondered, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. The ancient god's body was incredibly hard, with no visible flaws on the surface, so logically, living beings should not be able to enter at all. Moreover, the sheer number was simply unfathomable. Those things are so fast. Senior, where do we run next? Chu Chen looked back and saw a blood-red tide rushing towards him, filled with a strong desire for blood. It was like some bloodthirsty beast that hunted living beings by instinct. The ancient god's bloodline within Chu Chen had a tremendous attraction for them, and once he transformed into the ancient god's true form, they became even more frenzied. Their speed suddenly surged several times, devouring the thick capillaries in their path. It was like a locust plague, leaving no grass behind. Follow your instincts, run towards where the call is strongest. Yi Guqing reminded. Chu Chen nodded heavily, closing his eyes to feel carefully. After a moment, Chu Chen suddenly raised his head, looking in one direction, his eyes filled with intense fervor. Found it. However, at that moment, a large group of blood-red creatures suddenly appeared in front of him, a rolling tide rushing in. The blood-red bodies stretched for 1,000 meters, resembling maggots, with spiral-shaped, menacing mouths lined with sharp teeth, seemingly born to devour. Devouring god worm. Yi Guqing recognized this kind of creature. What is it? Is it strong? Chu Chen asked. Yi Guqing did not answer but raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, a dazzling white sword light filled the entire world, illuminating the interior of the ancient god as if it were broad daylight. One sword shocked the world, one sword severed the soul. Where the sword light reached, countless god-eating insects were cut in half. The next moment, a strange scene occurred. The severed halves began to wriggle bizarrely, and before long, they reassembled, baring their fangs and charging again. Immortal body? Chu Chen's heart trembled. He hurriedly took a detour and ran wildly. He had witnessed Yi Guqing's immense power, severing the ancient god's lifeline with a single strike, inflicting tremendous damage. The same move against this group of god-eating insects, however, could not kill them, indicating the level of trouble. No wonder Yi Guqing had told Chu Chen to flee. Upon sensing these disgusting creatures, the god-eating insects have been extinct for many years, how could they appear here? Yi Guqing frowned, leisurely keeping pace beside Chu Chen. Forbidden spell, Great Annihilation Prison Town Finger. Chu Chen opened the Book of Sages, and the power of the immortal way surged in, the dark as ink immortal lotus shining brightly, thunder roaring, rolling in. A gigantic finger descended from the void, striking fiercely at the swarm of god-eating insects, stirring up a terrifying wave of shock. Lightning flickered, and the god-eating insects were instantly reduced to powder. It worked! Chu Chen felt a surge of joy. The fusion of chaotic divine thunder and the power of the immortal way clearly surpassed the attachment of divine power. This move, even the previous Dongfang Qingsong would have to take seriously. But just as he was rejoicing, the powder on the ground slowly gathered and fused, and one by one, the god-eating insects reappeared before him. Their gaping mouths and menacing fangs were chilling. The resurrected god-eating insects were extremely furious, roaring as they charged, directly aiming for Chu Chen's chest. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Chu Chen cursed inwardly and turned to run. As he got closer to his destination, the pursuing god-eating insects grew more numerous, eventually exceeding 10 million. If they caught up, he would be devoured clean in less than a second. Chu Chen's experience was not vast, but he had never seen such bizarre creatures before. Especially their strange resurrection ability, combined with their massive numbers, left Chu Chen with no doubt about the tragic fate that awaited him if caught. The reproductive ability and tenacity of the god-eating insects can be called the best in the world, with almost no weaknesses, and they are unaffected by any attacks. Yi Guqing suddenly spoke. Isn't that invincible? With such a large group charging forward, even the gods wouldn't be able to withstand it? Chu Chen exclaimed in shock. Indeed, but they have a fatal flaw, they cannot touch sunlight, upon contact, they will be utterly destroyed. So they can only stay in dark environments? The god-eating insects love flesh and blood, they must live within living beings. Isn't that a parasite? Chu Chen realized. Living inside the ancient god, unable to touch sunlight, feeding on flesh and blood, what else could it be but a parasite? But then again, this thing is a kilometer long, it should only be able to parasitize within the ancient god's body, right? This guy eats everything raw, no wonder it got infested with parasites. You could say that, better to be cautious, you must not be caught, or even an immortal couldn't save you, Yi Guqing said calmly. Senior, it's easy for you to say that while standing, with so many of them, how can I run? Chu Chen's forehead broke out in a few black lines. Danger and opportunity coexist, it's an unchanging truth. Just as the two were speaking, a capillary suddenly burst forth with a large swarm of god-eating insects fiercely biting towards his arm. Beasts seeking death. At the critical moment, Chu Chen unleashed his power, throwing a punch that directly exploded thousands of god-eating insects. The ones in front were killed, but the ones behind rushed forward, quickly taking a bite. In an instant, blood splattered, and a huge gash appeared on his arm, with white Bone clearly visible, the intense pain made Chu Chen gasp. Filled with rage, he struck out with a punch, a massive hand descending from the sky, obliterating a large group of devouring insects. In the brief moment they revived, Chu Chen fled again, darting forward. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Chu Chen grimaced in pain, unable to help but shake his hand. Strangely, the bitten area could not heal, as if a strange force was blocking his self-repair function. How far is the destination? Yi Guqing asked. Almost there. Just ahead. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, soon arriving in front of a gigantic black-red heart. The heart was as large as a sun, though it showed no signs of beating. Its vitality was still incredibly strong. It felt as if this ancient god had not completely perished, but rather had entered a state of slumber. Suddenly, a large swarm of devouring insects gathered from all directions, rushing towards Chu Chen. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and charged straight at the heart. If he didn't rush now, being surrounded by the devouring insects would surely lead to a gruesome death. Perhaps even his bones would be completely devoured. He did not want to die in the mouths of these disgusting bugs. Just as Chu Chen approached the heart, a resonance emanated from his own heart, as if the two had formed some kind of connection. In an instant, Chu Chen's body seamlessly merged with the heart, entering its internal space. It felt as if he was melting into water, incredibly smooth. I made it in? Chu Chen suddenly turned to look back, only to find no devouring insects pursuing him, and he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The wound on his arm still throbbed faintly, perhaps due to his innate aversion to bugs from being from the blue star of the 21st century. Not bad luck, being recognized by the inheritance at the last moment. Yi Guqing nodded in satisfaction. What do you mean by that, senior? You wish for me to run into trouble, right? Chu Chen's mouth twitched fiercely. Wasn't it a good thing to survive? Of course not, it's just that your performance exceeded my expectations. A trace of barely perceptible appreciation flashed in Yi Guqing's eyes. Before recovering his memories, he might not have had a grand understanding of Chu Chen's talent and strength. After all, there was no reference to compare. But now it was different. Throughout history, he had encountered countless strong individuals and prodigies, and it could be said that there might not be another elder in the world with more experience than him. So gaining his recognition was no simple feat, and Chu Chen's performance in all aspects made Yi Guqing very satisfied. Why didn't the devouring insects follow? Chu Chen wondered. If they loved flesh and blood, the heart would surely be their prime target. The life force contained here was so rich, wasn't it much more vigorous than capillaries? Let's go, let's take a look inside. Yi Guqing waved his hand, signaling Chu Chen to move forward. With doubts in mind, Chu Chen walked ahead. The heart of the ancient god was less of an independent space and more like a gigantic room. There were 4 light gates on all sides, corresponding to 2 atria and 2 ventricles. According to the binding fluctuations produced by the heart, the call from the right atrium was the strongest. Following the feeling was definitely the right choice. Chu Chen did not dare to let down his guard and cautiously approached the right atrium. Along the way, unique divine patterns belonging to the ancient god suddenly emerged deep within his bloodline, imprinting themselves on his organs, causing Chu Chen's spirit to lift. Such a strong resonance. My power has doubled. Chu Chen instinctively clenched his fist, feeling the powerful waves surging within him, even more exhilarating than the first time he consumed the Titan immortal herb. Although his strength had increased tenfold after the last time he swallowed it, the base was different, making the two incomparable. If there's such an enhancement before reaching the inheritance place, what will be inside? Chu Chen excitedly licked his lips. Arriving at the light gate, he slowly reached out to touch it, and a massive suction suddenly swallowed him whole. In an instant, Chu Chen found himself in an illusory world, surrounded by nothingness. Only darkness remained. Senior! Chu Chen called out, but after a long while, there was no response. Not only that, he couldn't even open his backpack. Everything was sealed off except for the system. I can't feel my mental power, divine power, or celestial power anymore. Chu Chen's expression grew serious as he tried to release a forbidden spell. No matter what he did, the Book of Sages seemed to have lost its effect, dim and without any fluctuations. Wandering in this illusory dark world, Chu Chen felt the passage of time slip away, unable to perceive how long he had been walking. Is this also a trial? Chu Chen punched out. A massive wave of energy surged forward, creating a tremendous sound that echoed and lingered for a long time. He didn't know how long had passed, perhaps a day, or maybe a week. A faint point of light appeared in front of him, gradually enlarging until it filled the entire space. At that moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Chu Chen's eyes. He saw the world still in chaos, the void universe dim and obscure. The primordial purple energy and chaotic energy continuously intertwined and collided, producing earth-shattering explosions, transforming into 3,000 jade cocoons. The bottom of the jade cocoons morphed into an independent dimensional world, constantly expanding in all directions until it covered the entire universe. Is this the scene of the world's creation? Chu Chen gazed at the formation of the world, his heart shaken. This world was vast and immense, countless times larger than the heavenly realms. The primordial purple energy condensed into the sun and moon, while the chaotic energy floated in the sky, part of it evolving into clouds and the other part into wind, rain, and thunder. Next came mountains and rivers, green grass and flowers. A thriving new world appeared before him. The 3,000 jade cocoons continuously devoured the Primordial purple energy and chaotic energy, strange and unfamiliar characters emerging on their surfaces. The characters of the primordial era. After the first characters of the world appeared, the nurturing speed of the 3,000 jade cocoons accelerated significantly, and after the world was completely evolved, the first living being broke free from its cocoon. It was a terrifying giant towering billions of feet high, wielding a massive axe, stepping out of the nurturing world and into the dimension. Upon stepping onto this new and unfamiliar land, the giant was curious about everything. Although everything before him seemed small, he still held immense curiosity, running through every corner of the world. When tired, he lay down on the ground to sleep, his snores like thunder. When thirsty, he drank from the rivers, opening his mouth and instantly draining an entire river that stretched 4 miles. In this lonely and desolate existence, the giant spent countless years alone until the second jade cocoon shattered. The scene abruptly stopped here, and Chu Chen felt a sharp pain in his head, blood seeping from his pupils. So I really took the wrong path. Chu Chen gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground. When he first awakened his divine sense, the system had given him 2 paths. One was the supreme path, the other the path of all beings. The supreme path represented the chaotic divine thunder of slaughter. The path of all beings represented the primordial thunder that encompasses everything. Back then, in his youthful arrogance, he thought that aggression was everything, believing that combining infinite firepower would yield the best results. After watching this scene, he realized he had been completely wrong. The damned divine thunder is strong, but this is the path of the heavenly way, and I should walk the path of all beings. Chu Chen slowly got up from the ground, and a light orb suddenly appeared before him. The scene demonstrated to him the origin of the ancient gods, the first living being born between heaven and earth. The inheritance was right in front of him, within reach. Since I can cultivate both laws, why can't I merge these 2 paths into one? Chu Chen's eyes sparkled, his heart stirred. I want the supreme path, and the path of all beings, I'll take that too. Saying this, Chu Chen suddenly thrust his palm into the light orb. In an instant, an immense energy surged wildly into Chu Chen's body, as if it had found an outlet, utterly frenzied. Ding! The system has detected the inheritance of the 7-star ancient god. Do you wish to obtain it? Yes. Ding! The system is in the process of acquisition. Estimated completion time, 240 hours. Countdown begins. Then, a stopwatch appeared in his mind, and as Chu Chen watched the time flow away little by little, his heart suddenly raced. A pure force emanated from the light orb, enveloping him in a warmth akin to being submerged in amniotic fluid. His height was rapidly increasing at a visible rate, soaring from 1,000 meters towards 10,000. A pentagram began to form on his forehead. At first, it was just an outline, but he could clearly feel his bloodline growing stronger. The primordial script pulsating within his blood was inscribed in every corner of his body, causing his defense and strength to surge many times over. This is the ancient god. This is the power an ancient god should possess. Chu Chen couldn't help but exhale a breath of turbid air, his body becoming increasingly robust and full, with lines that were extraordinarily perfect, like a work of art sculpted by the heavens. His face was also changing. The originally enchanting and handsome features became resolute, with a more defined jawline, radiating a masculine aura. 10 days seemed quite long, but for someone whose lifespan approached 100,000 years, it was merely a fleeting moment. However, the brevity of time was thanks to the system. If Chu Chen had relied solely on his own efforts to absorb the inheritance, he might have had to face additional trials. It must be said that with the help of the system, he had indeed gained many opportunities that ordinary prodigies could hardly imagine. Reaching this point was no coincidence, but it was not solely due to his own efforts. The primordial script is so profound, and the ancient god bloodline actually harbors such a great treasure. This journey was worth it. Chu Chen felt grateful and somewhat fortunate. Dongfang Qingsong was indeed treacherous and cunning, but without him, Chu Chen might never have discovered his own advantages. Now, the primordial script had spread throughout his body, shimmering with a faint glow. At first glance, it resembled a formation, continuously purging the dross within him. Impurities were expelled through his pores, releasing a foul, fishy odor that assaulted his senses. Chu Chen couldn't help but pinch his nose and summon divine thunder to obliterate the impurities. Soon, after a few days, the 4th pentagram on his forehead finally solidified, and his strength surged tenfold. His height also reached 10,000 meters. A body of 10,000 meters had surpassed the realm of human understanding. Even the immovable king of Thundersound Temple, when cultivated to the extreme, could only barely reach this height. Of course, the external appearance was merely the least noticeable part of the enhancement. What Chu Chen valued was the innate skills he had gained. That was the key. Pulling up the skill panel and scrolling down, he saw the first harvest from the inheritance. Primordial Sacred Fist. Gather primordial power to deliver a fatal blow to the target. This skill consumes a great deal of energy, and after use, there is a 90% chance of entering a weakened state, a 50% chance of dealing double damage, a 30% chance of dealing triple damage, a 10% chance of dealing quintuple damage, 1% chance of dealing 100-fold damage. 100-fold? Chu Chen was startled by this phrase, his heart racing wildly. He could hardly believe his eyes. At this moment, everything before him felt dreamlike and wondrous. He felt as if he were floating, like a celestial being. This is too outrageous. If that 1% chance triggers, who could withstand it? His strength was already beyond Words and the string of zeros behind the power value dazzled his eyes. What concept does 100 billion in strength represent? Coupled with the terrifying primordial sacred fist, even without triggering the so-called amplification, he could instantly annihilate Dongfang Jingsong, right? If even a slight trigger occurred, under the geometric multiples of enhancement, even other stronger ancient prodigies would have to steer clear. This harvest was immensely satisfying. The inheritance was indeed against the heavens. Now that I have the primordial power, how should I embark on the path of all beings? Chu Chen stroked his chin, pondering a method. The system had initially provided him with ideas, proving that it was not baseless. It merely offered a shortcut that he could choose, allowing him to take shape more quickly. Now, with a stepping stone in hand, it was time to consider the power of the immortal path. What Yi Gucheng meant by temporarily setting aside the power of the immortal path was not a complete abandonment, but rather a focus on the ancient divine bloodline. First, and after finding the appropriate method, he would then enhance the immortal path. The supreme path is indeed powerful, but that is still far from enough. Through this journey, he deeply realized his own weakness and inadequacy. For others, the dual cultivation of flesh and law progressed too slowly, just as one could not cultivate several laws simultaneously. Energy and resources were limited. But Chu Chen was different. What he lacked the least was time, and what he had in abundance was talent. Perhaps I can start from the primordial text. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Chu Chen's mind. Immediately, he mobilized the primordial text inscribed within his flesh, carefully observing it with his consciousness. However, just a glance made Chu Chen feel dizzy, as if his head had been pricked by a needle, causing immense pain. In the next moment, he felt a glimmer of enlightenment in his mind, gaining a deeper understanding of the path of all beings. Useful. Chu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and tried again. The text before his consciousness appeared very unfamiliar, 1,000 times more profound than divine scripts and ancient texts, impossible to fully comprehend in a short time. But he was not in a hurry. With the system helping him accept the inheritance, he could devote himself entirely to studying the path of all beings. Outside the heart chamber, Yi Gucheng gazed at the light gate, feeling anxious. Hasn't it ended after half a year? He had been waiting here for 6 months, and the place of inheritance held a powerful force that resisted the entry of any living being, including souls. As a parasitic entity, Chu Chen was his refuge from the scrutiny of the heavenly path. If the time away was too long, he could easily fall into danger. At that moment, Yi Gucheng sensed a different aura. This aura was faint, merely a flash, so subtle that it didn't even ripple the space around it. Just as he was about to investigate, the aura appeared again. To the left, Yi Gucheng's expression suddenly became serious. The restrictions within the ancient divine heart were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even terrifying beings like the devouring insect could not enter. He had been here for half a year and had never detected any signs of foreign beings entering. But the sudden life fluctuation made him uneasy. The inheritance must not be interrupted. I speak no empty words. A glint flashed in Yi Gucheng's eyes as he flew towards the left heart chamber. With the light gate ahead, he dared not act recklessly. Instead, he cast a spell on himself, enveloping his soul in golden light, isolating all powers. After preparing, Yi Gucheng slowly reached his hand into the light gate, finding no unusual movements, and quietly entered. Upon arriving in the space of the left heart chamber, he was greeted by an ice bed formed from glaciers, upon which lay a naked person. The person had a serene expression, their body cold, emanating waves of frost, devoid of life. The most striking feature was the pentagram on their forehead, with as many as 7 stars. 7-star ancient god? Yi Gucheng's pupils suddenly constricted. He never expected to find a person here. To be precise, it should be an ancient god. An ice bed made of frost, what a grand gesture. Even someone as knowledgeable as him was shocked by this scene. Only at the very bottom of glaciers, after countless years, could frost ice appear, and an entire glacier would yield only a fist-sized amount. For those cultivating the ice path, obtaining this would be a tremendous boon, even capable of pushing their innate immortal path directly to the 3rd stage. Yet such a precious treasure, not to mention an entire bed, was merely for this person to sleep on? It was simply wasteful. Wait, this person is a bit strange. Yi Gucheng noticed a large hole in the chest of this body, with the heart seemingly vanished. Moreover, the soul had also disappeared. Without a trace, by all logic, she should have been dead. Thud. At that moment, the familiar aura and fluctuation appeared again. Yi Gucheng's eyes widened as he stared at the ice bed. A look of intense shock appearing in his eyes. He was not mistaken, the aura indeed came from this corpse. Is it the effect of the cold frost and ice? Yi Gucheng was baffled. The complexity of the situation exceeded his understanding. After living for so many years, it was the first time he had encountered such a strange occurrence. However, before he could delve deeper, he finally sensed Chu Chen's presence from the right ventricle behind him. Has the inheritance begun? Yi Gucheng hurriedly left the place and stood quietly outside the light gate, waiting. Not long after he left, the ancient god on the ice bed suddenly opened his eyes. In the place of inheritance, Chu Chen had spent 9 days, with 24 hours remaining until the end of the inheritance. During this time, his body had approached 100,000 meters, filled with a terrifying power as strong as a true dragon. He no longer Doubted that with a light punch, he could shatter a space of millions of miles, even tear apart the barriers of space with his bare hands, without needing the power of the immortal path. However, this was still far from Yi Guqing's expectations. The target he had set was a 6-star ancient god. At this rate, Xu Chen could at most reach 5 stars. Why isn't it fully accepted? Am I still not qualified? Xu Chen was quite puzzled. If everything was based on talent, he should not be inferior to anyone. But the problem was that all of this was operated by the system, and he had no reason to doubt it. The priority of the system surpassed that of the heavenly path, which was also Xu Chen's greatest confidence. If one day even the system became ineffective, Xu Chen believed that no one in this world could achieve anything. Let's set this aside for now. The path of all beings is the most important thing. Xu Chen dismissed his distractions and began to visualize again. Compared to the initial sting, he had gradually become accustomed to such pressure. He had also found a way to embark on the path of all beings. Although this method of visualization was the most clumsy, it was very effective. Without external aids, one had to rely on their own efforts. At that moment, accompanied by a flash of light, Xu Chen's spirit lifted, and the first primordial text finally appeared in his vast, empty mind. This is the character? After completing the visualization, he recognized the meaning of this character. However, what could the character represent? With confusion, Xu Chen attempted to depict the primordial text prototype in reality. As the power of the immortal path flowed through his fingertips, the first stroke fell. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, and the entire ancient god's heart trembled violently, as if it had suffered a tremendous impact. Such strong damage. Is this the path of all beings? Xu Chen's breath suddenly quickened, and his face turned red. He had never felt awe towards power, not even when he had gained infinite firepower. Just depicting a single stroke drained tens of billions of mental points. If I were to complete the depiction, wouldn't I die on the spot? A look of shock appeared in Xu Chen's eyes. Infinite firepower was indeed the most perverse and outrageous skill. Without this move, let alone the primordial text, he couldn't even use forbidden spells back then. Infinite mental points were one of his greatest sources of confidence. Even the primordial text could not stump him. Let's try again. Xu Chen took a deep breath, steadied his trembling hand, and attempted to depict the character once more. This time, he was unprecedentedly focused, his stroke steady, and he quickly inscribed the second stroke. Rumbling. Suddenly, the vibrations beneath his feet grew stronger, as if a magnitude 15 earthquake had occurred, and the entire interior of the ancient god was thrown into turmoil. Outside, Yi Guqing was completely flustered, looking around in confusion. Primordial power? Did that kid Xu Chen bring it out? Yi Guqing's calm face showed a slight change. As composed as he was, his state of mind had not been stirred for many years. But after coming here, his state of mind frequently experienced disturbances. That kid even used primordial power. Yi Guqing shook his head with a smile, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for his return. From the current results, it was certain that Xu Chen had gained tremendous opportunities inside. If all went smoothly, the so-called extermination of gods might not be far off. After a moment, the tremors gradually ceased and everything returned to normal, but the crack at the edge of the heart indicated that the earlier tremor was not an illusion. The last stroke cannot be carved any further, or else this corpse will surely collapse. Xu Chen swallowed hard, his heart shaken. He never expected that the power of the primordial script would be so astonishing. Such simple strokes held such might. If this character were to be written completely, the entire ancient world would surely crumble, right? If it's like this, what about adding others? It should be noted that there are at least thousands of primordial scripts within Xu Chen, all of which are treasures. Dongfang Qingsong was right, this body itself is a massive treasure trove. Xu Chen excitedly licked his parched lips. The path of all beings truly defies the heavens, surpassing the supreme Tao in more than one aspect. Xu Chen had already caught a glimpse of the way, and next, he would wholeheartedly focus on visualization. The remaining 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the fifth pentagram on Xu Chen's forehead solidified. His physique broke through 10,000 meters, and his power surged tenfold, reaching a trillion power value. What surprised him the most was the new skill he comprehended. Human King Seal condenses primordial power, summons the Human King Seal, delivering a devastating blow to enemies, causing the attack to fall into an absolute silence state for 10 seconds. Absolute silence? Xu Chen mulled over these 4 words, suddenly gaining a bit of clarity. So-called silence means being unable to release skills. A duration of 10 seconds seems rather trivial. But for demigod-level battles, even 1 second is enough for him to unleash thousands of skills. Indeed, the innate skills of ancient gods are indeed stronger than one another. Ding! Inheritance acquisition complete. Remaining inheritance power stored in the system can be obtained after mastering the path of all beings. Xu Chen's lips curled slightly as he withdrew his palm from the light orb. The system will never let me down. Next, it's time to test the gains from this period. Once the storm calmed and the song reached its end, Xu Chen's figure gradually emerged from the door. Is it over? Yi Guqing looked him up and down, nodding in satisfaction. The change in appearance was not significant, just a bit more masculine, and the previous strangeness in his brows had vanished. Transforming from a young fresh meat into a true eel took a full 6 years. By this calculation, Chu Chen was also 24 this year. Reaching such a realm at 24. Not to say the only one in 10,000 years, but it is indeed rare. Yi Gucheng looked at him with appreciation. Senior, thank you for waiting so long. I also appreciate the opportunity you have given me, and I will remember it. Chu Chen bowed respectfully. You did not disappoint me. This opportunity was meant for you, and being able to obtain it is your ability. Yi Gucheng gently helped him up. However, the moment his palm touched him, Yi Gucheng let out a soft "oh." A torrent of blood energy surged like a stampede of horses, the overwhelming momentum deafening, as if countless true dragons were hidden within Chu Chen, yearning for battle. In addition, there was a faint aura of primal power within him, though very weak, it was immensely powerful. Such a vigorous blood energy, it seems you have gained quite a bit. Yi Gucheng spoke. Good luck, the harvest is decent. Chu Chen smiled slightly, nodding noncommittally. In front of Yi Gucheng, he had no need to hide his talents. The other party knew him well, and only by understanding his strength could a better plan for enhancement be devised. You should have seen quite a bit through the inheritance. If you have any questions, you can ask now. After pondering for a moment, Chu Chen asked, I saw the scene of the world at the beginning of creation. Is that world the zero-sequence world? According to your words, indeed it is. Yi Gucheng was not surprised, as if it were all within his control. Then where did the worlds of the heavens come from? Chu Chen voiced his doubts. Strictly speaking, the myriad worlds are part of the zero-sequence world. In the last era, a catastrophe loomed, a war that lasted an age, altering the layout of the plains and shattering the continent. Yi Gucheng's deep eyes revealed a hint of complexity. As if recalling the past. This was the first time Chu Chen had seen him display such an expression. It was like avoiding a nightmare, yet also tinged with regret. A mix of indescribable emotions intertwined, making the listener unable to help but feel a sense of sorrow. So the myriad worlds are actually the zero-sequence world? Chu Chen asked again. That's right, but as the eras changed, the myriad worlds evolved their own rules and the grand trends of heaven and earth. The so-called deities are the first batch of supreme beings that emerged from this land, Yi Gucheng explained. Aren't deities the rule managers evolved from the Tao of heaven? Chu Chen was taken aback and hurriedly asked. Of course not, Yi Gucheng slowly shook his head, glancing at Chu Chen's surprised expression, and explained, the so-called deities are no different from humans. They have emotions and desires, and they also have selfishness. This. Chu Chen was greatly shocked by these words. Before this, he had always thought that deities were beings without desires, acting solely on instinct, managing everything in the world on behalf of the Tao of heaven. Now, learning that deities were originally mortals, something deep within him quietly shattered. The myriad worlds are incomplete after separating from the original body, so the space in this world is very fragmented and can be easily torn apart. Yi Gucheng casually made a gesture, and a crack suddenly appeared in the space. Recalling Yi Gucheng's earlier description of the ancient world, he was suddenly awakened. Is the ancient world also one of the shattered pieces? Yi Gucheng nodded. I see, no wonder the ancient gods appear here, no wonder the power of the immortal path emerges here. Chu Chen's mood was quite complex. Many secrets have been erased by the gods. The so-called path to divinity is merely a game for the upper echelons. Even if one can attain a divine position, it is absolutely impossible to obtain divine status. Yi Gucheng suddenly dropped another bombshell. Then, Yi Gucheng looked at Chu Chen with a profound gaze and slowly said, everyone in the myriad worlds is a group of domesticated livestock, contributing their faith power to the gods. Chu Chen fell silent for a long time, his expression alternating between confusion and realization. He had considered this possibility, but never imagined that the path to divinity was a lie. The credibility of Yi Gucheng's words was at least 90%. He had no reason to deceive himself, nor to slander the gods. Combining this with various past events, he became increasingly convinced of the truth of those words. From ancient times to now, have we all been deceived? Chu Chen gritted his teeth and asked. Since coming to this world, his goal had been to become a deity. Only in this way could he have the chance for immortality and find the ultimate gate. But the reality was like a dream easily shattered, leaving him no room to maneuver. He had already stepped onto the path to divinity, just a few steps away from the divine position. At this moment, someone suddenly told him it was a scam. The despair and disappointment in his heart were unimaginable. It felt as if all his efforts had gone to waste. At this moment, the nerves that had been tense for years suddenly relaxed, and he stood there like a deflated balloon, lost and dazed. Are you very disappointed? Yi Gucheng was not surprised by Chu Chen's reaction. It was normal for an ordinary person to mentally collapse upon hearing this truth. During this time, he had been guiding Chu Chen, gradually pulling him away from his ingrained thoughts. The ancient god's inheritance was precisely the opportunity. It was time to tell him the truth. The truth often hurts, and Yi Gucheng was well aware of Chu Chen's psychological endurance, which is why he chose to lay it all bare. So we have always been frogs at the bottom of a well, absurdly fighting for a false divine position. Truly ridiculous, Chu Chen said with a self-deprecating smile. So many friends around him, including Feng Yan, Lu Taiqing, and Su Yueshi, had spent their lives pursuing something that turned out to be nothing but an illusion. If Dongfang Qingtsong had known this fact earlier, would he have committed suicide billions of years ago? No one would have expected that this scam could last for billions of years, deceiving countless talented individuals and ancestors who came before. throwing their heads and spilling their blood, battling through the 9 heavens, was merely self-deception. Chu Chen glanced at the Book of Sages in his hand, and for the first time, he felt the urge to tear it apart. Are you just giving up? Yi Guqing asked. Of course not, I have always been one to repay grudges, mere gods or nothing, what's the harm in slaughtering them once? Chu Chen clenched his fists and coldly smiled. I have never bowed down to anyone in my life. The so-called gods in the zero-sequence world are just slightly stronger ants. With my help, slaughtering gods will soon be achievable. After saying this, Yi Guqing's expression suddenly became serious, and he said solemnly, now I give you 2 choices, one is to slay the gods and take their divine essence. The other is... At this moment, Chu Chen directly interrupted, hearing you out, I suddenly feel that becoming a god is meaningless. I choose the second one. You have already made your choice before I finished speaking? Yi Guqing was quite surprised. You told me the truth and placed becoming a god as the first option, isn't that just prompting me to choose the second? Chu Chen shrugged. Yi Guqing laughed heartily, indeed, I have my own motives in sculpting you, this piece of raw jade. Please speak, if I can do it, I will. Certainly not hold back. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. He had always been one to repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity, in such a vast world. Finding a mentor and a friend was a rare treasure. Offering his true heart might be a bit presumptuous, but considering it as a transaction was also acceptable. My physical body was completely obliterated in the last era, and now only a soul remains. If you want to avoid the punishment of the heavenly path, you need to reconstruct your physical body, Yi Guqing said. I will do my utmost, Chu Chen nodded earnestly. A barely perceptible smile curved Yi Guqing's lips. He valued not only Chu Chen's talent but also his sincere heart. The world was full of deceit, and encountering such a rare junior made Yi Guqing feel fortunate. He did not reveal his intentions at their first meeting, wanting to assess Chu Chen's character. Since the ancient world, his style had been quite arrogant, but who hadn't been young and reckless? Then he saw Chu Chen risking his life to save a friend, even at the risk of being possessed. Those who valued loyalty and righteousness were the most precious. Yi Guqing knew he had not misjudged him. The second choice is to become an immortal. This path is even more difficult than becoming a god, so you must be mentally prepared. What I fear the least is challenge. If the road ahead is too smooth, wouldn't it waste my determination to seek the Tao? Chu Chen said. Well said. But mere determination is far from enough. The enemies you will face will be stronger and more monstrous than the ancient talents. Yi Guqing nodded. Bring it on, I still feel there aren't enough people to kill, Chu Chen said with a smile, eager for the challenge. Yi Guqing looked at Chu Chen's expression, reminiscing about his own fearless days when he first ventured into the world. In the end, I am getting old, being young is wonderful. Then, the two chatted idly, and under Yi Guqing's guidance, they arrived at the light gate of the left heart chamber. The ancient god's heart has 4 light gates, inheritance is the first step, and the next 3 gates should offer good opportunities, Yi Guqing said. How do you know, senior? Have you been inside? Chu Chen asked curiously, examining the light gate without entering immediately. I have entered this gate, but I have not stepped into the other 2. Inside the left heart chamber, there is an extremely precious heavenly treasure and an ancient corpse. An ancient corpse? Chu Chen's expression became somewhat strange. It must be said that after following Yi Guqing for so long, he had encountered many ancient things, the white bone old demon, ancient talents, and now another ancient corpse. It's been dead for a long time, so there's no need to be afraid. Just go in. Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen felt no fear and strode in confidently. Upon entering this place, the layout was completely different from that of the right ventricle. The place of inheritance was a void space, with only a ball of light, the rest was pure darkness. This place resembled a palace, grand and majestic, with the remains of enormous ferocious beasts scattered everywhere, and at the very center lay an ice bed. On the ice bed rested a serene corpse, the breath of frost spreading out and freezing the air. So cold. Chu Chen couldn't help but shrink his neck, exhaling a puff of white breath. With his physique, even in the extreme north of the ancient world, he wouldn't feel the slightest chill. The defense and resilience of a 5-star ancient god were not to be underestimated. Yet here, for the first time, he felt cold. How long had it been since he experienced such a sensation? The frost ice crystal inherently contains the power of the immortal path. If you had come here with a 3-star ancient god's body, you would surely have been frozen into an ice sculpture, Yi Guqing said. Then how come you're fine? Senior? Chu Chen was taken aback. Nonsense, I am a soul body, Yi Guqing replied irritably. That makes sense, Chu Chen said, rubbing his shoulders and slowly walking forward. When he reached the corpse, he was suddenly stunned by the face before him. A cascade of beautiful black hair flowed down like a waterfall, with elegantly arched willow brows, a delicate nose, slightly flushed cheeks, cherry-like lips, and a face as radiant as jade, with skin as smooth as snow and a figure that was absolutely stunning. Chu Chen suddenly felt as if he were gazing upon a celestial being, momentarily frozen in place, his face involuntarily flushing. What are you doing, you brat? Hurry up and move the corpse. Yi Guqing urged. Oh, coming, Chu Chen said, slapping himself twice to force himself to stay awake and calm, but no matter what he did, the face of the corpse kept surfacing in his mind. Damn it, am I a pervert? How could I have thoughts about a corpse? However, just as Chu Chen approached, he suddenly realized the corpse was in a naked state and his gaze couldn't help but drift downward. Suddenly, a pure white holy light shone on his face, and Chu Chen instinctively swallowed, feeling dry and parched. You can't still be a virgin, can you? Yi Guqing asked, noticing Chu Chen's reaction with a strange expression. Senior, you're joking. Let's focus on the task at hand, Chu Chen said awkwardly, reaching out to grab the corpse. By the way, what is the use of this frost ice crystal? Chu Chen carefully wrapped his arms around the corpse's waist, feeling a slippery warmth in his palm that stirred something within him. How could a corpse still have warmth? The frost ice crystal is also known as a holy object of the ice system. Once you obtain it, you only need to lie on it for half an hour each day and your comprehension of the immortal path will increase by more than 10 times, Yi Guqing said. So amazing? Chu Chen's heart leaped with joy. This would provide a shortcut for his cultivation of the path of all beings. Just as Chu Chen was moving the corpse, a voice as cold as the winter wind suddenly rang in his ears. Who are you? How did you break into the place of inheritance? At that moment, Chu Chen's body froze in place, his heart racing at a terrifying speed of 300 beats per minute. Goosebumps rising all over. His neck was suddenly grasped by a pair of warm, gentle hands, and a chill of danger surged within him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the corpse in his hands had actually come to life, with a pair of bright eyes filled with murderous intent staring intently at him. Chu Chen had no doubt that if the other party wished, they could crush him at any moment. You can talk? Not only he, but even Yi Guqing was stunned. The situation was far beyond his imagination. He had thought this was merely a hidden chamber, but unexpectedly, this corpse was actually in a state of false death. With the soul lost and the heart taken, how could it still come back to life? Answer my question. The woman had a fierce look in her brows, her stunningly beautiful face devoid of spirit, lacking some liveliness but possessing a different kind of charm. The words filled with murderous intent made Chu Chen's heart skip a beat, and the ancient divine bloodline within him suddenly boiled, as if sensing a familiar aura. Of course, I walked in. If it weren't for the guidance, no one else could enter the ancient divine inheritance site, Chu Chen said. As he faced the person directly, he finally noticed the pentagram pattern on the person's forehead. Counting carefully, he was shocked to find there were as many as 7. 7-star ancient god? Chu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart leaping to his throat. No one expected that the frost and ice were prepared for an ancient god. Moreover, the woman whom Yi Guqing had deemed a corpse had bizarrely come back to life after physical contact. She had no life aura about her, which Yi Guqing hadn't lied about. A heavy cloud of doubt filled Chu Chen's mind, leaving him at a loss. How could he, a 5-star ancient god, fight against a 7-star ancient god on par with the deities? With just your little 5-star ancient god, you think you have the qualifications to enter the inheritance site and obtain the inheritance? The woman looked at him with a face full of suspicion, clearly not believing what Chu Chen said. Suddenly, her palm tightened, and an irresistible force surged forth, nearly snapping Chu Chen's neck. Only 6-star and above ancient gods can qualify to obtain the 7-star ancient god inheritance through trials. If you don't reveal your true intentions, don't blame me for disregarding our kinship. The threat was evident, and Chu Chen's expression darkened. How to obtain the inheritance? Naturally, it was the system's merit, and it had little to do with him. But what he said was also the truth, with no hint of a lie. The other party was so aggressive. Did they really think he was just a clay figure to be easily molded? Whether it's true or not, won't we find out if we try? With that, Chu Chen's robe suddenly shook, and he raised his fist straight towards the center door. The terrifying force shattered the space easily, and the shockwave spread out, crashing down on the woman's chest. Facing Chu Chen's sudden attack, GZ remained unperturbed, her palm transforming into a claw to meet it head-on. Bang! A dull roar echoed through the cloud palace, and the entire palace trembled imperceptibly. Chu Chen's eyelids drooped as he looked at the several bloodstains added to his fist, forcing himself to suppress the surging blood and energy within him, and charged out again. This time he didn't hold back but unleashed all the power within him. The true form of the ancient god. In an instant, a giant towering 100,000 meters appeared before GZ, the terrifying divine flames burning on its surface seemed ready to scorch the inheritance site, and the rolling blood energy surged like a stampede of horses, soaring out with overwhelming momentum. At this moment, Chu Chen's eyes shone with golden light, and his massive fist smashed down fiercely, directly creating a large hole in the palace floor. With a power value reaching trillions, combined with the strength of the primordial text, this punch was enough to astonish the world. After the shock, GZ merely raised a finger to block all his attacks, her expression as relaxed as could be, the contempt in her eyes seemingly not taking him seriously at all. Very well, today I shall experience just how strong a 7-star ancient god who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the deities truly is. Chu Chen was not angry but rather delighted, immediately transforming into a war god, his fists falling like a torrential rain continuously descending. The hastily boosted energy within him became too ethereal, and now facing such a powerful opponent was just right to stabilize his strength. Moreover, the other party was merely a corpse, with all life energy vanished, unable to reveal the true form of the ancient god or use any techniques. What was there to fear? What a thrill! After countless strikes, Chu Chen laughed heartily, his momentum rising even higher, pursuing GZ with a frenzied assault. Each punch struck at vital points, each punch wrapped in the power of the primordial At this moment, Chu Chen was blood-red with rage, fighting with great gusto, feeling incredibly exhilarated. Too weak. GZ's expression remained unchanged, her delicate hand clenched into a fist, lightly countering. In an instant, a beam of light erupted from the point of contact between their fists, illuminating the entire palace as if it were daylight. Immediately after, a massive body was sent flying out, crashing violently against the wall, causing dust to swirl throughout the palace. His right arm hung limply, the bone protruding from the elbow, golden hot blood dripping onto the ground, creating a layer of white mist. The power of inheritance has been obtained by a weakling. Like you, it would be better to be obliterated in the river of history. A deep disappointment appeared in GZ's eyes. At this point, she clearly understood that Chu Chen was not lying. The power he wielded indeed had some strength, reminiscent of the grandeur of the ancient god that had passed away. Don't speak too confidently, this fight is not over yet. Chu Chen gripped the broken bone in his left hand and forcefully shoved it back into place. Under the influence of powerful healing energy, it quickly restored completely, showing no signs of injury. Chu Chen regarded this battle as a confrontation with the gods. He wanted to see how much distance remained between himself, who had glimpsed the primordial text, and the deities standing at the pinnacle of the worlds. It's useless, even if you use your innate skills, you will never defeat me. GZ slowly shook her head, her expression still cold. If you cannot defeat me, then the inheritance on you will be reclaimed by me. Years of slumber had made her a bit colder, a being without hot blood and a heart, having lost its soul, also lost all emotions and desires. Now, she was less of a person and more like a clockwork doll. What I consume has never been regurgitated. Chu Chen slowly rose, his muscles suddenly expanding. The spine of the ancient god. 9 true dragons soared into the sky, traversing the vast palace, passing through the enormous heart, through the body of the ancient god, straight to the heavens. After the star-level upgrade, the coverage of his domain expanded 100-fold, its might surpassing that of the past. The original suppression of 50% power had now increased to 70%. Immediately, Chu Chen closed his eyes, visualizing the primordial text in his mind, his fingertips slowly moving, carving this script in mid-air. The same scene unfolded. The moment the first stroke appeared, the entire palace trembled violently, as if it had encountered a catastrophic disaster, with cracks appearing in every corner. Primordial power. Yi Guqing recognized this force, the familiar feeling lingering in his heart, making him feel chaotic. He never expected that the primordial power he sensed in the place of inheritance would actually emerge from Chu Chen. Initially, he had not planned to let Chu Chen come into contact with this power so early, but now, seeing the tangible manifestation, his expression became complex. The second stroke was quickly completed, and in an instant, the body of the ancient god showed signs of collapse. Such power was intolerable to heaven and earth. Every corner of the vast ancient world felt this heart-pounding force, unable to suppress their trembling hearts. What's happening? Where is this fluctuation coming from? Could it be that a divine weapon has emerged? It seems to be coming from the western region, that's the territory of the martial god Wu Tian. The long-silent ancient world suddenly boiled over. The prodigies, adhering to the thought that it was better to avoid trouble, remained where they were. The reason was simple. The battle in the southern region 6 months ago had affected far too many people. Nearly 2,000 prodigies had died at the hands of Dongfang Qingsong, and it had been a one-sided massacre. There was no room for resistance. Some murky waters could be waded through, while others could not. During this time, people were too busy searching for the key to the third level to care about others. Surviving to the third level was already a tremendous fortune. As for the unrest in the western region, let it be. However, good times did not last long. Just as people chose to ignore it, that terrifying fluctuation struck again, even stronger than before. In an instant, the earth shook, and the ground could not stop crying out in anguish, cracking inch by inch. The prodigies who had not yet condensed their faith orbs could not bear the burden, collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with horror. Beyond the realm of mortals, this is the power of the gods. Has someone angered the gods? The bewildered people could do nothing but stand in place, staring blankly in the direction of the western region. No one had expected that one day the gods would take out their anger on mortals. How unfortunate must the one who incurred their wrath be? Or is it that I have committed an unforgivable sin, prompting even the elusive deities to take action? As doubts lingered, Chu Chen finally completed the intricate carving of the character fan, his body drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot as he gasped for breath, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise in a smile. I didn't want to use this move so soon, but if I don't show you enough respect, won't the world label me as arrogant? Talent skill primordial sacred fist. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Thick dark clouds filled every corner, and the vast sky seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black gauze, dark to the point of being bottomless. Torrential rain fell with a thunderous roar. The raindrops mixed with strands of primordial power, repairing the shattered lands and revitalizing the desolate southern region. The so-called primordial embodies the essence of birth. Such blessings left everyone in shock. They had expected a catastrophe, but instead, it was a boon. The hidden injuries in my body have healed. This rainwater must rival divine medicine. How miraculous. I feel the path ahead is much clearer, within reach. So it is the gods bestowing blessings, not punishment. People who had initially welcomed the downpour with fear found the reality exceeded their expectations. Thus, the young prodigies disregarded their images and rushed beneath the dark clouds, eagerly absorbing the rainwater, wishing they could gather the entire sky. The mortals were like this, and the ancient ferocious beasts were no different, all flying out of their territories to enjoy this blessing. However, in the unknown western desert, a beam of light from a fist shone through the ages, adding a glimmer to the pitch-black sky. The shockwave from the power of a single punch actually pierced the heavens. Perhaps due to the vast distance of billions of miles, not many witnessed this scene. But the prodigies in the western region saw it. Everyone turned their gazes toward the direction of the fistlight, astonished and speechless. Among the crowd, a man with a shadowy visage saw this scene, pondered for a moment, and coldly smiled. Finally found you. He slowly rubbed his hands hidden beneath his sleeves, faintly revealing a glimpse. They were a pair of bony hands, devoid of any flesh, exuding a chilling aura. You took my precious bones, this time you won't escape. Accompanied by laughter, the man vanished into the crowd, retreating thousands of miles away. The once grand palace in the place of inheritance was no longer solemn and dignified, with crumbling walls and a sense of decay everywhere. The primordial power lingered, refusing to dissipate. A pitch-black spatial passage appeared before him, extending to the heart, remaining unhealed for a quarter of an hour. This strike had directly drained Shu Chen's strength, and he half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. How was that? Do you like it? Opposite him, GZ had her long, glossy black hair cascading down, her face devoid of emotion struggling to form an expression. Royal blood. After a moment, her body trembled slightly, and the gaping hole in her chest widened a bit. If you still feel it's not enough, just say so. I may not have much, but I certainly have spirit points. Shu Chen recovered a bit and strolled toward her. At that moment, GZ suddenly looked up and asked, "What is your name?" "Ha?" Shu Chen was slightly taken aback and replied without thinking, "Do we need to exchange names before fighting? Where's that rule from? You are of the ancient divine royal lineage, why didn't you mention it before?" GZ asked again. "Shu Chen? What's going on? This atmosphere seems off. Shouldn't GZ be indignant and then fight with Shu Chen using infinite firepower to subdue her? Or if that didn't work, he could always use the human king seal once. After all, he had nothing to lose." But the turn of events was too sudden. The murderous intent in GZ's eyes vanished, replaced by the pleasantries of strangers meeting. "What are you talking about? What nonsense about royal blood? I've never heard of it." Shu Chen seriously suspected she was plotting something. "Fool! You are of the ancient divine royal lineage. How can one with royal blood utter such blasphemous words?" GZ's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. Although her expression did not reveal her emotions, Shu Chen could discern the intent behind her words. "What the hell is the royal family?" Shu Chen instinctively cast his gaze towards Yi Gucheng. He saw that Yi Gucheng was deep in thought, completely unaware of Shu Chen's plea for help. GZ continued, "The royal family is the high position of the ancient gods. Only those with the blood of the ancient god emperor are qualified to break through the shackles of the 9 stars. Is there such a saying?" Shu Chen had very little understanding of the ancient gods, barely scratching the surface. Suddenly, the other party threw out a brand new concept, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Just a moment ago, they were fighting fiercely, and now they were suddenly making peace. It was a bit hard to adapt. However, Shu Chen could tell that the other party no longer had any intention of making things difficult. To ensure his safety, Shu Chen did not completely let down his guard. "So what are you trying to express?" Shu Chen's gaze was piercing as he stared at GZ, but her next action left him utterly astonished. She knelt on one knee, placed her hands on her chest, and said, "Forgive my earlier disrespect. Z has been in slumber for many years waiting for a master." From his angle, the pale, smooth skin spilling through her fingers was clearly visible. Perhaps due to the summoning of the true form of the ancient god, Shu Chen's blood surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, Shu Chen froze for a moment, pointing at himself in shock. "Master?" "Exactly, only the royal blood of the ancient gods is qualified to command all ancient god tribes, including any ancient gods." GZ nodded seriously. "No." Shu Chen was momentarily confused, still in a daze. From the place of inheritance to the frost and ice, then to corpses and fighting, and now, inexplicably, he had gained a servant? This change was too drastic, with no connection at all. If one had to find a connection, it was that they both belonged to the ancient god clan, both marked with a pentagram on their foreheads. After pondering for a while, Yi Gucheng slightly nodded. The ancient god clan indeed has such a rule, but that was from the last era. However, royal blood is extremely rare, only found in the native world of the Zero Sequence. I never expected such an anomaly to appear in the myriad worlds. Since GZ had already spoken, he, as a human, naturally had little to say. The number of ancient gods was small, and their adherence to rules was almost a belief ingrained in their bones, impossible to violate. Perhaps it was because Shu Chen displayed the primordial text that GZ sensed his identity. "So I am your master from now on?" Shu Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling strange inside. It wasn't that he resisted. If he could have such a powerful servant, he would naturally be pleased. At least he could walk through the myriad worlds, and even the gods would have to take a couple of slaps before leaving. However, as a half-hearted ancient god, how could he understand such rules? If a law suddenly emerged that he had to save the world, would he not spend his entire life on this? Yes. But now that the master is weak. I can only protect your life and prevent the royal blood from being disgraced. GZ spoke straightforwardly, without any hint of subtlety. The implication was that she would only act when Chu Chen's life was in danger. During other times, he shouldn't expect her to do anything. Get up first, let me think it over. Chu Chen scratched the back of his head and began to pace back and forth in his original form. GZ was not in a hurry. She had waited for so many years, so a little longer didn't matter. Chu Chen paused, turned his head, and asked, "What should I do after you recognize me as your master?" "Increase your strength and restore the supreme glory of the ancient gods." "Is that all?" "A 5-star. Ancient god is very weak. In the 8 desolations, it's only at the level of a prince, slightly stronger than an ant." Chu Chen's face darkened. It was a pity that a good woman had opened her mouth. "The 8 desolations is the 0 sequence world you mentioned. She is not wrong. Compared to the strongest 9-star ancient gods, you are still too weak," Yi Guchen said. Chu Chen was once again struck down. He had thought that after gaining the inheritance, he would at least not be considered an ant in others' eyes. At this moment, he clearly understood that there was still a vast space for his strength to improve. If he could comprehend the way of all beings and then combine it with the supreme way, who in the world would dare to let out a fart in front of him? "You. GZ. Cough. Z, what's your current situation? Are you dead or not?" "Dead, but I still have a trace of obsession that hasn't dissipated, and with the frost ice crystal preserving my body from decay, I can still move." Chu Chen looked at the ice bed, stepped forward, and gently touched it. In an instant, a surge of icy coldness penetrated through his skin into his internal organs, freezing him to the point that his teeth chattered. Such strong coldness. Just a light touch made him feel as if his soul was about to freeze. "The frost ice crystal is a treasure of the world. If the master needs it, feel free to take it," GZ said. "Is this your thing?" Chu Chen asked curiously. "Yes," GZ nodded, without further words. Chu Chen initially thought it was a treasure left behind by this ancient 7-star god, a kind of bonus from the inheritance. GZ saw what was on Chu Chen's mind and said, "Jihan's weapon is in another space, please follow me." Chu Chen waved his hand to put the frost ice crystal into his backpack and followed without much thought. Along the way, he looked at GZ's smooth and warm back, making it hard not to notice the large hole that went straight through to her back. "Who killed you?" "Ancient demon." "What the hell is that?" Chu Chen was slightly taken aback by this new term. "You don't know?" This time, it was Yi Gucheng who was puzzled. "I've never heard of it. It seems there are no such monsters in the worlds of the heavens, right?" Chu Chen nodded honestly. Ancient demons, ancient gods, and ancient devils are the top races of the 8 desolations, and they are also among the first beings to be born when the heavens and earth were opened. All 3 possess unparalleled physical forms, but they are mutually hostile and can be said to be fated enemies. When they meet, they must part in life and death, Yi Gucheng explained. "Which of the 3 is stronger?" Chu Chen asked. "Each has its own merits. Ancient gods prove their way through strength, ancient demons through cunning, and ancient devils through evil," Yi Gucheng replied. Hearing this, Chu Chen nodded and did not ask further. These matters were still too distant for him. Now was not the time to worry about them. Following GZ to the left atrium, Chu Chen immediately spotted a rusted giant axe. The axe head was 1,000,000 feet high, standing tall like a stabilizing needle for the sea. The handle was made of wood, and the axe body faintly shimmered with silver light, still stained with dried crimson blood, and upon entering, he felt a surge of murderous intent. Although he was unsure what metal it was forged from, Chu Chen could sense its extraordinary nature. Is this the weapon of the ancient god? For some reason, the moment he saw it, his heart couldn't help but race, as if he had fallen in love at first sight, his gaze firmly glued to it, unable to look away. "Since the master has obtained Jihan's inheritance, this weapon should also be inherited by you," GZ said. Chu Chen slowly walked towards the giant axe, and as he got closer, the blood of the ancient god within him became increasingly restless. The warlike intent hidden deep in his bloodline was stirred up, and images of the 9-star ancient god battling the heavens and earth unconsciously surfaced in his mind. When he reached the front of the giant axe, the terrifying aura emanating from it nearly suffocated him. The chilling atmosphere spread out, and after so many years, the fierce soul had not diminished, no less than in those days. Chu Chen reached out to touch it, and just as he made contact with the axe handle, the entire giant axe suddenly shrank down to 3 feet long. The size was different, but its might was not diminished in the slightest. Is this recognizing its master? Chu Chen tried swinging it a few times, and the fierce axe light effortlessly pierced through space as if cutting through tofu. Holding it in his hand, he felt as if he had transformed into Jihan, with a strong battle intent rising in his eyes. The master has obtained the inheritance. And naturally, he has also gained the recognition of the divine weapon, GZ explained. Heavenly axe. Chu Chen faintly heard the message coming from the divine weapon in his hand and smiled, saying, "Stick with me, and I'll make sure you eat well and live well in the future." Clang, the mottled rust on the heavenly axe fell away, revealing its bright and polished body, the sharp light fully displayed. It was as if a divine weapon had awakened, revealing its keen edge. Chu Chen was very pleased to have obtained a handy weapon, gently stroking the axe's surface as if he were looking at a friend. After playing with it for a while, Chu Chen tucked it behind him and said with great delight, "Let's go, it's time to give the prodigies of the ancient world a surprise." The way out was smooth. Of the 4 light gates, Chu Chen passed through 3, and the last one was said to contain immortal Herbs. However, the time of neglect had been too long, and they had all withered away. In the heart of isolation, without the nourishment of elemental forces, death was only a matter of time. Before leaving, to avoid exposing GZ's figure, Chuchen deliberately selected a few pieces of equipment from his backpack for her to wear. He had plenty of equipment. And after careful selection, GZ donned a fiery red coat that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, losing a bit of coldness and gaining a touch of beauty. GZ showed little interest in the so-called clothes. She told Chuchen that when she lived in the 8 Desolations, she never wore clothes, finding them bothersome. Ancient gods were born as powerful beings. Apart from having a handy weapon, all other equipment was a burden. Stepping into the teleportation light gate, the three left the place of inheritance and returned to the western region. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Chuchen felt alive for the first time. It's so much more comfortable outside, even if the ground is covered in yellow sand. It's still better than being in someone else's body. Chuchen stretched lazily, his clear eyes scanning the surroundings, slightly taken aback. Perhaps due to preconceived notions? At first, Chuchen thought he had teleported to the wrong place. The scene before him showed no signs of desolation at all. Lush green grass, the sound of birds and fragrant flowers. A vibrant life force was evident everywhere. High mountains and lakes, trees and flowers. It was a stark contrast to the previous scene, as if they were in two different worlds. Senior, I can't be seeing things, can I? Chuchen rubbed his eyes, incredulously gazing at the scene before him. Yi Guqing felt it carefully and said, the natural order of this place has changed, and with the end of the inheritance, the realm of the ancient gods has naturally dissipated. So this is the western region? Chuchen said, dumbfounded. If it were just a simple dissipation of the realm, it wouldn't have reached this point. Don't forget the primordial power you possess. Yi Guqing smiled slightly, as if assessing the results. My goodness, this is? Chuchen couldn't help but laugh, unable to believe he had such great power. The primordial power was born at the time of creation, so it's not surprising for such a situation to occur. Yi Guqing, being more knowledgeable, was not overly surprised. Chuchen chuckled in disbelief. An unintentional act had actually changed the landscape. In the mortal world, he might be regarded as a divine manifestation, right? When nothing was gained, why seek the Dragon King? Just saying a word to himself was more effective than anything else. He never expected that one day he would possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. If he wanted to gather faith, wouldn't it be enough to casually wave his hand and show divine power? Having reached this point, the martial god Wutian probably owes me a favor. Chuchen stroked his chin, pondering how to take advantage of that guy. During the first trial, the martial god Wutian clearly was not convinced. They had an agreement, and a battle was inevitable in the future. Now that Chuchen was so powerful, he didn't even regard Wutian, able to kill him with a snap of his fingers. But the War God Palace was not to be underestimated. Its foundation was even deeper than the Southern Dower Pavilion, and perhaps they also had ancient prodigies surviving in the world. At that time, if he could take advantage of them, wouldn't he have all the immortal pills and herbs? He. Chuchen grinned sinisterly, causing GZ to suddenly pat him on the shoulder and say, please, master, mind your demeanor, do not lose the face of the royal family. 2. Chen cleared his throat, straightened his back, and walked among the trees with his hands behind him, breathing in the moist and fresh air of the place, and said loudly, this land would be great for building a city. In the ancient world, building a city, is it a return from an era? Yi Guqing teased. Senior, you jest. I was just speaking casually. To be fair, the feng shui here is truly excellent, vibrant yet not ostentatious, especially in contrast to the previous desolation. It is filled with much more spiritual energy. The power of the primordial truly is extraordinary. The might of mountains rising from the ground has given Chuchen more thoughts of building a city. With such power at hand, any piece of wasteland could be transformed into a paradise. Bang, a loud sound came from behind, followed by a gloomy voice. You little beast, I've finally found you. The familiar voice made Chen raise an eyebrow slightly. Turning around, he saw several unfamiliar young faces looking at him with strange expressions. The leader was someone he did not recognize, but he had not forgotten the voice. What do you want from me? Is it that I owe you money? Chuchen smirked, speaking without any guard. Humph. You dare to boast after stealing my treasure bone. What gives you the courage to act so arrogantly before me? The white bone old demon glared at Chuchen with an unfriendly expression, his aura gradually rising. The young talents following the white bone old demon looked shocked, their eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. East, he is the ancient talent Dongfang Qingsun. A cry of surprise erupted, but the white bone old demon remained unmoved. He would never forget Chuchen's aura in his lifetime. What nonsense, ancient talent, he is the fierce person you speak of. Chuchen. Impossible. Chuchen has long been possessed, the soul of this body has already changed hands. The young talent hurriedly shook his head, feeling a desire to retreat. Qin Feng, aren't you afraid of Dongfang Qingsong? Why did you come looking for him? Another young talent trembled in fear, stammering. Yeah, usually you're the most timid, why? Have you changed so much recently? Chuchen looked at their fearful expressions and said, your friend has long been possessed, the one whose soul has changed is him. Ha! The group exchanged glances, confused. They could understand every word of the conversation, but their minds were overloaded trying to comprehend it all. Wasn't Chuchen possessed? How did he become Qin Feng? Moreover, it seemed there was a deep-seated grudge between the two. When did that happen? Question marks floated in their minds, nearly burning out their CPUs. Enough nonsense, hand over the treasure bone. The white bone old demon charged fiercely, raising his fist to strike. The overwhelming force shattered the recently restored green grass. A shockwave surged forth, shaking the heavens. You think you can take my things just like that? Chuchen slowly raised a hand, spreading his fingers, and met the attack head-on. Arrogant. The white bone old demon laughed in anger. Chuchen was so bold, facing his full force strike with just a hand? Did he really think he had lost all power after being possessed? Soon, the two forces collided, erupting in a shocking wave that destroyed everything around. A column of blood shot out, and the white bone old demon was sent flying at lightning speed, shattering in midair, leaving no flesh behind. A body made entirely of bones was exposed before everyone, leaving them pale with fear. He is not Qin Feng? The head turned to bone, with not a trace of flesh left. Even the internal organs had vanished. Only a crystal-clear treasure bone remained. Through the gaps in the ribs, a flickering light could be seen, quite peculiar. At this moment, everyone stopped worrying about the light's function, staring in horror at their friend, feeling a chill run down their spines. Qin Feng has been possessed. Who are you? Since entering the ancient world, we have been together. When did you do this? Meeting is fate. Finding a compatriot in the vast ancient world is a difficult thing, especially at the beginning. To survive, the few of them thought to temporarily set aside their grievances and rivalries, calling each other friends. They had spent an entire year together without encountering any strange occurrences. If one must say there was a moment of distraction, it would be when Qin Feng went to the lakeside to urinate. A frail body that can't even take a punch, useless. The old bone demon snorted coldly, showing no concern for his true identity being revealed. Now he could be considered a borrowed corpse, unafraid of the heavenly path's scrutiny, able to walk the world with confidence. The Prajna bone was extremely important, related to the whereabouts of the 8 bodhisattvas of the Thundersound Temple and the secrets of their celestial arts. He had to get it back. A year ago, I didn't take you seriously, but now it seems you're nothing special. Chu Chen withdrew his fist and stood calmly. Today was different from the past. His strength had grown immensely compared to a year ago. The power of the celestial path, celestial arts, the second stage of his innate celestial path, the 5-star ancient gods, the power of primordial beginnings. With all these enhancements, how could an ancient relic compete? That punch just now was enough to force the old bone demon's true form out. It's been a year since we last met, and you become quite arrogant. Let's see if I don't tear your mouth apart. The old bone demon's anger surged, and he charged forward, stomping the ground and shattering countless clods of earth. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed as a punch surged forth, infused with rich celestial power, containing endless strength, aimed directly at the center. You think you can match me with your physical body? You're still too green. A slight smirk appeared on Chu Chen's lips as he raised his hand and threw a punch. The seemingly ordinary motion triggered a tremendous upheaval upon striking the old bone demon. With a loud bang, the old bone demon's body suddenly froze in midair. Crack, a fissure appeared at the bone of his hand, quickly spreading until it covered his entire body. Bone after bone shattered on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. I really don't know how I lost to you back then. Chu Chen clapped his hands, his expression as calm as water. This made everyone's hearts tremble, feeling a chill run down their spines. Dongfang Qingsong seemed even stronger than the rumors suggested. The old bone demon had just unleashed a celestial art, and the power of the celestial path was the best proof. If they had attempted that move, they would surely have been reduced to dust. Perhaps they wouldn't even have been able to withstand a single exchange. But Dongfang Qingsong hadn't even used his mental power, he had simply relied on his physical strength to take down his opponent. And it was a one-hit kill. Heavens, such strength from an ancient prodigy. What should we do? What to do? Let's run for our lives first. At this, the crowd swallowed hard, a desire to escape rising within them. If they didn't run now, they would lose their lives soon. Just as they were about to flee, Dongfang Qingsong suddenly vanished from sight. And the next moment, a chilling aura and sound appeared behind them. Stay here, don't rush to leave. The three of them trembled and turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a stunningly beautiful face before them. Saini. Senior, please spare me, I promise I won't leak this matter. Yes, I haven't even left a seed for my family, my father is counting on me to support him. You are magnanimous, we were just passing by and meant no offense. Chu Chen looked at the three with a gentle smile, lightly patting one of their arms, causing him to jump in fright. Don't panic, I have something for you to do. As long as you can spare us, we will go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued, but first, let me clean up the loose ends. Before they could ask, a sound of breaking air rushed past, heading straight for the sky. This time, consider it your win, I will find a perfect body next time and come back to take revenge. Wait for it, I will personally take your head and suppress everything without decay. The old bone demon laughed heartily, showing no concern for his defeat. The light orb flew at an incredible speed, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, fleeing thousands of miles away. Running away after losing to me? How shameless. An ancient god's phantom suddenly appeared beneath Chu Chen's feet as he raised his hand to strike. The hand of the heavens. A massive hand descended from the sky, its palm shimmering with 5 pentagrams. The oppressive, trembling atmosphere fell heavily, suffocating the old bone demon. You dare, brat? Lingering on in a dying state is worse than entering the cycle of reincarnation. We can fight for destiny in the next life. In the next moment, a colossal hand descended from the sky, fiercely striking the light orb, crushing it into dust with a sudden grip. Thousands of miles away, people clearly heard the old bone demon's wretched scream and his venomous curses. Hearing such a chilling sound, the three were filled with fear, gaining a deeper understanding of Dongfang Qingsong's ruthless methods. May I ask, Senior, what do you want us to do? One slightly plump man stammered. After witnessing this scene, he felt his legs weaken, nearly kneeling on the ground to plead for mercy. At their level, they naturally understood that there would be no mercy in matters of competition. To kill one person meant one less rival. There would be no possibility of holding back. Dongfang Qingsong was a prodigy from the ancient times. How could he show leniency to prodigies of the end of the law era? The fact that he hadn't killed them immediately indicated that he indeed had a task for them. Chu Chen gazed at the horizon and said slowly, "What major events have occurred in the past 6 months? Briefly summarize." The plump man cautiously glanced at Chu Chen's expression, sighed in relief, and organized his words, recounting the significant events of the past 6 months in chronological order. With Dongfang Qingsong's powerful emergence, other major forces prodigies from the end of the law era began searching for their ancestors. Just as the key to the third trial appeared, countless people scrambled for it. 2 months ago, a shocking battle broke out, with almost all prodigies participating. The key was ultimately seized by an ancient prodigy, who forcefully entered the third trial, becoming the first to succeed. The northern, eastern, and southern regions changed hands one after another, and the divine rankings became insignificant before the ancient prodigies, all reduced to prey. They sought nothing else. For these living fossils, fortune was a great boon. Thus, during this time, the prodigies of the end of the law era lived on the edge, fearing that a careless moment could cost them their heads. Half an hour later, after pondering for a while, Chu Chen asked, "Is there any news about the head of the ceiling path and the head of the literary path?" "They seem to be fine. I saw them a few days ago searching for something with Zhang Bujue." "Oh? Where?" Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. "I don't know their exact whereabouts, but it's clear they are still within the eastern region. They probably haven't left the borders in a few days," the plump man replied thoughtfully. "The eastern region." Chu Chen mulled over these 2 words. According to his earlier explanation, the ancient world was now dominated by ancient prodigies, while those from the end of the law era could only struggle to survive. They had to constantly worry about having their fortune snatched away, essentially living with their heads on the chopping block. They couldn't fight back, nor could they compete for the key. The frustration was palpable. At this rate, they would inevitably fall here. By then, all the good things would be taken by the ancient prodigies, and after death, who would even be left to erect a tombstone? Whose world is the eastern region now? Chu Chen asked. "It's the ancient prodigy from Wind and Snow City, seems to be called Yan Bei," the plump man answered. "Wind and Snow City is so pitiful in this life. I didn't expect their ancestors to have produced such remarkable figures." Chu Chen nodded slightly. This city was indeed peculiar, located in the extreme north of the ninth sequence world, enduring wind and frost year-round, making the environment extremely harsh. The people in the city had to go bare-chested in the cold winter from a young age, spending 15 days standing in the snow before their first job. Ordinary children would find it unbearable to wear one less piece of clothing in winter, yet they had to be naked outside to face the elements. Their bodies were not made of iron. Many infants died young, and those who survived often carried ailments. If they were lucky, they might become talented later on, perhaps able to cleanse their marrow and remove their ailments. If they were unlucky, they would spend their lives clinging to a medicine jar, perhaps even marrying without being able to have children. The era of the end of the law is different from the past. If it were before the ancient times, when the forces of heaven and earth were abundant and the elements were rich, one could still resist the cold through body tempering. In this era, the elements are so thin that merely surviving is a luxury. Wind and Snow City strictly adheres to ancestral teachings and does not understand flexibility, leading to the deaths of many. This is why this era is so destitute, with no outstanding talents to speak of. It is said to be one of the top 10 forces, but it has long been a hollow title. How strong is it? Who is stronger, compared to the bone-old demon? Chu Chen asked again. Probably much stronger. I haven't seen him act up close, just caught a glimpse from afar, the chubby boy recalled, trembling all over. That day, the entire eastern region was enveloped in wind and snow, as Yan Bei battled Bu Jingyun, shattering the sky in half the land. Defying the heavens and changing fate, Yan Bei was like a god of ice, cultivating the ice rules to a terrifying degree. Moreover, he used not only divine power but also had a very refined mastery of immortal power. That battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, and no one knows the outcome. It is only said that since then, the eastern region has changed hands, with Yan Bei forcefully claiming kingship. As for Bu Jingyun, no one has seen him since. Whether he is alive or dead, no one cares. When one cannot even protect their own life, who would concern themselves with the status of a rival? Rest assured, Senior, Yan Bei is definitely not your opponent. Perhaps a few moves will have him kneeling and begging for mercy. The chubby boy flattered with a smile. You really know how to flatter, but you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm not buying it. Chu Chen waved his hand. He had heard too many flattering words and felt nothing. The smile on the chubby boy's face suddenly stiffened and he awkwardly closed his mouth. What I need you to do is very simple, spread the word that I have appeared, Chu Chen instructed. Then, what excuse should we use? The chubby boy was clever, not asking for reasons, only thinking about how to get the job done. The other two also perked up, their eyes full of curiosity. Just say I have the key to the 3rd level. All right. The chubby boy quickly agreed and turned to leave. Wait, come back. Chu Chen called out. Is there anything else, senior? The chubby boy rushed back. After breaking through to the 5-star ancient god, even in a normal state, Chu Chen was nearly 1.9 meters tall, towering half a head over the chubby boy. Looking down at his fleshy face, he said coldly, if this matter is not handled well, you should know what your fate will be. Yes. I will do my utmost. I will definitely get it done within 3 days. The chubby boy nodded repeatedly, his head almost touching the ground. 2 days. The chubby boy's face turned bitter, feeling troubled. Spreading the news throughout the ancient world in 2 days was like pushing him to his death. If it's not done in 2 days, even if you're at the ends of the earth, I will smash your head. Chu Chen snorted lightly, the threat evident in his words. All right. 2 days it is, senior, rest assured, I will get it done. If I fail, I will come to you with my head. The chubby boy gritted his teeth and agreed. Go. Chu Chen waved his hand. The 3 of them felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly fled, rushing to spread the news. Moments later, Yi Guqing's spirit appeared beside Chu Chen and asked, what do you mean by spreading the news? Planning to draw fire to yourself? No ancient prodigy is stronger than Ze by even a hair, what do I have to fear? Chu Chen replied with a smile. Pa. Gze spat, standing behind Chu Chen like a bodyguard, keeping a half-body distance. You don't need to go through all this trouble to meet with your friends, just go to the eastern region to find them. Yi Guqing still couldn't understand. What benefit would killing a few ancient prodigies bring? I have many people coveting my physical body due to my situation. Since the bone-old demon can seize a body without facing divine retribution, I plan to find a physical body for you to replace the soul and walk the world, Chu Chen said with a smile. Yi Guqing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I did not misjudge you. The younger generation wishes to repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The kindness you have shown me is unforgettable for 100 lifetimes. Although my current strength cannot help you reunite with your perfect body, I still want to offer my meager assistance. Chu Chen cupped his hands in respect. Yi Guqing nodded, looking at Chu Chen as if he were his own child. Having walked the world for many years and seen the myriad forms of life, he had witnessed countless betrayals among brothers and deadly conflicts between couples for the sake of opportunity. Though they were not related and had met by chance with a transaction between them, Chu Chen's initiative to offer help made even Yi Guqing, with his hardened heart, feel a warm current flowing through him. The ancient prodigies have been rampaging in this end of the law era for too long. If we don't deal with them, do they really think we are made of clay? Chu Chen's gaze grew cold. They better pray they haven't done anything to Feng Yin and the others. Otherwise, Chu Chen wouldn't mind bringing about a cataclysm in the ancient world to let them know the sky does not belong to their pack of stray dogs. If news of the key gets out, it will surely attract countless people fighting over it. Where do you plan to confront them? Yi Guqing asked. Right in the western region, Chu Chen said. Looking towards the far west, slowly adding, the southern, northern, and eastern regions have all changed hands, but only Wu Tian still reigns supreme. He must have some rare treasures in his possession. Either the War God Palace has a backup plan, or no matter which possibility it is, he cannot allow the western region to become a battlefield. The sky, once a clear blue, darkened with thick clouds within minutes, and a torrential rain fell, each raindrop shimmering like pearls. After just experiencing a bloody battle, Shirkai stretched out his hand to catch the raindrops, feeling the coolness that came with them, a look of confusion gradually appearing in his eyes. It changes just like that. Dressed in tattered clothes, he swallowed a vial of life potion and sat down on the corpse of an ancient fierce beast, welcoming the baptism of the heavy rain. From the initial ambition to the current state of despair. All because the ancient prodigies had awakened, taking everything from the prodigies of the end of the law era. Of course, that included him. How many hopes were destroyed in this unfair competition? Thunder rumbled, lightning split the night, shaking the ground and waking the contemplative Shirkai. They're all dead, they're all dead. Shirkai rubbed a seal in his palm, the only relic left by Jiang Wuming. They had agreed to meet at the peak, but it ended halfway, dying at the hands of the ancient prodigies. The disparity in strength during that battle left no chance for resistance. Jiang Wuming, by nature carefree and disliking conflict, was the opposite of his friend Disha. Yet when he saw Shirkai being ambushed, he intervened, sacrificing himself to hold back the ancient prodigy. The scene of Jiang Wuming's self-detonation was still vivid in Shirkai's mind. He had never experienced brotherhood before. Just as he had begun to taste the flavor of friendship, it was gone so quickly. What merit do I have to deserve your sacrifice? We are both worthless lives. Does it make a difference if I die or you die? Shirkai's expression grew increasingly melancholic as he looked up to meet the rain, trying to wash away the tears from his eyes. This heavy rain came just in time, covering many traces. Just like the rain not long ago that revived the entire ancient world, bringing life back to this land. At that moment, a figure walked over, their steps light, as if they had detached from the ground, with only the sound of boots brushing against the grass. Shirkai looked straight ahead and smiled. "You're here?" The person was extraordinarily robust, with towering muscles like a coiled dragon, and one could even hear the sound of wind and thunder coming from within as they walked. "News has spread that Chuchen possesses the key to the third gate. Everyone has gone to the western region. Why haven't you set off?" Di Sha asked. "What does it have to do with me?" Shirkai replied slowly. "The ancient prodigies have been sleeping for millions of years. They will surely find a way to leave this cursed place and reach the next gate, so they will definitely go. Chuchen is dead, now that body is inhabited by Dongfang Qingson. Do you also believe Chuchen is dead?" Di Sha frowned. "Otherwise, who could survive in the hands of the ancient prodigies?" Shirkai put away the seal in his backpack, looked into his eyes, and retorted. Di Sha, seeing his dejected appearance, was filled with anger and suddenly grabbed his collar, saying in a deep voice, "What are you doing right now? Jiang Wuming is your brother, but he is also my brother. He died for you, and now there's a chance for revenge. And you just want to sit here?" Jiang Wuming had known Di Sha the longest and had established a deep friendship with him. When he first heard the news of his fall, Di Sha couldn't believe it at all. Later, upon learning the exact news, it was like a bolt from the blue, and his reaction was no different from Shirkai's. Sacrificing for a friend is not shameful. But Shirkai didn't take Jiang Wuming seriously, which naturally made Di Sha angry. "What good will it do to go? Just to send my life out again?" Shirkai asked without resistance, his calm gaze making others uneasy. Di Sha raised his fist, wanting to hit that detestable face. Then he snorted in anger, withdrew his fist, and turned to leave. "Do as you wish. Anyway, I will never be a coward." The heavy rain continued, growing stronger, almost obscuring their vision. Shirkai's mood was as hazy as the rain, and he couldn't even understand his own heart. "How could I not want to kill them?" Shirkai smiled self-deprecatingly and slowly got up. Gazing towards the direction of the western regions, his dual pupils flickered with a ghostly light. "If it were you, brother Jiang, what would you do?" After a long while, Shirkai staggered away from that place, his murmured voice growing fainter until it disappeared. The same scene played out in many places in the ancient world. How many people were slaughtered by the ancient prodigies? This competition was inherently unfair, but the intervention of the ancient prodigies made the situation even more uncontrollable. Shu Chen's appearance with the key was a rare opportunity, allowing the prodigies of the end times to catch a whiff of a conspiracy. But in any case, things had to come to an end. In a towering mountain range in the eastern region, a group of people sat together, gazing at the continuously rotating turtle shell in the center. Soon, the turtle shell stopped, and several people looked bewildered, one of them asking, "Is this it? What's the result?" Jiang Boujue pondered deeply for a moment, put away the turtle shell, and sighed, "This is a matter of great importance. The heavenly secrets cannot be leaked." "What? We've been staring at this turtle shell for 3 days and nights. Our eyes are about to go blind, and you give me a line about heavenly secrets?" Feng Yan gritted his teeth in anger, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront him. "At least give us some explanation. Are we going to the western regions or not?" Su Yueshi's stunning face also showed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Brother Jiang, stop keeping us in suspense and give us a clear answer." Lu Taiqing, who had put away his folding fan after a long time, no longer wore his bright smile, clearly displeased. "Forget it, don't ask anymore. I get angry just seeing this turtle shell. Let's smash it." Feng Yan reached out, wanting to act. Hey, don't smash it." Jiang Boujue hurriedly put away the treasure and looked at everyone with a wary expression. "Are you really a disciple of the Tao? You're not just some street fortune teller, are you?" Feng Yan lost his patience. A few days ago, he had learned about Chu Chen's news and was so excited he couldn't sleep. But when he thought about the person residing within him being Dongfang Qingson, he felt dejected. But in any case, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they could not give up. Because De Luo had signed a master-servant contract with Chu Chen, and since De Luo was still alive and well, it meant that Chu Chen had not died. They then began to formulate a plan, focusing on rescuing Chu Chen and obtaining the key as a secondary goal. For safety, they asked Jiang Boujue, who could foresee the future, to predict their fortunes first. Who would have thought that after 3 days, he would give them a result of the heavenly secrets cannot be leaked? If they weren't friends, Feng Yan would have long since broken this guy's bones. "Don't be anxious, this matter is not that simple, you just need to trust me," Jiang Boujue said with a smile. "Fine, if you don't explain yourself, I'll take the blame and kill you." Feng Yan put on an attentive expression. The others also grew curious and leaned in. "It's simple, just go with the flow and respond to change with constancy," Jiang Boujue said. Feng Yan, Su Yueshi, Lu Taiqing? The three exchanged glances. And Feng Yan suggested, "How about we bury him? The decline of the Taoist sect has its reasons." "I think that's a good idea," Lu Taiqing nodded in agreement. Immediately, the few of them approached him with unfriendly expressions. "Hey, wait! Not there!" The heavy rain poured down, affecting every inch of the ancient world, including the western regions. Thanks to the blessings of the primordial force, the once barren desert had transformed into an oasis. This timely rain provided nourishment for the plants, and it wouldn't be long before it returned to its former glory, becoming as fertile as the eastern regions. However, no one knew how long this beautiful scene would last, as many were aware that a bloody storm was about to unfold here. In the central area of the western regions, a figure of unparalleled elegance and charm sat cross-legged, with a large, adorable head peeking out from the collar of his robe, curiously observing his surroundings. This person affectionately stroked the little one's head, his robes flowing like a celestial being, standing apart from the mundane world, untouched by any dust. This piece of heaven and earth seemed unrelated to him, his mere presence was a picturesque sight. Beside him sat a beautiful woman in a fiery red robe, her eyes tightly closed, oblivious to the world. Waiting was the most torturous, and no one knew who would be the first. No one wanted to be the first to act, the key was indeed precious, but not worth risking one's life for. After all, there was more than one key to the ancient world. The so-called competition was merely an attempt to enter the next stage early, to seize the initiative during the struggle. Whoosh! Several figures swept in from afar, moving as fast as lightning, appearing in the center of the western regions in an instant. Dongfang Qingsong? A simple greeting shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Shuchen showed no anger, gently ruffled the little one's head, and after a few words of caution, raised his head. Who dares to come? State your name. Such an arrogant attitude made the newcomers' expressions turn cold, and one of them said in a deep voice, "You should understand. The principle of having a jewel brings trouble. I haven't settled the grievances of the ancient world with you yet, but if you hand over the key today, I can let the past go." Shuchen looked at him seriously for a moment. This person had a frosty expression and was clearly ready to fight. Beside him were several unfamiliar faces, including the familiar Wushan Wutian. The number one on the divine ranking, who was invincible in front of outsiders, was merely a pawn in front of this group, not even qualified to speak. "So it's the pride of the War God Palace. No wonder you have such confidence," Shuchen said, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. This was the reason the western regions had not changed hands. The four ancient ancestors, still part of the War God Palace, one of the top 10 powers, who would dare to snatch that strength. They all exuded a domineering battle intent. Each stronger than the last, just standing there like a world-destroying blade, filled with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Wu Tian looked at Chu Chen with a complex expression. In just a year, everything had changed. He was no longer the Chu Chen of the past. And he was no longer the Wushan of old. In front of the ancestors, he naturally did not dare to claim the title of Wushan, as it would be a desecration to the strong. The promise once made was about to be fulfilled, and a sudden sense of tension arose in Wu Tian's heart. The power of Dongfang Qingsong was known to all. "Hand over the key. Do you think you are worthy?" The moment Chu Chen's gaze fell on the speaker, a chill ran down his spine, and his battle intent strangely diminished by more than half, a faint desire to retreat emerging. Shi Jingtian's pupils suddenly constricted, and he thought, what a terrifying gaze. For the War God Palace, there was no possibility of fear in battle, nor was there any fight they dared not engage in. But facing Chu Chen, a hint of fear and an overwhelming sense of being outmatched arose. Although he didn't know how this feeling had arisen, Shi Jingtian was well aware of Dongfang Qingsong's foundation. The two had conflicts in the ancient era and had fought several times, with Shi Jingtian emerging victorious each time. The once defeated subordinate had become so arrogant, he took a deep breath, suppressing the panic in his heart. "Do you think that after seizing the body, you can take on 100? Absurd!" With that, Shi Jingtian launched a direct attack, his fist striking out like lightning, aimed straight at Chu Chen's head. The power of this punch far exceeded that of the bone-old demon. Even without infusing it with celestial power, it could cause the heavens to tremble and disperse the dark clouds. The torrential rain was instantly split in two by the force of the punch, creating a vacuum area. "You were once my defeated foe. Even if you find a perfect body now, you still are." The fighting spirit soared, intimidating the heavens and the earth. Chu Chen remained unmoved in the face of the assault, maintaining the same posture. It seemed he had no intention of striking back at all. "It seems you're just putting on an act. The people from the Southern Dipper Pavilion are all cut from the same mold, a bunch of blusterous cowards," one person said lightly. "Shi Jingtian's strength is not much different from ours. Once he strikes, this key will fall into the hands of my War God Palace. Someone has already entered the 3rd level, we must speed up." However, halfway through the sentence, Chu Chen suddenly moved. He raised his left hand and clenched it tightly, directly wrapping around Shi Jingtian's fist. Boom! The impact lifted the ground, yet the figure sitting there remained completely still. Shi Jingtian's expression changed slightly, and he unleashed several powerful punches. The sensation from the punches made his scalp tingle, as if he were not hitting a person, but an incredibly hard divine iron. Not willing to retreat. After a failed strike, Shi Jingtian quickly suppressed his shock, whipping out his legs, the wind howling, and a sonic boom suddenly erupted. Chu Chen remained unfazed, showing no interest in even glancing at the attack, allowing it to fall upon him. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and it was not Chu Chen who was pushed back, but Shi Jingtian himself. What a hard physique! Shi Jingtian was completely shocked, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to believe the result. No matter how strong a human body is, there is always a limit. The end of the law era is not like the ancient era. There are no methods to train the body here, and almost everyone cultivates mental power. Even if the body seized by Dongfang Qingsong was excellent, it could not possibly be so abnormal. It was like a wealthy person living in a first-tier city being shocked by the wealth level of farmers in the countryside. How could Shi Jingtian accept this? Have you had enough? Next, it's my turn. Chu Chen slowly stood up from the ground, brushing off the grass clippings from his backside. It seems you've gained an incredible opportunity, managing to cultivate your body to this extent. Qi Jingtian's legs trembled, forcing himself to speak through the pain. Do I need an opportunity to deal with a small fish like you? Chu Chen replied indifferently. What Qi Jingtian could not tolerate the most was the way the other party looked at him with indifference from start to finish, as if he were looking at trash. He had never endured such humiliation. Come on. I want to see how you plan to kill a small fish like me. Qi Jingtian snorted. Coldly positioning his hands, palms facing forward, his momentum rising wildly. A frog at the bottom of a well, Chu Chen mocked with a smile, suddenly disappearing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Qi Jingtian, ignoring his horrified gaze, and threw a punch. Bang! A figure was violently sent flying, crashing hard into several people. From the War God Palace. Be careful! Accompanied by cries of alarm, the others urged their power to catch the retreating Qi Jingtian. However, the immense force coming from him made their brows twitch, unable to believe it. Like a line of dominoes, people flew out simultaneously, only stopping after 100 miles. The ground was dragged out with a long mark, and Qi Jingtian assumed a protective posture with his arms crossed, a fist mark appearing on his arm, clearly the work of Chu Chen. Killing you is like killing fish. Do you have any objections? Chu Chen asked calmly, hands behind his back. A single kick forced back the proud warriors of the War God Palace, even pushing away those watching from behind. That terrifying power, capable of crushing everything, nearly burst Qi Jingtian's heart. Fortunately, he was wearing semi-divine armor, or he would have surely ended up in pieces. Wuxin Wutian was also affected. Among them, his strength was the weakest. The moment he caught Qi Jingtian's body, he felt as if he had been struck by several divine mountains. Stars dancing before his eyes, feeling dizzy. Damn it! Where did you get such a strong body? Qi Jingtian coughed up blood heavily, speaking weakly. The person beside him also got up from the ground, hurriedly feeding him several bottles of potions to keep him alive. With your strength, you still can't take the key. You need to call upon the other ancient prodigies. I don't want to waste my energy. Chu Chen sat back down on the ground, playing with the little one. Qi Jingtian glared at Chu Chen, unable to utter a word for a long time. Although he hadn't used all his strength, after years of battle, he could sense Chu Chen's terrifying power. Within that strong body, there was still an astonishing force hidden. Qi Jingtian couldn't understand why, at the same time, Dongfang Qingsong could improve so much. Could it be that seizing a body not only doesn't weaken one's strength but actually enhances it? Brother Qi, don't be impulsive. Since Dongfang Qingsong has revealed his true self, he will inevitably attract others. We just need to wait. Shangguan Dinghong said softly. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingtian's expression changed, and due to the other party's strength, he merely snorted coldly, turning away and focusing on healing himself. The two kept a safe distance, not daring to act recklessly. They were determined to obtain the key to the third trial, having waited for billions of years for this day. No matter what Chu Chen's intentions were, they had to get it at all costs. Wu Tian looked at Chu Chen, who appeared calm and unbothered, with a complex expression, secretly sighing. Proud as he was, he felt powerless. The world had its ups and downs, and he never expected the old acquaintance to bring him such a significant change. It had only been a year when he first met Chu Chen. Wu Tian thought he was just like that, relying on his overwhelming firepower to show off. He was indeed quite arrogant, but Wu Tian didn't take him seriously. However, as they entered the first trial and saw him looking down on everyone, fiercely seizing 3,000 paths, Wu Tian suddenly realized that Chu Chen was not as simple as he had imagined. He lost in the talent competition, but he was unwilling to accept it, thinking of competing again in the second trial. In the first half of that year, he seized the western regions, summoned his ancestors, and gained immense opportunities, his strength skyrocketing. Coupled with the guidance of his ancestors, Wu Tian gradually forgot about Chu Chen's existence. To him, Chu Chen was no longer worthy of being his opponent. But half a year later, he heard that Chu Chen, in order to save the war riders, fought against the ancient prodigies and perished in the resurrection formation. Perhaps feeling a sense of loss for a fallen comrade, Wu Tian lamented for a moment before forgetting Chu Chen. Another half a year passed, and Chu Chen's face reappeared before him. Although he knew that the soul within was no longer the same as before, he still felt quite emotional. The world is ever-changing. Who can truly understand the rise and fall? The powerful ancestors beside him looked at him with wary eyes, not daring to step forward for a fight. This scene felt very familiar. Back at the entrance of the divine path, many prodigies had looked at him with the same expression, hadn't they? Going in circles, he returned to the starting point, and Wu Tian couldn't help but smile. Wryly, thinking to himself, where did all that pride go? Just as his thoughts drifted, many figures descended to this place. Upon seeing the scene of Wu Tian and the others separated from Chu Chen by 1,000 zhang, they were momentarily stunned. They didn't fight? What's going on? Could it be that the War God Palace and the Southern Dar Pavilion have formed an alliance? Intentionally releasing news to lure us out? Strange, it seems there are signs of battle ahead. Have they already fought? Everyone was surprised, not understanding the current situation. Those who come are all the proud of the end of the Dharma era, hoping to take a chance and strike it lucky. Who would have thought that upon arrival they would witness the scene of mutual respect between the two sides? When did the War God Palace's temper become so good? Chu Chen, oblivious to his surroundings, was being affectionate with the little one, as if trying to make up for the guilt of not having protected it well. The little one, having slept for so long, had recovered quite a bit, although it had lost some essence in the dragon trapping formation. It was relatively minor. Eee. The little one stuck out its tongue and licked Chu Chen's cheek, leaving him covered in drool, as if saying, "Hurry up and leave this place, take the little one to play somewhere else." Chu Chen was one of the few who could understand the little one's intentions. Feng Yan could grasp some of it, while Lu Taiqing was completely lost. "Wait a bit longer, I'll leave after I've wiped out all the ancient prodigies," Chu Chen said with a slight smile. "What?" Chu Chen's voice was not loud. Rather than chatting with the little one, it felt more like he was talking to himself. Everyone present clearly heard his words. Wipe out all the ancient prodigies? Who gave him the courage? Isn't Dongfang Qingcong one of them? Doesn't he feel awkward saying that? These people are the most hypocritical and insidious, don't be fooled by their appearances. Wait, isn't that ancient giant dragon a war steed of the fierce person? How can it be so close to Dongfang Qingcong? They don't seem to have signed a contract. Aside from the people from the War God Palace quietly standing by, it was another strange matter that the little one was so intimately staying with the enemy of the slaughter. Master. Xi Jingtian's expression was fluctuating. The slaughter of his own people seemed to be a trivial matter in Chu Chen's mouth, which made it hard for him to maintain his composure. Jinghong, how much longer do we have to wait? Since Dongfang Qingcong wants to wipe us out, then let's wait a bit longer. Shangguan Ginghong was not in a hurry, plotting in his mind. This was the first time Qi Jingtian felt so suffocated. What the hell was this? The other side was practically shitting on his head, and he was still holding back? With his violent temper, he wished he could directly tear them apart, but he couldn't muster such courage. He couldn't fight, nor could he run. This was the first time in his life he encountered such a situation. At this moment, Chu Chen slowly raised his head, gazing at the dark clouds on the horizon. He saw the cold frost, the sky stagnant, and a rainbow-like ice path crossing over, with a snow-white figure stepping on the ice path straight to the western region. This person had a stern face, as handsome as a figure from a painting, with snow-white long hair flying in the wind, and wherever he passed, the rainwater turned into ice crystals. The momentum was like a rainbow, with wind and snow coexisting, even on a rainy day. People seemed to see a scene of ice and snow. Snowstorm City, Yanbei. Is he coming? Chu Chen rubbed the little one's head, tucked it into his clothes, and stood up to face the enemy. It is said that the master of the eastern region is unparalleled in strength. I really want to see how much weight the one who almost froze the avatars of the gods back then has. During the ancient times, many forces stood against each other, with overall strengths being comparable, not speaking of any leading figures. The War God Palace was strong, and Snowstorm City was equally strong. The former focused on stopping wars with war, growing braver with each battle. The latter's inheritors often had clever hearts, not taking dominance as their duty, but simply blooming alone, like a blue lotus in the world, untouched by any filth. Times have changed, and people have changed. Those who once despised war have now picked up the slaughter knife with their own hands, swinging it at others. The dragon slayers have ultimately become the evil dragons, and even worse. To dominate, Yanbei has killed no less than 800 people, almost slaughtering all the prodigies of the eastern region. Now, the eastern region is no longer the glorious place it once was, becoming a vast barren land, an extreme region that almost no one can endure. I come for the key. I have no ties with Brother Qingcong, so there's no need for pleasantries. Yanbei spoke very directly, his words revealing a coldness that kept others at a distance. As he approached, everyone suddenly trembled, an unknown chill piercing their bones, nearly freezing their souls. Yanbei is indeed one of the few who can control two rules in the ancient era. I didn't expect the power of the wind and snow to be so overwhelming. No wonder Bu Jingyun was defeated. Chu Chen walked forward slowly, his voice resonating. If you want the key, it's simple, let the king of hell come to collect me. Good. Yanbei said no more, forming seals with his hands, and suddenly a towering ice and snow wall appeared behind him, countless snowflakes falling, concealing a deadly intent. The starry array emerged, an extreme cold storm enveloping the world, causing Chu Chen's steps to falter slightly. The celestial technique, extreme frozen wind and snow, suddenly expanded, the fierce might rushing towards him, freezing the very momentum of the world. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, the world fell silent, and Chu Chen, alone at the center of the storm, appeared quite helpless. Not bad for a celestial technique. If you could cultivate it to perfection, I might take some interest. Chu Chen faced the devastating assault from Yanbei with his physical body, his robe billowing as he threw a punch. In that instant, the terrifying power of his physical form erupted like a shockwave, creating a gap as countless snowflakes vanished, the storm finally dissipating. Chu Chen stood with his fist withdrawn, not a single discomfort on his body, his skin showing no signs of being frozen. The blood of the five-star royal clan, an ancient god, possessed terrifying power while also having formidable defensive capabilities. He had even fought against GZ, a 7-star ancient god on par with the deities. What was a mere ancient prodigy to him? Senior, how is this physical body? Are you satisfied? Chu Chen asked. The understanding of the rules is decent, but the appearance is too effeminate, Yi Gucheng replied. Chu Chen's expression stiffened. Was this a veiled insult? His face had been much more enchanting than Yanbei's back then. Since you don't like it, then kill it. Chu Chen nodded slightly, the phantom of the ancient god revealing itself, a colossal hand descending from the heavens. The appearance of the hand from above made Yen Bei's calm demeanor trembled violently, and he quickly conjured a massive ice shield while also donning an indestructible armor. In the face of absolute power, any defense was futile. Crack! The thick ice shield shattered instantly. Yan Bei raised his hand to block but was overwhelmed beneath the five-finger mountain. He plummeted to the ground like a rocket, crashing down and creating a bottomless pit. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Breaths were barely audible, and everyone couldn't believe the scene before them. The newly appointed lord of the eastern region, Yan Bei, was killed in an instant? This is too exaggerated. The strength of Dongfang Qingsong is terrifying to such an extent. From now on, isn't it a monopoly? Who can compete? Now I understand why the people from the War God Palace didn't intervene. With such a terrifying enemy, I wouldn't act rashly either. Beneath the five-finger mountain, Yan Bei crawled out in tattered clothes. His body felt as if it had been run over by a steamroller, his hands weakly hanging, covered in crimson blood. His features almost unrecognizable from a single blow. The once graceful young master now resembled a destitute beggar. Yan Bei opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word, his body swaying, vitality rapidly diminishing. The lord of the eastern region couldn't withstand a single move from Dongfang Qingsong. As fellow ancient prodigies, how could the gap be so vast? The turn of events was somewhat comical. Yan Bei had descended like a celestial being, only to be nearly killed in an instant. The people from the War God Palace were not faring much better. Qi Zhengtian felt a dull pain in his chest at the sight of that palm, a rare look of fear appearing on his face. How boring, is there no stronger opponent? Chu Chen yawned. As soon as he said this, there was a thud, and Yan Bei collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. The lord of the eastern region had fallen. The sky, once overcast, turned golden in an instant, a torrential golden rain falling even more violently than before, almost obscuring people's vision. Voices were nearly inaudible against the sound of the rain, and everyone held their breath, their emotions extremely complex. It was only now that they truly began to contemplate Dongfang Qingsong's intentions. If he has the key, why not enter the third level earlier? His strength could be called invincible in the world. I ask, who in the entire ancient world can fight him? The War God Palace cannot. Yan Bei cannot, and others certainly cannot. Yet he waits here as if no one else exists, claiming he will kill all the ancient prodigies. Could it be that the key is false news? Is he doing this on purpose? Someone discern Chu Chen's intentions. But what is the point of doing this? The ancient prodigies have no fortune, and even if there are benefits, it won't enhance his current strength. Seeking revenge? It doesn't seem like it. If there were real grievances, he would have already come to kill. Why bother with such tricks and release? News? No one understands the other party's thoughts, but if the ancient prodigies are wiped out, it would also be a good thing for them. Is there anyone else? If not, you can go. Chu Chen's gaze fell on Shangwan Ginghong and the others. Feeling his gaze, several people's hearts skipped a beat, and their backs turned cold, as if they were being targeted by a fierce beast. Dongfang Qingsong, what exactly do you want to do? Qi Zhengtian questioned with a frown. Do you have the right to speak? Shut up. As he spoke, Chu Chen waved his hand in the air, and with a loud slap, Qi Zhengtian was struck as if hit hard, flying backward and spinning several times before landing. A bright red handprint suddenly appeared on his face, stinging, and tears were even knocked out. You are too much. Qi Zhengtian was filled with grievances and bitterness with nowhere to vent, his veins bulging with anger, his face turning red. The reason I didn't kill you just now is not that I dare not. If you say one more word, I will definitely make you lose your head and body, Chu Chen said lightly. Qi Zhengtian wanted to speak again, but Shangwan Ginghong quickly stopped him, shaking his head with a serious expression. Humph. Qi Zhengtian flicked his sleeve and turned away, swallowing his broken teeth in anger. At this moment, many unfamiliar auras appeared around, and numerous figures emerged in the center of the western region. From 1,000 to 5,000, countless shadows gathered here. Almost all the prodigies of the ancient world had arrived. Gathered, seniors can choose at will, Chu Chen said with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. The area, with nearly 5,000 people, was surprisingly quiet, as if a silence spell had been cast. No one spoke. Surrounded by so many people, Chu Chen's face showed not panic but rather joy. Compared to prey, he looked more like a hunter. I've seen your physique, how can the others catch my eye? Yi Gucheng sighed helplessly. Seniors, don't worry, I'm just looking for a temporary body for you to inhabit, and later I will reshape your physical form, Chu Chen said. A few are not bad, let's test their backgrounds. Yi Gucheng glanced and saw the general situation. Chu Chen remembered those few and nodded, saying, I don't have a sense of control when I strike. I hope you won't blame me if I accidentally kill a senior. If they die, just switch to another. My requirements are not high. Good. With this sentence, Chu Chen felt relieved. He didn't even know how powerful his punches were, and so far no one could withstand a serious punch. How abnormal is the ancient god's body? Even someone as strong as Yan Bei would have to suffer in the face of absolute power. However, just as Chu Chen lifted his leg, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. Look! Isn't that the lord of the eastern region, Yan Bei? Why is he lying on the ground? Hiss. No life signs, all bones shattered, internal organs destroyed. What a cruel method. Yan Bei was killed? Who did it? The broken body came into view, making it hard not to notice. The reason is simple, Yan Bei's reputation is too great, so great that it is shocking. Yet such a powerful person now lies tragically on the ground, facing this torrential rain. Since you all are here, why not take action? Do you all want to sit aside and wait to reap the benefits? Chu Chen looked at the person Yi Gucheng had named, a glint flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that, Song? You and I are both the elites of the ancient era, we should coexist harmoniously and walk a great path together. Why must we harm each other? The Lord of the Northern Region, Lu Chang'an, spoke. When mentioning this ancient prodigy, the first person that comes to mind is the swordsmanship leader of this era, Qin Taiyuan. Both are kings of the sword, but from different times. Compared to a swordsman, Lu Chang'an resembles more of a scholar with a face like a jade crown, elegant and warm. His brows reveal a gentle demeanor yet cannot conceal the sharp light in his eyes. People only know that he rarely strikes, but when he does, blood is sure to follow. Lu Chang'an and Qin Taiyuan debated swordsmanship at the peak of the Northern Region, with the loser relinquishing the throne of the Northern Region. On that day, the Northern Region was surrounded by swordlight and the world dimmed. Facing Qin Taiyuan's onslaught, Lu Chang'an only drew one sword to slay the enemy. Qin Taiyuan lost an arm and fled the Northern Region in disgrace, and to this day no one knows his whereabouts. Since then, the title of swordsmanship leader changed hands, and Lu Chang'an's name as the sword god re-emerged in the world. Qin Taiyuan's sword emphasized stability, sharp yet steady, striking without hesitation, each blow lethal. In contrast, Lu Chang'an's sword emphasized speed, so fast that it was nearly impossible to catch, even his movements were unclear. If you are not in a hurry, feel free to strike, why pretend to pressure others with false pretenses? Chu Chen glanced at him before looking away. This person was not in the hunting profession, and Chu Chen had little interest. However, if he sought death, he wouldn't mind killing a few more. Brother Song, you remain as unapproachable as ever. With the key in hand, you speak so forcefully, are you not afraid of bringing about your own demise? Lu Chang'an asked with a smile. You are not worthy. You'll find out if you try. The tense atmosphere made people feel suffocated. They hadn't expected the confrontation to come so quickly. They thought there would be more banter, but Dongfang Qingsong's dominance was unexpected. Whoosh, sword light flashed, a dazzling brilliance obscured the sky, instantly severing a few strands of Chu Chen's hair. The hair floated down, swirling a few times before falling to the ground. So fast. Everyone was shaken. They hadn't even felt the pressure. In the blink of an eye, Chu Chen's head was nearly severed. If he hadn't tilted his head at the critical moment, this farce might have ended in an instant. How about it? Is this enough to make you hand over the key? Lu Chang'an asked with a smile, maintaining his posture with arms crossed. The rules of light intertwined with sword intent, pushing the fast sword to its limits. Chu Chen felt the deadly threat and slightly tilted his head, dodging the killing intent. This alone is not enough, let me teach you what power is. Saying this, Chu Chen stomped hard on the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, rocks flying everywhere. The moment the loud noise erupted, Chu Chen appeared in front of Lu Chang'an. The sword was fast, but the person was faster. As Chu Chen approached, he unleashed a howling fist wind, striking directly at Lu Chang'an's chest. The explosive sound was earth-shattering. The power contained in this punch exceeded Lu Chang'an's comprehension. Celestial technique, sword willow. In an instant, Lu Chang'an's entire being erupted with sword intent, the sword momentum reaching the divine, countless swords appearing before him, fiercely meeting the enemy. On the surface, it seemed he had only drawn one sword, but this was merely an illusion. In reality, he had unleashed tens of thousands of swords, the overwhelming attack dimming the world, leaving only the sword light behind. Clang, sparks flew. As Chu Chen charged forward, raining down punches like cannon fire, shattering all the sword light. The two fought while retreating, everything around them turning to dust, unable to withstand the residual power. On the surface, this appeared to be an evenly matched battle, but keen observers could see that Lu Chang'an was already showing signs of decline. Though his swordsmanship was strong, Chu Chen's fists were stronger. The two were not even on the same dimension. Even with all his celestial power unleashed, Lu Chang'an could not escape this frenzied assault. The battle did not remain stalemated for long. Moments later, Lu Chang'an was struck in the chest by a punch, spitting blood as he flew out. I told you. You are not worthy. A cold light flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as he seized his opponent's head and struck it fiercely. Bang bang, the dull sounds mixed with the splatter of blood, like the sounds of hell, chilling the hearts of those who heard it. Stop. Lu Chang'an spewed blood like a fountain, fear evident in his eyes. He had never imagined he would meet such an end. Even though Yan Bei was killed, he prided himself on having the strength to resist. But he never expected Chu Chen's power to be so tyrannical, simply a freak. A worthless thing can dominate the northern region? Ridiculous. Chu Chen shouted, delivering a heavy punch. Crack, like the sound of a watermelon bursting, Lu Chang'an's head instantly exploded. Red and white matter splattering everywhere, his body collapsing weakly. Chu Chen shook his hand, scattering the blood, and slowly turned to survey the scene. The crowd felt a murderous intent in his gaze and hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. That figure, like a demon god, was deeply etched in their hearts, hard to erase. No one could imagine that someone of the same semi-divine level could possess such overwhelming power, far surpassing his peers. Is there anyone else who wants to test my fist? Chu Chen asked slowly. His golden eyes glinted with fierce light, and even a single glance brought a sense of deadly pressure. Strength spoke louder than 1,000 words, no amount of talk could match the might of a single punch. Xu Chen proved his status with power, the key was in his hands, and those with the ability could come and take it. Dongfang Qingsong's strength has been rising ever since he took the body of the killer. At this rate, who else will have the qualifications to compete for the divine position? Even the ancient prodigies of the same level are no match, let alone the prodigies of the end of the law era. The first person of the era is none other than him. Whispers could not escape Xu Chen's ears. As he looked at the remaining ancient prodigies, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to personally invite you over? At these words, people's pupils suddenly constricted. They saw a figure in the distance flicker and suddenly disappear. When they saw him again, a sharp pain suddenly pierced their chests and their bodies exploded, instantly shattering into pieces. Too weak. Xu Chen shook his head in disappointment, then charged at the next person. Bang! Roaring sounds erupted, and dust flew everywhere, with severed arms and limbs flying out, falling among the crowd. The raw smell of blood pierced their nostrils. The crowd had seen blood before and had even killed, but at this moment, it felt like falling into an ice cave, their spines chilling. The impact Xu Chen brought was simply too great. At this moment, he was like a god of death, mercilessly reaping lives. He's gone mad. Run! Just as the exclamation sounded, one person let out a soft gasp, sensing something was wrong. The targets Xu Chen attacked were all purposeful, not indiscriminate slaughter. He chose only ancient prodigies, and all had killed prodigies from the end of the law era. The luck aura floating above their heads made people realize, and they gained a bit of clarity in their hearts. So that's it, Dongfang Qingsong wants luck. He wants to reclaim all the luck that the ancient prodigies have taken. This scene reminded people of the moment a year ago when the killer Xu Chen displayed his might. The styles of both were too similar. Moreover, the arrogance displayed between their brows was strikingly alike, making people even think that Xu Chen had not been possessed. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. Xu Chen was already dead, and almost everyone who participated in that battle could attest to it. After the battle in the southern region, rumors spread that the killer was dead. But even so, they still hoped it was false news. After all, there were not many who could defend their dignity in the end of the law era. The martial god Wutian had become a vassal, the lords of the eastern and northern regions had been defeated one after another, and the demon monk's vigilance had vanished. The Chu emperor had never shown his face, nor had any news emerged. Those who did not know would think he had long since fallen. If the highly anticipated Xu Chen were still alive, the people of the end of the law era would surely be able to hold their heads high. The one-sided slaughter continued, and this desperate struggle clearly could not go as the masses wished. The seventh. Xu Chen was blinded by rage, and the shadow of slaughter appeared behind him, a crimson gas spreading out to affect people's minds. People had seen many scenes of carnage, but the ancient prodigies felt a deep sense of despair. An overwhelming feeling of helplessness arose. Dongfang Qingsong, do you know what you are doing? Su Qianqi questioned angrily. Killing. Can't you see? Xu Chen slightly raised his eyelids and kicked out. Bang! The explosive sound echoed through the sky, and even though Su Qianqi unleashed countless defensive spells, enveloping himself in celestial power, he was still kicked to pieces. His body shattered into a mist of blood. The power of the five-star royal ancient gods was terrifying. Xu Chen was covered in blood, all of it from others, with specks of blood on his robe, showcasing his astonishing achievements. An unstoppable might made the heavens and earth tremble. Madman. A complete madman. Qi Zhengtian stammered, struggling to speak. The encirclement that had seemed certain to succeed turned out to be the exact opposite of what they had expected. From beginning to end, Xu Chen was not the prey, but a hunter disguised as prey. Now it seemed that he might not even have the so-called key, it was merely bait for fishing. His true purpose should be to kill all the ancient prodigies present. Why kill? Their fortune shouldn't be enough for Dongfang Qingsong to condense a divine seat. Shangwan Jinghong frowned, pondering slightly. I don't understand, this is a move that brings harm without benefit. Apart from making enemies for himself, it has no other effect. Another prodigy from the War God Palace also expressed confusion. This place is not suitable for staying long. We should leave. Shangwan Jinghong chose to avoid the spotlight, refusing to commit a foolish act that could cost them their lives. All right. Let's wait until we condense the divine seat to compete with him again. Qi Zhengtian nodded slightly with a gloomy face. His chest still ached faintly, and just thinking of Chu Chen's contemptuous gaze made him feel uneasy, as if ants were crawling all over him. After speaking, the few of them rushed off into the distance, having no intention of lingering in battle. Xu Chen merely glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze, ignoring them. These fleas could not influence the battle situation whether they participated or not. Moreover, keeping the War God Palace people alive had its uses. Killing them now would not maximize benefits. In just half an hour, nearly all the ancient prodigies on the field had perished, reduced to corpses. The remaining ancient prodigies stood trembling in place, even forgetting to flee, their expressions dazed and at a loss. Please, don't kill anymore, a plain-looking man said mournfully. Xu Chen emerged from the bloodbath, the fierce and bloodthirsty expression returning to normal as he looked at the speaker without saying a word. You're the last one, it seems you have no choice, senior. Xu Chen thought to himself. This will do, I can use it as a transition. Yi Guqing felt quite helpless, these people were completely overshadowed by Chu Chen's brilliance, reduced to mediocrity. Normally Yi Guqing wouldn't mind, thinking it would pass. But Chu Chen's radiance was too dazzling, once witnessed. There was no room for anyone else in their eyes. To meet such a young man was a blessing, but also a tragedy of the era. Chu Chen walked towards the man, his imposing aura dissipating. His expression normal, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since it's your request, I won't kill you. Ha! The man was slightly taken aback, not understanding. The people around were also confused, wondering what was happening. They hadn't forgotten the many cries for mercy. How could so many please stop Chu Chen's killing intent? Now a single sentence made him cease fire? Did he think he understood the rules of face? What do you want? The man, seeing Chu Chen gradually approach, was frightened and hurriedly retreated. This action might seem to lose face for the ancient prodigies to outsiders, but no one showed disdain. There was nothing shameful about fearing such a killing god. If he could save his life, what was the harm in giving up all his treasures? I just happen to have a small matter I want you to help with. Chu Chen stood before him, looking him in the eyes. What? The man instinctively asked. Your body. Speaking, Chu Chen's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, and the overwhelming power of his soul suddenly invaded, crashing down and knocking him unconscious. While Chu Chen's soul strength might not be unmatched in the world, dealing with petty individuals was still quite simple. Referring to the function of the borrowing corpse to return to soul formation, to ensure Yi Guqing's possession went smoothly, he still wielded the slaughtering knife. Although possession is frowned upon by heaven and earth, and all beings look down upon it, Chu Chen had no lofty principles to speak of. After the incident with Dongfang Qingsong, he adhered to a single principle: better to betray the world than to let the world betray me. After the man fell unconscious, Chu Chen activated his innate immortal path, and one black lotus after another appeared beneath his feet. An overwhelming and endless vitality surged forth like a tide, immediately washing over his body, erasing the original traces. The so-called traces were the imprints of the times, the memories of the heavenly way. The reason why the ancient heavenly prodigies dared not show themselves after their revival was precisely because they bore unique imprints that were incompatible with the end of the law era, thus inviting heavenly punishment. The innate immortal path could not only heal all injuries but also return things to a pure state. It's your turn to act, senior. Chu Chen cleared a space, waving his hand to place the body about to be possessed on the blooming immortal lotus. Radiant light emanated, appearing at first glance like an extraordinarily brilliant gem, beautiful beyond measure. The immortal lotus represented the supreme purity, a unique aspect of Chu Chen's innate immortal path, with boundless applications. To this day, he had only developed a few functions, and there was still a long way to go in the future. Yi Guqing beside him could greatly reduce his exploration time, and he respected this senior greatly, so within his capabilities, he would certainly do his utmost to help. Help me protect the path. Yi Guqing wasted no words and directly plunged into the body. In an instant, that fleshly body seemed to have come back to life, suddenly springing up, rolling its eyes and convulsing all over. The momentum fluctuated wildly, the power of the Great Way gradually twisted, as if an unknown force was wreaking havoc within. Dare to resist even after your soul is extinguished? Yi Guqing snorted coldly, and a powerful force erupted, inflating the body like a balloon. Chu Chen watched coldly, scanning every person present with a warning look. Within 100 miles, divine thunder was densely packed, a man-made warning zone. Anyone wanting to approach had to weigh their own lives. This Dongfang Qingsong is helping someone possess? Isn't he afraid of attracting karma? He has already possessed once, what's there to fear about doing it again? That's true, but the crowd gasped in astonishment. Although this act had drawn the wrath of many, no one spoke up. Who would dare to provoke him now? The outcome would be the same as the corpse lying on the ground. Dongfang Qingsong was too malevolent. No one knew what further heinous acts he might commit. At this moment, everyone felt a retreating urge, just as they were preparing to distance themselves from this place of trouble. A furious shout came from the horizon. Old dog Qingsong, stop! Hearing this angry curse, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, looking incredulously toward the horizon. They saw a golden staff soaring toward Chu Chen, the whistling wind and the crisp sound of space shattering combining to form a different kind of farewell song. The leader of the ceiling path has arrived? The iconic stabilizing needle invigorated everyone. Chu Chen looked up, a hint of unusual color appearing in his eyes, leaping forward and slowly raising his hand, suddenly grasping the stabilizing needle. Clang, your strength has improved. It seems you've endured quite a bit during this time. A smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth as he punched out, sending the stabilizing needle retreating. How I fare doesn't need your judgment. Half a year ago, you possessed my brother's body, and now you want to harm others again. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and kill you, beast. Feng Yan, furious, swung the stabilizing needle to attack again. Calm down, I actually haven't been possessed. Chu Chen responded with one hand, deflecting the attacks one by one. Bullshit. I didn't learn much at the Louvre back in the day, but I did hone a pair of discerning eyes. You are nothing but an old dog of the Qingsong. Feng Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he furiously smashed the Dinghai Shenzhen, seemingly wanting to vent all the grievances and hatred he had endured during this time. What would I gain from deceiving you? Dongfang Qingsong has already suffered backlash and has long since perished in both body And spirit, the one in this body is still me, Chu Chen explained. Smooth-tongued. I've seen many like you. You are the most wicked of women. Don't think you can deceive me. Feng. Yan snorted coldly and summoned a Qin Kun array plate once more. A violent devouring force surged from above, slowing Chu Chen's movements by half a beat, and he was suddenly struck by the Dinghai Shin Jian. Bang, his body flew backward, crashing into a mountain, causing countless stones to tumble down. Did he hit him? The young talents below showed expressions of shock. In their eyes, Chu Chen was an invincible existence, breaking through myriad laws with ease, a true weapon of destruction. Even when besieged by many ancient prodigies, he could handle it effortlessly and had never been injured. Even the formidable sword god Lu Chang'an had only managed to sneak attack him, nearly severing his head. However, Feng Yan, a mere seal master, was actually able to hit Chu Chen. This completely shattered everyone's understanding. Could it be that due to the possession, Chu Chen had entered a weakened state? Cough cough. Amidst the dust, a hand shattered the rubble and a body crawled out, covered in dirt and grime, looking quite disheveled. It's been half a year since we last met, and you show no mercy at all. What mercy is there to speak of with someone like you? Return my brother's life. Feng Yan shouted, both hands moving in unison, a tremendous storm suddenly sweeping in. At the same time, the late arriving Lu Taiqing and Su Yueshi also directly intervened to assist. The former exhaled a breath of literary energy, inscribing sacred texts upon it as the map of mountains and rivers slowly unfolded, with numerous mountains bursting forth from the scroll, descending to suppress. The latter summoned a spatial cage, trapping Chu Chen within, and with graceful steps she danced, snowflakes filling the heavens and earth, unleashing absolute zero. Under the combined assault of the three, Chu Chen stood at the center of the vortex, his expression unchanged. It seems I need to let them calm down first, Chu Chen thought to himself. He then activated the ancient god's true form, revealing a giant towering at 100,000 meters, shocking everyone. His entire body burned with divine flames and a terrifying power capable of shattering stars. Suddenly erupted. Bang, within the blink of an eye, the mountains of the heavens shattered, turning into literary energy that drilled into the scroll, causing Lu Taiqing, connected to the scroll, to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing he might have used too much force, and it seemed too late to hold back. Can't withstand even 30% of my power? Then I'll have to use just 10%. Chu Chen quickly tightened his strength, grasped the spatial cage, and easily tore it apart. Stepping out from within, before him lay countless glaciers, and in this world of utter silence, he stomped down hard. The explosive sound reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing all of Su Yueshi's attacks to fail, her pretty face turning pale as she staggered back a few steps, with Jiang Bujue hurriedly catching her. Where are you hurt? Let me take a look, Jiang Bujue asked with concern. I'm fine, you go help them. Today is the only chance to bring Chu Chen back. Su Yueshi shook her head. The Dao sect never intervened in worldly disputes, always playing the role of an observer throughout history. This is why the Dao sect's reputation is better than that of the top 10 powers. If it weren't for Jiang Bujue's senior, who peered into the heavenly secrets and attracted divine retribution, the Dao sect's current status might have been able to squeeze into the first tier. In response to Su Yueshi's request, Jiang Bujue didn't think much and simply nodded gently. You rest well. Jiang Bujue's handsome face wore a bright smile, but Su Yueshi had no time to pay attention. Her gaze fixed on the battlefield without pause. After feeding her a life potion and sensing her breath gradually calming, Jiang Bujue slowly let out a sigh, staring at the giant in the heavens. Ancestors above, today, the 1512th successor of the Dao sect, Jiang Bujue, for the sake of a beautiful woman and a friend, makes an exception to intervene in worldly disputes. Please forgive me. Jiang Bujue took off his Taoist robe, revealing the white clothes underneath. He then placed the divination tools like turtle shells on the robe and sincerely bowed towards the western gate. After this battle, I will definitely return to the Cliff of Reflection for 3 years, ensuring that my ancestors' incense does not extinguish. I hope for your approval. Jiang Bujue bowed again, and at that moment, a shooting star streaked across the distant sky, and his aura suddenly became ethereal, as if he had transformed into another person. In the past, he always appeared nonchalant, but at this moment, to save Chu Chen, he was willing to break ancestral teachings and become a warrior. Thank you, ancestors, I shall go. Jiang Bujue leaped into the sky, landing on the Qian Kuan formation, raising his hands to the heavens, his robe billowing without wind, and his long hair dancing wildly. By my command, I summon the purple cloud divine thunder. Boom, the already dim sky was now shrouded in a layer of darkness. Thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens. At this moment, countless people couldn't help but look up, only to see the great forces of heaven and earth seemingly sealed, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder struck Chu Chen, instantly blasting him, his flesh turned inside out, and hot golden blood splattered. The divine thunder of the Great Way? Chu Chen frowned slightly, feeling the pain from his shoulder telling him this was no illusion. What he didn't expect was that the usually carefree Jiang Bujue possessed such immense power. Hiding your strength from us all this time? A slight smirk appeared on Chu Chen's lips, and his fighting spirit surged. To hold back now would be the greatest disrespect to a friend. The hand of the heavens. A colossal hand descended, clashing with the purple cloud divine thunder in a battle that shook the world. The divine thunder was incredibly strong, possessing A powerful Taoist force, a punishment from the heavens. The chaotic divine thunder, the heavenly Tao divine thunder, and the purple cloud divine thunder are known as the three strongest thunders in the world. In terms of power, they are equal, it depends on how the user wields them. Jiang Buzhui was clearly not an ordinary person, his usual carefree demeanor concealed an extremely violent power. Not only Chu Chen, but even Feng Yan, Lu Taiqing, and Su Yueshi were stunned. Goodness, is this the Jiang Buzhui I know? Feng Yan stood there, muttering to himself. After witnessing his true strength, Feng Yan was overjoyed. This greatly increased the chances of rescuing Chu Chen. With the assistance of the Qian Kuan formation, Jiang Buzhui was unafraid of exhaustion, frantically channeling the divine thunder. The hand of the heavens clashed with him countless times, and in the face of the relentless divine thunder, Chu Chen no longer held back, tearing through the clouds, heading straight for the instigator. Wind, come! Jiang Buzhui shouted, and endless gale winds appeared from the void, suddenly halting the approach of the hand of the heavens. The gale winds swept through, and the hand of the heavens quickly showed signs of collapse, compounded by the strikes of the purple cloud divine thunder, revealing countless cracks in an instant. The Taoist sect is indeed not simple, but to defeat me with this is still far from enough. The light of the heavenly calamity. At this moment, a dazzling multicolored light burst forth from Chu Chen's chest, and a beam of light surged out with unstoppable force. The light pillar illuminated the world, destroying everything, carrying the power of the royal family, spreading across the sky. Fire, come! Jiang Buzhui seemed to have anticipated Chu Chen's attack, directly summoning boundless infernal flames, transforming into a red lotus to meet the assault. The might of the heavenly calamity was boundless, even more violent and fierce than the hand of the heavens. If the hand of the heavens was meant to suppress, then this move was meant to kill. Water, come! Splash! The profound dark water revealed itself, water and fire merging, intertwining to form a unique dual power. Soon, when the two collided, it triggered a tremendous explosion, and the shockwave shattered the dark clouds. At this moment, people saw the blue sky through the multicolored light. Cough, cough. Jiang Buzhui's weakened body was exposed before everyone, his face as pale as paper, looking listless. His breath was extremely weak, clearly a side effect of excessive consumption. Stinky Taoist! Are you alright? Feng Yan hurriedly stepped forward to support him. The Eastern Chang Song is too strong, I am no match for him. Jiang Buzhui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast an apologetic glance. What nonsense are you talking about? You've already done your best, leave the rest to me. Feng Yan summoned a gentle force, lifting his body and placing him back beside Su Yueshi. The two resembled a pair of ill-fated lovers, both severely injured, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Lu Taiqing lay nearby, looking like a light bulb, his condition the most tragic, as if his insides had been mangled by a meat grinder, blood and flesh in tatters. Seeing that he was the last one left, Feng Yan's expression grew extremely serious. Old dog Cheng Song, you've done so many evil deeds. Now, even if it costs me my life, I will drag you into hell. Feng Yan's robes billowed, and strange runes suddenly appeared on his face, looking quite ferocious. Is he going to fight to the death? Chu Chen frowned, this was clearly not the outcome he had anticipated. Fighting to the death with friends was a foolish act, he had originally intended to calm Feng Yan down and help Yi Guchen get through this period smoothly. But a bit of excessive force had injured Lu Taiqing and Su Yueshi, igniting Jiang Buzhui's killing intent. Then, with the thought of sparring, he engaged in battle with Jiang Buzhui, only to find himself down as well. In the end, only Feng Yan remained, filled with a sense of desperation. Calm down, I really am me, Chu Chen said helplessly. Oomph. Save your nonsense for the ghosts. Just as Feng Yan was about to strike, Iya pulled him from his anger. A cute little head peeked out from Chu Chen's collar, rushing towards him with a look of surprise. Feng Yan instinctively hugged the little one, and seeing it unharmed, a mix of joy and confusion appeared in his eyes. How did you get here, little guy? You're not hurt, are you? Feng Yan held it up and down, and after finding no injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest worry had been for Chu Chen and the little one, but now seeing the little one safe, he suddenly felt at a loss. You! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, a beam of light shot into the sky, and a misty glow spread out, emanating a powerful aura. Seeing this scene, Feng Yan's heart trembled. This is the aura of the key. Under that dazzling beam, strange patterns slowly flew out, 3,000 paths to the heavens laid out before them, revealed to the world. At this moment, all the prodigies were shaken, filled with excitement. So many patterns! Has the ancient world experienced a surge of paths? These are the keys to enter the third level. There are so many of them. Poor ancient prodigies still thinking about snatching the keys from Eastern Qingson. If they had come a little later, they might have had a chance to survive. Everyone dared not slack off and hurry towards the misty glow, their speed astonishing. The same beam appeared simultaneously in several major regions, and the prodigies from the southeast and north also found their entrances. At this moment, the entire ancient world trembled, and an unprecedented grand competition slowly unfolded. Counting down, they had already been here for a year, compared to the time after their transition, it felt short yet long and fulfilling. Most had entered the second stage of demigod, still far from condensing their divine seat. Now, even if they were given more heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it would be of no use for their cultivation. Only by entering the next level would they have a chance to sprint towards the final stage. Has the speed increased? Feng Yan frowned slightly, glancing at the little one in his arms, his emotions fluctuating. From the initial 10,000, only 5,000 remained. A reduction of half. Just when it reached 50%, a surge occurred, making it hard not to think about the indicators. The ancient prodigies clearly did not fall within the total number. They bore no marks of the end of the law era. Yeah. The little one saw Feng Yan lost in thought and rubbed its head against his cheek, as if saying, "Hurry, pet me." Feng Yan instinctively rubbed the little one's head, which let out a satisfied sound of affection, quite pleased. For the little one, Chu Chen is its entire world. It doesn't care when the sky will fall or when the earth will sink. Feng Yan is also a part of its life. Even if its mind isn't mature enough, it can still distinguish between good and bad. It can feel that Feng Yan truly cares for it. Now you believe I haven't been possessed, right? Chu Chen said. The familiar voice pulled Feng Yan back from his daze, and he quickly assumed a defensive posture, then remembered something and suppressed a restless power. Looking at Chu Chen's slightly different face compared to before, Feng Yan absurdly wondered if he had undergone plastic surgery. From a young fresh face to a mature and robust appearance, he exuded the aura of a strong man. Are you really Chu Chen? Feng Yan asked suspiciously. More real than gold. When have I ever lied to you? Chu Chen nodded helplessly. There was no way to explain if he didn't believe it, which was understandable. After all, during the time when Dongfang Qingsong was possessed, he committed countless heinous acts, employing extremely cruel methods, treating human lives as mere grass, and ruthlessly slaughtering former subordinates. Although Feng Yan had no fondness for those people and felt no pity, it was clear that Dongfang Qingsong had shown signs of being possessed, almost beyond the realm of human. Before being rescued by Su Yueshi through spatial displacement, Dongfang Qingsong had looked as if he wanted to kill them, making it hard for anyone to doubt. How can you prove you are Chu Chen? Feng Yan asked, holding the little one with a wary expression. The little one looked at the two with a confused expression, tilting its head. Do I really need to prove it? If I weren't your brother, I would have slaughtered you by now, Chu Chen said, shrugging. Who knows if you're just pretending? Feng Yan still didn't fully believe it, but the suspicion in his eyes had already dissipated by more than half. Chu Chen spoke to him in this tone, and his demeanor and actions were exactly the same. They had spent several years together, and he could basically tell what the other wanted to say with just a glance. 6 years ago, I brought you out from the ancestral land of the elf clan and even saw the ancient elf tree. Chu Chen recounted the past with irritation. That's not a secret, all the prodigies know that, Feng Yan replied. Chu Chen paused, then said, after returning to the Longsha Empire, you didn't want to go live with me at the White Tiger Legion's base, and instead opened a hotel saying you wanted to indulge and escape from— Stop. I believe you. Feng Yan's face turned red, and he hurriedly interrupted. This secret was known only to Chu Chen. At that time, he indeed thought that way but never had the courage to take that step. You believe me now? Chu Chen's lips curled slightly. Feng Yan didn't have many difficult-to-speak secrets, and this was one of them. From now on, keep such matters to yourself, don't bring them to the surface. Feng Yan coughed lightly. If you don't believe me, I can only drop some heavy news. Chu Chen shrugged. Feng Yan's face was filled with dark lines. He feared he would never forget this dark history in his lifetime. By the way, how did you escape? Feng Yan asked curiously. Chu Chen briefly recounted the events, omitting the system's contributions and blaming everything on Dongfang Qingsong's self-inflicted suffering. After listening, Feng Yan fell into deep thought. No wonder he was emitting clouds of black gas. It turns out the heavenly Tao placed a curse on him. But since you've recovered, why didn't you come out to find us? You made us think you were really gone, and we spent all our time planning how to save you, Feng Yan said with a hint of resentment in his eyes. I met a senior who took me to a secret realm in the western regions to help me recover, and I stayed there for half a year. Chu Chen cast an apologetic glance. A senior? Let me meet him. I want to thank him in person, Feng Yan suggested. Then, Feng Yan looked at a figure sitting cross-legged on a blooming black lotus not far away, raising an eyebrow. Is that the one you helped possess? Yes, that senior's situation is a bit special. Won't it cause backlash? Hard to say, we can only take it one step at a time. The two chatted for a while, intending to talk all night about the stories that had unfolded during this time, but now time was not on their side. They had to hurry to obtain the key to the next level. Thus, Feng Yan brought the child to the side of Lu Taiqing and the others, explaining the ins and outs of the situation. Chu Chen then approached Yi Guqing, standing guard with a sense of calm. After a moment, Lu Taiqing and the others finally accepted the reality in astonishment. Looking at the masculine Chu Chen, Su Yueshi couldn't believe it and said, is he really the one? Yes, I have verified his identity and confirmed the code. There's no mistake. Feng Yan nodded confidently. What code? Feng Yan was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly laughed it off. How could such things be said everywhere? Moreover, the other party was a girl from the same empire. He had to save face. So, Chu Chen actually isn't in any trouble. We were just overthinking it? Lu Taiqing said, speechless, realizing they had taken a beating for nothing. You could say that. Well, let's just consider it as being a target for once. It's fine, others who want to be beaten don't even have the qualifications. Feng Yan said seriously, patting his shoulder. Lu Taiqing clenched his fist, suppressing the urge to punch him. You really know how to comfort people. The brilliance still shone, gradually weakening with the passage of time. At this moment, many outstanding individuals had gathered at the entrance, waiting for the portal to open. A fiery look appeared in everyone's eyes. Such opportunities were rare and hard to come by. Perhaps this was the last time a key would appear in the ancient world. And they had to seize it. If they grasped it well, they could enter the next level, but if they didn't, they would end up like those ancient prodigies who were asleep, waiting for the next opportunity. However, in this era of the end of the law, there was no divine source, so if they didn't obtain the key, they would age and die in this vast world. Have you heard? Dongfang Qingsun personally said he is the fierce person Xu Chen, and it seems he even managed to fool the head of the sealed path. How is that possible? Does he think others are fools? Bu Jingyun and Qin Taiyuan have both confirmed that Xu Chen is dead. It's hard to say, that ancient giant dragon is very close to him. I feel like things might not be that complicated. Besides Dongfang Qingsun, who else would dare to take over like that, an act that goes against the heavens? As soon as this was said, everyone nodded, slightly in agreement. A large number of ancient prodigies had died, significantly reducing their competitive pressure, all thanks to Xu Chen's fishing law enforcement. Although the competitive pressure had lessened, people felt no gratitude. Instead, they were even more disgusted. Because his strength had grown to a point where no one could control him. If this trend continued, wouldn't it mean that whatever he said would go? If, unfortunately, Dongfang Qingsun became the definer of rules, would the other prodigies have any way to survive? What if the fierce person Xu Chen really isn't dead? One person asked. As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent. This thought was indeed crazy. If it were true, it would be too absurd. On the other side, Yi Guqing's takeover was nearing its end, the ethereal aura around him gradually stabilizing and his inflated body returning to normal. Seeing this, Xu Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly urged his innate immortal lotus to wash away the imprint within him. Streams of pure immortal power flowed into Yi Guqing's body, slowly repairing the twisted meridians and Dao patterns. Senior, I apologize. Xu Chen suddenly increased his output, and Yi Guqing's body jerked back, his long black hair standing on end, and his eyes suddenly opened wide. Two extremely sharp sword lights shot out from his eyes, instantly piercing the sky and shattering the clouds for 80,000 miles. After a while, the sword light gradually calmed, and the compatibility between Yi Guqing's soul and body reached 99%. The last bit was unavoidable. After all, this was not his own body, and he couldn't achieve a perfect 100%. But this was enough. Without Xu Chen's innate immortal Dao assistance, he might have only achieved 50% compatibility. Once the storm settled, Yi Guqing walked out naked from the immortal lotus, snapping his fingers to add a white robe for himself, his demeanor ethereal like an immortal. Although the face was unremarkable, those eyes were particularly spirited, hiding a strong and sharp sword intent that made one dare not underestimate him. Congratulations on your return, senior. Xu Chen clasped his fists and bowed in greeting. Thank you, Yi Guqing, not one for many words, simply replied softly. Is there any discomfort? If it's not suitable, I can find 2 more bodies for you, senior, Xu Chen asked with concern. Yi Guqing waved his hand. It's just a shell, the sword is hidden in the heart. Even if I am shattered to pieces, I can still open up the heavens. I have erased the imprint of the ancient era for you, senior. Now that the competition has begun, it's time to set off, Xu Chen said. It's been a long time since I've used a sword. It's a bit unfamiliar to regain control of my body, Yi Guqing reminisced, his fingers dancing lightly, the sword light swirling above, emanating a terrifying aura. Soon, the two gathered with Feng Yan and the others. Looking at this face, Feng Yan realized that this was the senior Xu Chen had mentioned and hurriedly bowed respectfully. I am Feng Yan, I have met the senior. The others also bowed one by one, not daring to be negligent. Although they did not know the details of Yi Guqing, anyone who could earn Xu Chen's sincere admiration must be extraordinary. Perhaps he was also an old monster hidden for several eras. No need to be so formal, treat me as an ordinary old man. Yi Guqing waved his hand to indicate. An old man? Which old man could casually pierce the heavens with a sword and unleash such intense sword light? Indeed, those who are stronger tend to be more low-key. Those with little ability not only like to boast but also act flamboyantly without regard for the consequences. I acted rashly against you earlier, fearing the senior would be disturbed. Please forgive me, Xu Chen said to Lu Taiqing and the others. No need to blame yourself, in urgent situations anyone would do the same, Lu Taiqing said, shaking his head while supporting his old waist. To witness the strength of a fierce person is also an honor, isn't it? Jiang Bujue smiled, squinting. That's right, it also fulfills our previous agreement. This battle counts as your win. Su Yueshi nodded generously in agreement. Their words made Xu Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Hurting others and even hitting his own friends, to be honest, he couldn't forgive himself without giving himself a couple of punches. Feng Yan saw what was on Xu Chen's mind and punched him hard on the shoulder, laughing as he put his arm around him. Is this okay? We're even now. Xu Chen looked at the smiles on their faces and a warm current flowed through his heart. Good. We're even. Familiar faces, familiar friendships, this was the friend he had longed for. Are you tickling him? Hitting so lightly, you probably wouldn't even crush an ant. Lu Taiqing seized the opportunity to tease him. If you have the ability, come. You know my brother's body is as tough as divine iron, who can hit him? Feng Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance. I don't know about others, but someone like you definitely can't. If it weren't for your injury, I'd definitely let you taste the flavor. Hearing their conversation, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. This pair of happy rivals often exchanged barbs, but usually, Feng Yan was the one who lost. Shu Chen smiled as he stood by, feeling the familiar relaxed atmosphere, his tense heartstrings slowly loosening. Feeling the baptism of the heavy rain, he suddenly thought the gloomy weather wasn't so bad. It was reassuring. Half a day later, the beam of light gradually dissipated, and a massive portal spanning hundreds of miles appeared in the four great domains. The light gate exuded overwhelming divine power, stirring the hearts of all. The last chance. We must seize it. Everyone rushed forward, using all their strength to charge inside, fearing that if they were a moment late, the opportunity would be snatched away by someone else. However, just as people touched the light gate, an unstoppable rebounding force surged out, sending them flying away. Everyone was the same, as if they had been isolated. What's going on? Why can't we enter? The young talents were filled with confusion. At this moment, a prodigy skilled in formation spoke up. There are formation patterns on the portal. This is not a simple gateway, but a trial. The enormous portal was covered in intricate formation patterns, interwoven with the laws of the Tao, forming an extremely complex array. The nodes of such a high-level formation numbered at least in the hundreds of millions, and each law had several nodes. Upon closer inspection, the densely packed formation patterns resembled ants, sending chills down one's spine and raising goosebumps. How do we break this formation? Can anyone tell us? Someone asked. I'll give it a try. The formation expert examined the surroundings, furrowing his brow in deep thought, his hands constantly gesturing as if simulating the effects of the formation. Only by understanding the function of the formation could they find the right approach. All techniques in the world ultimately converge, and formations are no different. Time passed second by second, and no one dared to interrupt, standing anxiously by, waiting. This was a rare opportunity, and also the last chance. No matter the cost, they had to enter the light gate and obtain the key. After several people's efforts, they finally simulated the effects of this formation. Combat power detection. Only those who reach the required combat power can enter, the man declared loudly. What? It's just a combat power test? Now it was the others' turn to be confused. They had thought it was some formidable formation and were prepared for a protracted battle, even to break the formation. But the result was so simple? Don't underestimate this formation. It is different from ordinary combat power restriction formations. It can detect the level of comprehension of the great Tao and true combat power, examining every detail. True combat power? That's right. The combat power restriction formations circulating in the worlds are all simplified versions, to be precise, products evolved from this formation. No wonder I felt a bit familiar just now. It turns out it's the original. Upon hearing this, people suddenly understood, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to showcase their strength. If it was just a simple combat power test, then it was much easier. Everyone's strength was about the same, all at the second stage of demigod, with little difference in their comprehension of the great Tao. Moreover, this was only the second level. The difficulty surely wouldn't be too high. Soon, a man about 5 feet tall stepped forward first, sheathing his weapon, his aura surging. Break for me. Divine power surged through him, golden light shining, the power of the great Tao manifesting, and he threw a powerful punch. Many curious eyes were fixed on the light gate, and when the two made contact, they were astonished to see that the short man had actually crashed right in. There was no grand momentum, no earth-shattering roar. A living person simply surged in without causing a ripple. Some even doubted whether the rebound force was a one-time thing. That short guy actually went in. He seems to have just entered the second stage of demigod, right? Strange, this formation can't be just for show, can it? With suspicion, one person quickly reached out to touch the light gate. The moment he made contact, a powerful rebound force erupted, instantly sending him flying. The power of the formation is still there. Seeing this scene, many people quietly breathed a sigh of relief. With a barrier in place, it proved that other prodigies from different regions might also be blocked outside. The number of keys must be fixed according to the nature of trials. It was impossible for everyone to pass. There would inevitably be failures, so they didn't have to worry about being outpaced by others. Let me try. At this moment, a man with a somewhat shadowy appearance stepped forward, suddenly unleashing all his life's insights. Accompanied by a roar, he charged forward recklessly. Li Wei will definitely be fine. His strength is even greater than that of the short guy, and his comprehension of the great Tao is deeper. Yeah, I estimate that all prodigies who reach the second stage can enter. I feel this trial is completely unnecessary. It's simply wasting everyone's time. Just as they were discussing, an unexpected event occurred. Li Wei charged headfirst, but instead of entering the light gate, he was bounced back at double the speed, his head suddenly swelling into a large purple bruise, looking quite disheveled. The sudden failure left everyone bewildered. What happened? Why didn't Li Wei make it through? The person involved looked incredulous, confusedly glancing at his hands. Am I not as good as a dwarf? Li Wei's face turned a deep purple, as if he had suffered a tremendous humiliation. This humiliation was not inflicted by others, but one he had brought upon himself. Again. Anger surged within him, and he charged out once more, refusing to believe in misfortune. This time, he exerted 120% of his strength, channeling all his Divine power with divine flames towering above his head and a forest path appearing behind him. With all he had learned, Li Wei roared and unleashed his full power. Bang, like a kite. With a broken string, a figure flew backward, crashing through several mountains, disappearing without a trace. The scene fell into silence, and people stared in shock at this spectacle. Li Wei's combat power is not as good as a dwarf? Nonsense, the dwarf couldn't even last 10 moves against Li Wei. Then how do we explain this? Is it possible that the dwarf has been pretending to be weak? Those with insight knew this was impossible. They weren't foolish, how could they not see the true strength? The mystery became increasingly perplexing, as the seemingly simple formation turned sinister at this moment. Then a few more people stepped forward to try, but only one succeeded, while the rest all failed. No one knew the reason for the success, nor could they inquire. The failed ones felt extremely frustrated, their expressions mirroring Li Wei's, looking as if they had eaten something foul. Damn it. I refuse to believe this today. In a fit of rage, one person pulled out a staff and cast a forbidden spell toward the light gate. The beam shot forth like a rainbow, dazzling with brilliant colors, hiding immense destructive power beneath its beauty. Boom, an explosion echoed through the skies, and in an instant, the tidal wave of the great road spread out. Before people could assess the situation, a beam of light burst forth from within the light gate, its power 100 times stronger than the spell he had cast. Wait, no! The person's pupils suddenly constricted, watching helplessly as the attack came, unable to defend himself. The figure was engulfed by the colorful light, disappearing without a trace, as if he had never existed in this world. What a strong rebound force, not just physical strength, but even spells can be reflected. It wasn't just him, others also thought of using clever methods to enter. But after witnessing such a tragic outcome, they swallowed hard and abandoned the idea. This is too terrifying, it's better to be honest. People tried, one after another, not daring to entertain any crooked thoughts, and had to obediently follow the rules. Just as half of them had completed their attempts, several powerful auras suddenly emerged from behind. A bunch of useless trash in this end of the law era. It's truly a group of rotten fish and shrimp that can't stand on the stage. Who dares to be so arrogant? Everyone turned to look, and saw the people from the War God Palace arriving. Among them was Wu Tian, but he no longer had the arrogance of his former self. He was blindfolded, following his ancestors like a servant. Yet he didn't mind, whether by strength ranking or generation, he should fulfill the responsibilities of a junior. The War God Palace? People's brows jumped sharply. Their first reaction was that they hadn't been dealt with by Dongfang Qingsong. The recent battle was still fresh in their minds, as Dongfang Qingsong indiscriminately slaughtered the ancient prodigies, leaving none unscathed in the central region of the Western Territories. The people from the War God Palace were the first to arrive on the scene, yet not a single one had died? Do you dare to refute being called useless? Those who can't even qualify to enter the Dao pattern world still have the face to stay here? Shi Jingtian spat disdainfully, his face full of contempt. Normally, they would have been angry but silent. However, having witnessed Dongfang Qingsong's slaughter of the ancient prodigies, people felt that the once unattainable prodigies were not invincible. The defeat in the trial added to their fury, reaching an unbearable level. Ridiculous. As if you're so powerful. If you're that impressive, why are you still stuck in the second stage? Exactly, hiding in the divine source, barely surviving for over 1 billion years. Like a turtle, and yet shamelessly coming out to snatch our resources. You only dare to act tough in front of us. Where was your arrogance when Dongfang Qingsong was around? They mercilessly mocked Qi Jingtian's defeat in the ancient era, and his face visibly turned purple with rage, revealing the scars of humiliation inflicted by Dongfang Qingsong. Unable to contain his anger, he struck out directly. Shut up! In an instant, a golden fist smashed out, reducing the speaker to dust. A deepest imprint suddenly appeared on the ground. Shocking to behold. Gulp, everyone was taken aback by his decisive action, not even giving a chance to catch their breath. To strike at the slightest disagreement was the arrogance of the ancient prodigy. I said you are all useless, so listen well. If anyone dares to utter another word, this will be your fate. Shi Jingtian snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with indifference. Those caught in his gaze hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact, instantly sobering in the face of death. They were even somewhat relieved that they hadn't mocked him earlier, otherwise, they would be the ones dead. A bunch of cowards. Bah! Shi Jingtian sneered and walked straight to the light gate, shoving aside those in line. The War God Palace is doing business, outsiders get lost. His domineering actions caused great dissatisfaction among the people, but they dared not voice their anger and retreated to the side. This was not the first time. The Western region had always been a one-man show for the War God Palace. There were at least 80 prodigies from the end of the Law era who had died at Shi Jingtian's hands. Having already suppressed a belly full of anger, he initially thought of a massacre to vent his frustrations, but realizing that this light gate was the work of the gods, with their eyes surely watching from behind, he could only endure and drive away the prodigies with the gentlest means possible. Wuxian Wutian remained silent, belonging to the end of the Law era yet also part of the War God Palace. Seeing his compatriots humiliated made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, but for the greater good, he did not show it, maintaining a stern expression, appearing as if he was unaware of the world. Wutian, you go first, let this group of useless people see that even in the end of the Law era, our War God Palace is still invincible. Shi Zhengtian said, wrapping his arm around him. Yes. Wu Tian suddenly broke free from his grip and strolled to the light gate. Shi Zhengtian noticed Wu Tian's small movement, a flicker of unusual color passing through his eyes as he quietly retreated to stand beside Shangguan Ginghong. Wu Tian's eyes, hidden beneath the bandages, seemed to perceive the gazes of the crowd upon him. Unlike before, when he was revered wherever he went, now their looks were filled with fear, along with a hint of disgust and disappointment. Wu Tian's hand trembled slightly, and he sighed inwardly. Sometimes, standing in line was crucial for the greater good. He chose to liberate his ancestors. He saved a few but harmed other prodigies, taking away their rightful rights and dignity. Wu Tian felt helpless. This was not the scene he had hoped for. At that moment, he realized that what he once possessed had quietly slipped away. Focus your mind. Wu Tian took a deep breath, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Channeling his power, and a phantom of a war god appeared behind him. Without excessive embellishment or decoration, it was just an ordinary punch. As his fist approached the light gate, an irresistible wave emanated through the space. Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat, his fist changing direction and suddenly striking into the void. However, his punch did not hit anything tangible, as if it had slammed into a wall of air, causing not even a ripple. Who dares to obstruct the war god palace? Shi Jingtian's aura surged, coldly gazing at the source of the spatial disturbance. The onlookers were puzzled, their expressions shifting as they looked ahead in confusion. A defeated opponent dares to be arrogant in front of me, using power to oppress? The war god palace is nothing but a joke in my eyes. A somewhat frivolous voice emerged beside Wu Tian. Following that, several figures appeared from the void, the leader strikingly handsome, with an extraordinary presence, a mocking smile playing on his lips, exuding an ethereal aura. His golden eyes fixed on Shi Zhengtian as if carrying a sense of judgment, causing his heart to tremble violently. Dongfang Qingsong? What are you doing here? Shi Zhengtian stammered, frightened. Dongfang Qingsong has come. The war god palace is finished this time. Our fate won't be any better. These ancient prodigies have never regarded us as human. The crowd initially felt joy, but upon hearing this, their hearts sank again. Indeed, Dongfang Qingsong was not from their camp and would not help them. Shu Chen glanced at Wu Tian and then said, if even a waste like you can come, why can't I? You? Shi Jingtian's face turned sour as he realized he was being publicly insulted as a waste. Brother Qingsong has no enmity with the war god palace, why not turn swords into plowshares and walk the path together? Shangguan Jinghong stepped forward and said, I never conspire with wastes, Shu Chen replied calmly, hands behind his back. At this, an uproar erupted in the crowd. The prodigies of the end of the law era felt exhilarated, as if years of pent-up frustration had been released. But for Shangguan Dinghong, it was a different feeling. His brow furrowed, sensing something was off. The person standing next to Chu Chen had a strength he couldn't see through. Probing him felt like entering an endless ocean. You go too far. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Shi Zhengtian shouted in anger. I spared your life before because you were still of some use. Since you refused to submit. Chu Chen chuckled lightly, his expression gradually calming, and beckoned with his hand, saying, then come at me. Such provocation would make any man of blood and spirit unable to sit idly by. Shi Zhengtian, already arrogant, had never endured such humiliation. Dongfang Qingsong was indeed strong, but wasn't he just like himself, waiting for the right moment to emerge and seize the opportunities of the end of the law era? Damn it! Shi Jingtian's eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward, his fist bursting with brilliant golden light, the phantom of the war god appearing, thick battle intent transforming into armor and divine weapons, as he wielded a long spear and charged fiercely. The battle intent sword and the violent momentum seemed ready to pierce through heaven and earth, revealing the essence of the path of war. It was clear he had unleashed all his strength, and in his burning fury, he was determined to make Dongfang Qingsong pay a bloody price. I didn't use my full strength before, don't think you're invincible. In the vast world, no one dares to look down on the war god palace. As he spoke, a tremendous force surged like a violent wind, the explosive sound nearly shattering the eardrums of the onlookers. The power of this punch was terrifying, condensing countless years of his insights and efforts. As the punch approached, Chu Chen's disdain remained unchanged, and he kicked out. Boom, like thunder shaking the world, the force of this kick was several times greater than that of the punch, instantly shattering the space. The power of the ancient gods erupted in dazzling light upon contact with the fist, and at that moment, Shi Jingtian's expression changed drastically. A force that felt bizarre surged into his arm, instantly dismantling his offensive. But that wasn't the end. The strange power, as it drilled into his arm, crushed his bones to pieces and burrowed toward his chest. If it reached his heart, it would surely result in his explosive death. In a moment of desperation, Shi Zhengtian wrapped the power of the ancient gods with the heart of the war god, the two forces treating his body as a battlefield, engaging in fierce collision. Puff to outsiders, the two looked like colliding meteors, fierce in their approach and retreat. Shi Jingtian's chest was struck by the kick, and his body immediately showed countless horrifying cracks. Blood splattered, the sternum exploded directly, and one could even see the beating heart. Immediately after, the body flew backward at an incredible speed, leaving a long trail behind, shattering all the trees and boulders along the way. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this really a human? They had seen the scene of the Eastern Qing Sun crushing the ancient prodigies before. But how could they compare to the prodigies of the War God Palace? It should be known that the Supreme War God Manual from the ancient times of the War God Palace is the first cultivation technique for the physical body in the world of the heavens. How much effort from the ancestors does it carry? It is precisely this War God Manual that established the position of the 10 major forces of the War God Palace, which has not been shaken even after several eras. Shi Zhengtian, as the outstanding figure of that era, naturally practiced this technique. His physical strength is among the top in the world of the heavens. How could he be so easily killed by the Eastern Qingsong? The opponent hadn't even unleashed divine power or celestial strength. It felt as if they were playing house. This is too fierce. It's my first time seeing someone from the War God Palace being bullied like a chick. One martial god can crush 100 prodigies and one Shi Zhengtian can take on 10 without the heavens. Has Eastern Qingsang surpassed ordinary prodigies by 1,000 times? Your calculation is somewhat biased, but it is also fair. Before the people could recover from their shock, they saw Shangguan Jinghong stepping forward, his aura magnificent like a dragon, the tassels at his waist swaying gently. Just like his furious state of mind, it seemed as if a fierce beast had awakened from the distant river of time, intimidating both ancient and modern times. You have gone too far. My War God Palace has advised you kindly and has not acted rashly. Why must you go to such extremes? Shangguan Dinghong questioned. The prodigies of the end of the law era have not offended you. Why must you slaughter them all? Chu Chen slowly spoke. Fortune is the key to breaking the game. No matter how hard they try, they cannot catch up to our height. For the sake of all living beings, what is wrong with sacrificing oneself? To so grandly speak of your misdeeds, it seems that only the War God Palace has such thick skin under heaven. Chu Chen scoffed. His implication was that he wanted to replace their position to prove his divinity, yet he was acting like a bandit while trying to maintain a facade. This kind of shameless person, Chu Chen had never seen before. What is the difference between you and me? Seizing the prodigies of the end of the law era, slaughtering thousands, killing compatriots, and now standing on the opposite side of us pointing fingers, with such double standards, do you think you can earn their admiration? Shangguan Jinghong pointed at the onlookers. Indeed, what Chu Chen did sounded despicable. After all, he had killed many people and seized much fortune when he was possessed. Now he was also killing the ancient prodigies who had awakened together. Such behavior is no different from killing the donkey after grinding the mill, and in some respects it is even more double standard. The crowd fell silent. They had no right to speak. In this world where the strong are respected, those with fortune are treated like pigs and dogs. They can be killed at will, humiliated at will. The brutal nature of Eastern Qingsong is known to all, and now they even label them as goods, leaving a bitter taste in their hearts. Neither of these two were good people, but everyone only dared to murmur a few words, lacking even the courage to speak out. At this point, who could defeat Eastern Qingsong besides saving themselves? You are right, these dealings are indeed despicable. Chu Chen noncommittally nodded, glanced at Shangguan Jinghong's indifferent gaze, and smiled. To be precise, it is all done by this body of mine. Since you admit it, then do not obstruct us, otherwise, the War God Palace will not spare you. Shangguan Dinghong said coldly. Chu Chen chuckled lightly, shook his head, and said, it seems you haven't grasped the situation. What you just revealed is something everyone knows. However, there is one thing you have been wrong about from the beginning. Shangguan Dinghong frowned, about to speak, when he was interrupted by Chu Chen. Half a year ago, Dongfang Qingsong was already dead and his Tao dissipated. Everything I have done is to eliminate dissent. As these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. It exploded in the minds of everyone present. What? The murderer hasn't been possessed? How is that possible? No way, Dongfang Qingsong is so powerful, and with the help of the resurrection array, how could he escape? Moreover, Qin Taiyuan and the others have personally confirmed that possession has occurred. Could they all be colluding to deceive the world? If possession failed, then why kill our own people? I clearly remember Feng Dao's leader. At this point, the person suddenly realized that Feng Yan and the others were standing not far away, looking at Chu Chen with a calm demeanor. What is going on? If possession failed, then why did Chu Chen kill Feng Yan? If possession succeeded, then why did Feng Yan follow Dongfang Qingsong? At this moment, people suddenly felt their brains were insufficient, showing signs of overload and crashing. The most bewildered was Shangguan Dinghong, who had just appeared righteous and indignant. Standing at the moral high ground, he pointed at Chu Chen, trying to break his psychological defenses and incite public condemnation, while the War God Palace took the opportunity to advance through the light gate. However, he did not expect that Chu Chen's words would directly ignite the entire scene. Shangguan Jinghong's plan was completely shattered, and he couldn't even find a rebuttal. If what he said was true and Dongfang Qingsong was dead, then everything Chu Chen did was indeed reasonable, and he certainly could not spare himself, nor could he spare the War God Palace. Nonsense, how can you prove your identity? Do you think you can erase all sins with just your word? Shangguan Dinghong snorted coldly. Why prove? Are you out of your mind? Do I need to file a report on who I want to kill? Chu Chen said with a sneer. Shangguan Dinghong was momentarily speechless. The fact was indeed as such. Even if the person standing in front of him was truly Dongfang Qingsong, he would be powerless to refute. Looking across the entire ancient world, whose strength surpassed his? Only a hard fist is reason. The weak, no matter how many reasons they have, are of no use. The strong can even make a fart smell sweet to others. What do you want? Shangwan Ginghong took a deep breath, trying to suppress the turmoil in his heart. Hand over the war god scripture, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. Chu Chen said indifferently. Absolutely impossible. The war god scripture is the supreme technique of the war god palace. How could it be given to an outsider? Shangwan Ginghong refused without a second thought. If he handed it over, how would he explain it to his ancestors in the underworld? Moreover, he would become a sinner for eternity, with countless people pointing at his lineage and cursing. There is only one chance. If you don't seize it well, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Chen's gaze grew colder, and with a wave of his hand, the ancient god's phantom descended into the world. The hand of the heavens. A massive hand descended from the sky, crashing down and shattering countless mountains, leaving a giant palm print on the earth. His strength made killing these few people as easy as killing a chicken, simpler than simple. Shangwan Jinghong's strength was slightly stronger than Shi Jingtian's, but that was all. As the dust settled, Shangwan Jinghong was seen lying on the ground, covered in blood, his breath weak and his face as pale as paper. In just one encounter, the same outcome. In the face of Chu Chen's monstrous strength, he was like a small boat in a storm, easily capsized. The two were simply not on the same level. Attempting to resist was a joke. You can forget about the war god scripture. If you have the guts, kill me. Shangwan Jinghong refused to bow his head, stubbornly speaking out. Is that so? Chu Chen's lips curled up, his palm slowly raised, and then he slammed down. Another hand of the heavens. The terrifying power of unlimited firepower was once again displayed before the world. This kind of highly destructive technique, if used by someone else, would instantly drain their mental energy. Yet he could cast it twice in a very short time, without changing his expression, as if he hadn't expended a bit of energy. Seeing this scene, envy appeared on everyone's faces. After the explosion, Shangwan Jinghong was reduced to a bloody mess, her bones shattered into powder, and the scene was extremely tragic. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the war god's manual. Chu Chen coldly said to the remaining genius of the war god palace. His voice was like a demonic sound from the depths of hell, causing those who heard it to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their spines chilling. Aside from the war god's manual, I can agree to any other conditions. Can you consider it? Jian Hongyi's eyes flickered as he pondered a way to retreat. He was not like Shi Zhangtian, a stray dog that bites at anyone it sees. On the contrary, he knew he could not be Chu Chen's opponent, and he could not hand over the war god's manual. The only way to save his life was to escape. As for the key to the third trial, he would think of a way later. There is no difficulty in the world that cannot be solved. Is that so? Any conditions? Chu Chen's gaze became inexplicable, raising an eyebrow to ask. Indeed, any conditions. Jiang Hongyi slightly nodded, his muscles tensing, ready to spring into action. Then I want your life. With that, Chu Chen struck like lightning, suddenly appearing beside Jiang Hongyi and smashing his head with a palm. It burst like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The headless corpse swayed and fell to the ground, silent. The crowd was first shocked by this brutal method, then filled with a sense of exhilaration. He died well. Damn it, I've endured for so long, and now I finally feel relieved. Although I didn't kill him myself, seeing this group of usurpers fall is enough. Could he really be the ruthless Chu Chen? Otherwise, why would he want the war god's manual? The supreme technique of the Southern Dipper Pavilion, the Starry Thousand Transformations, is not inferior to theirs. The possibility is high. Perhaps Dongfang Qingsong is really dead. The crowd was restless, both excited and agitated. If Chu Chen was still alive, who would dare bully them? Who said the end of the law era was hopeless? Isn't there a powerful first genius right here? Amidst the rising emotions, a streak of light shot rapidly towards the light gate. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You wait for me. Once I seize the divine position, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. A sinister laugh came from behind, and the heavily injured Qi Zhengtian directly approached the light gate, unleashing all his power upon it. At that moment, the light gate slowly began to collapse, the rebound force vanishing completely. Qi Zhengtian's eyes lit up at the sight, laughing loudly. I will remember this grudge, and when I return victorious, seeking death. Chu Chen was furious, his aura erupting violently, countless divine thunders falling, shaking the earth continuously, almost causing the ground to split. The intensity was nearly that of a magnitude 17 earthquake, instilling fear in everyone. However, this attack was specifically aimed at Qi Zhengtian and did not affect others. The divine thunder had already become several levels stronger since Chu Chen comprehended the way of all beings. Even without using the power of the ancient gods, he could easily kill him. Just as the divine thunder was about to strike Qi Zhengtian, the light gate suddenly expelled a surge of divine power, wrapping him up and turning him into smoke. Has it collapsed? Chu Chen frowned tightly and shot out another chaotic divine thunder. The outcome was the same as before. The gods seemed to have protective measures for those passing the trial, and it did not affect those about to enter the light gate. Ha ha ha. Useless, just repent well. I will return all the humiliation sent to me one by one. Qi Zhengtian was extremely pleased. He loved seeing the expression on Chu Chen's face, wanting to kill him but unable to. It was quite satisfying. Fool, can The monk run away but not the temple? Chu Chen snorted lightly, killing intent bursting from his eyes. He had long learned from Yi Guqing about the secrets of this trial. Things were not as simple as he imagined. Soon, a rune suddenly appeared at the light gate, dark clouds gathering in the sky, and the punitive power that made all ancient geniuses tremble. Suddenly manifested, Qi Jingtian's smile abruptly vanished, his face instantly turning pale, and his pupils constricted sharply. Heaven's punishment? What is heaven's punishment? It is the retribution that befalls those who commit great evils and anger the heavens. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are all under control, and no corner can escape. Only the divine source can transcend the 5 elements, existing beyond the heavens and earth, free from the scrutiny of the great path and heavenly way. However, Qi Zhengtian had already left that state and used secret methods to conceal his mark, allowing him to walk in the ancient world in his true form. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but he never expected that his true identity would be exposed here. How could heaven's punishment find me? The secret methods of the War God Palace cannot go wrong. Qi Jingtian's features twisted. Together, his eyes filled with fear. Being targeted by heaven's punishment surely meant a fall. Throughout the ages, no one had ever survived. Even the most extraordinary individuals had to submit to this heavenly retribution. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and the purple sky divine thunder crashed down, striking fiercely. The lightning surged, instantly charring flesh, and the overwhelming power of the great path sealed all his available means. Without the support of spiritual and divine power, he was merely a slightly stronger mortal. Is it you behind this? It must be you, beast, who is harming me. Qi Zhengtian screamed in agony, the intense pain making him wish for death. The crowd dared not approach, watching from a distance. The cries sent chills down the spines of those who heard them. They could hardly imagine the extent of Qi Jingtian's suffering. The once proud demigod now knelt and wailed in public, his previous arrogance and invincibility vanished without a trace. Hearing him say this, people instinctively turned their gazes to Chu Chen, their eyes filled with horror. To expose the identity of the ancient prodigy, did he still possess such great power? If so, who in the ancient world would dare to act recklessly before him? Could a villain like him control the light gate? That is a power only the gods possess. Chu Chen felt the many admiring gazes directed at him, and his expression suddenly turned strange. To be honest, this was really not his doing. If he had such power, would he need to go through such trouble and waste energy? Those who commit many injustices will surely bring about their own demise. This is your rightful outcome, unrelated to anyone else, Chu Chen said. Nonsense. It must be you who is scheming behind the scenes. You beast. Qi Zhengtian roared, suddenly charging at Chu Chen. Even if he were to die, he would drag Chu Chen down with him. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, the purple sky divine thunder reappeared. Boom! Ah! Qi Zhengtian trembled violently, crashing to the ground like a toppled onion, his body vibrating as if electrocuted at a rate of thousands of times per second. Witnessing such a tragic scene, Chu Chen thoughtfully glanced at his own hand. The paralysis effect of the chaos divine thunder seems to be slightly weaker than that of the purple sky divine thunder. Given that both could kill in one strike, Chu Chen still did not know how strong the paralysis effect of the chaos divine thunder was. Bastard! Qi Zhengtian had never fallen into such a state. The despair in his heart was unimaginable. Each strike of the purple sky divine thunder grew stronger. In total, there were 81 strikes, meaning if he could withstand all 81, he could avoid heaven's punishment. After all, heaven has a virtue of preserving life. If he could endure, it would mean his life was not meant to end. But how could Qi Zhengtian possess such a monstrous physique? Even if Chu Chen came, he could probably only withstand 20 or 30 strikes. At most. Not to mention him, who was as weak as a chick. TSK, this guy is really pitiful. Why don't you help him out? Give him a quick end? Feng Yan watched in horror and couldn't help but suggest to Jiang Bujue. You want me to interfere with heaven's punishment? If you want me dead, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush. Jiang Bujue shot him a glare. Isn't that what your Taoist sect does? Specializing in picking holes in the heavenly way, Feng Yan chuckled. The Taoist sect only predicts matters. We do not reveal the heavenly secrets to the public. Poor thing, then just wait to die. Feng Yan smacked his lips, feeling a deep sense of regret. How much effort had to be invested to cultivate such a prodigy? And now, they all died at the hands of the same person. Besides the Southern Dipper Pavilion, the War God Palace probably wouldn't sleep well tonight either. The third purple celestial thunderstruck, and Qi Jingtian's physical body collapsed directly, blood and flesh a blur, his features unrecognizable. At that moment, a series of characters slowly appeared on the light gate. The sudden change caught everyone's attention. What is that? Can someone translate it? This is the ancient divine script. It says that those from the non-end era cannot enter. What? Does this portal have artificial intelligence? How does it know if the person entering is from the end era? Don't forget, you're standing on the divine path. The gods are watching from above. What can escape their eyes? Once this was said, everyone suddenly calmed down. In this case, it didn't really matter whether Chu Chen was there or not. If he arrived a little later, perhaps Shangguan Ginghong and the others would all be dead. No wonder Qi Zhengtian sent the war god Wu Tian to scout. First, there are such oddities inside? This is the divine path for the prodigies of the end era to compete. It's not something ancient prodigies can interfere with. Perhaps this is the final ultimatum. Great. That ensures fairness. Once I get the key, I must flaunt it in front of these bandits. Joy was written all over people's faces. This was the best news they had heard in half a year. How to define ancient prodigies versus end-era prodigies. They didn't care about such matters, as long as their own interests were guaranteed. No matter how many people died. The words of the others fell into Qi Jingtian's ears without missing a beat, and he turned pale, nearly choking on a mouthful of reverse blood. He had calculated everything but hadn't anticipated that the gods had such a backup plan. Weren't they pushing them to a dead end? As expected, the seniors were right. The gods will control the casualties. They can't just watch the prodigies of the end era perish. Xu Chen shook his head and chuckled. Dongfang Qingson, don't be too pleased too early. I can't enter. And neither can you. You'll have to stay in this cursed place for the rest of your life. I just took one wrong step, arriving in hell before you. Qi Zhengtian gritted his teeth and sneered. No amount of words can stop your dogmouth. Xu Chen chuckled lightly and walked toward the light gate. Look. He's going in. This method is the key to identifying identity. If he can successfully pass the trial, it proves he is indeed a fierce person. If not, he won't escape death either. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xu Chen calmly walked forward, ignoring the heavenly punishment above. All right. Then I'll see what your reliance truly is. Qi Zhengtian stared intently, his already battered body writhing like a maggot. You clown, today I will let you see that the end era is not without a hero to claim the throne. Saying this, Xu Chen's palm directly touched the gate. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, Xu Chen's hand slowly sank into the light gate, as if there were no obstacles at all. The crowd held their breath, staring intently at the light gate to see if there would be any changes. Just now, Qi Jingtian had succeeded, but the heavenly punishment appeared only after a while, as if the light gate had a unique energy to test the imprint within. Qi Jingtian's heart was in his throat, his face filled with madness. He wished to witness Xu Chen being struck down by heavenly punishment just like him. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xu Chen dared to do this because he had confidence. Otherwise, who would come up to seek death for no reason? Just for the sake of a so-called contest of pride? Qi Zhengtian was completely blinded by anger and hatred, perhaps due to obsession, wanting to drag someone down with him before dying. Why is there no movement? Could it be that what he said is true? Did Dongfang Qingson fail to seize the body? It's been 5 minutes. If he is not the real body, he should have been struck by lightning by now. Just as the crowd was filled with uncertainty, Feng Yan and the others had long since grown impatient. Why don't we go up as well? If we arrive late, we might miss the opportunity, Feng Yan suggested. That works too. The War God Palace is already weak. No need to hold back. Zhang Buzhuan nodded slightly in agreement. Soon, the rebound formation on the light gate completely vanished, revealing an entrance. A thick aura of divine power and Tao rhythm surged from within the portal, as if a shielding formation had been lifted, exposing its true form. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. He really is the fierce person Xu Chen. My God, how did he survive? Against the ancient prodigy? So abnormal. No wonder people say fierce individuals are good at creating miracles. This can't even be described as a miracle. They weren't clear on how strong Dongfang Qingson was, but they could imagine. Half a year ago, most people were still at the first stage of demigod, exploring the Tao. At that time, no one dared to claim they were qualified to confront the ancient prodigy head-on. Among them were those who were stubborn, like Qin Taiyuan and Bu Jingyun, the best examples. Even with a crushed heart and obliterated soul, Xu Chen was still able to turn the tide. Such an achievement could be called unique in 10,000 years. After passing the trial, Xu Chen turned and asked, sorry, but this time you might have to go to the Yellow Springs alone. Qi Zhengtian was completely lost in a daze, the pain and shock overlapping, creating an extremely complex emotion. It was hard to describe, a mix of unwillingness and a strong desire to die immediately. I was defeated by a dog of the end of the law era? The hardest thing for Qi Zhengtian to accept was this. From the beginning, he had assumed his opponent was Dongfang Qingson, his contemporary rival. Although he was defeated, there wasn't much shock. After all, the Southern Dipper Pavilion had always been on equal footing with the War God Palace, neither side lost to the other. But now that Xu Chen revealed his true self, how could he, who had lived for billions of years, accept it? In front of me, you are the pitiful dog, Xu Chen said with a slight smile, his expression full of mockery. Boom! Zixiao divine thunder struck down again, instantly turning the confused Qi Zhengtian to ashes. Just before dying, a roar echoed across the western region. Wu Tian! You must avenge the War God Palace. As the words fell, a golden rain replaced the heavenly punishment, falling on everyone's shoulders. Compared to others, Wu Tian felt his shoulders were heavier, almost suffocating him. Revenge? Kill the current Xu Chen? Everyone looked at Wu Tian with pity. Even in death, Qi Zhengtian was still causing trouble. If you want revenge, I'm always up for it. We can do it now, Xu Chen said lightly. Wu Tian felt extremely bitter. He needed to have that courage. You want the War God scripture, right? I can give it to you, but as a condition. You can't kill me, Wu Tian suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the room froze. Shu Chen smirked and asked, the war god scripture is a secret of the war. God Palace, your ancestors would rather die than hand it over. Why are you willing? That's true, but even if I don't hand it over, you have ways to get it, Wu Tian stated calmly. Shu Chen gave him an approving glance and nodded. Continue. Wu Tian was a smart and clear-headed person. Even if they didn't give it, Shu Chen was confident that after leaving the divine path, he could personally visit the war god palace. He didn't believe that the entire war god palace was made up of tough bones. I can give you the item, but you need to tell me what it's for, Wu Tian said. To use for cultivation, of course. Otherwise, would I use it to prop up a table? Shu Chen retorted. You should know that outsiders cannot cultivate. Unless they are from the war god palace. Then you should also know that there is nothing I, Shu Chen, cannot accomplish. The eyes hidden beneath the bandages showed a hint of surprise, but it quickly disappeared. Wu Tian was not someone who liked to show emotions in front of others, nor did he want to be controlled by them, but for some reason, when he saw Shu Chen's confident smile, a feeling of he can climb higher surged in his heart. The War God Codex is indeed precious, but its upper limit is fixed. This technique, created inherently depends on the creator's strength and level. After a long while, Wu Tian said, good. He flipped his hand, and a piece of golden paper appeared, radiating a burning battle intent that could ignite one's blood at a glance. Whether it was real or not was evident at first sight. Shu Chen didn't examine it closely and directly put it away. I will keep my promise to spare your life, but if you act against me in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shu Chen narrowed his eyes. Rest assured, I won't provoke you. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. Wu Tian turned and left, heading straight for the southern region. Naturally, he had no face to stay here, with teleportation gates in all 4 regions. Why stay with this fierce person, Shu Chen? Watching his departing figure, a glint flashed in Shu Chen's eyes. At that moment, Feng Yan and a few others approached him, curiously, asking, that guy agreed so easily? It feels a bit too smooth. Does he dare not agree? The War God Palace has only him left. If he dies just like that, how far is the War God Palace from falling from grace? Besides, even if he has a scheme, it won't fall on me. He hated schemes but wasn't afraid of them. GZ and Yi Guqing also came to his side, and Shu Chen hurriedly took out the War God Codex and said, Senior, I've got the item. We can start once this matter is settled. Yi Guqing nodded slightly. Good. Shu Chen felt a weight lifted off his heart. The heavy stone that had been hanging there finally fell. Start what? What are you guys talking about? Feng Yan became more and more confused. Was there something he couldn't hear? Su Yueshi and Zhang Bujue exchanged glances and perked up their ears. Rubbing the small patterns on the War God Codex, Shu Chen slowly said, the evil seed planted by the gods in my body is about to be crushed. If this time bomb inside him wasn't resolved, Shu Chen wouldn't be able to feel at ease no matter what he did. On the surface, the War God Codex seemed to be just a body refining technique. Although it was quite profound, it couldn't compare to celestial techniques. At most, it could be considered at the level of top-tier forbidden spells. Logically speaking, Shu Chen didn't need to use this thing at all. The ancient god's true body was the most formidable weapon, and even the founder of the War God Palace, if resurrected, might not withstand 10 punches. However, what Shu Chen valued wasn't the technique itself, but the conditions for cultivation. Generally, major powers select members before they change jobs. At that stage, the body is pure, free from any filth or interference. Only in the purest state can a solid foundation be laid, creating an excellent cultivation environment for the physical body. Therefore, when Yi Guqing was cultivating the Prajna treasure seal in the cave, he had previously mentioned that only the supreme codex of the War God Palace could help him eliminate this time bomb. The principle was that the War God Codex could restore the body to its purest state. Seeing the two of them speaking in riddles, Feng Yan became even more confused, itching to know the truth. Brother, just tell me what's going on. Some things you can't grasp. Knowing too much isn't a good thing. Shu Chen glanced at him. Are you poisoned or sick? Do you need the War God Codex to cure you? Feng Yan looked at Shu Chen's waist with a strange expression. It was said that people from the War God Palace were quite fierce in that regard. Perhaps those who cultivated their bodies were all quite exaggerated, gaining tremendous improvements in all aspects. Get lost. I'm only in my 20s, where would I get sick? Shu Chen shot him a glare. That's hard to say. What if something went wrong in your cultivation? You are known for creating miracles, Feng Yan muttered. Shu Chen glared at him fiercely, and Feng Yan clicked his tongue and fell silent. At this moment, Zhang Bujue seemed to sense Shu Chen's intentions. Since he obtained 3,000 Dao principles in the first trial, he had a vague suspicion. The Dao gate remains closed yet can perceive the affairs of the world. One could say that nothing in the world could escape their eyes. Brother Chu, are you preparing to go against the gods? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Taiqing and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Shu Chen. What the hell? Wasn't it about healing? How did it get related to the gods? Su Yueshi frowned, hesitating for a moment before saying, if there's anything we can help with, just say it. We are friends. Yeah, don't be polite with us. As long as it's not about killing or arson, I won't even blink. Feng Yan patted his chest and said, your words are enough. If there's trouble, I will definitely speak up. Shu Chen smiled slightly. Seeing the concern in their eyes, a warm current flowed through Shu Chen's heart. The saying that true feelings are revealed in times of trouble is indeed a truth. How many people can still maintain a sincere heart in This cannibalistic world? Why would the gods target you? Jiang Bujue voiced his confusion. Perhaps it's because I have a secret that even they cannot see through. Chu Chen gazed at the sky, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Infinite firepower? That's part of it, but not all. In any case, we should still prepare for the worst. You are currently on the path of the gods, and no means can escape their eyes. Chu Chen nodded slightly, glancing at the light gate and said, beyond this portal, we can see what the gods are really up to. Let's go in. With that, Chu Chen stepped directly into the light gate and disappeared from everyone's sight. Feng Yan followed closely, placing his hand lightly on it and easily passing through the trial, stepping inside. One by one, they tried, and when it was Lu Taiqing's turn, he turned to Yi Guqing, Senior, what are your plans? Are you going to wait for us to come out? Since we are here, let's go in together and take a look, Yi Guqing said. But, as Lu Taiqing's words slipped out, he recalled how Chu Chen had helped him seize the body earlier, and he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Once the group had all entered, the outstanding individuals outside the light gate finally gathered around. The fiend's growth rate is too fast. The ancient world should be unbeatable now, right? Let's go in too, or all the opportunities will be snatched away by others. The trial was still ongoing, but the interior of the alluring light gate was a different scene. The ground beneath was still a vast expanse, but unlike the outside, the elements and divine power here were extremely rich. A misty aura surrounded them, as if they were in the divine realm, with colorful halos spreading across every corner. The most eye-catching was the statue not far away, entirely emerald in color, sacred and indescribable. Surrounding the statue were fire altars, with divine flames burning fiercely, and faith orbs floating above the statue's head, with the supreme divine throne beneath it. A diamond-shaped crystal was engraved at the center of its brow, radiating a brilliant light. The rich divine power here emanated from this. As soon as Chu Chen was teleported here, he immediately observed the surroundings, and after finding no danger, his gaze fell on the statue. God of love, God of water, God of fire. He was not unfamiliar with the faces of these statues. Almost any book about deities would feature their likenesses. Chu Chen had also come into close contact with them in the temple, but the difference was that these statues were more lifelike and imposing. It was as if the gods were present, their emerald eyes staring directly at him, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Feng Yan and the others soon arrived at this place, their expressions upon seeing these statues mirroring Chu Chen's. Did we poke the god's nest? Why are there so many deities? Feng Yan said, slightly taken aback. It seems my guess was correct. The gods cannot allow the number of outstanding individuals in the end of the law era to decrease any further. Lu Taiqing squinted his eyes, observing the details of the statues. After a while, he discovered that this vast area was divided into 4 sections with barriers at the junctions, preventing interference with the other areas. The 4 sections corresponded to the 4 major domains, and the dwarf who had entered the light gate earlier was not far ahead. This should be a trial site unique to the western region. The other 3 domains are outside the barriers. Lu Taiqing analyzed. At that moment, Feng Yan suddenly exclaimed, I see the key. It's right at the center of the statue's forehead. Earlier, he had witnessed the battle for the key, which was ultimately seized by an ancient prodigy. That key looked exactly like the diamond-shaped object on the statue's forehead. The aura was quite similar as well. This is a divine core, a unique token of the gods, Yi Guqing explained. Divine core? Chu Chen looked at him with uncertainty and continued to ask, what is that? Demigods go through 3 major stages, and after obtaining divine status, they can begin to condense the divine core, proving their divinity. This thing has blocked countless prodigies. Chu Chen nodded in realization. Throughout the ages, how many people had fought bravely across the heavens, only to meet a tragic end? The treasure he had longed for was now right before his eyes. Although it was merely a phantom, he did not feel much attraction to it. If he hadn't met Yi Guqing before, he might have been excited for half a day, but now his heart was hardly stirred. Let's go, let me see what tricks these fame-seeking individuals are playing. Each light gate allowed a limited number of prodigies to enter, a maximum of 500. Together, the 4 great domains totaled 2,000 people. It was unknown how many would ultimately obtain the key, but this hurdle had to be crossed. Success would provide the opportunity to move forward, while failure would leave one forever in the ancient world until death. Once everyone was in position, the barrier slowly rose until it surpassed the heavens, stretching endlessly. At the northern domains trial point, a one-armed swordsman with a weathered face sat alone in a corner, his chin covered in stubble, hair disheveled, and his head bowed, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. People around noticed his presence, but due to his strong aura, they did not dare to speak to him. Who is this person? Such an unfamiliar face. I don't think I've ever seen him before. His sword intent is very strong. I don't think there was anyone like him in the end of the law era. One-armed, wait. Could he be the sword path leader, Qin Taiyuan? As soon as this was said, everyone suddenly woke up, their eyes wide in disbelief at his current disheveled appearance, their hearts shaken. Once upon a time, the spirited Qin Taiyuan was unmatched, capable of splitting the heavens and the earth with a single sword, and he had gained the recognition and following of many prodigies, becoming the lord of the northern domain. After his battle with Lu Cheng'an, Qin Taiyuan vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the world, and no one had seen him since. Some speculated that He had died. That Liu Chang'an had not only shattered his invincible heart but also destroyed his foundation. Others guessed that he had become disheartened and no longer wished to compete. Unexpectedly, 3 months later, Qin Taiyuan reappeared in everyone's sight. Although he looked a bit downcast, at least he had passed the first round of trials. Rebirth. From a severed limb is not difficult for a demigod. Why hasn't Qin Taiyuan done so? The heart of the sword is more important to a swordsman than anything else. Perhaps he wants to fight again and reclaim his glory. Sigh. What a pity, Liu Chang'an is already dead. By the way, Dongfang Qingsong's strength is too overwhelming. He couldn't even withstand a single slap. The murmurs penetrated Qin Taiyuan's ears without missing a word. He slightly raised his head, and a glimmer of light suddenly shone in his murky eyes. Then he abruptly stood up, appearing beside the man who had just spoken like a ghost, whispering, "Repeat what you just said, who died?" The sudden terrifying sword intent made the man tremble all over, as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss, ready to topple at any moment. Liu Chang'an is dead, killed by Dongfang Qingsong. The man stammered as he repeated. Dead? When did this happen? 2 days ago, news came from the western region. It is said that Dongfang Qingsong holds the key, and many ancient prodigies have gone there. Qin Taiyuan gripped his sword with one hand, his eyes filled with deep unwillingness and anger, mixed with a hint of relief. Very good, death is indeed good. Qin Taiyuan clearly wanted to be happy, but he just couldn't bring himself to feel joy. In order to avenge a grudge, he put in a lot of effort, spending 3 months without sleep or rest to comprehend the sword path, even entering the forbidden land of the northern region alone to hone his skills. Even though he knew he was still far from his opponent, as long as he did not give up, there would eventually be a day of success. Qin Taiyuan would not be weaker than anyone in his life. Look! Bu Jingyun and Jia Xin have appeared together in the eastern region trial ground. A shocked voice drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned to see 2 familiar figures come into view. Bu Jingyun had been defeated by Yan Bei and, like Qin Taiyuan, had disappeared for 3 months. Jia Xin had vanished after the southern region battle 6 months ago, reportedly searching for traces of the Bodhisattva of the Thunder Sound Temple. Compared to before, both of them had less arrogance on their faces and more composure and maturity. Their sharpness was reined in, having entered a stage of returning to simplicity. Upon seeing familiar faces, Qin Taiyuan felt little turbulence or surprise in his heart. He knew that Bu Jingyun, like himself, would not simply give up. The two stood far apart, separated by a barrier, silently gazing at each other. After a while, he slightly nodded, turned, and left, returning to his original position, closing his eyes in contemplation. The obsession that had lingered for so long suddenly vanished, leaving him confused and devoid of motivation. Dongfang Qingsong, defeating you should be no different from defeating Liu Chang'an. At that moment, a commotion arose again. The martial god Wutian has also appeared. How is he in the southern region trial ground? Shouldn't he be in the western region? The Lord of Reincarnation, Emperor Chu, has also come. The Emperor Chu, who had disappeared for a whole year, reappeared, astonishing everyone. He was the young lord of the Eternal City, Twilight City. A figure who could confront the fierce man Chu Chen head-on back in the day. Moreover, during the first round, Emperor Chu had declared he would reclaim his honor, but unfortunately, Dongfang Xingyou and Tu Wanshon had disrupted the situation, preventing a fight. People had thought that the two would surely have an earth-shattering battle in the ancient world. However, as soon as Emperor Chu entered the ancient world, it was as if he had evaporated. No one had seen him or heard any news about him. Now, seeing an old acquaintance again, people felt quite nostalgic. Now everyone is gathered. A year feels so long. We're still missing the fierce man. If he were here, that would be true perfection. Mentioning Chu Chen made people feel regretful. What a powerful prodigy he was, yet he ended up with such a tragic fate. To be seized and die was equivalent to giving all his efforts to someone else. And the target was the one most hated by the end of the law prodigies. Before they could continue lamenting, a figure suddenly caught their peripheral vision. Am I seeing things? Is that the fierce man? This is really bizarre. You're not mistaken, it really is the fierce man. Wasn't he already seized? How can he enter the trial ground? People were instantly dumbfounded, their minds momentarily unable to process the situation. Seeing this, Qin Taiyuan quickly stood up, his gaze fixed intently. Compared to half a year ago, Chu Chen's appearance had changed slightly, but his features remained the same. Noticing the sharp gaze, Chu Chen turned to look, only to see a disheveled figure filled with battle intent staring at him. Where did this beggar come from? Feng Yan also took a glance, puzzled. He looks a bit familiar, seems like the sword path leader? Oh? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, observing for a moment before retracting his gaze. Forget about the others, let's begin. Alright. Chu Chen chose a statue of the fire god as the trial checkpoint, stepping into the fire altar, allowing the divine fire to burn his body. The flame burning on him was not hot at all, instead, it felt very comfortable and warm, making one feel entranced. As the first person to enter the checkpoint, Chu Chen naturally attracted attention. The crowd did not choose to enter immediately, wanting to observe the situation. Soon, a round of sun rays rose, scorching light illuminating the land. The emerald-colored statue at this moment seemed to come alive, its tall body moving slightly, and a beam of light shot out from the divine mark on its forehead, instantly expanding the surrounding space without limits. To an outsider, Feng Yuan seemed to be standing still, but around him, the space stretched endlessly, forming a brand new realm. Mortal, we meet again. Gazing at this high and sacred deity, Chuchen felt his own insignificance deeply. Just as he had described himself as a mortal, the deity indeed had the right to utter those two words. However, Chuchen did not want to be led by the nose. The blood of the ancient divine royal family flowed within him, inherently noble and unyielding to any being. As the first being born at the dawn of creation, why should he bow and scrape before a mere self-proclaimed deity? Have we met? I don't seem to recall, Chuchen said. The emerald statue stepped forward, the ground humming and shaking, pure and flawless divine power spreading out, transforming the path of fire, with flames rising as if welcoming their sovereign. 5 years ago, at the old Earth Temple, you made a deal with me using the grasp of greed in exchange for the law of thunder. The fire god spoke. His voice was ethereal, though not loud. It felt like a whisper in the ear, evoking an uncontrollable sense of devotion. Chuchen hurriedly focused and held his breath, visualizing the path of all beings in his mind, suppressing his chaotic thoughts. Senior Yi once said, when conversing with deities, do not look into their eyes. Chuchen took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. Why are deities considered divine? Their mortal bodies undergo transformation, the essence of life evolves, and they master the great paths. The power they wield to entice their followers is exceedingly strange. If an ordinary person lacks strong strength and composure, a single glance could turn them into a slave. Just like the former being of the great Luo, he had walked this irreversible path, eternally enslaved. Once Chuchen calmed down, he stared ahead and said, I remember that incident. In the old earth, I forgot which beast it was, but it nearly killed me. Such blunt insults seemed to go unheard by the emerald statue, which remained expressionless, like a moving robot, devoid of any emotion. The deity pities all beings. If it was an unintentional act, even if one has committed blasphemy against the deity, they will be forgiven, the fire god said. Oh? Is that so? Chuchen smiled with interest, and suddenly an eyeball appeared in his palm. The moment this eyeball appeared, he distinctly sensed a ripple in the aura within the emerald statue. Although it was extremely faint, Chuchen still detected a hint of greed in its heart. Indeed, it was greed. This eye of the deity was a gift from an old friend. Since the deity is so magnanimous, it shouldn't matter if I destroy it, right? A curve formed at the corner of Chuchen's mouth. This eye of the deity was a wager he obtained after defeating the fearless Zhao Wushuang in the city of Breaking Heaven. Calling the other party an old friend was not an exaggeration. They were a respectable opponent, and had it not been for the Southern Dipper Pavilion using them as a pawn, they might have become friends. The fact that this eye of the deity made the fire god so covetous, although Chuchen did not know what such things meant to them, was just right to test the deity's bottom line. Or rather, how long they could endure. Mortal, why not use this item as a bargaining chip? I can agree to any condition you have, even to immediately enter the third trial, the fire god said. So eager to have it? It seems this thing is very important to you, Chuchen said, holding the eye of the deity as if he had grasped the other party's lifeline. The one making the demands must not only have confidence but also possess something that interests the other party enough. This simple truth applies everywhere. As long as the other party still has humanity, they cannot escape the norm. You obtaining this item is an extraordinary blessing. You should make good use of it. Why not state your wish now? The fire god saw Chuchen's fingers tightening around the eye, revealing a hint of urgency in his eyes. I am not an ambitious person. My greatest wish is for peace in the world, Chuchen said with a smile. The heavens and the earth have their own laws of operation. This is the rule of the heavenly way, a natural evolution, and even the gods cannot create a truly equal realm, said the fire god, neither sad nor happy. Then forget it. It seems you are of no great use. As he spoke, Chuchen clenched his palm fiercely, accompanied by a sound like shattering glass, and the eye of the god instantly transformed into light points and scattered away. You have some guts. The fire god's aura suddenly surged several times stronger. The scorching flames seemed ready to turn the ancient world to ashes. Endless flames instantly filled the entire newly born space, and a terrifying flame giant appeared from the void, wielding a shield and a sharp sword, marching out in formation. At that moment, the flames were like the uncontrollable wrath of the fire god, descending divine punishment. Mortal, you will pay the price for your impulsiveness and arrogance, the fire god roared, and in an instant hundreds of weapons moved together, flames converging into a wave sweeping towards him. Facing the towering wave of fire, Chuchen directly summoned his ancient god true form, confronting the deity with his supreme body. You wanted to strike first, didn't you? Why pretend to be innocent? Chuchen sneered coldly and threw a punch. A gigantic fist, as dazzling as the sun, was unstoppable, easily crushing a flame guardian, the shockwave piercing through to face the emerald statue. The power descended upon the statue without stirring a ripple, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, causing no harm at all. I sentence you to the crime of blasphemy, never to be reincarnated for all eternity. The fire god opened his mouth, and a curse appeared, directly branding itself deep within Chuchen's soul. At that moment, Chuchen felt a pain in his brow, as if something had been added within him. It was unclear and indescribable, but the feeling of having his fate controlled by someone else was very uncomfortable. Blasphemy your grandpa, today I will slay the gods. Chuchen's temper flared up. Damn it, he was just born a few 100 million years earlier than me. If I had been born when I first separated from the myriad worlds, who knows who would be sitting on the divine throne. The hand of the heavens. The calamity of the heavens. The spine of the ancient gods. Infinite ancient god power spread throughout the space. Hundreds of Colossal hands descended from the sky, extinguishing the flames and shattering the space. 5-colored divine light surged forth, and the emerald statue was suddenly pushed back several steps, a faint white mark appearing on its surface. Although very shallow, it represented that the fire god at this moment was not invincible. Impudent! You are the one who is. Impudent! Chu Chen shouted loudly. 5 pentagrams detached from his body and floated in front of him. At this moment, the entire trial space trembled continuously and unbearable force rising spontaneously. The battle between the two could be called one of the most spectacular battles in the history of the myriad worlds. What seemed like a simple trial had actually drawn out the fire god's consciousness and even pronounced a divine decree condemning him. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Such a shocking momentum, could they really withstand it? If the trial is this difficult, how can we pass? The key to the 3rd level must be something everyone here can obtain, right? What exactly did he do to provoke the wrath of the gods? Qin Taiyuan stared at the figure battling the divine fire, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. After being possessed, the appearance and spells might not change, but habits would definitely change. After all, they were 2 different souls. But the Chu Chen before him was too similar to the Chu Chen in his memories. Whether it was the fighting style or the combat habits, the two were almost identical. Are you still Chu Chen? The battle was still raging fiercely, and everyone was anxiously watching the situation. No one had thought that Chu Chen could slay a god. The reason they chose to stay here was to seek other ways out. If they didn't achieve ideal results, it would definitely be a dead end once they went out. So, on one hand, they hoped Chu Chen would win, and on the other hand, they didn't want him to win. This mindset was like afraid of the brother suffering, yet afraid of the brother driving a Land Rover. At this moment, a mysterious character appeared in the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the space created by the fire god directly collapsed, the surrounding barriers unable to bear the weight and crashed down. The lingering power surged towards the crowd, and in that moment, they seemed to see long-lost relatives waving kindly at them. It's over. At the critical moment, numerous emerald statues suddenly moved, and boundless divine power coalesced into a massive divine light shield, bracing against the onslaught. Bang! An explosive sound echoed across the sky, and a violent tide spread out, overturning the land beneath their feet layer by layer. Moments later, people snapped back to reality from the shock, staring blankly at the light shield before them. What happened? Am I dead? It seems the gods helped us block the attack. Everyone is fine. What kind of power is this? It seems even stronger than divine power? When the character appeared, everyone fell into a daze, not daring to look directly at it. A single glance felt as if their shoulders bore the wishes of countless lives, suffocating them. However, Chu Chen could easily manifest it, revealing just how powerful his capacity truly was. Even the gods admitted they could not create an equal realm, yet he could carry the wishes of all living beings. This path is too difficult. Amat Ba. After witnessing the primordial power, Jia Xian's expression turned extremely grave, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity, stealing glances now and then. In the southern domain trial grounds, Emperor Chu gazed at Chu Chen's invincible figure, a hint of inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. Feeling the pressure? Wu Tian stepped forward to ask. The emperor, who had not shown himself for a year, was shedding his youthful naivety, gradually approaching maturity. Who hasn't been young and reckless? He bore the will of Twilight City, and in his youth he could not grasp the societal and world views he should have. No one knew what the emperor had experienced this past year, but Wu Tian, standing beside him, could sense many changes in his aura. It was hard to articulate, but it was undoubtedly a significant opportunity. Without pressure, where does motivation come from? I will eventually have a battle with him. There's no rush. The emperor smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. In the twin stars of the heavens, you are brothers. When that day comes, will you be able to strike? Wu Tian asked again. The emperor shot him a glance, coldly replying, you have no right to meddle in our affairs. If you want to sow discord, get lost. I won't fall for your tricks. He. The name of the fierce man will surely shake the ages in time. He has the ambition to rule and the qualifications to do so. Perhaps he will truly create a second Twilight City. In the future, Wu Tian slowly spoke. No matter how mature he became, he hadn't changed his temper. The emperor's pair of reincarnation eyes fixed intently on Wu Tian, as if to draw out his soul. If you lost to Chu Chen and feel unwilling, then reclaim your honor yourself. One more word, and do you believe I will send you to meet the king of hell immediately? The intimidation radiating from the emperor was terrifying. At that moment, Wu Tian seemed to see the gates of reincarnation, his body uncontrollably shivering slightly. How do you know? About the War God Palace? Wu Tian asked, puzzled. The ancient world is a small place, nothing escapes my watchful eye. I know exactly what you did in the War God Palace this past year, the emperor said in a deep voice. Wu Tian's tone faltered, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. As the number one on the divine rankings back then, he now faced a threat and dared not retort. He had never thought he would fear death so much. In an era where he rarely encountered opponents, he had never considered what death would feel like. But now, time and again, he was daunted by death, first surrendering the War God manual and now being intimidated by Chu Chen's younger brother, the emperor. A sense of frustration welled up within him. Wu Tian wanted to explode but didn't know where to start. Think what you will, I have my own stance. Wu Tian turned away, his face pale with anger. The emperor stared at his back, snorting coldly before returning his gaze to the battlefield. At that moment, the emerald statues had been forced back by Chu Chen, their surfaces covered in cracks resembling spider webs. The fire god was trampled by mere mortals. The humiliation was unimaginable. Although possessing the statue could not unleash all its power, a deity is still a deity. As the statue was about to shatter, the fire god could no longer hold back and unleashed his divine power. Emerald shards flew out in all directions. This was undoubtedly a desperate gamble. Even if it meant his divine consciousness would be extinguished, he would still kill Chu Chen. Lowly mortal, prepare to face judgment. A blazing light soared into the sky, and a fiery red beam descended from the distant heavens. The fire god's aura suddenly surged several levels, and the statue wielded the fire god's sword, charging forward. Divine technique, sword of judgment. A radiant ring shot forth, its might surpassing any spell Chu Chen had ever encountered. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Chen had already fought with GZE, he might have been thrown into disarray at this moment. Calling yourself a god while forgetting your ancestors, what a joke. Chu Chen remained unfazed, raising his right hand, pouring all his primordial power into it, suddenly unleashing a brilliance that rivaled the divine fire. Behind him, the phantom of an ancient god appeared, a towering ancient god of 9 stars walking through the heavens, its overwhelming presence shaking the world. In comparison, the fire god seemed like a trivial speck of dust. Today, I will tell the world that gods can be slain. Primordial holy fist. Boom! The might of the fist overshadowed the world. The aura emanating from his 100,000 young body seemed to transport people back to the dawn of creation. The most primal and powerful force was witnessed by the gods for the first time. Die for me! The roar shook the clouds, instantly tearing apart the heavenly light beam. A 50% chance of double damage was triggered, and Chu Chen's fist swelled slightly. Enveloped in an indomitable will, he struck out the sword. Light and fist collided violently. A tidal wave of energy erupted, shattering the space around them. The light shields formed by numerous statues couldn't withstand even a breath before exploding. The primordial power and divine power continued to clash, but their energy levels were not even in the same league. In an instant, the fire god's assault was effortlessly obliterated by the primordial holy fist until it reached his true form. Damn mortal, I will kill you. The voice was drowned in the tremors, the endless void shattered by the primordial holy fist, leaving behind a spatial wormhole. Clang! The divine essence fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Chu Chen slowly picked it up, examined it for a moment, and scoffed. I thought it would be something attractive, but this thing isn't even worth a dog's glance. Holding the divine essence, Chu Chen initially thought he would experience a miraculous ascension, but to his surprise, his mind remained undisturbed. It felt warm to the touch, resembling a gemstone. At that moment, he felt as if he had grasped the fire god's lifeline. What a pity! If this were a true divine essence, it would probably anger all the gods, right? Chu Chen withdrew his gaze and stored the key to the 3rd level in his backpack. There had originally been a thin veil between him and the gods, but now, killing a divine consciousness in front of all beings had completely torn the facade. He held no goodwill towards these so-called gods. After this incident, whether they would allow him to continue was uncertain. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it. No matter what god it is, they are no match for me, the ancient god. Gazing at the lingering spatial wormhole before him, Chu Chen suddenly caught sight of a different scenery beyond the space. He saw a corner of a vast world revealed on the other side, a colossal beast roaring as it crossed mountains and seas, heading towards the distant edge of the world. There was also a 9-headed giant beast occupying its territory, trampling on spoils and enjoying a post-meal dessert. Additionally, a monkey with an eye on its belly stood atop a mountain peak, howling to the sky, holding the head of an unknown giant beast. All these new scenes were vastly different from what he had seen and heard before. It was certain that this place was definitely not the world of the heavens. Just as Chu Chen was still observing, the giant beasts on the other side seemed to sense his gaze. Suddenly, they all turned their heads, their eyes fixed on Chu Chen with a chilling intensity. The eyes were filled with hostility and apprehension, slowly fading from view after a few glances. Is this the true face of the zero-sequence world? Chu Chen withdrew his gaze, watching the spatial wormhole disappear, the grand momentum of heaven and earth restoring its completeness, the space closing, everything as if it had never happened. The 8 Desolations realm the Qi Guqing spoke of was evidently more magnificent, the space more stable, the great path clearer. The giant beast was powerful and massive, its aura strong. Even from countless spaces away, one could clearly feel its might. However, the apprehension in their eyes hinted at something. It was likely the royal blood within him that instinctively provoked their hostility. Did you see? This is the original appearance of the worlds of the heavens. Yi Guqing came to Chu Chen's side, nostalgia and sorrow etched on his brow. It looks like a very large platform. A hint of yearning appeared in Chu Chen's eyes. The moment he perceived the true face of the gods, the world of the heavens seemed to him nothing more than a dog cage. The proud talents vying for divine positions were like wild dogs, tearing each other apart for scraps thrown by the gods. Perhaps he was not the only one to know this cruel truth in the years past. Throughout history, who knows if anyone could escape this cage? I heard you want to find the ultimate gate to fulfill a wish that even the gods cannot promise? Yi Guqing asked. Since meeting Chu Chen, he had never inquired about his desire to grow stronger. Everyone had their own goals and plans after achieving them. On the surface, Chu Chen appeared indifferent to everything, but in reality one could sense that he harbored many thoughts. For some reason, at this moment, looking at Chu Chen's desolate face, Yi Guqing suddenly felt a sense of disconnection from this world. Yes, there are concerns in my heart, and I have to give it my all. Chu Chen nodded slightly. You have already formed a grudge with the gods, a storm is likely coming. Are you prepared? Yi Guqing asked. The moment I was almost possessed, I decided that even if I were to be shattered to pieces, I would drag those hypocritical humans down from their pedestals. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. So many people had bled for an illusory divine position, how many had perished because of it? Chu Chen did not consider himself a saint who cared for the common people, but having joined this deception, he could not allow the scheming to continue. Do you know why the fire god was furious after the eye of the god was crushed? Yi Guqing asked. Was it because his face was slapped? Because his desires were destroyed? Chu Chen turned back to answer. Although the gods are the most powerful beings in the world of the heavens, governing the great path, they are also bound by constraints. They must assist the heavenly way in maintaining the original order on this path and cannot descend to the mortal realm. Though they possess a status and power that everyone in the world yearns for, are they not also trapped in another cage? However, if they can obtain the divine trading items scattered among mortals, they can take a step further and break free from their constraints, Yi Guqing explained. Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully. After hearing this, he roughly understood the operational mode of the world of the heavens. So, they possess immortality but are not content with it, seeking to transcend the heavenly way and gain freedom. Is that the meaning? Exactly, because the great path is incomplete, the gods cannot cultivate and improve like you, Yi Guqing affirmed. Then the significance of this divine path is? A thought suddenly emerged in Chu Chen's mind, a conjecture he found absurd even to himself. To advance further, they must start from the power of the immortal path with their current strength. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen felt a chill. He had thought he had uncovered the gods' conspiracy, only to realize that the true scheme awaited him. I have a good understanding of the world of the heavens. This conjecture was only confirmed after entering this place. This is why they did not control you or even kill you immediately. Yi Guqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. If I immediately use the 3,000 great ways, will I be discarded like a worn-out shoe, becoming a pure-blooded holy spirit like the great Luo? Chu Chen spoke up. That's right. If you hadn't obtained the power of the immortal path, you would have become a puppet 6 months ago. Hearing this, Chu Chen was secretly alarmed. The countdown to defuse the time bomb was urgent, and he had to act immediately. He didn't want to be someone else's dog. Rest assured, the fire god manifesting in the form of divine thought is certainly a test for you. Fortunately, you didn't use the power of the immortal path during the battle, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to stand before me now. These damn dogs, I hope I catch them off guard, Chu Chen snorted coldly. Just give him a little more time, just a bit, and he could break free from his restraints. Now you have the key, and two choices lie before you, either withdraw from the divine path or lift the restrictions within your body and continue onward. Yi Guqing presented the options. Without hesitation, Chu Chen blurted out, of course, I choose the second one. It's not my style to give up halfway. If I can destroy the divine position in front of everyone, wouldn't that be the most satisfying slap in the face? Ha ha ha. Good, then I will accompany you to the end. Yi Guqing laughed heartily, already imagining the expressions of the gods at that time. This trial had little significance for Chu Chen. To ensure that Feng Yan and the others could proceed smoothly, he chose to observe for a moment. When he returned to the crowd, he was met with a sea of adoring gazes and flattery from the young talents. You're incredible. The fire god isn't even your match. Maybe you'll be the one to break the ancient curse that mortals can't become gods. By the way, how do you have such courage? Aren't you afraid the gods will settle the score later? I've only heard of stories where one can strike down the avatars of the gods. This is the first time someone has actually killed them. What do you call that punch of yours? It felt so powerful, it almost knocked us all dead. Surrounded by a group of young talents, Chu Chen felt like he was back when he received the top scholar title in the Longsha Empire, with the public idolizing him. It had been a long time since he felt this way, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Strangely enough, the compatriots who had once been at odds with him were now looking up to him, seemingly forgetting their original intentions. Perhaps it was because he had stood up and slaughtered their enemies when the ancient young talents were killing them. Or maybe it was because, with Chu Chen in front, they knew the divine position was out of reach. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. As long as the heart is flesh, it cannot be without fluctuations. Chu Chen's unintentional act united the young talents of the western regions, leaving the other 3 regions particularly astonished. This harmonious scene felt almost like watching a family drama in a modern city. When did they become so close? Hey, what do you think the fierce man fed them? Look at their fawning faces, they don't even know their own surnames. You know, if the fierce man took off his shoes, do you believe they would pick them up and lick them? Humph, what a disgrace to our young talents. Do they not realize their own appearance is being reflected? Sour remarks emerged from the crowd since they witnessed Chu Chen's display of power. They were certain he was not Dongfang Qingson, but the real Chu Chen. This trial was a battle attended by the gods themselves. If the soul didn't match, one certainly wouldn't qualify to participate. Even the fire god had Personally come down, what more was there to question? Now, seeing that figure surrounded by stars, people felt a deep resentment. So, shall we begin? Begin what? With such high difficulty, who can pass? If you can, then go ahead. People gradually began to entertain the thought of giving up, seeing that the void had to be shattered to succeed. Who would want to risk their lives? They were self-aware and understood their own limitations. Amidst the discussion, Qin Taiyuan suddenly stood up and walked towards the god of the mountains. As they watched his retreating figure, the chatter ceased abruptly. The determination in Qin Taiyuan's brow had not faded, instead it deepened. Is the sword path leader going to his death? Lower your voice, are you looking for death? When he stood before the god of the mountains, he stepped into the fire altar and bathed in the divine fire. With a soft chant, a vast space suddenly opened up around the emerald statue. Just like the actions of the fire god, the familiar independent space reappeared. It's coming, it's coming. The god of the mountains is about to reveal himself. His temper should be better than the fire god's, right? The sword path leader should be able to die a bit easier. One by one, towering mountains rose from the ground, transforming into giants that stepped forward. Qin Taiyuan gazed ahead, his entire demeanor changing dramatically, the sense of despair completely dissipating, as if he were a sharp sword piercing the heavens. The fierce sword energy ravaged in all directions, and his grip on the sword tightened slightly. Celestial technique odd. Slaying. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared, and the sword light was as fast as lightning, instantly slicing the mountain giant in half at the waist. The massive stones tumbled down, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Hundreds of giants were wiped out with a single sword strike, showcasing a strength comparable to the second stage of demigods. Unable to withstand even one sword from Qin Taiyuan. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. My heavens, it ended so easily? Such powerful sword intent, what has Qin Taiyuan experienced in the past 6 months? How could he have such a significant improvement? Perhaps he transformed his grief and anger into strength, achieving something after hitting rock bottom. Some people are like this, for 10 years no one cares, and then suddenly the world knows them. Lu Taiching is a perfect example. After enlightenment, he suddenly became a god through study. The concept of luck is hard to define, but it is certain that Qin Taiyuan now stands among the top tier of the ancient world. With his current strength, he certainly has the power to contend with Lu Chang'an. After waiting for a moment, the emerald statue remained still, and the mountain divine emblem on its forehead slowly fell into Qin Taiyuan's hands. After obtaining the key, a look of confusion appeared on Qin Taiyuan's face, but he chose to accept it and turned to leave this space. Is that it? What about the divine battle? What about the divine consciousness? Why does it feel different from the fierce person? No way. Could it be too smooth? The crowd was filled with question marks above their heads. To verify the rules of this trial, some volunteered to choose a statue. Half an hour later, some were happy while others were worried. The happy ones found that the difficulty of the trial was arranged according to personal strength. Stronger opponents made it harder, while weaker ones made it easier. But the difficulty always remained around 5 times their personal strength. The worried ones pondered how to break through with 5 times their strength. It was only now that they realized how terrifying Chu Chen's strength truly was. To have stirred the gods to intervene, he had climbed to a peak that everyone had to look up to. At this point, people's gazes towards him grew increasingly complex and reverent, their shock no less than when he claimed victory in the first round. Just as people turned their attention to Chu Chen, they were astonished to find him sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a piece of golden paper. Isn't that the God of War's manual from the War God Palace? Did the martial god Wu Tian really give this to him? Is this fierce person planning to cultivate at this critical moment? The uproar rose and fell, and Wu Tian's face turned fiery red, as if he had been slapped twice. The crowd's gazes towards him were like needles, piercing his heart again and again. The former number 1 on the divine rankings had now become mediocre. Chu Chen, Chu Di, and Qin Taiyuan, whom he once looked down upon, had all made tremendous progress. Meanwhile, what he had done during this time had incited the wrath of both gods and men, hiding under the protection of his ancestors, and not only had he made no progress, but even his invincible spirit had faltered. Sometimes, a single choice can change a person's life. If Wu Tian wanted to catch up to them, he would need an enormous opportunity, otherwise, he could only watch from behind, listening to the idle gossip around him. He couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling his nails dig into his flesh without even noticing. The sense of frustration in his heart was overwhelming, and Wu Tian thought if only he hadn't made the wrong choice a year ago, could he still be as respected as he once was? In the face of Chu Chen's extraordinary talent, no spell could hide for even half a day in the Western region trial grounds. Although the War God's manual was obscure and difficult to understand, with the support of an ancient god's body, the so-called difficulties were easily resolved, and he effortlessly grasped its essence. Are you ready? Yi Guqing asked from the side. I'm just waiting for you to make your move. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his expression emotionless. The process might be a bit painful, so prepare yourself mentally. Yi Guqing formed hand seals, and several star arrays suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The star arrays began to rotate slowly, emitting a bright light that enveloped Chu Chen. At the same time, the star arrays shifted onto him, sealing him in from all directions. Like a unique cage. Chu Chen, at the center of the spell, trembled as a piercing pain surged through him, instinctively letting out a muffled groan, his fists clenched tightly. Bring it on! I've died once, so I'm not afraid of a little pain. Chu Chen's neck bulged with veins as he gasped heavily. Then I won't hold back, Yi Guqing said with a light shout, his fingertips transforming into a sword, suddenly slashing out. The sword light flickered, and both of Chu Chen's arms were severed at the roots, golden blood gushing out like a fountain. The intense pain made his eyes widen, and he let out a roar like a ferocious beast. This gruesome scene made the onlookers, including Fengyan, feel their scalps tingle, their eyes revealing a look of compassion. Su Yueshi even turned her head away, unable to bear to look directly. Senior, please be quicker. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and said. The words squeezed out between his teeth made it clear to anyone with eyes that he was enduring something incredibly brutal at that moment. To disperse, how much courage did that require? To let go of all understanding of the Great Tao was equivalent to throwing away all previous efforts. Chu Chen had to start from scratch at this critical moment, was he not? Afraid of unexpected consequences? Wu Tian slowly unwrapped the bandage from his brow, his gaze fixed on the Western Region trial grounds. No one present had an understanding of the War God's manual that could compare to his. Chu Chen's actions were impulsive and bold. Wu Tian couldn't understand his reasoning. Was there some secret about the War God's manual that he was unaware of? Ah! Accompanied by a painful roar, Chu Chen's chest was suddenly pierced by the swordlight, creating a large hole. His powerful, beating heart appeared before everyone, and at that moment he seemed to transform into a formation, strands of divine light escaping from his chest. The power of the Great Tao? Is this madman about to give up on achieving the Tao? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The thunderous rules suddenly hovered above his head, and the scene of lightning and thunder caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Numerous bolts of lightning surged wildly, stirring the heavens and earth into chaos. Even the distant emerald statue trembled. Bang! In the next moment, the thunderous rules shattered with a loud crash, turning into light and electricity that merged into the space, disappearing without a trace. Following that, the immortal rules and the rules of destruction appeared in the same manner, shattering in a similar fashion. Then came the rules of light, the rules of darkness, the rules of the soul. The brilliant and magnificent light illuminated the sky like a seven-colored rainbow, and those around seemed to forget their purpose for being there, staring blankly at this extraordinary scene. At this moment, everyone had a question in their hearts: how much courage did Chu Chen possess to dare to do this? Upon self-reflection, none of the talented individuals present had such courage. To abandon years of effort just to cultivate the so-called War God's manual seemed foolish to them. Time slowly passed, and the 3,000 great Daos emerged, shattering. As always, Chu Chen's blood had nearly drained, his emaciated body no longer held the previous might. His face was as pale as paper, the withered skin sagging over his cheekbones, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Just one more to go. Chu Chen struggled to raise his palm, summoning the river of time. The rules of time hovered above his head, and Chu Chen shakily stood up, suddenly grasping the river with all his strength. Break for me! Accompanied by a sound like bubbles popping, the river of time vanished into the void, silent and without a trace. After completing the final step, Chu Chen collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely without support. Chu Chen! Fengyan rushed forward to check his injuries and found that he had merely overexerted himself and fainted, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Don't worry, he'll wake up in a while. Yi Guqing waved his hand to withdraw the spell. After being baptized by the War God's manual, a layer of golden sheen appeared on Chu Chen's body, and an illusory armor manifested over him. Senior, has he succeeded in his cultivation? Lu Taiqing asked. Sort of, but the main goal isn't to cultivate the War God's manual, but to resolve the calamity. Yi Guqing nodded slightly. What should we do next? Completely give up on the path of seeking? Fengyan asked in confusion. There are countless ways to seek the path, but the world of the heavens is too small to accommodate a prodigy like him. Upon hearing this, everyone understood Chu Chen's intentions. This move was essentially a complete abandonment of divine power. Although his level remained, it was no longer genuine, equivalent to having nothing left except for the elements. Only the path of chaos remained, a rule brought by the system that was not subject to the control of the gods or even the heavenly Tao. As long as the chaos rules persisted, he could still evolve the power of rules as he did before. Fengyan gently laid Chu Chen flat on the ground and said, "You all go participate in the trial, I'll keep watch here." Lu Taiqing was silent for a moment before nodding. "All right. Let's go too," Zhang Buzhua said, leading Su Yueshi towards the emerald statue. Just as they chose their trials, several beams of light descended from the sky, and a terrifying storm swept through, directly knocking Fengyan back several miles. Immediately, a divine edict appeared, abruptly sealing his movements. Who? Fengyan's anger surged, and he frantically urged his power, but the sea-stabilizing needle seemed to lose contact, lying motionless in his consciousness space. The sealing divine technique? Feeling the familiar power above, Fengyan could hardly believe his perception. Is there someone else in the world besides him who has comprehended it? No, this isn't the power of the Great Tao. Fengyan's brows furrowed tightly, and when he looked up again, he was shocked to find that Yi Guqing had vanished. The entire Western Region trial ground felt like being in an abyss filled with a strange dark red aura. The prodigies all fell into a coma. Just a storm had rendered nearly 500 people incapable of resistance. Who are you? Get the hell out here. Feng Yan shouted. After spending half a year with you, you still don't know who I am? Feng Yan's heart skipped a beat and he instinctively retreated. The place where he had been standing transformed into a pool of pitch-black seawater, and a massive creature surged forth from it. Its entire body was black, covered in armor that gleamed like jewels, and its powerful aura left Feng Yan in shock. Whale Kill, is it you? He never expected that this traitor from the Abyssal clan would appear at such a critical moment. The timing was perfect, coinciding with Lu Taiqing and the others participating in the trial, and just as Chu Chen fell into a faint. With He Guqing suddenly missing, Feng Yan felt unprecedented pressure. After waiting so long, I finally have the chance to let the killer taste the slaughter. Whale Kill summoned a wave, and the overwhelming black seawater surged forth like cannonballs directly shooting towards Chu Chen. Feng Yan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he leaped forward, drawing his sword to confront the enemy. The wave crashed violently against the sword, and Feng Yan let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He was not skilled in close combat, and his physical body was relatively weak now that his spells were sealed. He had no strength left to fight. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, seeking death. Whale Kill sneered coldly, swinging his massive whale fin violently. The terrifying abyssal power combined with the black seawater, erupting with immense strength. Water strikes for 3,000 miles. The water transformed into a tornado, and the enormous body charged towards Feng Yan, carrying tremendous force that easily shattered space. Not good. Feng Yan's brows twitched violently, and he hurriedly retreated. Where do you think you're running? Today, I'll sacrifice you. Whale Kill's murderous intent surged as he crashed forward. Bang! Feng Yan was struck as if hit by a heavy blow, flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily against the barrier and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The impact was so fierce that it nearly shattered his body. Damn it! If you have the guts, release my seal and let's fight fair and square. Feng Yan downed a bottle of life potion and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How does it feel to be treated with your own methods? Whale Killer launched another attack, using the same technique to strike again. This time, he held nothing back. To toy with Feng Yan for too long would disrupt his plans. Damn it! Feng Yan had nowhere to hide and could only watch helplessly as Whale Killer charged at him. Thud, suffering another severe blow, Feng Yan's vision darkened, and a fist-sized hole suddenly appeared in his chest, piercing through to his back. Those black eyes, it was you all along. In that moment, Feng Yan finally recalled the source, remembering how he and Lu Taiqing were saved by Su Yueshi and brought to a cave in the southern region. Jiang Bu felt a hint of a prying presence and mentioned it to them, but didn't take it to heart. Who would have thought the mastermind behind it all was this traitor of the myriad races? Feng Yan was filled with shock and unwillingness, feeling the life force within him ebb away, his vision gradually blurring. Finally, his body collapsed, the light in his eyes fading away. This act sent shockwaves through the other three regions. Who would have thought Whale Killer's strength had become so terrifying? As a turncoat, everyone looked down on him, even to the point of spitting on him. However, as his strength increased, they had completely disregarded him, gradually pushing this matter to the back of their minds. Now, he suddenly appeared, catching them off guard. What does Whale Killer want? To kill the murderer? They don't seem to have deep-seated grudges, and besides, the murderer has no conflict of interest with him. Why is he doing this? The power of the abyss has completely transformed his body into that of an abyss creature. His strength is indeed much more terrifying than before. Even Wu Tian was not fully confident he could win against Whale Killer. Now, after dealing with Feng Yan, Whale Killer's gaze fell on Chu Chen not far away. It's your turn. He approached Chu Chen, opened his mouth wide, and directly swallowed him whole. The movement was so swift that it was almost just a fleeting shadow, and Chu Chen vanished without a trace. What? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. What was Whale Killer's intention? The body of an ancient god is indeed delicious. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Whale Killer's eyes, and then his entire body was covered in runes, his pitch-black form gradually becoming scorching hot. After devouring, he naturally needed to digest the delicacy in his belly, only then could he gain the power from the bloodline of the ancient god. The abyss race primarily thrived on devouring and nurturing. Regardless of which abyss creature it was, their existence was to consume. Now that Whale Killer had completely transformed into a member of the abyss race, he had to rely on this method to enhance his power. As for the so-called power of the Great Tao, it was nothing but clouds in his eyes. To make his body purer, Whale Killer had been lurking in the shadows for a year, changing his life signs since entering the ancient world. Although he hadn't shown himself, he had been monitoring the every move of many prodigies. The first to catch his attention was naturally Chu Chen. As the #1 prodigy of the myriad worlds, his body was the most valuable. However, Chu Chen's movements were erratic, and after entering a certain area in the western region, he disappeared from surveillance, so Whale Killer could only shift his focus to Feng Yan and the others. Until he closely followed them into the western region's trial grounds, he thought things would be simple. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen possessed such formidable strength, disregarding even the divine consciousness of the gods. Whale Killer almost gave up on this target, but heaven was still on his side. Chu Chen, unaware of the danger, was dispersing his aura in place. What a powerful bloodline! Once I finish devouring, who in the myriad worlds will be my opponent? Whale Killer immersed himself in the refining process, feeling the subtle changes in his physique, his heart filled with excitement. Having stumbled upon a great opportunity, Whale Killer could hardly imagine how much his potential would increase in the future. The bloodline of the Mad Whale clan combined with the Abyss race's bloodline and the Ancient God's bloodline. What kind of spectacular reactions would arise from the fusion of these three? He could hardly wait to see the expressions on the faces of the other prodigies after it was all over. At this moment, the others looked extremely anxious, not daring to breathe. What should we do? Is there any way to stop him? The Abyss clan and the myriad races are like fire and water. Once he completes the refinement, he will definitely unleash a massacre. That's right, by then, if he destroys the seal of the Abyss clan, who in the world can stop them? As this was said, a deep sense of despair surged in people's hearts. Above are the gods, below are the Abyss clan. The living space left for the myriad races is minimal, and in the future, more people will surely turn to the Abyss clan. When will the peace that Chuchen spoke of truly appear? Just as people fell into silence, a sound like the evening drum and morning bell echoed from the belly of the Whale Killer. The armor on its surface seemed to have suffered a violent impact, suddenly showing numerous cracks, as if it were about to shatter. The Whale Killer's expression darkened, and it suddenly accelerated its refining speed. You want to move while being suppressed by me? Just lie there. The Whale Killer's momentum surged, and its refining abilities suddenly increased tenfold. Its body, scorching hot, evaporated the black seawater, burning like a small sun. Boom boom, muffled crashing sounds continued to emerge, and the Whale Killer let out a painful roar, stirring the seawater into a constant churn. Soon, one piece of the Whale Killer's armor suddenly exploded, and a beam of light emerged from it, illuminating the world. At this moment, people finally saw the clear sky through the clouds. The black mist dissipated, and a dazzling golden light appeared from the breach. Following that was a figure as brilliant as a god king, shining as if gilded, evoking an instinctive sense of awe. Every strand of hair seemed like a powerful weapon, and just a glance at its perfect physique left people dazzled. Who gave you the courage to move against me? Saying this, Chuchen threw a punch, directly creating a huge dent on the surface of the Whale Killer. A piercing roar echoed through the clouds, and the black water turned into waves, vanishing in an instant. The explosive power reached the heavens and the earth, shattering the void and shaking the dark tides of the abyss. The Whale Killer was struck hard, as if it had been violently hit by hundreds of ancient ferocious beasts, its massive body crashing into the black tide, instantly stirring up tremendous waves. The black light and golden light intertwined and collided, and the area where Chuchen stood was like a divine realm, overwhelmingly powerful. That strikingly handsome and rugged face, combined with a perfectly restored and robust body, presented an invincible appearance in every inch of skin. After the dispersal, his previously listless expression was gone, replaced by spirited golden eyes, divine flames covering his body, and powerful energy brewing in every gesture. The crowd stared blankly at that figure, absurdly believing that Chuchen could easily destroy this world. The higher the heavens, the higher Chuchen's limits. In my life, I hate two types of people the most: those who are untrustworthy and those who engage in deceitful evil. Coincidentally, you embody both. Chuchen leaped out, activating the Ancient God's true form in midair, and with a loud roar, his palm reached into the black tide, pulling the Whale Killer out. At first glance, the Whale Killer was covered in blood, a mix of red and black liquid all over its body, looking extremely tragic. Fierce man Chuchen, what difference is there between you and me? If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. What you have done is not much better than mine. The Whale Killer roared, a strange wave brewing within. Abyss black magic soaring 9,000 miles. In the next moment, a ghostly light flashed, and the Whale Killer, with an unknown source of strength, summoned an abyssal phantom, charging forward with a violent headbutt. If this hit solidly, even the arrival of the Unheavened would suffer heavy damage. The evil of black magic cannot be measured by common sense. This life-consuming spell inflicts extremely high damage. Back then, the Abyss clan used black magic to teleport a small team across the border directly into the Dragon Xia Empire, and Chuchen had witnessed it once. Now facing black magic again, his mindset was clearly different. Ridiculous, how can you, a traitor, judge others? Chuchen calmly stared at the charging Whale Killer and raised his hand to point. A beam of light shot out from his fingertips, striking across 3,000 miles and crashing violently into the Whale Killer. In an instant, a tremendous roar echoed, and a wound the size of a small mountain appeared on the Whale Killer's forehead. With just a single finger, it shattered the hardest skull and armor of its entire body. One could see just how terrifying Chuchen's strength was. The Whale Killer howled in agony and dove into the black water, instantly disappearing from sight. Chuchen scanned the area ahead, sensing the movement of the opponent's aura, and burst forth, arriving above a patch of black water, his foot slamming down. Get out here, you little brat. Boom, water splashed up 100 feet high, countless ripples gradually spreading out, revealing a circle of blood-red liquid floating on the surface of the sea. Seeing this, Chuchen frowned and stomped again. This time, he used 50% of his strength, determined to render the Whale Killer incapable of resistance. This guy still had some use. Chuchen didn't want to waste an opportunity to pry into the Abyssal clan's conspiracy. Immediately, the black water trembled again, the entire sea surface spanning millions of miles, roiling restlessly, with whirlpools appearing in some places and lightning surging. Water splashed suddenly, and the whale killer soared from the edge, its dark glow intensifying to the extreme. In this era, the Abyssal Clan will surely eradicate all races. No corner of the world can escape. Just wait to welcome the fifth calamity. The whale killer laughed loudly, its massive body charging toward the emerald statue. It wanted to use the power of the trial to evade Chu Chen's attack. Can you run away? Chu Chen sneered, palm facing the sky, and pressed down fiercely. The hand of heaven. In the blink of an eye, the whale killer was just a step away from the emerald statue, but before it could rejoice, an irresistible force suddenly struck its back, smashing it down to the ground. Since breaking through to the five-star ancient god, no one had escaped from Chu Chen's five-finger mountain. If the whale killer did not rely on the power of the Abyssal Clan, it would be crushed in an instant. Jumping Clown, tell me, when does the Abyssal Clan plan to summon the fifth calamity? Chu Chen asked. Want to know? You'll find out the day the first sequence world is invaded, the whale killer replied, its body limp, bones shattered. Seeking death. Chu Chen's brows were filled with coldness as he grabbed the whale killer's tail fin and slammed it hard against the ground. Bang, the ground shook violently, and the whale killer had no ability to resist, becoming dizzy and losing the chance to move. I'll give you one more chance. When will the fifth calamity appear? Chu Chen asked again. Even if you kill me, there will be countless others like me. This time, the Abyssal Clan will surely dominate the world and purge all who resist. The whale killer laughed maniacally, its eyes filled with madness. It had fallen into an extreme state of frenzy, almost like a fanatic, more intense than the holy monk's faith in pilgrimage. One could only wonder what kind of mind-altering concoction the Abyssal Clan had fed him to bring a successor of the top 10 powers, the Mad Whale Clan, to such a state. Chu Chen knew he couldn't extract any information from him. He would deal with the Abyssal Clan later. The Ultimate Gate was a must-visit. He didn't care what the Abyssal Clan had done in the past, but through various events, he could understand a bit of the hatred all races had for them. Then as you wish. Chu Chen raised his hand and struck down hard toward its head. The fifth calamity will last forever. We are willing to sacrifice our souls. The whale killer shouted, its body suddenly swelling. Self-detonation? Chu Chen's pupils constricted slightly, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. But it was too late. The immense power generated by the whale killer's self-detonation instantly evaporated the black water, destroying everything within millions of miles. A shocking mushroom cloud suddenly appeared, and the barrier trembled, causing those in the other three domains to be shaken to their core. The whale killer is already beyond saving. The Abyssal Clan has completely brainwashed it, even disregarding its own race's interests and face. The fifth sequence world has already rotted. The living space of the merfolk is gradually shrinking. If this trend continues, if we do not counterattack soon, our overall strength will be greatly weakened. Fortunately, the murderer is fine. This was the only source of comfort for them. In the face of overwhelming combat power, all schemes and tricks are but illusions. After a while, as the mushroom cloud dissipated, they saw Chu Chen suspended in midair, with Feng Yan lying on his back. He looked somewhat battered, his skin slightly reddened, but overall he was not seriously harmed. It seems the Abyss Clan couldn't hold back any longer. Chu Chen gazed at the sky, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He then placed Feng Yan on the ground, and a pitch-black celestial lotus slowly unfolded, healing the injuries within him. Feng Yan was gravely injured, his breath faint, and had Chu Chen not arrived in time, he would have been on his way to meet the King of Hell. However, under the influence of his innate celestial path, as long as there was a trace of flesh and blood, he could recover rapidly. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Feng Yan slowly awakened. The moment he opened his eyes, he sprang up 3 Zhang Hai. Don Lin Yang, if you have the guts, unseal me and see if I won't rip your fish bladder out. Alright, I haven't fought you fairly yet. Ha? Feng Yan's eyes widened, a hint of confusion appearing in his gaze. Was he dreaming? How could he hear Chu Chen's voice? Brother, you died too? Are we going to reincarnate together? Feng Yan, with tears in his eyes, hugged Chu Chen and suddenly burst into loud cries. Slap! Chu Chen raised his hand and gave him a slap, sending him spinning 3.5 times. Stunned in place. That hurts, I'm not dead? Feng Yan looked around, seeing the strange expressions on the faces of the other 3 domain prodigies, and he laughed joyfully. A mix of surprise and delight. The great joy after great sorrow was like a rebound from the bottom, nearly causing him to faint. I'm alive! I'm alive, ha ha ha! In front of everyone? Feng Yan acted like a madman, dancing and laughing foolishly. Chu Chen felt quite embarrassed. He suddenly had the impulse to pretend he didn't know him. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. After jumping for a while, Feng Yan calmed down, hurriedly grabbing Chu Chen's shoulders, and asked with concern, Brother, are you okay? I thought you were going to die just now. I'm fine, what about the others? Chu Chen subtly pushed his hand away. They all went to participate in the trial. Elder Yi seems to have gone somewhere, and just now, Jing Sha used some kind of evil technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Feng Yan recalled what had happened not long ago. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed drastically. What about that guy Jing Sha? I must take him down. He's dead. What? How did he die? Suicide. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't seem to be joking, Feng Yan then noticed that the surroundings looked as if they had experienced a catastrophe, with the entire western region trial ground covered in charge marks, and the area was vast. Have you found out about the Abyss clan's movements? His concerns were the same as Chu Chen's, both considering the bigger picture. It wasn't that Feng Yan had grand aspirations for the world, but rather he was focused on the seal of the Abyss clan. After all, the seal above was due to the efforts of their family, accounting for more than 80%. After the ancient battle, the Feng family lost the most talented and accomplished heir of all generations. It was during that era that the name of the Feng family became widely known. The attitude of the world towards meritorious officials was clearly not very humane. After so many years, perhaps the one who set the seal had been mostly forgotten. People only remembered those who fought to the last drop of blood, while the ones who silently contributed remained unnoticed. This was the tragedy of the little people. In Chu Chen's view, it was not only those who stood in the light that could be called heroes. He hasn't loosened his grip, it should be soon. Chu Chen slowly shook his head. Can he hold on until the end of the divine path? Feng Yan asked again. Hard to say, he might take the opportunity to launch an attack. Feng Yan nodded gravely. The seriousness of this issue could vary greatly concerning the fate of all beings. Right now, the divine path was undoubtedly the most important matter, and as for the movements of the Abyss clan, it had to be resolved first. We'll discuss Elder Ya's sudden disappearance later. Once Tai Ching and the others come out, we will head to the next stage. Chu Chen glanced in the direction of the emerald statue and said, okay. Feng Yan checked his injuries and was astonished to find that, apart from feeling a bit weak, even his hidden ailments had vanished without a trace. Brother, how did you do this? It's even more powerful than the priest's holy light. Feng Yan touched various parts of his body, his eyes filled with admiration. Just a little spell, nothing to mention. Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Nothing to mention? With such a powerful recovery ability, who could ever kill you in a fight? With unlimited firepower, you could drive anyone crazy. Feng Yan knew that Chu Chen was quite abnormal, but he didn't expect him to become even more so. Chu Chen smiled and didn't respond. He felt no need to boast in front of his brother, as he didn't think it would bring him much of a sense of superiority or accomplishment. By the way, do you feel any discomfort after the dispersal? Feng Yan continued to ask. I feel even better, like I've shed my shackles, Chu Chen said. That's right, for you, having physical strength is enough. Feng Yan couldn't help but show a look of envy. If only his physical strength were a bit stronger, he wouldn't have been defeated by tricks, nor would he have been nearly killed by that traitor, the whale killer. The two chatted casually. And at that moment, Chu Chen felt an unprecedented sense of ease. After removing the time bomb within him, the ancient god's bloodline seemed to break free from its restraints, achieving an ultimate sublimation. The power of the great Tao seemed to conflict with the bloodline, both possessing a faint sense of rivalry. Chu Chen hadn't realized this before. It wasn't until he was swallowed by the whale killer and the power of the abyss entered his body, enraging the ancient god's bloodline, that he regained consciousness. At present, the supreme Tao was temporarily unusable, but the chaos divine thunder was still there, and the path of all beings was still intact. Overall, his strength had not diminished, in fact, it had increased. When Yi Guqing returned, he would be able to begin cultivating the true power of the great Tao in the zero-sequence world. By then, the so-called gods would merely be playthings in his hands, to be molded as he wished. A few days passed, and with a flash of light, Zhang Bujue finally passed the test and obtained the divine rank. Sorry to keep you waiting, that guy was really difficult and took a lot of time, Zhang Bujue said with an apologetic look. It's fine, we didn't wait long, Chu Chen waved his hand. He knew that the Taoist sect had many formalities and rules, so he wasn't surprised. If Zhang Bujue could have unleashed the momentum of the purple sky divine thunder at that time, perhaps he would have cleared the test even faster than Qin Taiyuan. Where's Senior Yi? Zhang Bujue looked around curiously. He has something to take care of, we should go first, Chu Chen replied. The third level of the divine path, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, Lu Taiqing said, shaking his folding fan with a slight smile. The five of them took out their divine ranks and infused their mental energy into them. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the divine rank, heading straight for the sky. In the next moment, a portal appeared before them, and from this angle, they could faintly see the ethereal glow and rainbow clouds on the other side of the portal, as well as floating islands and cities. What place is that? Feng Yan exclaimed, seeing such a sight for the first time. According to the tests of the divine path throughout the ages, the third level should be a maze-like trial, and the first 500 to clear the maze can enter the fourth level, Lu Taiqing explained. Now, the scene of the third level was completely different, that uniquely beautiful world was full of temptation, making one unable to resist wanting to enter and explore. It seems like another trap to lure us in, Chu Chen vaguely guessed something, but only by entering could it be verified. The five of them walked together and stepped into the light gate, entering the third level. At first glance, it was evident that both Chu Chen and Feng Yan had red marks on their faces. Both were in a dazed state, seeing stars and unable to find their bearings. Be careful when you speak in the future, don't get beaten up again, Lu Taiqing reminded them. Not caring whether they heard him or not, he carried one of them back to the entrance. As soon as they returned, they saw that the donkey was talking to Su Yueshi, its lewd intentions as thick as could be. Sister, are you interested in joining us? Rest assured, as long as you agree, I can provide you with any resources in the city in the shortest time possible, ensuring you surpass that fool. The fool it referred to was undoubtedly Chu Chen. Tsuyueshi felt both respectful and awkward, standing there unsure of how to respond. She had never encountered such a situation before. She had seen many enthusiastic people in the past, but none were as terrifying as this donkey. It's unfathomable. Strength made her extremely wary. Even Chu Chen was killed in one move, and whether she could withstand even half a move was uncertain. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I already have a master, Tsuyueshi said politely, smiling like a blooming flower, momentarily dimming everything around her. Lu Taiqing and Jiang Bujue were stunned. It was the first time they had seen Tsuyueshi smile. This ice-cold beauty, who had always worn a stern face, actually smiled one day? What's there to fear about having a master? I'm not asking you to betray your sect, it's just temporary training with me. The donkey shook its head and continued, you possess spatial attributes. If you don't make good use of them, you'll regret it later. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, and given its immense strength, along with the historical aura of the city, Tsuyueshi couldn't help but feel curious. How long until I surpass him? Tsuyueshi extended her delicate finger, pointing at Chu Chen behind Lu Taiqing. The donkey squinted at Chu Chen with disdain and said, in half a year. I can help you achieve extraordinary accomplishments that even the worlds beyond can't comprehend. He's only fit to eat your dust. Hearing this, a strange light flickered in Tsuyueshi's eyes. Don't listen to its bragging, we don't know the background of the other party. Let's leave this cursed place as soon as possible, Jiang Bujue whispered. Although Tsuyueshi was tempted, she wasn't at the point of being easily swayed by sweet words. Senior, thank you for your kindness, but I'm not fortunate enough to accept it. Farewell. Tsuyueshi bowed. Just as the few of them were about to leave, the donkey's voice drifted from behind, miss this village, and there won't be this store again. Twilight City doesn't welcome outsiders at all times. At that moment, the three paused and turned around sharply. Hearing that familiar term, the legend of Twilight City flashed in their minds. Those living in Twilight City are eternally immortal, with endless lifespans. This is a city of eternal life, and almost everyone who hears this legend wants to enter the city for a glimpse. Moreover, this was the city Chu Chen had been pursuing all along. He hadn't set out to search for it earlier due to being targeted by the Southern Dipper Pavilion. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon the legendary Twilight City at this critical juncture on the third trial of the divine path. Is this considered good luck? Alas, today's youth don't know how to cherish opportunities. It's a pity for such a precious body. The donkey shook its head and walked toward the city. Whoosh! In the next moment, three figures suddenly appeared before it, their faces filled with fervor, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. What? Changed your mind? The donkey grinned, revealing a row of big teeth. Senior just said this is Twilight City? Lu Taiqing's heart raced with anxiety. What's wrong? Seeing the confusion on their faces, Lu Taiqing was beyond excited. Great! We found it, we finally found it. The usually calm and composed Lu Taiqing was now dancing with joy, looking like a high school student. Jiang Bujue stood frozen in place, his mind filled with thoughts of immortality. What's all the excitement about? Haven't you seen a sky city before? The donkey looked bewildered. After the excitement, Lu Taiqing quickly slapped Chu Chen's face and said, wake up. We found Twilight City. Moments later, Chu Chen slowly awakened, looking at the donkey ahead as if facing a formidable enemy, directly activating his ancient god body. You scoundrel! If you have the guts, fight me head on. This time, let's see if I don't twist your head off. Chu Chen snorted coldly and charged out. However, before he could make a move, Lu Taiqing hurriedly stopped him, saying, Brother Chu, hold on. This is the Twilight City. What of Twilight City? Halfway through his words, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing his anger. What did you say? Say it again? This is the sky city you were looking for. Lu Taiqing said, enunciating each word clearly. Chu Chen's heart trembled, and he looked up at the magnificent city, a breathtakingly beautiful scene that momentarily left him in a daze. Although this was not a mandatory main quest and the system had not enforced it, Chu Chen was well aware of the benefits that signing in could bring. Moreover, this place was related to his identity and the mysterious old man, so he had to come regardless of the reasons. However, with the sky city he had been longing for right in front of him, he found it hard to describe his feelings. Divine blood copper? Immortality, is this the miracle? Chu Chen's gaze gradually lost focus as he walked towards the city gate like a walking corpse. Wait. No entry for outsiders, especially you brat. Get the hell out. The donkey kicked in midair, sending Chu Chen flying again. He soared in a parabolic arc and landed heavily on the clouds 1,000 miles away, bouncing several times like a stone skimming on water before finally coming to a stop. But this time, he was not angry at all. Instead, he felt extremely invigorated. Even a beast is this strong. It must be Twilight City for sure. Chu Chen was filled with excitement and hurriedly flew back to the others, respectfully saying, if I was rude just now, please forgive me. May I enter the city? Just because you showed off a bit, you think you can enter? Twilight City is not a place you can just walk into. The donkey snorted, exhaling 2 puffs of white air, looking up as he spoke. Hearing this, the heart that had just cooled down in Chu Chen reignited with heat. The other party had not completely shut the door, which meant their was still room for negotiation. Feel free to state your conditions, as long as I can do it, I won't hold back. Shu Chen said. Are you serious? The donkey's eyes turned, filled with suspicion. Absolutely. Then fine, let her join Twilight City as my disciple and I can allow you to enter. The donkey raised a leg, pointing at Su Yueshi. Shu Chen turned to look, only to see Su Yueshi looking flustered, forcing a smile and saying, can we change the condition? Recognizing a donkey as a master was indeed a bit off-putting. Plus, he didn't know the other party's background, how could one casually take a master? Get lost. You have no right to negotiate with me, aside from letting her be my disciple, nothing else is up for discussion. The donkey shot him a disdainful glance. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Shu Chen had never seen such an arrogant beast, did it really think he was a sick cat? Just because he didn't roar? He summoned all his ancient god power, condensing a fist of ultimate strength and smashing it towards the donkey's head. The terrifying punch shook the sea of clouds, and the immense force even made the divine blood copper nearby tremble. The tip of the fist burst forth with a scarlet glow, revealing a thirst for divine blood. Going hard, huh? The donkey lifted its leg and delivered a flying kick, directly taking on Shu Chen's attack. The donkey's hooves were extraordinarily hard, they looked dirty on the surface but were incredibly tough. Shu Chen felt a sharp pain as his fist struck, as if hitting a divine stone. The two clashed, neither yielding to the other, exchanging insults like street thugs fighting for territory. Go to hell, bald donkey. The donkey meat fire roasted I had back in the day was more than the feed you've eaten. What are you acting tough for, kid? I've beaten more ancient gods than your entire family tree combined. Put. What the hell is on your donkey hoof? It smells like shit. Hee hee, do you like it? It's just for you. Damn bald donkey. Little brat. Feng Yan and the others watched the two like children, and several black lines appeared on their foreheads. Should we stop them? Forget it. If they go in and get kicked, their lungs might explode. Indeed, only a freak like Shu Chen could withstand such an attack. After a while, Shu Chen and the donkey stood facing each other, both panting heavily, their bodies bearing various injuries that made them look quite disheveled. Shu Chen had several hoof prints on his face and numerous marks on his body. The donkey, on the other hand, had patches of fur missing from various parts, revealing its pink skin underneath, which looked rather comical. Are you convinced yet? If not, I can keep hitting you until you are, Shu Chen taunted, beckoning with his hand. With his powerful recovery ability, all his injuries had vanished, restoring him to his original state. The donkey's physique was quite extraordinary, its recovery ability not much weaker than that of an ancient god, and the fur it had lost quickly grew back. Who can you convince? With your few flashy moves? I barely used a third of my strength just now, otherwise I would have knocked you down already, the donkey snorted lightly, still showing disdain in its eyes. The revered ancient god bloodline seemed insignificant in its view. I love dealing with stubborn mouths, especially with beasts like you that have such big teeth. A little brat is just a little brat, speaking without any logic, acting as if no one else matters. Damn it! Shu Chen could no longer hold back and was about to summon his ancient god form to teach this guy a lesson. However, at that moment, Su Yueshi stepped forward and said, Senior, please calm down. May I enter the city to take a look? Allow me to consider it carefully. Shu Chen paused, looking at her in confusion. You really agreed? Since this is the third trial of the divine path, and without knowing the conditions for passing, opportunities to maximize one's strength are rare, Su Yueshi said slowly. She didn't seem to be joking but rather had seriously considered her decision. Shu Chen furrowed his brow, wanting to persuade her but unsure how to start. After all, this was someone else's choice, and the donkey did indeed seem extraordinary. With the profound background of Twilight City, it might truly help her unleash her potential. Thinking this, Shu Chen stopped and said no more. He understood that Su Yueshi's choice was not only for her own strength but also due to her obsession with Twilight City. Upon hearing Su Yueshi's words, the donkey's eyes sparkled with golden light and it nodded, saying, no problem. As long as you agree, I will fetch you even the stars from the sky. What master? You haven't even started yet, Shu Chen glared at it fiercely. Sooner or later, this will be the most correct decision you make. In your life, no exceptions. The donkey was in high spirits and didn't bother with Shu Chen, striding towards the gate on its four legs. Follow me, and let you see the true face of Twilight City. As it spoke, it spat out a wooden key, and the keyhole rotated twice before the gate swung open with a loud bang. In the next moment, countless rays of light burst forth, illuminating the world. An overwhelming vitality rushed towards them, invigorating them as if they had become several years younger, their bodies feeling much lighter. The power of the great Tao contained within was incredibly pure, far surpassing the great Tao power Shu Chen had encountered before. Is this Twilight City? A glimmer of anticipation and hope flashed in Shu Chen's eyes. After waiting so long, he finally had the chance to glimpse the true form of the legendary main city. You should thank my disciple properly. Otherwise, you wouldn't even qualify to crawl into Twilight City's dog hole, the donkey said proudly, lifting its head and walking elegantly ahead. Shu Chen ignored its mocking words, suppressing his excitement, and stepped towards the gate. The other three exchanged glances, all able to see the excitement in each other's eyes. By the way, Shu Chen is also the son of the Lord of Twilight City. Why didn't he reveal his identity right away? I think this donkey is the type that bullies the weak and fears the strong, so it should be easy to deal with, Feng Yan asked as they walked. According to Chu's character, he is not the kind of person who relies on others' identities to act recklessly. Moreover, his father did not provide him with help or favors during his growth, so there is no point in doing that, Lu Taiqing replied. That's right, and now the young lord is Chu Di rather than Chu Chen. No one knows how Twilight City will react once his true identity is revealed. Jiang Bujua nodded in agreement. The greatest taboo for powerful factions is internal strife, with complex factions intertwined. Who knows if speaking out now would lead to an ambush from the young lord's faction? This is Twilight City, where even a donkey is fierce. Could others be equally strong? As they whispered among themselves, the group arrived at the entrance of Twilight City, gazing at the scenery inside, their mouths agape in astonishment. Oh my! Inside, the city was a different kind of beauty, even more magnificent than the colorful clouds outside. Floating waterfalls, snow-white palaces, and luxurious buildings, rare and exotic beasts, visible everywhere, all exuding an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. The streets were wide, far more grand than the main roads outside the Imperial Academy. Welcome to Twilight City. The donkey chuckled lightly, braying a few times, and began to trot happily. At that moment, Chu Chen felt as if he stood before a treasure, able to grasp everything he desired with a mere reach. Yet, his mind was quite complex. If he stepped into this city, no one knew what would happen next. Now that I'm here, Chu Chen smiled, stepping onto this land for the first time. Ding! The system has detected a sign-in location. Would you like to sign in immediately? Yes. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the sign-in reward, Great Dao Cushion. Next sign-in point, Abyss. After a long time without hearing the system's notification sound, Chu Chen felt a sense of nostalgia. The cold voice is warmer than many emotional voices. Chu Chen chuckled silently, pulling up his backpack to check the reward. Great Dao Cushion, grade, celestial item, effect, using. The cushion has a high probability of comprehending the essence of the Great Dao, with only one usage opportunity per day. Celestial treasure? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard of something at this level. There is no distinction between divine and celestial items, both represent the highest level of things in this realm. It's just a matter of terminology, though there are slight differences in essence. Chu Chen's first reaction upon receiving this item was that the system clearly knew the direction he was heading and would make subtle adjustments accordingly. Rather than being intelligent, it was more accurate to say he had stepped onto a predetermined path set by the system. Rewards were given based on the path. It was similar to the hidden profession of dragon language mage and the ancient god bloodline he once possessed. Right now, what he lacked most was comprehending the true power of the Great Dao in the zero-sequence world, and the cushion was just what he needed to address his urgent situation. One essence of the Great Dao per day. And in 3,000 days, I could master everything. Chu Chen calculated the time, his mind filled with training plans. With the Great Dao cushion and frost ice, his comprehension efficiency should double. The speed would increase significantly, but then the question arose. Is it better to specialize in one Great Dao or to develop multiple lines? Just as Chu Chen was pondering, Feng Yan suddenly ran over, excitedly patting his shoulder and saying, "Look, this place is amazing. The candied hawthorn sold by the roadside is actually made from divine essence." Chu Chen came back to his senses and followed his finger to look. He saw groups of vendors gathered by the roadside, with many shops behind them filled with the atmosphere of bustling life. This street is the liveliest place in Twilight City's market. If you're lucky, you might find divine blood here. The donkey explained as it walked. Suyueshi's shocked gaze had not wavered, her eyes seemingly magnetically fixed on the vendor's stall, unable to look away for a long time. There's no need to buy these shabby things. Once you become my disciple, I will give you a great gift, 1,000 times better than these trinkets, the donkey said. At that moment, Chu Chen arrived at the stall, looking at the bright red candied hawthorn, his mouth watering involuntarily. At his level, ordinary cravings could no longer be satisfied, even the finest delicacies might not catch his eye. However, the candied hawthorn here is filled with a different kind of temptation, as if it has stirred the deepest desires within, making it impossible to resist. Boss, how much for? 1. Feng Yan asked excitedly. 1 divine coin, the middle-aged man in simple clothes replied with a smile, holding up a finger. Divine coin? Feng Yan, who was about to take out money, froze in place, puzzled. What is a divine coin? The vendor noticed that they were newcomers and explained, you must be outsiders, right? Divine coins are the currency of the divine realm. Only with divine coins can you buy goods in the major cities. The divine realm. The group was momentarily stunned, their eyes reflecting shock. It was like discovering a new continent, encountering such a strange place for the first time. The trial set by the third gate of the divine path is actually in the divine realm? Does that mean we've run into the lair of the gods? Feng Yan swallowed hard. In that case, Chu Chen and Yang were no different from entering a tiger's den. At any moment, a divine decree could strike him down. So the city of Twilight is in the divine realm. No wonder no one has entered this place for ages, Chu Chen thought to himself, nodding. It seemed that what the ghost Buddha war god said about the dome above was not accurate. Fortunately, he hadn't brought his child along to search, or else the grass on the grave would probably be 3 feet high by now. The road after offending the fire god will definitely be difficult. What do you plan to do? Jiang Bujue asked. Shu Chen looked around and chuckled. We'll just stay here. The city of Twilight is quite nice. That's true, the surrounding fences are made of divine blood copper. It seems even the gods wouldn't dare to provoke this place. Feng Yan's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Looking at the temptingly beautiful candied hawthorn, Feng Yan, feeling financially constrained, reluctantly shifted his gaze away. Besides that, the stalls around were filled with all sorts of wondrous and precious items. There were fist-sized Dao crystals, split artifacts, colorful pet eggs, and fingers imbued with rich divine essence. Walking along the main road to the center of the market was astonishing. Shu Chen was shocked by their boldness, openly selling the limbs of gods. Did they not fear provoking the gods and inciting their wrath? Moreover, they also discovered that the people here had incredibly high combat power. A plain-dressed woman was fighting with her husband in the street, her voice booming like thunder, each attack containing immense Dao power. They were significantly stronger than demigods at the third stage. Even a child wearing a belly band ran into the square and lifted a towering cauldron, exuding an extraordinary presence as if he could move mountains. The people around seemed unfazed, continuing with their own business. As usual. As the outsiders they were called, Shu Chen truly opened his eyes, feeling curious and amazed at everything like a country bumpkin entering the city. Truly, the local customs are fierce. Feng Yan couldn't think of any other words to describe it, feeling for the first time that his perspective was quite shallow. The donkey walking ahead seemed quite remarkable, wearing an expression of a wise master, proud like a swan. Is Blacksmith Lee preparing to forge artifacts again today? Work hard, and remember to send me a good treasure. Hey, Sanhua, your son can already lift the Divine King Cauldron? Not bad, not bad, he can sign up for the Twilight City Guard next year. Da Pang, why do you look heavier? Again? I'm not mocking you, you really need to control your weight. From the way he greeted others and their reactions, it seemed the donkey held a fairly high status in the city of Twilight. Moreover, it seemed to know almost everyone, able to explain things upon meeting them. Senior, are you a jack of all trades? Su Yueshi couldn't help but ask. What? Jack of all trades? I am the chief steward of the city of Twilight, the donkey snorted lightly. Su Yueshi's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise as she nodded. She wasn't sure what the chief steward was responsible for, but from its demeanor, it was clear that its status was not low. Let me tell you, as long as you come under my wing, beating that kid is a matter of minutes. The donkey tempted again. Su Yueshi felt a stirring in her heart. Her desire for strength was no less than Shu Chen's. The people on both sides of the street were extraordinary, and Shu Chen could clearly sense the immense power contained within them. For example, that unremarkable blacksmith, swinging his hammer, embodied the truth of the great way, each strike hiding terrifying might. The metal he forged was also extraordinary, as hard as divine blood copper, yet gradually transforming into a gun barrel under the force of each blow. As for the child lifting the large cauldron, he looked to be only about 10 years old, with 2 braids and a youthful face, making it hard to imagine he possessed such great strength. And then there was the big fat man the donkey mentioned, round and plump, standing out in the crowd, about 1 meter 80 tall, holding a roasted chicken. His mouth dripping with grease. What a freakish physique. Shu Chen felt a sense of mediocrity for the first time. This street was just an ordinary commercial street, yet it hid so many powerful figures. It was hard to imagine how deep the foundation of Twilight City truly was. Wow, this place is really strange. What did that kid eat to grow up so fierce? Feng Yan asked, dumbfounded. Lu Taiqing and Jiang Bujue's reactions were not much calmer, their hearts shaken and hard to settle. Despite their vast experiences, they were still greatly impacted here. The peculiarities of the City of Eternal Life may not stop at this, there will likely be even more exaggerated scenes in the future. Lu Taiqing put away his folding fan, his state of mind no longer allowing him to remain so leisurely. Do you think Yueshi will agree? Jiang Bujue asked after a long contemplation. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Taiqing's eyes as he turned to ask, if this opportunity fell to you, would you agree? Jiang Bujue fell silent, neither nodding nor opposing. If he were unaware of the circumstances, he might have refused such a request to take on a disciple. After all, he was in unfamiliar territory and the other party's background was mysterious, making it necessary to be cautious. However, knowing this place was Twilight City and seeing so many extraordinary people here, how could he not be tempted? If it weren't for the Taoist sect's kindness to him, Jiang Bujue would have clung to this place even if it meant being a nuisance. After walking for a long time, the group arrived at the central area. Gazing at the enormous inverted waterfall before them, they felt a wave of comfort, their divine power instantly elevated several times. Their bodies shone with divine light, as if they had become gods in broad daylight, their momentum surging several times in an instant. What a magical waterfall, can we go in and soak? Feng Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. As long as you have the courage, you can certainly give it a try. The donkey glanced at him, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Really? Feng Yan's spirit lifted, and he hurriedly took off his shirt and dove in. Splash, water splashed everywhere, and Feng Yan's figure disappeared, leaving only a shallow shadow visible from the outside. This scene stirred the others' hearts, and just as they were about to follow suit, the water surface suddenly turned fiery red, bubbles rising to the surface, popping with a loud bang, and rolling hot air began to rise. Ah, it's so hot. I'm burning up. Feng Yan emerged from the water like a steamed crab, his whole body red, suddenly leaping out. Once on shore, he looked as if he had eaten a bitter herb, his face pale and his mouth twitching violently. Is this lava? It almost cooked me alive. This is the eternal life divine pool, the most precious treasure of Twilight City. If you can endure for 49 days, your body will not decay, and your lifespan will be endless, the donkey spoke slowly. Such a precious treasure just left here? Feng Yan rubbed his hot skin, exhaling a few puffs of hot air. Twilight City was built on the foundation of the eternal life divine pool. If you have the ability to take it, feel free to do so. I won't stop you, the donkey said casually. Feng Yan opened his mouth but didn't speak. Although this thing was said to be extraordinary, one still needed to have a life to enjoy it. It seems that immortality is not as easy as imagined. May I ask, Senior, has everyone in this city gone through the immersion? Lu Taiqing asked curiously. That's right, only those who persist for 49 days are qualified to join the Twilight City, the donkey nodded. At this point, the donkey glanced at Su Yueshi and grinned. Of course, if it's my obedient disciple, they can be exempt from the rules. Immortality should have conditions, right? Or rather, it is not an unrestricted existence, Zhang Buzhue inquired. Every era requires immersion once, and one must not leave the Twilight City, otherwise, they will continue to be bound by the Great Way, the donkey explained. These answers were not secrets, almost everyone in the divine realm knew them. It is precisely because of these constraints that the city can maintain its vitality and avoid a sense of desolation. For ordinary people, immortality is a grand wish, but for those who have lived through many eras, endless longevity is not necessarily a blessing. I'll give it a try. Chu Chen took off his robe, revealing a strong and perfect body with well-defined muscles that were remarkably proportionate, like a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens. You? The donkey looked disdainfully at Chu Chen, who was quick to strip, and said, with your current strength, you're not ready. You need to cultivate for 1,000 years or more. You won't know if you can or can't until you try, Chu Chen said as he stepped into the immortal pool. As his skin touched the water, ripples spread out. The sensation was cool, without the pain and torment he had imagined. Like soaking in an ordinary pool. Once Chu Chen submerged himself, leaving only his head above water, the immortal pool suddenly became agitated. The water turned crimson and steam rose, enveloping the entire inverted waterfall in white mist. Holding up? Feng Yan's eyes lit up. It's not that simple, this is just the first step, the difficult part is still to come, the donkey said lightly. It was one of the most familiar with the immortal pool, second only to the city lord. 49 days seemed short, but the pain brought by this baptism, especially in the later stages, felt like years of torment. Even a body of an ancient god can't withstand it? Lu Taiqing asked in confusion. The immortal pool assesses not only physical strength but also willpower and an indomitable heart. This kid is indeed strong, but still not qualified, the donkey replied. I believe Chu Chen can do it, Feng Yan held a different view. After countless life and death experiences, no one understood Chu Chen's resilience and dedication to the Great Way better than him. The donkey scoffed. Just watch. Time passed second by second, and Chu Chen's expression remained calm, seemingly unperturbed and unrepelled. The divine light emanating from him grew denser, and his body became increasingly resilient and powerful under the refinement of the water. His aura also strengthened, and the ancient god inheritance hidden in his brow showed signs of revival. The donkey noticed something unusual, fixating on Chu Chen's brow, its eyes revealing a look of surprise. The power of the seven-star ancient god, this kid has quite the fortune. Could it be that I misjudged him? The refining continued, and a humming sound rose from within Chu Chen, like the beating of war drums. The sound of his heartbeat was particularly clear, establishing a connection with the immortal pool. His skin was covered in primordial patterns, and his blood surged like a true dragon, appearing to everyone as an ancient primordial being awakening. The immense momentum startled everyone in Twilight City. At this moment, everyone paused their tasks and looked up at the immortal pool. Blacksmith. Lee placed his hammer on the ground, and the earth trembled violently, the terrifying impact nearly smashing through the floor. Which little brat did this good deed? He wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, stared for a moment, then returned his gaze to continue forging iron. This little episode did not cause a stir, people merely showed a hint of curiosity before going back to their work. Perhaps in their hearts, they held the same view as the donkey, believing that Chu Chen and his companions would not be able to withstand the test of the immortal pool. A month passed, and the radiance around Chu Chen gradually receded, while the temperature of the pool reached a terrifying level. Feng Yan and the others kept their distance, afraid to approach. Even the dissipating steam could roast them in an instant. After all, this was just the first day's trial. There shouldn't be any problems, brother Chu's physical body is unparalleled, and his willpower goes without saying, said Lu Taiqing. You all have so much confidence in him, the donkey asked with a half-smile. Of course. My brother has killed gods. Feng Yan replied. The god you mentioned must have just been a wisp of divine thought. Anyone in Twilight City could do that, it's not a big deal. What? Everyone can do it? Feng Yan was instantly stunned. That's right, from the leaders to the street vendors, there's nothing they can't do. The donkey spoke as if explaining something quite ordinary. However, to the four of them, this sounded like a myth from a far-off land. That kid who lifted the cauldron can do it too? Feng Yan's face was full of doubt. You're talking about the son of Sanhua, right? He killed a god's offspring in the previous era, the donkey explained. What? Feng Yan stumbled, nearly kneeling on the spot. What had he just heard? That little kid had killed a god's child? But he looked only 10 years old. Had he really lived through an entire era? Feng Yan immediately shut his mouth and stopped speaking. The donkey didn't seem to be lying to him, and there was no need for him to deceive himself. In terms of extraordinary people and events, Feng Yan was truly opening his eyes. Twilight City was less a city and more a gathering place for ruthless individuals. Lu Taiqing and Zhang Bujue had already become numb, and a phrase suddenly came to mind. Some people are born in Rome, far above them. When they finally reach the peak after much hardship, they find that others have long grown tired of being at the summit. Sometimes the world is just that unfair, and they couldn't argue against it. At that moment, the eternal life divine pool showed signs of change. Chu Chen let out a muffled groan, golden blood beads seeping from his pores, instantly dyeing the surroundings gold. The primordial script on his body shone even brighter until it detached and was imprinted on the pool. The donkey looked at these characters, his expression unusually serious. I didn't expect this kid to have the bloodline of the ancient god royal family, lost in such a small place among mortals. Where did he get such an opportunity? What it had said about having beaten many ancient gods was not empty talk. In an era long past, it had encountered no fewer than a dozen ancient beings. Forget ancient gods, it had even fought ancient demons and ancient monsters. What are these characters? Taiqing, have you seen them before? Feng Yan asked. They might be characters from an even earlier era, or perhaps unique to the ancient god clan. Lu Taiqing shook his head. This should be the legendary primordial script. Zhang Bujue spoke up. Suddenly, a storm swept across 1,000 miles, shaking the heavens. Chu Chun unconsciously activated his ancient god form, revealing a towering body of 100,000 meters before everyone. The immense pressure crushed the floor tiles, and many buildings swayed precariously on the verge of collapse. A faint sixth pentagram began to appear on his forehead, and his body grew taller by the moment, with the entire eternal life divine pool showing signs of being unable to support it. What's going on? Why has Chu Chen entered a combat state? Feng Yan braced against the storm, his face filled with confusion. If this continues, he might just tear this city apart. What should we do now, Senior? The donkey. What can we do? What else is there to do? Celestial technique, great banishing spell. In the next moment, the donkey formed seals with its hooves, and a starry formation slowly rose, transforming into a great array that enveloped the eternal life divine pool. The storm ceased, and the world returned to calm, with many primordial scripts returning to the body, attaching themselves to him. Immediately afterward, Chu Chen's body shot up to 500,000 meters high. Standing out like a crane among chickens, he could be seen by everyone in Twilight City. What a tall giant. Is that the legendary ancient god? Where did the steward find this outsider? He even brought in such a primordial being. Judging by his height, he seems to be between a 5-star ancient god and a 6-star ancient god. It looks like Twilight City is about to gain another member. Li the blacksmith squinted his eyes and whispered, could it be that I misjudged? Numerous astonished gazes wandered over to Chu Chen. At this moment, how could they maintain their original composure? A month ago, the commotion caused by Chu Chen seemed to them just a fleeting spectacle, not worth their concern. But now, the appearance of the ancient god's true form had shattered the tranquility of Twilight City, which had remained undisturbed for multiple eras. At this moment, Chu Chen's consciousness was still in a detached state, instinctively urging his power. The force emanating from his bloodline was earth-shattering, his body continuously being refined, and his strength increasing geometrically. The inheritance that was originally supposed to wait until the birth of the common people was now being triggered by the power of the eternal life divine pool. More than 10 days passed, and only one day remained until the 49-day period. At this moment, the area around the eternal life divine pool was filled with people. The Twilight City market had entered a state of closure because of Chu Chun. They all wanted to welcome this moment. How many years had it been since a newcomer appeared? Not only ordinary citizens but even the Twilight City guards had come to this place. The most eye-catching figure was the one ascending the steps to the Grand Hall. With thick black hair interspersed with a few strands of white, a rugged and resolute face exuded great authority, and his mere presence seemed to stabilize the forces of heaven and earth. Is this person the new member? A middle-aged man approached the donkey and respectfully bowed. His potential is much stronger than that of the young city lord. Perhaps in the future, it won't be certain who will occupy that position. The donkey chuckled lightly. As long as I'm here, he can't win. The man said leisurely. Jun Emosia, you are still so arrogant, why not take a gamble? This mature and handsome uncle was the leader of Twilight City, Jun Emosia. He was also the master of the young city lord, Chu Di, a terrifying figure who raised him as both teacher and father. The selection for the Twilight City guards was extremely strict. One had to lift the Divine King Cauldron to qualify for the selection. Of course, this was merely a qualification. To become a member of the guards, one not only had to possess solid strength but also had to pass immense trials. One of the trials involved killing the offspring of a deity and taking their head. Generally speaking, out of 100 participants, only 2 or 3 could pass the test. Jun Emosia fought his way through the pack of wolves to seize the position of leader. One could imagine how strong his power was. Previously, when Chu Chen and Chu Di fought in the Sea of Realms, he had a brief encounter with him. At that time, Jun Moxia recognized Chu Chen's true identity and did not attempt to kill him. Who would have thought that just a few years later he would appear before him in this manner, even triggering a resonance with the eternal life divine pool? You knew his identity long ago? Jun Moxia asked indifferently. If it weren't for his special identity, would I have personally come out of the city to welcome him? The donkey shot him a sidelong glance. I never expected someone as proud as you would one day agree to a betting contract. Jun Moxia immediately became interested. The young city lord inheriting. The city lord's throne is in accordance with the will of heaven, but there are better candidates at present. It doesn't matter who occupies that position, why can't it be the legitimate eldest son? The legitimate line has its order, but he came late. A mere commoner is unworthy of that position. Falling into the mortal realm was the city lord's directive. This is also part of his plan. If the young city lord had been born first, this task would have fallen to him. There are no ifs in this world, the outcome is already determined. Even if he wants to compete for that position as the legitimate eldest son, he won't gain the recognition of the citizens of Twilight City. The donkey was greatly angered by these words. He despised Jun Moxia's stubborn temperament the most. How could there be so many convoluted and nonsensical rules in Twilight City? This wasn't a dynasty, in his view. Both Chu Di and Chu Chen were qualified to compete for that position. Everything depended on strength. After 10 years, Chu Chen gained the recognition of the city lord, the donkey said. Slowly. 5 years. Jun Moxia, are you itching for a fight? Since you have so much confidence in him, is time really an issue? The donkey gazed at that figure, a complex expression in his eyes, and after a long while nodded, saying, 5 years it is. If I lose, I want your piece of thunder flame immortal heart. Jun Moxia frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. The thunder flame immortal heart was a divine object he had seized from the thunder god's treasury during ancient times. Consuming it would grant even a pig the same control over the thunder path as the thunder god. If it fell into Chu Chen's hands, the chaotic divine thunder he wielded would reach new heights, perhaps breaking the shackles of the heavenly realms. Don't be so quick to refuse. I'll wager the reincarnation yellow spring flower. Isn't this something you've wanted for a long time? The donkey saw through his thoughts. All right. Jun Moxia nodded firmly. The reincarnation yellow spring flower had a miraculous effect, allowing beings to enter the yellow spring in a soul form to glimpse the entirety of reincarnation. For the Chu Emperor, such a treasure was most suitable. Back then, Jun Moxia had begged the donkey for this hellish flower, but it had never relented. Now, for Chu Chen, it was willing to part with such a treasure, showing its determination and confidence. I've never heard you care so much for anyone before. Does he have any unique qualities? Jun Moxia asked curiously. The donkey grinned. That kid suits my taste. Compared to the Chu Emperor, he is more fit to be in a position of power, but he has too much of a worldly air about him and needs to be refined. The Chu Emperor is a born king, the city lord's chosen candidate. Can he really be inferior? Jun Moxia said discontentedly. The aura of a king is indeed rare, but possessing a king's heart is more precious than anything else, the donkey said meaningfully. Jun Moxia followed his gaze and saw Feng Yan in the others looking tense, their concern evident. A person's gaze might be able to disguise their intentions, but the eyes do not lie. That doesn't prove anything. Mundane feelings are as light as a feather and not worth mentioning. Jun Moxia withdrew his gaze. TSK, you're still so mundane, always seeing what you want to see. That's why you can't sit in the position of the four kings. The donkey shook his head. Jun Moxia remained unmoved, still standing in his original position, maintaining order and guarding the peace of Twilight City. The fluctuations around Chu Chen gradually rose to a peak, just a hair's breadth away from reaching 1,000,000 meters. Yet that last bit remained elusive, as if an invisible wall stood in his way, preventing him from advancing further. If he could become a 6-star ancient god, Chu Chen would be qualified to slay the offspring of the gods, thus gaining the power of self-preservation. Coupled with his innate skills in the path of all living beings, he might even be able to exchange blows with true gods. Just at this critical moment, a terrifying wave suddenly surged from the horizon. A patch of 7-colored auspicious clouds swept in from afar, the dazzling light nearly blinding people's eyes as a group of armored figures descended with overwhelming momentum. Behind them, divine radiance spread wherever they passed, and 8 divine beasts pulled a chariot, roaring as they charged like thunder. Surrounded by golden thunder, their domineering aura swept in like a tidal wave, tearing apart the clouds and revealing the landscape below. Each of the newcomers had a halo above their heads, resembling angels, filled with a sacred aura that made it hard to look directly at them, fearing to desecrate something divine. The moment Jun Moxia sensed this aura, his expression turned cold, and he stomped into the sky. Who dares to invade Twilight City? The booming thunder echoed in all directions, and hundreds of divine soldiers spat out blood, staining their armor red. Yet even so, they charged forward recklessly. The four kings are not present. Is it now up to Jun to lead and make decisions? A voice came from the chariot. The noble decorations inevitably evoked thoughts of the traditions of the divine realm. The 8-headed celestial beast pulling the chariot is a divine general under the command of the gods, the 12-headed divine kings under the command of the gods, the 14-headed offspring of the gods' collateral line, the 17-headed direct descendants of the gods and the 21 heads of the gods themselves. A mere divine general dares to act all high and mighty before me? Get down! Jun Emosia shouted, and a terrifying sound wave shattered the chariot, severely injuring the divine general inside, who spat blood and flew away. Impudent! I am the fire cloud general under the fire god. How dare you disrespect the divine? Yen Bao's divine light dimmed significantly, looking quite disheveled, with a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Just a dog, and you think you can stand here and talk to me? Jun Emosia stood with his hands behind his back, his cold face covered in frost, making one shiver. The divine generals who perished at his hands numbered in the thousands. This cold-faced killing god was seen as an executioner by the divine race. If it weren't for the fire god's order, Yen Bao wouldn't dare to provoke this lord. Yen Bao came with a divine edict. The fire gods were weighing on him, causing him to straighten his back instinctively. The fire god commands, hand over Chu Chen. As he spoke, he took out a golden piece of paper and slowly unfolded it in the air. On it were inscribed 4 large characters in divine script, containing immense divine power that instinctively compelled obedience. As the divine edict appeared, the divine soldiers all knelt on the ground. In this sacred moment, Yen Bao found that Jun Emosia remained unmoved, his face showing not a trace of respect, but rather a faint mockery. Seeing his expression, Yen Bao was filled with rage. To see the divine edict is to see the true form of the deity. Why do you not kneel? Jun Emosia's expression remained unchanged as he casually drew a bronze halberd from his backpack, which was a full 3 meters long. The tip of the halberd was stained with blood, exuding a strong aura of slaughter, instantly filling the world with a terrifying killing intent. The city of Twilight only reveres immortals, not gods. Bold! Yen Bao shouted, at that moment seemingly forgetting his earlier pain. A dog relying on its master's presence. My weapon hasn't tasted divine blood in a long time. Jun Emosia's eyes were filled with a fierce light. Suddenly, a surging momentum erupted, and a terrifying wave swept out, instantly crushing over 100 divine soldiers. The dark, bloody wind shook the surrounding area for miles, and Yen Bao found himself at the center of the storm, trembling in fear. You dare to kill me? I will kill you. Jun Emosia swung the halberd, and the space was suddenly marked with a long scar, stretching endlessly. Yen Bao watched helplessly as the attack approached, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the divine edict. Lord of the gods, save me! In an instant, the divine edict erupted with astonishing divine power, booming into existence. A towering, fiery red phantom appeared in the world, engulfed in raging divine flames, and at that moment, the path of fire was revealed. Representing the supreme and sacred power of the heavens, it suddenly shattered Jun Emosia's attack, and the scorching temperature of the flames instantly turned the clouds to nothingness. I pay my respects to the Lord of the gods. Yen Bao repressed all fear and knelt on the ground with utmost respect, his eyes flashing with fervor. In their hearts, the fire god was heaven, the all-powerful creator. I am the master of the path of fire. Heavenly deities, why do you not kneel before me? The fire god's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. It shook like thunder, and several people could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Such powerful strength, is this what a god is? Feng Yan's heart trembled. This was the first time he had seen the true form of a deity. The power of the gods had long been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every mortal. In their minds, the gods were omnipotent beings. The gods said there was heaven, and heaven would not fall. Now, upon seeing the fire god's phantom, Feng Yan felt no excitement, but rather a complex emotion mixed with anger. The bizarre curse that the Feng family could only produce one male descendant per generation had caused countless ancestors to expend immense effort and time begging the gods to maintain their lineage. The true god stood right before him, and upon learning that his target was Chu Chen, Feng Yan unexpectedly felt a surge of disgust. The emergence of this feeling struck him as absurd, yet it was also understandable. Unable to resist, Feng Yan turned to look back, only to see that Chu Chen had entered the most critical moment, and he absolutely could not be disturbed. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be in vain, and he might even suffer a heavy blow, losing the chance to inherit the legacy. Now, he could only place his hopes on the figures of Twilight City. Perhaps they could save Chu Chen's life. After all, this was the divine realm, not the mundane world. The two sides faced each other from 10,000 meters apart. Their momentum like a rainbow, and the collision of their gazes caused the heavens to tremble. The fire god has come to Twilight City just for a mere mortal? And even went so far as to grant a divine decree. Isn't this a bit too much? Jun Emosia said lightly. Chu Chen has insulted the divine. He is a sinner among the heavens, and the divine lord cannot allow such defilement. He must atone for this. The fire god's voice, filled with authority, slowly emerged. Although Jun Emosia had dealt with many deities, the determination and fury of the other party were not baseless. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of insult could provoke a deity to lower themselves to come and seek retribution, or even demand someone from Twilight City. Thinking of this, Jun Emosia couldn't help but glance at the unconscious Chu Chen, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. I don't care what he has done, nor do I want to know, but this is the territory of Twilight City. Even if the divine emperor himself comes, he has no right to interfere. Jun Emosia brandished his spear, his eyes glinting coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Yueshi and the others were shaken, looking at the figure daring to challenge the divine, a surge of fervor rising in their hearts. This was arrogance. This was the true heart of invincibility. Although it was merely an incarnation of the fire god that had come, this kind of courage was unmatched. This scene inevitably reminded her of the spirited figure of Chu Chun from years ago, who had fiercely slapped everyone in the face when no one believed in the Thunder Mage. Senior, will there be any trouble? Su Yueshi asked with slight concern. No worries, just get used to it, the donkey softly reassured. Feng Yan, Lu Taiqing, Jiang Buju. What the hell is getting used to? Does this kind of thing happen often? Are you going to start a war for a mere mortal? The fire god threatened. My weapon has been stained with countless blood. Killing one is the same as killing 10,000. The citizens of Twilight City shall not be threatened by anyone. Jun Moxia was resolute, refusing to back down. Upon hearing this, the fire god's expression darkened. He, a dignified deity, an object of reverence in everyone's hearts, was now being challenged by another. What he didn't expect was that Jun Moxia would actually become his enemy for Chu Chen. Very well, then wait to bear my wrath. The flames surrounding the fire god instantly coalesced into a fire phoenix, roaring and charging forward. Come on. Jun Moxia showed no fear, charging forward as well, the power of the celestial path erupting explosively, a willow tree suddenly appearing, its 3,000 branches whipping out like whips, violently sending the fire phoenix flying. This willow tree was his destined celestial path, and Jun Moxia had completed the third stage, endowing his destined celestial path with a soul. At this moment, he was the willow tree, and the willow tree was him. The 3,000 branches represented the 3,000 paths, and his cultivation, like Chu Chen's, pursued the perfect extreme. The willow tree and the fire phoenix engaged in a life and death struggle in midair, and as Jun Moxia formed seals, the ice path erupted, instantly covering the world in a flurry of snow. It has been several eras since I last saw you. I didn't expect your strength to have improved so much, the fire god spoke. But this is still far from enough. Accompanied by a light shout, the fire phoenix spread its wings and flew, the violent flames colliding with the flurry of snow, instantly melting it away. I will say this one last time, hand over Chu Chen and I will spare your life. The fire god issued his final ultimatum. The collision of flames and frost generated an enormous destructive force, shattering the clouds for miles, and the peaceful atmosphere was instantly broken. The tranquility of an era in the divine realm was completely shattered. No one would have thought that the instigator of it all would be a mere mortal who had yet to cross the threshold of a demigod's third stage. Yet his name was resoundingly famous, known by everyone from the gods to infants. Even back when he claimed victory in the first round, Chu Chen's name echoed throughout the celestial world, becoming a moment of unparalleled glory. Then, in the second round, he decisively defeated Dongfang Qingsong, trampled the sword god Lu Cheng'an, and ruthlessly slaughtered all the ancient prodigies of the war god palace. All these achievements combined propelled Chu Chen's name to the pinnacle, reaching an unprecedented climax. No matter which sequential world one heard the term, the ruthless one, it would instinctively evoke a sense of awe. In just a few short years, reaching this height would leave anyone feeling emotional and deeply impressed. Even the surviving old monsters of the top 10 powers would have to bow respectfully if they encountered Chu Chen in person. Currently, the third round was not presented in a projected form, so the beings could not glimpse the performance of the prodigies entering the third round. Within the limited vision of Twilight City and the fire god, Chu Chen's fingers moved imperceptibly. So hot, is it not over yet? As he slightly opened his eyes, Chu Chen saw flames engulfing every corner, a towering red phantom filling his vision. The most striking feature was the diamond crystal engraved on the phantom's forehead, exuding immense allure, stirring a sense of greed within him. Divine essence? Chu Chen instantly perked up, sweeping away his fatigue and pain. Focusing his gaze, he noticed that although the figure's face was quite blurry, obscured by the power of the great Tao, he could still sense a familiar presence approaching. The fire god has come knocking? Interesting. A slight smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips as he closed his eyes to continue his breakthrough. He had already touched the shackles of the six-star ancient god, and he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the next realm, achieving the extraordinary. At that point, he would truly be a mature ancient god, able to gain even stronger innate skills. When the storm subsided, Jun Moxia burst forth from the realm of the gods, wildly wielding a great halberd, directly tearing open a gap and charging forward. If you want someone, you must first step over my corpse. A fierce shattering offensive surged forward, and the fire god showed no surprise at his unscathed appearance, as if he had anticipated it all along. Stubborn and unrepentant, then you shall come to atone for him. In the next moment, a scorching sun slowly rose, and the terrifying temperature of over 10 million instantly melted the space, countless beams of light shooting out. Jun Moxia showed no fear, as if possessed by the spirit of a war god, facing it head-on with his physical body. The battle between the two could be called a divine war, the grand scene leaving Feng Yan and the others dumbfounded. It was a clear demonstration that this was the true battle. The past had merely been child's play. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the others, they appeared quite calm, as if they had long since grown accustomed to it. Or perhaps, they held immense confidence in Jun Moxia. Seeing this, Feng Yan and the others slowly relaxed their tense hearts. The sounds of explosions echoed one after another, and in just a moment, Jun Moxia bore many charred marks, his skin roasted to a deep red, nearly cooked through. After all, A god was still a god. No matter how strong Jun Emosia was, he was at most still a mortal. I advise you to surrender obediently, otherwise all that awaits you is the pain of flesh and blood, which will do you no good. The fire god spoke. Since when did the fire god enjoy talking so much? If you want to fight, then fight, no need for all this nonsense, Jun Emo. Sia replied, unperturbed even in a disadvantageous position, still standing tall, his body like a divine spear, striking towards the heavens. Immediately after, he shouted, and his innate celestial path burst forth with brilliant radiance, 3,000 willow branches erupting with immense power, revealing the full force of the great Tao. Under this surge of power, the fire god's eyes slightly shifted, controlling the sun to fly towards him. As the sun approached the willow tree, it suddenly expanded with a thunderous roar, and then, right before everyone's eyes, it exploded violently. The power of the solar eruption is unimaginable. In the final moments, all people could see was a blinding white light illuminating the entire divine realm. In a critical moment, the donkey cast a great barrier spell, enveloping Twilight City to prevent disaster. However, even so, Feng Yan and the others still felt the scorching heat sweep over their bodies, nearly incinerating their consciousness. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the impact would be for Jun Emosia at the center of the explosion. Would he survive? After a while, a soft voice emerged. Feng Yan slowly opened his eyes and saw Jun Emosia holding a token, surrounded by a shield that completely blocked the onslaught. The city lord's order? Chu Qianqiu actually dared to give this to you? The fire god was slightly taken aback. After the token appeared, time seemed to freeze, and the shattered divine realm quickly returned to its original state. Time reversal? Feng Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was an extremely powerful spell. Only those who had complete control over the rules of time could wield it. Moreover, the cost was extraordinarily heavy. It would not be used lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. Yet, this was merely a trace of power attached to the token, and it had such might? Didn't Chu Chen say that his father was only at the level of the 4 stars of world destruction? Recalling that statement felt like hearing a colossal lie. If the 4 stars of world destruction had this kind of power, everyone here could be reborn, including the fire god. Jun Emosia slowly raised his head, panting as he looked at the fire god. The city lord commanded me to protect Twilight City before he left. If I can't even protect my own people, how can I talk about taking the position of leader? If I remember correctly, Chu Chen should be your disciple's competitor for the city lord's position, right? Is it worth risking your life to save him? The fire god's eyes flickered with a mysterious light. Don't give me that. Even if what you want today is not him, but any citizen of Twilight City, I would do the same. Jun Emosia stood tall, coldly stating, moreover, the position of city lord should go to the capable. If he can sit on that throne by his own merit, I have nothing to say. What loyalty? To protect the city, even if it means going to war with me? If there is to be a battle, then let it be. Jun Emosia's robe fluttered without wind, his resolute face filled with fighting spirit. He expressed his stance and attitude through both action and words. In terms of loyalty, he was indeed the most suitable person to sit in the position of leader of Twilight City. If it weren't for Chu Qianqiu, he would have perished long ago, and what he was doing now was repaying the favor he had been given with his life. The fire god stared intently at his face, glancing at the token without leaving a trace, a hint of wariness flashing deep in his eyes. Chu Qianqiu's reputation in the divine realm was many times louder than in the myriad worlds. It was he who, with his own strength, intimidated the gods and established the supreme status of Twilight City. This was also the only city in the divine realm where mortals could reside. The fire god vaguely remembered when the myriad worlds had just separated from the 8 desolations. The gods had just created the divine realm and were joyfully celebrating their established supreme status. Every newly ascended deity was filled with excitement. They had crossed over from mortals and naturally understood how wonderful it was to go from having nothing to controlling the world. But just as the new gods were establishing themselves, a man and a donkey came from the horizon. In that desolate, underdeveloped era, the appearance of such a stranger in the divine realm made them feel threatened. They instinctively thought it was a powerful being from the 8 desolations, coming to seize their divine thrones. However, before the gods could speak, the man struck directly. The battle raged, darkening the sky and earth. All the gods did not expect that. No matter how hard they tried, they could not inflict any harm on that man. In contrast, their side, divine thrones shattered, rules reversed, and the momentum of heaven and earth nearly extinguished. Just when they were in despair, that man stopped. He walked to an empty space and dropped a city building order, constructing a city there. He named it Twilight City due to the fear of him. For so many years they have kept their distance, and the population of the Twilight City has continued to grow over time. As time passed, that man never showed up again. Therefore, the gods believed he had fallen, and thus organized an unprecedented revenge war in ancient times. That battle was equally brutal, with both sides suffering significant losses, and the blood of gods and copper was born from it. Just as they were about to conquer the Twilight City, that man reappeared in the divine realm. With just a finger, he repelled billions of divine soldiers and generals, slaying many divine kings and their offspring. Even the gods were severely injured, with the fire god being one of the most tragic victims of that battle. To this day, he has not fully recovered and is still in seclusion. The war of ancient times made the gods aware of his name, Prophet Chu Qianqiu. No one knows his origins, and even fewer know his purpose in building the Twilight City. But one thing is certain, his authority is not to be violated. Therefore, when the fire god saw the city lord's order, he showed an extremely wary and even fearful expression. It was precisely for this reason that he would hold back, suppressing the thought of killing June. Moxie. Chu Qianqiu was like a dagger hanging over the necks of the gods, ready to fall at any moment. Since the city lord's order has been issued, I do not wish to cut off all paths. The fire god said, looking at the donkey. Lu Sanjin, you must give a clear answer. This matter needs an explanation. What explanation? You think you can take someone from behind my back? Even if it means starting a divine war, June will accompany you to the end. June Moxie snorted coldly, pointing his great halberd directly at the fire god. The fire god was unfazed, merely staring intently at Lu Sanjin, trying to extract a satisfactory answer from him. If the gods went out to battle and returned empty-handed, they would surely become the laughingstock of the entire divine realm. Even under the immense threat of Chu Qianqiu possibly returning at any moment, they had to regain their face. Otherwise, wouldn't the world think that the fire god was afraid of a mere city lord? Senior. Su Yueshi couldn't help but speak, but was directly interrupted halfway through. I believe the fire god already has an answer in mind, but it doesn't hurt to say, Lu Sanjin slowly began. I also do not wish to increase casualties unnecessarily. Since the chief steward has spoken, let us resolve this through divine war. The fire god declared loudly. Upon hearing this, the citizens of the Twilight City couldn't help but roll their eyes. Was that really not wanting to increase casualties? It was clear he was afraid of the city lord. What kind of battle method? Lu Sanjin asked. Very simple, I have 3 divine kings who have just returned from battle, still eager for more. If Chu Chen can win, we will wipe the slate clean of previous matters, the fire god proposed. Shameless. Despicable. The crowd couldn't help but curse loudly. What level of power is a divine king? A terrifying powerhouse with half the blood of gods flowing in their veins. Moreover, they have all experienced countless battles, with extremely rich combat experience and hands stained with blood. How could the young Chu Chen possibly be their opponent? The fire god's actions were clearly meant to put Lu Sanjin in a difficult position. If he did not agree, not only would he not let it go, but he would even force the Twilight City to submit in a shameful manner. The chief steward cannot agree to him. If we are to fight, let me go. I can too, they are just divine kings, I've long wanted to meet them. I can also take their place, 3 divine kings are nothing. The fire god's suggestion ignited the crowd's righteous indignation, each one pushing forward to reclaim their dignity and slap his face hard. Lu Sanjin did not rush to agree but turned to Su Yueshi and said, My dear disciple, what do you think of Chu Chen's strength? Can he handle it? He can, Su Yueshi replied without hesitation, nodding firmly. Oh? You haven't seen a divine king, so how can you be so sure he can do it? Lu Sanjin showed a curious expression. Because his name is Chu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanjin couldn't help but chuckle, revealing a big tooth, looking quite comical. Whether to fight or not is not for me to decide, it must be left to the person involved. Before Lu Sanjin could speak, a cold and stern voice came from behind the crowd. Let me handle this grudge began with me, and it should end with me. Turning around, they saw a handsome man bathed in divine flames walking towards them, his perfect body shining like a treasure. The most striking feature was the 6 5-pointed stars on his forehead, signifying the extraordinary. Although people could not perceive his aura, they could sense a faint threat. Congratulations on gaining the recognition of the Eternal Life Divine Pool, Lu Sanjin congratulated Chu Chen. Nodded slightly, making his way through the parted crowd to face the fire god. Let them come out. I've endured for 49 days and can no longer hold back. As you wish. The saying goes, enemies meet with extra animosity. The moment the fire god saw the detestable face that made him grit his teeth, he recalled the scene of being suppressed by Chu Chen in the second trial. It was an utter humiliation. As the creator of the trial, he had been killed by a seed of the divine path. This achievement would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame, never to be erased. Come out, my children. As soon as the words fell, 3 chariots pulled by 12 divine beasts rushed in, flames rolling across the sky, and a violent wave of energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, 3 robust figures stepped down from their respective chariots. Clad in divine armor, wielding divine artifacts, their brows filled with hostility, their eyes seemed to evolve with murderous intent, turning everything in their sight into a purgatory, sending chills down one's spine. Especially the crimson halo floating above their heads, as if stained with blood. We pay our respects to the divine lord. The god king knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. You've worked hard. A hint of appreciation flashed in the fire god's eyes as he nodded. What orders do you have, divine lord? Your task this time is simple, kill him and I will grant you the surname. Fire. Yes. To receive the same surname as the gods in the divine realm is the highest honor. Equivalent to an external branch, their status would not only rise significantly but they would also gain a portion of the fire god's power. These 3 god kings had risen from divine weapons, having experienced countless battles and bloodshed, earning the fire god many followers and faith power. Without great merit, their lives might have reached their end. But now the fire god had given them an opportunity. A precious opportunity that made their hearts race. Rest assured, divine lord, we will not disappoint you. Then, the three drew their divine weapons and faced Chu Chen. As they advanced, their momentum surged. Explosively, overwhelming flames sweeping across the sky. Each spark seemed to contain a small world, even such a trivial amount could rival the damage of a demigod's full strength. Forbidden spell in the second stage. The God Kings had already condensed their divine thrones, only a divine rank away from true divinity. Fire God's kin. Suddenly, a divine throne appeared behind the three, standing tall in the void. The power of the domain filled the heavens and the earth. Under this domain, the flames soared endlessly, their power increasing. Several times. The appearance of the divine throne made Chu Chen's eyes flicker as he gazed at the radiant seat resembling an emperor's throne, curiosity rising in his heart. This was the first time he had seen the true form of a divine throne. Feeling the considerable enhancement it brought, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is, the so-called gods are merely practicing a different cultivation system, no different from Taoist immortals. Chu Chen nodded in realization. Are you ready to atone for your sins, a god? King asked coldly. My greatest sin is being born in the wrong era, allowing you useless things to prance around for too long, Chu Chen replied indifferently. Words are useless. Soon you will pay the price for your actions. As he spoke, the three divine thrones suddenly transformed into light, soaring into the sky, merging above the domain to form a colossal divine throne towering 100 feet high. In an instant, the divine fire within the domain became 10 times more powerful. The scorching heat seemed ready to turn Chu Chen to ashes. In this space, the surface of the body gradually turned rosy, and tiny beads of sweat flowed out from the pores, evaporating cleanly in an instant. Today, I will take your heads as offerings for the chess game. One day, I will pierce through the entire divine realm. I will hang the corpses of the gods on the imperial city of Ziwei for all to trample. Impudent! As soon as these words were spoken, the three divine kings were instantly enraged, summoning supreme flames to attack directly. Divine technique 1000-star flame. Explosion. Countless sparks gathered in the sky, surrounding Chu Chen, and an endless divine power erupted with a thunderous explosion. This divine power is not the same as that of the gods. The divine kings are orthodox gods, a kind of pseudo-god, having long transcended the shackles of mortals. Moreover, living in the divine realm, they study divine techniques and can receive teachings from the fire god. Once this technique erupted, mushroom clouds blossomed. From a distance, Feng Yan and the others could see a grand spectacle resembling fireworks, both dazzling and dangerous. This damage, is the divine king really that strong? Feng Yan was stunned. He felt that if he were to face it, he would be crushed in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ashes. Even the incredibly hard sea-stabilizing needle could not withstand this power. Could Chu Chen endure it? What's a divine king? The offspring of the fire god is much stronger than them, Lu Sanjin scoffed. Then the city guards could easily slaughter the divine kings? Feng Yan recalled the conditions for becoming a guard of Twilight City. Nonsense, if we don't have this level of power, how can we stand firm? Lu Sanjin shot him a glance. Feng Yan began to understand, Twilight City had long-standing grievances with the gods. On the surface, the fire god was targeting Chu Chen, but in reality, it was a show of strength against Twilight City. If one looked deeper, it might even be a test of the city lord's intentions. This conflict was merely a facade, their true purpose was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Thinking of this, Feng Yan felt goosebumps rise all over his body, sensing an unprecedented terror. The gods are indeed not as simple as imagined, they are ancient monsters that have lived through countless eras, and their calculations are right here. Feng Yan gasped. Chu Chen's appearance just happened to provide them with an opportunity and reason for the attack. As for what Yi Guqing had mentioned earlier about wanting to glimpse the full picture of the immortal path and using the divine road seed for experimentation, it might be the second step of the plan. Once this thought emerged, it was like a domino effect, revealing the underlying intentions. Feng Yan couldn't help but look up, his eyes filled with worry and horror. The gods were far more terrifying than imagined. When the blazing firelight dissipated, they saw Chu Chen engaged in battle with the three divine kings, his powerful physique unleashing terrifying strength, each punch capable of shaking the void. With this little strength, you dare to fight me? You really underestimate me. Chu Chen was unscathed, effortlessly clashing with the three. His fists were like astonishing celestial weapons, and the divine king's full force attacks could not threaten Chu Chen, and even after the collisions, they would be left with numb hands. After multiple exchanges, his arms were already stained with blood, and the divine weapons trembled continuously, almost on the verge of collapse. A trace of horror appeared in the depths of the divine king's eyes. After all, they were divine bodies. If even a divine body could not do anything to a mortal body, how terrifying could the ancient divine bloodline be? Moreover, Chu Chen was still within the domain set by the divine seed, yet he could perform so effortlessly. Quickly end this. The three exchanged glances and hurriedly retreated, quickly forming seals with their hands. Immediately, a giant golden red tortoise materialized in the domain, its sturdy limbs treading through the void. Its roar shook the heavens and the earth, standing nearly 100,000 meters tall, its hard shell engraved with divine scripts, exuding a thick aura of primal chaos. Primal chaos tortoise? Lu Taiqing recognized the giant beast at a glance. Is it strong? Feng Yan asked. The first trace of primal chaos in the worlds of the heavens comes from this. It is said that the Primal Chaos Tortoise can summon the essence of the earth and create continents, which is extremely miraculous, Lu Taiqing explained, continuing, but it fell long ago in the ancient era. How could it appear in the divine realm? Not fallen, but tamed by the fire god. Lu Sanjin suddenly spoke. This. Lu Taiqing was taken aback for a moment when a loud rumble came from afar. Following the sound, they saw Chu Chen activating the true form of the ancient god, revealing a giant of 1,000,000 meters. The terrifying height was awe-inspiring, surrounded by a yellowish gas that amplified its imposing presence. Does Chu Chen also have the primal yellow mother chi? Feng Yan fell into a daze. What was going on? Such a rare thing was appearing one after another? Could it be that this thing was worthless? The ancient god itself worships the mother of earth, and the royal bloodline can possess the favor of the primal yellow mother chi at the 6-star level, so it's not surprising, Lu Sanjin explained. What exactly is the use of the primal yellow mother chi? Su Yueshi blinked her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. A strand the size of a hair can condense a continent with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. If there is enough quantity, it can even recreate a sequence world, Lu Sanjin explained softly. He was very patient with his designated precious disciple, even his gaze was gentle. So Chu Chen can win? Su Yueshi asked. It's hard to say. Originally, it was the God King who was supposed to fight, but unexpectedly, that rogue fire god lent out the primal yellow turtle, Lu Sanjin replied lazily. Referring to the shameless words previously spoken by the fire god, one could easily guess that he wouldn't let it go so easily and would definitely have a backup plan. However, he didn't expect his backup plan to be so disgraceful. The primal yellow turtle had an almost endless lifespan, and after so many years, it was hard to imagine how powerful it had become. The battle had already begun, and the promised matters were like spilled water, naturally impossible to interrupt temporarily. But, as the son of the city lord, Lu Sanjin wouldn't let anything happen to Chu Chen. As the vortex completely closed, the massive body of the primal yellow turtle was fully exposed. A tremendous roar shook the space, causing Chu Chen to stagger back a step, his eyes narrowing as he stared ahead. What a big turtle! I was just worried about having nowhere to use my strength, and here it comes to me. Saying this, Chu Chen gathered the primal yellow mother chi in his fist, transforming it into a gauntlet, and struck hard at the primal yellow turtle's head. Feeling the immense force coming, the primal yellow turtle displayed actions completely contrary to its appearance. Its head retracted into its shell at a terrifying speed comparable to light, using its shell to block this attack. Bang! The powerful force suddenly pushed the primal yellow turtle back, sending it flying 1,000 miles away. The divine inscriptions on its shell suddenly flickered, dissipating 70% of the force, leaving only 30% to bear. Soon, the primal yellow turtle's head slowly emerged, its eyes half closed, staring at Chu Chen with a look as if it had just woken up, seemingly mocking his incompetence. What a hard turtle! Chu Chen exclaimed in surprise, looking down at the primal yellow mother chi in his hand, which had been reduced by half due to the rebound force. This showed that the turtle shell contained a very special rebound power. I don't believe it today. Chu Chen's fighting spirit burned fiercely as he charged forward again, his fists raining down like a storm. Bang bang bang. The muffled sounds were suffocating. The defensive power of the primal yellow turtle was said to be the strongest in the world, more powerful than any defensive equipment. Coupled with countless years of accumulation, the primal yellow mother chi within it reached a terrifying level. It was no exaggeration to say that even if 1,000 demigods bombarded it day and night, it could last for at least 10,000 years. At this moment, Chu Chen was relying solely on his physical strength, attempting to crush it without using any techniques or celestial powers. Utterly foolish, thinking to withstand the primal yellow turtle with mere physical strength. What difference would 100 years make? One of the god kings scoffed. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a mournful cry was heard, and the divine inscriptions on the primal yellow turtle's shell dimmed, losing more than half. A tiny crack appeared on the shell, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to shock everyone. How is this possible? Did the defense of the Xianhuang turtle really get broken by a punch? The god king who had just mocked was now as pale as death, looking as if he had swallowed a fly. Chu Chen's physical strength was unparalleled, and the royal 6-star ancient god was incredibly powerful. His invincible heart looked down upon all, and he firmly believed that there was no restraint in this world that he could not break. If there was, then he would just throw 2 more punches. The situation turned around so quickly that neither side had anticipated it. The fire god watched silently, waves of emotion rising in his heart. The fire cloud god general beside him seemed to forget to breathe, staring blankly at the invincible figure in the sky. At this moment, Chu Chen's presence was astonishing, and his kind, radiant eyes seemed to give him boundless courage. Not just him, even Jun Moxia was stunned. What powerful strength! Although he instinctively felt a sense of resistance towards Chu Chen because of the Chu Emperor, he naturally did not wish for anything to happen to him. His earlier worries were completely unnecessary. In just a few short years, Chu Chen had grown to an astonishing level. No matter how many people he had seen or how many prodigies he had encountered in the entire Twilight City who was not an extraordinary figure. Yet even so, he was still greatly shocked. How did this kid do it? For the first time, Jun Moxia questioned himself. The Chu Emperor's talent was not much inferior to Chu Chen's, and the treatment and resources the former enjoyed were many times better than those of Chu Chen. One could say that the Chu Emperor was born with a silver spoon, while Chu Chen was more like a fallen prince, having to rely on his own hands to fight for everything. Now, with this strength, even Jun Moxia had to take him seriously. Given time, perhaps he could really do as he had just said, kill his way through the entire divine realm. At this moment, Chu Chen's nearly invincible figure was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, and there was no longer any trace of underestimation in their eyes. My brother is awesome, right? Feng Yen proudly raised an eyebrow. His smug posture was as if he had accomplished a great feat. The Xianhuang turtle had been struck at a weak point, proving that it was not invulnerable. As long as the force reached a critical point it could withstand, the defense would be broken. Roar! The Xianhuang turtle let out a painful roar, and the Xianhuang mother energy erupted completely, filling the entire domain. Then it suddenly charged forward, its eyes blood-red as it slammed towards Chu Chen. If this weight combined with speed hit, even a god would find it difficult to withstand. Come on! Chu Chen shouted loudly, the ancient god's phantom appearing behind him, bursting forth with the same surging Xianhuang mother energy, fiercely countering. The two massive figures collided, and time suddenly froze. Chu Chen gripped the edge of the turtle shell with both hands, desperately resisting the impact, his veins bulging. Did he block it? The Fire Cloud God General was so shocked that his eyes nearly fell out. What kind of monstrous strength was this? However, that was not the end. Chu Chen gritted his teeth, a hint of a smile curving at the corner of his mouth, and shouted, "Get up!" Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the Xianhuang turtle, whose weight approached infinity, was forcibly lifted by Chu Chen. Then he forcefully swung it, violently throwing the Xianhuang turtle away, crashing it hard against the divine throne. Boom! Accompanied by the scattering of light, the Xianhuang turtle directly shattered the divine throne, causing the three god kings to spit out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale. Chu Chen charged forward, channeling all his strength towards the center area, and punched down. A scream suddenly erupted, the turtle shell of the Xianhuang turtle shattered, blood gushing out like a waterfall, staining the clouds red. In just a few minutes, the god kings and the Xianhuang turtle were completely defeated, losing utterly. Chu Chen panted heavily, gazing at the fire god, grinning as he said, "Now, it's your turn." The silent dome was as desolate as an old, dark graveyard, with gusts of cold wind swirling, the fierce gale tearing the colorful clouds into tattered rags. In that shattered, almost indescribable realm of divine fire lay a massive beast, blood gushing forth, the enforcer and conqueror of the divine realm. The god king who instilled fear in countless hearts also fell into a state of silence. The instigator of all this now stood in the void, gazing provocatively at the fire god's avatar. The earlier declaration of dominance and fearlessness still echoed in the air, leaving one in disbelief. "You want to challenge me?" the fire god said with interest. "You are mistaken, the word challenge has never existed in my dictionary." Chu Chen's tiger-like body trembled, divine flames surged into the sky, and the boiling ancient god blood roared. He raised his hand and pointed fiercely, "I will slay the gods." Boom! The fire god laughed heartily, flames around him suddenly soaring to an unattainable height. Compared to him, the god king was simply on a different level, overwhelmingly tyrannical. This was the first time Chu Chen truly felt the power of a true god, although it was just an avatar. It possessed 1/10 of the main body's strength. A 7-star ancient god could strike down a deity, and a 6-star ancient god could handle an avatar with only 1/10 of its power. Sufficient. You are still so arrogant. I am the supreme fire god of the heavens. What qualifications do you, a mere mortal, have to challenge me? The fire god's expression changed like flipping a book, suddenly turning grim. Chu Chen could clearly sense the killing intent in the other's eyes but did not care, replying, "I can kill you once, so naturally I can kill you a second time. It's just a wisp of divine thought. Do you think using the power of primordial chaos along with your damned innate skill can threaten me?" The fire god laughed in anger. For a mortal he despised to challenge him and claim he would slay a god was an immense humiliation. Counting the last time, this was already the second. The fire god's killing intent erupted uncontrollably, and intense flames surged toward him. Chu Chen shouted loudly, decisively throwing a powerful punch, the shockwave instantly extinguishing the flames. However, a few sparks still fell on him, instantly melting flesh and blood, sending waves of intense pain coursing through him. So strong. Chu Chen frowned slightly and grunted. The ancient god blood coursed through his body, and his terrifying healing ability immediately repaired his injuries. "Now, do you still dare to be so arrogant?" The fire god stepped forward, coldly asking. "I have never feared anyone in my life. Even if your true self descends today, I will pull you down from your pedestal." With that, Chu Chen charged forward, stepping into the void, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the fire god. Compared to the towering avatar, his million-meter height was no different from that of an infant. But Chu Chen showed no fear, his momentum reaching unprecedented heights, the primordial text revealing itself before him. The character emerged, shaking. The heavens and earth, and the distant twilight city seemed on the verge of shattering. How immense was the power of primordial chaos! It was beyond what a shattered continent could bear. Primordial Holy Fist. At this moment, Chu Chen's fist burst forth with dazzling light, unleashing a move that contained his lifelong insights and strength, triggering double damage. The terrifying shockwave instantly struck the sea of flames surrounding the fire god's avatar. Pure white light intertwined with fiery red, neither side yielding an inch, resulting in a fierce collision. This move of the primordial holy fist was unleashed again, its power increased by more than 10 times compared to before. 10 times in terms of power points, but now he possessed the essence of the primordial chaos, and his life signs had also risen to a new level. An ant is still an ant, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and earth. Today, I will let you witness what divine power is. Saying this, the fire god pointed, and a familiar sun slowly rose, its scorching flames exceeding millions of degrees, instantly obliterating the shockwave. Then, the residual power of the sun surged forth, fiercely enveloping Chu Chen. In the center of the sun, Chu Chen couldn't help but let out a painful roar, his skin instantly scorched, golden blood evaporating continuously. This experience was the greatest crisis he had ever faced. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Even the former Dongfang Qingtsong had not put such pressure on him. At this moment, he finally understood just how strong a 7-star ancient god was and could comprehend the terrifying power of GZ. The onlookers had their hearts in their throats, their worry intensifying. Senior, will Chu Chen be alright? Feng Yan asked anxiously. Lu Sanjin remained silent, quietly watching the sun, his eyes seemingly able to see through the surface and gaze directly at the struggling figure at its center. Chu Chen's screams were piercingly tragic, causing those who heard them to shudder. Don't panic at this moment, it all depends on Brother Chu himself, Lu Taiqing said. That's right, all we can do now is believe. If he can overcome this hurdle, his invincible heart will be unparalleled for eternity. Jiang Bujua nodded slightly. Feng Yan knew he couldn't help, but standing by and watching only added to his anxiety. Just as he clasped his hands together to pray for Chu Chen, an unexpected change occurred. A gigantic skeletal arm suddenly emerged, fiercely grasping the sun and crushing it with immense force. Flames scattered through the clouds, igniting them, and a raging fire illuminated the sky. Chu Chen's figure was revealed. There was no flesh left, only a crystalline skeleton. Then, dark immortal lotuses began to bloom, completing the rebirth of flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. The familiar sharp gaze reappeared. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, there was not a trace of fear in Chu Chen's eyes, only unwavering determination. It seems the so-called divine power is nothing much. Can you exert a bit more strength? Chu Chen smirked, beckoning with his hand. Resisting in a corner is of no use, it will only increase your suffering. The fire god launched another attack. This time a massive star array appeared beneath him, filling the world with a sea of fire. Meteorites fell from the sky, engulfed in divine flames, crashing down towards Chu Chen. Who can't talk big? Chu Chen scoffed, forming seals with his hands and suddenly clenching his palms towards the sky. The hand of heaven. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, shattering a meteorite and extinguishing the surrounding sea of fire for thousands of miles. Chu Chen maintained the same posture, ancient divine phantoms appearing beneath his feet. In the next moment, thousands of hands of heaven descended, colliding with the meteorites in a breathtaking clash. The infinite firepower was pushed to its limits. After many days, Chu Chen finally had the chance to use this skill. The shockwave surged. How many were stunned by this scene? Chu Chen resembled a dragon-slaying warrior from ancient times, launching an assault against the highest beings of the celestial realms. I've had enough, I don't want to see that annoying face of yours anymore. Chu Chen slightly raised his eyelids. The bloodline of the ancient gods bursting forth with primordial texts. The unique aura of the ancient gods rippled out, spreading in concentric circles. At this moment, it was as if a king had arrived, the noble aura of royalty permeating the divine realm. It's time to end this farce. Chu Chen's expression turned cold, his hands forming seals, his eyes shooting forth beams of divine light. The King of Men's Seal. The first appearance of the innate skill granted by the 5-star ancient god. The elements and the powers of the great Tao. In the world poured into Chu Chen's body in a different form, a devouring vortex manifesting above his head, greedily absorbing all the energy around him. In the blink of an eye, the elements within a radius of 10,000 miles were drained, coalescing into a king character towering 1,000,000 zhan high. This enormous primordial text refreshed people's understanding of this ancient power. They had never imagined such a colossal character, the power contained within seeming capable of destroying the entire divine realm. The fire god sensed the energy within, a trace of fear absurdly arising in his heart. My fear, how many years has it been since it appeared? This ant before him had repeatedly shattered his divine techniques, bringing surprises that were far from what he had expected. Even the leader of Twilight City, Jun Moxie, could not give him such a feeling. Was the King of Men's Seal that Chu Chen had condensed truly so terrifying? Although the fire god was arrogant, he was not at the point of being unafraid of death. This incarnation was connected to his true self. If it were destroyed, his true self would also suffer heavy damage. He could not allow a mortal to slay a god, it would be a desecration to the gods and the entire divine realm. My divine throne rise. In the next moment, a majestic and sacred divine throne manifested, inscribed with the achievements and pasts of the gods. Under the dense divine power, numerous chains of divine force appeared in the heavens and earth, sealing off this region. When the divine throne appeared, the fire god descended as if in his true form, raising his hand to judge any living being. What no one expected was that Chu Chen could actually force the fire god to summon the divine throne. This outcome could be seen as a recognition of his strength, and it also signified a deadly intent. If he can withstand this attack, Chu Chen will be renowned in the divine realm. Lu Sanjin's eyes reflected a sense of nostalgia. Once upon a time, he and Chu Qianqiu were equally spirited, working together to deliver devastating blows to the gods. Back then, the gods, just like now, summoned the divine throne to seal the heavens and earth, leaving them no way to retreat. The only difference was that Chu Qianqiu was contending against the will of the entire celestial world, a pressure far greater than what Chu Chen faced now. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Chen had gradually gained the recognition of the people of Twilight City. Strength is the true path, only those who survive have the right to write history. Chu Chen wanted to be the one holding the pen, he did not want to lose again. Open for me. Chu Chen howled to the sky, the king of humanity. Seal breaking through the air, moving as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it crashed down fiercely. The fire god was unwilling to show weakness, pointing a finger, and the unique judgment power of the divine descended. Divine art judgment of the gods. This technique had once been used by Chu Chen against Jiang Shanhe, but the power displayed now was worlds apart. Raging flames erupted from Chu Chen's body, scorching every inch of his skin. With the weight of karma upon him, this judgment power became the most vicious sword, targeting his weaknesses. Beast! Are you playing dirty? Chu Chen roared in pain, exerting all his strength to try to break free from the flames of karma. But at that moment, the chains released by the divine throne bound him, rendering him unable to move, forced to watch as his flesh, bones, and soul were burned. This pain seemed magnified countless times. Chu Chen wished he could faint immediately, not wanting to endure for even a moment longer. The fire god's methods against him were undeniably cruel, using the rules of heaven and earth to launch an attack. This was the greatest confidence and means of the gods. Tremble, ants. The fire god looked at the approaching king of humanity's seal and summoned the sword of the fire god, striking down with it. However, the contempt in his eyes lasted only a moment, and the joy on his face suddenly froze. What is this power? Why can't it be severed? The fire god exclaimed in panic, watching helplessly as the king of humanity's seal pierced through his body. Suddenly, a massive wound appeared in his abdomen, the hollow penetration causing him to scream continuously. Intense pain spread to every corner, stimulating his nerves, and in his mind appeared the towering figure of an ancient god. That cold, indifferent gaze looked down upon him, and with just a fleeting glance, the fire god trembled in fear. No, it can't be like this. As a deity, he unexpectedly felt a sense of submission at this moment. In front of the 9-star ancient god, he felt more like an ant. The will of the king cannot be defied. Absolute silence has taken effect, lasting 10 seconds. Hearing this voice, Chu Chen gritted his teeth, staring at the trembling fire god, and sneered, 10 seconds is enough. Then, Chu Chen endured the pain, trembling as he raised his hand to form a seal. During this process, flesh and blood turned to drops of blood, and his fragmented soul seemed to take him back to the time he lay in the soul-gathering coffin. Since absolute silence could not stop the judgment of the gods, there was only one last method to save himself. Come on, let me see the power of the 6-star ancient god. Chu Chen roared, seemingly wanting to vent all his anger and unwillingness. No one knew the immense pain he was enduring at this moment. The originally simple seal took a full 5 seconds to complete. His spine transformed into a dragon, soaring towards the heavens, and the countless chains shattered at their roots. Endless power transformed into a true dragon, roaring and shattering the clouds. The battle saint dragon, a true dragon, ancient and radiant, coiled beside Chu Chen, its lifelike appearance sending shockwaves through the crowd. The true dragon revealed itself, blessing the world. With a light tap of his finger, the dragon roared forth, its massive body stretching for countless miles, charging fiercely towards the fire god. In that moment, the fire god was forcibly pulled from his fantasies, gazing at the true dragon before him, fear swelling within him, and he hurriedly summoned the power of the Tao to defend himself. My power. The fire god widened his eyes, astonished to find that he could not sense divine power nor the Tao. For a deity, severing their source of power was akin to a death sentence. At that moment, he was merely an avatar, lacking the support of a powerful physical body. How could he defend himself? Soon, the true dragon pierced through him, its enormous roar proclaiming its pride and dominance. I have lost? The fire god's figure began to gradually dissipate from his feet, his expression one of indescribable strangeness and eeriness. His blurred face finally became clear, revealing an unremarkable middle-aged man, his brow furrowed with an air of authority. But at that moment, he could not maintain his former sanctity. Instead, a fierce expression took its place. Just wait, when the true divine battle begins, you will regret everything you have done today. With that, his figure finally vanished into the heavens and the earth, and the divine throne disappeared without a trace. The world returned to calm, the shattered cosmic order rapidly restoring itself. The boundless inferno on Chu Chen extinguished completely, his broken body swaying precariously like a kite with a severed string falling down. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly swept by, steadily catching his body. Feeling the stability emanating from his chest, Chu Chen struggled to open his eyes and forced a smile upon seeing the newcomer. I won. Lu Sanjin looked at Chu Chen, who resembled a candle flickering in the wind, and couldn't help but sigh, just like your father, always a worry. Though he scolded, the indelible tenderness in his eyes could not be concealed. The tide of the era surged uncontrollably with the appearance of the Battle Saint Dragon. A battle that seemed to have a vast disparity in strength was completely unveiled by the splendor of that one punch. The vast and boundless world of the divine realm seemed to have no end. In ancient times, a sage once said that the greatness of the gods relied not on the blessings they bestowed, but on the faith and fervor passed down by the common people. Billions of miles away from Twilight City lies a massive island known as the Flame Divine Court. This island is filled with fire elements, its crimson cities resembling volcanoes, uncontrollably spewing divine power, enduring endlessly. The people living here have all received the blessings of the fire god. Only here can one possibly survive on this scorching land. Unlike ordinary people, the faces of those here show no emotion, as if wound up like a clock, worshipping and offering their faith to the deepest temple day in and day out. Countless patrolling divine soldiers are present, and if they discover that someone's offering of faith has diminished, they will draw their weapons and impose cruel punishments. Compared to the peaceful and vibrant Twilight City, today's Flame Divine Court is even more silent, the fire elements in the space restlessly stirring, a faint sense of rage emanating from deep within. Suddenly, a roar echoed across the sky, shaking the entire island, causing the people to feel as if struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You wretch! I will turn you to ashes." The fire god's furious voice spread to every corner, leaving the people both shocked and terrified. What happened to the God Lord? Why is he so enraged? Just now, I saw 3 divine king pillars collapse, and the primordial energy of the church seems to have vanished. The Fire Cloud God General just returned. It seems this mission did not go well. It is said that the God Lord has suffered another heavy blow. All the efforts of an era have been wasted. The people spoke while offering their power of faith, not daring to slacken. They feared that the fire god, in a fit of rage, might vent his anger upon them. In this divine court, only the offspring of the fire god are the true masters. The roles of others are merely to serve his vast and complex family. The fire temple is supported by enormous stone pillars, each engraved with numerous divine scripts, signifying the supreme status of the deity. In the central area sits a massive divine throne, where a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance lounges, his brow filled with authority and anger. Kneeling below the throne are many people, all trusted subordinates and offspring of the fire god. One young man, dressed in luxurious attire, rises to pay his respects and states solemnly, "Father God need not be angry. The divine realm is vast and boundless, and mere mortals are but a drop in the ocean. There are countless ways to make him wish he were dead." This man is one of the fire gods. Hundreds of direct descendants. Fire Yao. "Speak," the fire god says, his cold face etched with frost. Fire Yao straightens his chest, a faint smile on his lips as he elaborates. Since he is a seed of the divine path, he must abide by the rules set by Father God and the other deities. The divine position is what they ultimately desire. If they are eliminated in this trial, death would be the greatest mercy for them. Are you suggesting we target the divine position? The fire god furrows his brow. This method is too lowly, and with Chu Chen's strength, obtaining a divine position is not an easy task. Indeed, Father God need not personally engage with mortals. If it weren't for that old scoundrel Chu Chen shows treachery in ancient times, you could crush Chu Chen with a single finger. Fire Yao nods. Hearing this, the fire god's expression softens considerably as he says, "Tell me your plan." "It's simple, we just need to unite with the other deities' offspring to ambush Chu Chen wherever the divine position appears," Fire Yao proposes. "Is there anything else?" "That's enough. Chu Chen's strength lies in his ancient divine bloodline and unparalleled physique. Alone, I am indeed insufficient, but he is still just a mortal. With hundreds of divine kings, plus myself and many brothers joining forces, he won't escape." Upon hearing this, the fire god falls into thought. Fire Yao is not wrong. As a deity, actively dealing with a mere mortal does imply a lowering of status. Moreover, even if they succeed in killing Chu Chen, it wouldn't be a glorious deed and would instead invite criticism. However, if Fire Yao takes action, the meaning changes entirely. Strictly speaking, it could be seen as a contest among peers, and uniting with many divine offspring would also give him face. From a rules perspective, it does not count as overstepping. "No, my lord. Chu Chen is of Chu Chinchou's bloodline. If we use an ambush, it may provoke the discontent of Twilight City." Fire Ming interjects. Fire Ming is a half-brother, and the two do not usually interact much, only crossing paths during worship of the fire god. "Nonsense. Since when do the gods need to consider the feelings of a mere mortal city?" "Fire Ming, have you forgotten your own surname from kneeling too long?" Fire Yao scoffs. "I just want to resolve this in a more prudent manner." Fire Ming replies. "Then tell me, what better method do you propose? Twilight City has made it their mission to hunt us. We can use their own tactics against them, luring Chu Chen into the fray and then eliminating him. How is this different from my suggestion?" "Of course it's different. Your method is a conspiracy, while mine is an open strategy." Fire Yao's brow furrows tightly, ready to retort when the fire god interrupts, saying, "You two will discuss this together. I care not for conspiracy or open strategy. I only want a result." "Yes." The two nod in resignation. They exchange a glance, each seeing the sharpness in the other's eyes. "You may all leave. I am weary." The fire god waves his hand. Soon, everyone exits the temple, and Fire Yao and Fire Ming pause at the entrance together. "Father God does not like open conflict among his subordinates, so I hope you will give your all and deliver a satisfactory answer." Fire Yao slowly begins. "You need not remind me, for Father God, I would not hesitate to walk through fire and water." The corner of Hua Ming's mouth curled slightly. Upon hearing this, Hua Yao squinted his eyes, a cold smile forming in his heart. How could he not be clear about what the other party was scheming? It was nothing more than wanting to show off in front of the father god, trying to gain favor and affection. The fire god had many sons, and those who were recognized were all out fighting in battles, rarely returning. Those who remained were mere vassals, like a beautiful flower in a vase serving only as a backdrop. To turn the tables, one not only had to achieve results, but also had to satisfy the father god. Then let's combine your open schemes with my covert ones and set a trap of the king, how about that? Huo Yao suggested. That sounds good. Huo Ming nodded non-committally. Chu Chen is very strong, I hope you don't take it lightly. You know the rules, dying on the battlefield means there's no returning to one's homeland. This saying goes for you too, I dislike cleaning up after others. The two walked side by side, their eyes flickering with an inexplicable light, each harboring their own hidden agendas. Twilight City, having undergone the baptism of war, shone even brighter in the eyes of the people. The atmosphere was quieter than before, and upon hearing the words spoken by the fire god before his demise, people had no choice but to be on high alert. The shouts in the marketplace had also diminished significantly, everyone knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Once the divine war began, it would undoubtedly bring about a calamity of suffering. The instigator of all this was undoubtedly Chu Chen, but people understood that he was merely the catalyst for the divine war. The gods had long harbored the desire to eradicate Twilight City for several eras. The arrival of this yet-to-begin battle was just a matter of time. Currently, Chu Chen was gravely injured and being taken care of by Lu Sanjin. It had been a month since the battle against the gods, and according to the recovery speed of the ancient divine bloodline, he should have healed by now. Yet, there had been no news, which made people worry. Old Li, what are you dawdling about? When will the axe I asked for be ready? A rotund man asked. Li the blacksmith's gaze at the eternal life divine pool momentarily froze, then he returned to forging the blade. The material he was using this time was the eternal steel from the bottom of the eternal life divine pool. Although it was not as hard as divine blood copper, it had a unique advantage that almost all heavenly materials lacked, the characteristic of eternity. Weapons forged from this material could slowly recover from any degree of wear and tear, given enough time. Li the blacksmith knew that the divine war was approaching and needed to start preparing. It'll be ready soon, just a few more days. A few days, how many days? You seem off your game lately, what are you worried about? The man asked curiously. People get old, and their movements naturally slow down, Li the blacksmith replied. Come on, I've never heard of immortals getting old. People may not age, but their hearts can grow weary. After seeing too much death, even the longest-lived beings will eventually tire of it. The man was momentarily taken aback and joked, why are you getting sentimental? This isn't like you. Li the blacksmith paused in his hammering, a faint weariness appearing in his eyes. He then spoke, in this life, I know nothing but forging weapons, and I have few close ones around me. If I die, who will inherit this skill? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell into silence. After a while, the sound of hammering resumed, but it was much duller than before. Yang Fan looked at the weathered eyes of Li the blacksmith and felt a stir in his heart. This was the essence of loneliness. This street had long been accustomed to the presence of Li the blacksmith, and every day, passers-by could hear the crisp sound of hammering from his shop. He had never thought that he would disappear, nor had he considered finding an heir in the eternal years. Do people, after living long enough, all develop such thoughts? Always wanting to leave something behind, so that they might appear more like a complete person. Isn't reproduction a form of inheritance? In a limited lifespan, passing on infinite spirit and wealth. How could you die? There are the Twilight City guards outside, the steward inside, and the Lord backing you up, Young Fan said. Do you know about my past? Li Blacksmith suddenly asked, stopping his work. I haven't heard you mention it. If you want someone to talk to, I can be a listener, Yang Fan said, moving a wooden stool over and sitting down. Li Blacksmith looked at his curious eyes and slowly said, I was born in the 8 desolations, and from birth I was instilled with a belief kill the most people become the best blacksmith. What does blacksmithing have to do with killing? Yang Fan was full of questions. You think it's absurd too, right? But this is our family's legacy. Every weapon forged must be consecrated with human blood, and then the skulls of the corpses are brought back to continue forging, over and over again. Li Blacksmith slowly recounted, a hint of confusion and nostalgia appearing in his eyes. His voice was soft, as if he were speaking of something ordinary and trivial. The two were like chatting about daily life, with no distractions or trivial matters in the way. When I was 24, about the same age as Chu Chen, I met a girl named Lu Zhuyu. Her name was strange, and she was strange too. I met her in a sea of flowers, where the scenery was beautiful, more beautiful than anything I had ever seen. The first thing she said to me was to blame me for trampling the flowers. Later, she rearranged the flowers, giving them vitality and restoring them to their original state. That sea of flowers seemed to remain unchanged forever, at least. I visited many times. She looked at me holding a knife and thought I was a butcher, asking me why I wanted to harm living beings. At that time, I thought she was probably the dumbest person in the world. If I didn't kill, others would kill me. Later, she took me through mountains and rivers, showing me the beautiful things in the world, trying to wash away the killing intent in my heart. The last place we went was called Cape, and that was also where we last met. At this point, Li Blacksmith paused, smiled, and a gentle look flashed in his eyes. And then? Yang Fan, intrigued, hurriedly asked. I killed her. Li Blacksmith's voice gradually became hoarse. Why? Yang Fan was stunned. What kind of twisted story was this? She was my final target. Only by killing her could I obtain the supreme legacy. Yang Fan suddenly fell silent, unsure how to judge or what to say. In his heart, Li Blacksmith was a very easygoing person. The neighbors spoke highly of him, and he always offered low prices for weapon forging. His craftsmanship was excellent, and the weapons he forged always carried a strong killing intent. Everyone living in Twilight City had their own stories, but they tacitly refrained from asking each other. Perhaps it was this strange balance that allowed the city to remain vibrant. On the day I obtained the legacy, I thought I would be very happy, but I couldn't feel any joy at all. Perhaps to commemorate my last task, I returned to that sea of flowers, and I found that all the flowers had died. Li Blacksmith's eyes dimmed, memories were painful for him, and if he could, he wished he would never have to think of them again. I really wasn't used to being without someone to talk to. I buried her body in the center of the flower sea. That was the first time in my life I regretted something. I had never known what regret felt like before. Later, when I went back for the second time, I found a flower growing beside the grave. When I asked, I learned that it was what Zhu Yu looked like. With that, Li Blacksmith gave a self-deprecating smile and said to Yang Fan, I exhausted everything to obtain the legacy and gradually made a name for myself in the 8 desolations. They all called me the ghostly craftsman. You say, if no one inherits this legacy, I would probably go to hell, right? The Twilight City Lord's mansion, nourished by the eternal life divine pool, was enveloped in a strong vitality and Taoist charmed. It may be hard for people to imagine that after the baptism, living beings not only lose their infinite lifespan but also have their soul power strengthened by several levels. The soul is the essence of a being, yet for countless eras, no one has been able to glimpse its true meaning or understand its marvelous uses. Only a very few techniques can harness the power of the soul for combat, such as the grip of the underworld. Techniques manifested through soul power are extremely potent, but at the same time, this mysterious vessel is quite fragile. Countless things in the world can inflict damage upon it, with the most devastating being the flames of karma, which cause almost irreversible harm. The judgment of the gods is a divine technique exclusive to deities that utilizes the rules of heaven. If the karma within exceeds certain limits, the individual will face brutal punishment in body and mind. In an ancient-style courtyard, Chu Chen lay on a bed made of sandalwood, his eyes tightly closed, his face devoid of color. He was completely wrapped in a medicinal mud made from a herb called ancient dyed grass, resembling a uniquely shaped mummy, which was somewhat amusing. It's been a month, why hasn't he improved? Feng Yan gently stroked Chu Chen's wrist, feeling the faint breath within him, sighing with worry. Let's wait a bit longer, after all, healing a damaged soul isn't easy. Didn't the steward say it would take at least a month and a half to see results? Lu Taiqing comforted from the side. At that moment, a small blue head suddenly popped up from beside the pillow, looking curiously at the two. Kai, come here, Chu Chen is still injured, don't disturb his rest. Feng Yan picked it up and affectionately rubbed its soft head. Kai's eyes squinted into crescent shapes, clearly enjoying the affection. For it, being around familiar people was the best, and it had grown accustomed to this kind of life. No matter where it went, it felt secure. By the way, is it okay for De Luo to follow Senior Ji? Lu Taiqing suddenly asked. Maybe. Chu Chen trusts Senior Ji a lot, and he's probably dealing with the restraints on him right now, Feng Yan replied. I didn't expect De Luo had such secrets. If Chu Chen hadn't mentioned it back then, we would still be in the dark, Lu Taiqing sighed lightly. Human hearts are made of flesh. After spending so much time with De Luo, it would be a lie to say there were no feelings. However, no one could have imagined that the so-called pure-blooded Holy Spirit was actually a deception. If not for Chu Chen's reminder before he fell into a coma during the battle with the fire god's avatar, they would have remained oblivious. De Luo must have been an extraordinary talent back in the day, but due to greed, he was manipulated by the gods. If he can regain his freedom, it should be a great thing for Brother Chu, right? Lu Taiqing said. Feng Yan nodded. Chu Chen had always been open-hearted with those around him, never hiding or concealing anything. On the surface, De Luo seemed like a tool, but the feelings Chu Chen had for him were the same as those for Kai. Yet, there are many things in this world that are beyond one's control. If the gods hadn't set their sights on him, Chu Chen would never have directly stormed the divine realm. If possible, he even hoped to never have any dealings with the gods in this lifetime. Suddenly, a soft moan echoed in the silent bedroom, and the two turned their heads sharply. They saw Chu Chen slowly opening his eyes, gazing blankly at the scene before him, his focus gradually sharpening as he recognized the curtains in front of him. Where is this? Struggling to prop himself up, Chu Chen first looked at his body wrapped in black mud, frowning. Then, he caught sight of two unmoving figures staring at him, gazing back. He saw Lu Taiqing and Feng Yan staring at him in shock, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Why, you're awake? Feng Yan stammered in disbelief. What? Were you hoping for me to die every day? Chu Chen shot him a glare, trying to summon the power within him. By the heavens! For the past month, I've been taking care of you every day, almost to the point of lying down with you, Feng Yan said. I slept for a month? Chu Chen was taken aback. Isn't that so? You were so seriously injured that the steward almost prepared to find a good burial spot for you, Feng Yan nodded. What about that donkey? Chu Chen asked. The steward seems to be dealing with something. By the way, Su Yueshi has already become its disciple, and it's said that she wants to beat you up when you wake up. Chu Chen? What's going on? I just woke up and I'm not even healed yet, and she's already thinking of taking advantage of me? Help me call it over, I have something to ask. Alright, you just lie down and don't move around, Feng Yin instructed, hurriedly taking the child and pulling Lu Tai-Ching away. After closing the door, Chu Chen looked at the silent bedroom and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The damage to my soul is too severe, it seems I'll need time to erase the traces of karmic fire. Chu Chen felt the countless wounds in his body and smiled helplessly. The battle with the fire god had yielded much, and Chu Chen clearly recognized that there was still a vast space for improvement in his strength. I must continue to cultivate the path of all beings. The power of the King of Human Seal is very strong, and the fighting Saint Dragon has yet to attach the primordial text. The road ahead is long. Besides that, the supreme path also needs to be rediscovered. Originally, with Yi Guqing's sudden disappearance, Chu Chen thought he would wait for his return to make plans. Now that he had signed in and obtained the Great Tao cushion, he could directly comprehend the Great Tao. With this item, saving him quite a bit of time. The fire god's last words were still fresh in his mind, and Chu Chen had a premonition that after the divine path ended, the divine war would begin. Therefore, he must make good use of every moment. Time was pressing, and he could not afford to be negligent. With that thought, Chu Chen directly took out the frost ice in the Great Tao cushion and placed them in front of the bed. The moment the ice bed appeared, the temperature in the entire bedroom suddenly dropped to freezing point, and everything around was quickly frozen into blocks of ice. A slight cold wind blew fiercely, and even though Chu Chen had already felt the temperature within, he couldn't help but shiver. Damn, it's so cold. Chu Chen sniffed and exhaled a few puffs of white air before sitting down heavily. The moment he made contact, the icy sensation made him shiver and he froze, his mind going blank. Even with the cushion as a barrier, Chu Chen still felt the bone-chilling coldness drilling from the soles of his feet straight to his brain. Focus and gather your energy. Chu Chen endured the cold and began to comprehend. The Great Tao cushion could only be used once a day, but it didn't specify how long the duration was. This meant that as long as he maintained a state of cultivation and didn't leave the cushion, it would still count as being in use. Let's start with the Thunder Law. Chu Chen's thoughts began to drift, and the Great Tao cushion below suddenly burst forth with a strange light, pulling his soul out and leading him into a bizarre world. Time flowed like sand in an hourglass, always slipping through his fingers, never to be held. Chu Chen drifted in this pitch-black world in a soul form, feeling as if years had passed, yet he still hadn't found a way out. Strangely, during this time, he felt no loneliness at all. Instead, he greatly enjoyed this atmosphere. This space had a remarkably magical power, gathering from all around, slowly repairing the wounds on his soul. Soon, a glimmer of light appeared before Chu Chen, and the world gradually unfolded. He looked at the scene before him, unable to help but narrow his pupils. This is... He saw stars shining like suns appearing before him, each massive celestial body resembling an ancient god of the 9 stars. Moreover, the surging aura of the Great Tao emanating from them shook him to his core. Is this the Great Tao itself? Chu Chen gazed at the Great Tao within reach, his heart racing and his breath quickening. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of heaven-defying object the Great Tao cushion was, capable of bringing him to this space? As long as he wished, he could even directly receive all the Great Tao and imprint them deep within his soul. In contrast, the Great Tao of the myriad worlds is simply child's play, like fireflies compared to the bright moon. Chu Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Back then, he had desperately sought to gain more rules, but now the Great Tao world was right before him, and this stark contrast truly made one feel both love and hate. The Thunder Tao is... Chu Chen scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on a star body composed entirely of thunder, and he couldn't help but brighten up. Found it. He then flew straight towards the Thunder Tao, his speed nearly instantaneous, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed numerous star bodies to arrive directly. Strangely, the distance between the star bodies spanned tens of thousands of light years, yet Chu Chen could reach them in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this was the effect of the mat. So far, nothing produced by the system had been disappointing. Upon arriving before the Thunder Tao, his first impression was one of grandeur. An immensely vast world of thunder. With countless types of different colored thunders intertwining, the roaring thunder almost shattered his soul. Among them were the Annihilation Thunder, world-destroying Divine Thunder, Chaos Divine Thunder, and Purple Sky Divine Thunder that he was familiar with. There were also the previously unseen Heavenly God Thunder and various attribute thunders. This unique world of thunder was like a great miracle of the world, leaving Chu Chen dazzled and his heart racing. So this is what Senior Yi referred to as the true Great Tao. The myriad worlds indeed belong to the lower tier, this is beyond doubt. Chu Chen was overwhelmed with shock. Now he understood why the gods were so eager to make changes. Power was like a drug to them. That kind of creation act that could determine the universe with a single thought was simply irresistible. Once one tasted the pleasure brought by immense power, they could never escape it in their lifetime. If I comprehend the true Thunder Tao, can all thunders be at my command? A bold idea sprouted in Chu Chen's heart. If he could harness all thunders, the terrifying potential of infinite firepower could be pushed to the extreme. At that time, with countless thunders falling, who in the world could stop it? Thinking of This, Chu Chen's heart burned even hotter. He couldn't help but lick his lips, already eager to taste the flavor of the true supreme Tao. Then let's begin. With that, Chu Chen stepped in, and in an instant, his soul merged with the thunder. From the outside, the star body erupted with a tremendous commotion, producing a sound akin to a volcanic eruption shaking the universe. The explosive thunder roared incessantly, as if a thunder dragon was howling, welcoming a new life form. Just as Chu Chen entered the great Tao world to comprehend it, Feng Yan dragged Lu Sanjin into the room. Big Steward, you really have to believe me. Chu Chen has really woken up. I'm not lying to you. Feng Yan pleaded, forcibly dragging this stubborn mule over. Stop talking nonsense. You said it would take at least a month and a half, so tell me, what's your real purpose for bringing me here? Lu Sanjin looked at him warily. Feng Yan had the national essence on the tip of his tongue, recalling the scene of him beating up Chu Chen, and he swallowed it back. Spit it out quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. I still need to go back and teach my precious disciple to cultivate. Lu Sanjin snorted lightly and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a powerful wave of thunder surged from the bedroom where Chu Chen was staying. A pillar of light shot straight up to the sky. The immense momentum startled Lu Sanjin so much that he nearly lost control. What the hell is that noise? Lu Sanjin jumped 3 meters high, unable to control his gaze towards the beam of light. See, I didn't lie to you. Feng Yan breathed a sigh of relief, shrugging his shoulders. Could it be that Chu kid really woke up? That shouldn't be. As Lu Sanjin spoke, he walked towards the bedroom. When they reached the courtyard, a piercing chill suddenly struck, causing them to shiver. Where did this cold air come from? Seeing this, Feng Yan thought it was bad and rushed inside. But how could his body withstand the power of frost and ice? Before he could run 2 meters, his body was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. You silly hat, it's a miracle you've made it this far. Lu Sanjin kicked out, shattering the ice layer on his body and simultaneously applying a great immunity spell. Feng Yan's teeth chattered from the cold. Even with the spell, he couldn't escape the extreme chill. This world had seemingly transformed into an icy realm. If it weren't for the absence of falling snowflakes, he might have thought even the divine realm was affected by the seasons. Wait for me, Big Steward. Feng Yan followed closely behind, eyeing the door as if facing a formidable enemy. Soon, the two arrived at the door, and Lu Sanjin sensed the aura inside, kicking open the ice-sealed door with a donkey's hoof. Bang! An even more intense cold rushed at them, leaving Feng Yan pale and nearly breathless. Lu Sanjin snorted lightly, shaking off the cold air, and stepped into the room. Turning his head, he saw Chu Chen sitting cross-legged, completely naked on an ice bed, surrounded by a rich aura of Tao. This aura was unlike anything Lu Sanjin had seen before. To be precise, it was more complete. This scene transported him back to the 8 Desolations realm, where such a complete Tao could only be found in that vast world. Goodness, frost and ice? And such a large piece? Lu Sanjin's donkey eyes widened in shock, and he suddenly realized that not only had he come into contact with the Thunder Tao, but his soul's injuries had also completely healed. Big Steward, what is he doing? Feng Yan rubbed his hands and asked. He is experiencing an opportunity that countless gods have longed for through countless eras, Lu Sanjin replied slowly. Just as Feng Yan was about to ask further, the aura around Chu Chen suddenly erupted. A fist-sized Taichu character appeared above his head, and terrifying thunder instantly obliterated the surrounding ice crystals. Lu Sanjin squinted, taking a closer look, and recognized this Taichu character. Thunder. Following the characters Mortal and King, Chu Chen had obtained his 3rd Taichu character. This was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough and advancement for those who had scattered from the Tao. Reclaiming the Tao was already a difficult task. Moreover, this time, Chu Chen chose not to walk the path of the divine Tao, but the immortal Tao. For an immortal Tao practitioner, if one wishes to transcend, they must transform their body into a vessel, their soul into fire, and cross the boundless sea of Tao to reach the other shore. That other shore is transcendence. It is said that those who become immortals can step into the realm of equality, undying and eternal. The Buddhist Tao speaks of the path of equality, and countless ancestors have spent countless years trying to glimpse the true form of the realm of equality. The 8 great bodhisattvas sacrificed themselves for the other shore, exhausting their supreme Buddha light to illuminate the world, attempting to leave a moral legacy for future generations. Chu Chen's approach was different. He chose to transform his soul into a vessel, crossing the world of the great Tao. No one knew what he experienced inside, nor what he saw. Few in the world have seen the true form of the great Tao, and even Chu Qianqiu could only catch a glimpse of a corner of it. Lu Sanjin had heard many legends, but this was the first time he had witnessed such a situation. What kind of luck has this kid stumbled upon? Lu Sanjin exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Yan didn't understand and curiously asked, Isn't it just the thunder rules? Isn't that impressive? Look a little closer, Lu Sanjin said lightly. Hearing this, Feng Yan examined it again but still couldn't discern the reason. He had already witnessed the thunder rules no less than 1,000 times. He could say he knew how many hairs were on Chu Chen's body. Now, recultivating the scattered Tao was merely retracing the path he had walked before. With familiarity, it was normal for things to go smoothly. But Lu Sanjin's astonished expression left him puzzled. It's nothing much, still. The same as before, Feng Yan said truthfully. A child who cannot be taught. Lu Sanjin shook his head inside, inwardly relieved that he hadn't heeded Su Yueshi's advice to guide Their cultivation. Otherwise, even immortality would have driven him to his death from frustration. What on earth? Feng Yan muttered. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle change in Chu Chen and looked up with a soft gasp. He could see the thunderous aura around him quietly solidifying, a strange and unfamiliar energy spreading outwards. Under this power of thunder, all energy retreated. Even the terrifying chill of frost and ice, as strong as it was, trembled in the face of this thunder. It was like a commoner encountering a monarch filled with utmost respect. In an instant, the cold air in the atmosphere seemed to retract significantly, and Feng Yan felt the bone-chilling cold within him dissipate by 70%. What a domineering power! Is this the rule of thunder? Feng Yan was momentarily stunned. Looking at the 3,000 paths, although there were distinctions of high, middle, and low, there was fundamentally no difference. The so-called levels were merely traits assigned by later generations. Now that the rule of thunder had emerged, the ice elements in the space all retreated, which was simply astonishing. Do you see it clearly now? Lu Sanjin asked. Gulp. Feng Yan swallowed, his eyes sparkling with a strange light filled with a hint of hope. This power of the Great Path is indeed different from what I knew before. Its aura is more domineering, and Feng Yan pondered for a moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossing his mind, and continued, more complete. That's right, this is the true path of thunder. As soon as the words fell, a violent wave of energy erupted from within Chu Chen, directly turning the entire mansion into dust. Colorful bolts of thunder flew out, wreaking havoc across the heavens and the earth. The barriers of Twilight City were the first to be struck, seemingly due to their metallic nature, as numerous bolts of thunder struck down fiercely. This hard object that had defended the city for several eras began to slowly deform under the bombardment of thunder. The patrolling guards of Twilight City were shaken to their core, thinking it was the thunder god attacking, and immediately prepared to sound the alarm. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that this aura came from the Lord's mansion, and the aura above was extremely similar to that of Chu Chen. Is this the commotion caused by that reckless little guy? I've heard that people in the mortal realm call him a fierce person. It certainly seems quite fierce. What a complete path of thunder! Has the great path of the worlds been fully restored? The shock didn't stop there. Several hours later, the Lord's mansion trembled again. A massive ancient godlike phantom appeared in the heavens and the earth, with fists so powerful they seemed capable of easily shattering the sky. A single finger could rival the stars, and a gigantic foot could obliterate the abyss. The overwhelming power could be felt even from a great distance. Jun Mos stood in the center of the training ground, staring blankly at this scene, his heart shaken beyond measure. He has broken through again? Just a while ago, he had heard that Chu Chen was half dead, on the brink of death, with his soul fire likely to extinguish at any moment. Yet, in just a month, he had become so vibrant and even had the energy to comprehend the great path. And it was the complete path of power. In half a day's time, comprehending both the path of thunder and the path of power, how could this child be so defiant? There were many gasps of astonishment. They were all people who had seen grand spectacles. But someone with such talent was perhaps rare even in the 8 desolations. What kind of monstrous son did Chu Qianqiu give birth to? Yang Fan in the blacksmith shop exclaimed. In shock, Blacksmith Li gazed into the distance, standing for a long time, then continued forging. His story had come to an end, and the frustrations that had accumulated over the years were swept away. After a while, Yang Fan came back to his senses, looking at Blacksmith Li's calloused hands, unable to help but say, if you just want the legacy to have a successor, he should be qualified, right? Not enough. Blacksmith Li replied without turning his head. Is the reputation of the divine craftsman so high? What kind of iron makes? What kind of tool? If he isn't the right material, no amount of preparation is useless. But only he in all of Twilight City has comprehended the complete rule of power. Forging is not in his world. If I can't find the right person, I would rather keep doing this. After hearing his story, Yang Fan felt a surge of emotions, fully aware that everything Blacksmith Li had done over the years was for his own redemption. But what use is simple forging, aside from self-comfort? Do as you wish. I don't understand the ins and outs of your family. Yang Fan waved his hand and walked out. Aren't you taking the axe? Li the blacksmith asked. It's yours now, seeing it just annoys me. Yang Fan left without looking back. Li the blacksmith didn't say anything more, and after a moment, he stopped his work, unable to resist turning to look at the ancient divine shadow standing tall between heaven and earth. Can that little guy lift the Cornelian cherry? Li the blacksmith watched for a while and shook his head. Well, I ultimately don't belong to this world. Time in the divine realm always passes quickly. It is said that 1 day in heaven equals 1 year on earth, but here it seems there are no such strange rules. If the flow of time were different, then the time it takes to take a dump would be enough to create 10 people. Moreover, Chu Chen had entered a state of cultivation, spending a whole day comprehending the Tao. Half a day for one Tao. This speed is much faster than before. Previously, when Chu Chen lay in the soul-gathering coffin, it took him 6 months to comprehend 6 laws. Now, however, he had greatly shortened the time, which could not be separated from the contributions of the Tao meditation cushion and the frost ice crystal. The former allowed him to understand the essence of the Tao more quickly, while the latter greatly enhanced his focus. Simply put, his efficiency had increased several times. After the 2 forces of strength and thunder dissipated, Chu Chen finally ended a day's use of the Tao meditation cushion. Slowly opening his eyes, a brown donkey first came into view, behind which stood a handsome young man. You're here? Chu. Chen climbed down from the ice bed, waving his hand to put the 2 items into his backpack. After the frost ice crystal disappeared, the surrounding temperature remained unchanged. Perhaps due to the terrifying cold lingering on. Feng Yan's dull expression had lasted a whole day, and seeing Chu Chen finish his cultivation, he finally came back to his senses. Are you okay? Chu Chen felt the boundless power surging within him and smiled, nodding, very comfortable. You almost demolished the Lord's mansion, remember to pay for it, and you need to fix this courtyard for me. Lu Sanjin's gentle expression lasted only a moment before it immediately darkened. What the hell? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, digging in his ear to confirm, did I hear that right? You want me to do the repairs? Of course, let me tell you, there are no dedicated craftsmen for repairs in Twilight City. This mansion is the Lord's favorite place. If you don't fix it well, be careful, I'll beat you to death. Lu Sanjin snorted lightly, his words full of threat. I've been waiting for this moment. For a long time. A glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. A gentleman does not forget a grudge. He still clearly remembered how Lu Sanjin had kicked him against the wall back then. Now that he had made some progress in the law of strength, he had to take revenge. A little progress and you've forgotten who runs this city? Lu Sanjin laughed mockingly. Die, you bald donkey. Saying this, Chu Chen clenched his fist and smashed it hard onto its head. The momentum suggested a life and death struggle, scaring Feng Yan into jumping back quickly. Bang, stinky donkey, is your head made of iron? So damn hard. Less talk, watch your feet. The two began to brawl again, crazily fighting on this ravaged land. The shockwaves generated by the battle were undeniably strong. After comprehending the Tao of Strength, Chu Chen's power had clearly increased several levels. If he unleashed the primordial text, he might really be able to beat Lu Sanjin to the point of shitting himself. But it was clear they weren't fighting seriously, they just wanted to vent their emotions. You guys keep fighting, I'm out. Feng Yan yawned, said his goodbyes, and left. After a whole day of watching, he was tired. He had to stick to his rule of 8 hours of sleep every day. As night gradually fell, dark as water, the farce finally came to an end. Chu Chen sat on the ground, panting, rubbing his bruised chest, looking very frustrated. What does this stinky donkey usually eat? How can it be so strong? The powerful monsters he was familiar with all had incredibly large bodies. The 8 desolations seemed to have a certain established rule. The greater the power, the larger the size. However, the donkey is completely an anomaly, with its small stature containing immense energy. No matter how hard Chu Chen tried, he couldn't achieve the desired effect, like punching a fist into cotton. Are you convinced now? Are you still going to fight? Lu Sanjin smiled proudly, revealing a big tooth. Just wait. Until I break through to the 7-star ancient god, then I will definitely flatten you. Chu Chen patted the dust off his clothes. You're just a little brat, even if I give you the 8-star ancient god, you wouldn't be a match for even a toe of mine. Lu Sanjin was not flustered, instead, he leisurely took a few steps. Chu Chen's face darkened desperately, suppressing the thought of wanting to eat donkey meat. Let's get to the point. What do you want to ask me? Lu Sanjin spoke up. Chu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then asked, We are currently at the last stage of the divine path. Logically, it should be the phase of competing for divine positions. Do you have any news on your side? Aren't you cultivating the immortal path? Why are you looking for divine positions? A senior once told me that the paths of cultivation lead to the same destination, whether it's the immortal path or the divine path, both aim for eternal life, and there is no conflict between the two. Nonsense. Lu Sanjin suddenly cursed, snorting coldly. The divine path is a joke, it can only act tough in the worlds of the heavens, but in the 8 desolations, it's worth less than a fart. Seeing him so agitated, Chu Chen asked in confusion, I know the two are different, but they shouldn't be that far apart, right? What you say has some truth, but fundamentally they are completely different. Just in terms of lifespan, although both have infinite lifespans, do you know why the gods can achieve this? Without thinking, Chu Chen blurted out, they share the same lifespan as heaven and earth. And what about the immortal path? Eternal and indestructible. Then that's it. At first, Chu Chen didn't see any problem, but upon careful thought, he suddenly realized the issue. Are you saying the god's infinite lifespan is determined by the heavenly path? Chu Chen grasped a key point. Exactly, when the heavenly path perishes, the gods perish, but the immortal path can transcend the heavenly path, remaining undying even if the planes collapse. Lu Sanjin elaborated, continuing, now the worlds of the heavens have clearly entered the end of the Dharma era, with elements depleted and the heavenly path flawed. Why do you think the gods are so eager to gain insight into the true meaning of the power of the immortal path? Do they want to leave this world? To be precise, they want to break free from the shackles imposed by the heavenly path. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's pupils slightly contracted, suddenly catching on to the gods' conspiracy. From the most ancient primordial era to the current end of the Dharma era, the worlds of the heavens have experienced billions of years. Many sequential worlds were originally part of the 8 desolations, and after separating from the original body, the sequential worlds gave birth to entirely new rules. The gods are products of this new birth, and also the rule controllers recruited by the heavenly path. They replaced the heavenly path in governing the order of the worlds of the heavens, but at the same time, they have lost their source of power, relying solely on the power of belief to maintain their existence. A world that has separated from its original body is ultimately a tree without roots, destined to perish. The gods are unwilling to become burial goods, they are eager to break free and regain their freedom. Once they succeed, it will be a world where the sky is high and birds can fly freely, and the thrones of the gods will be abandoned. At that time, the worlds of the heavens will fall into ruin, and countless beings will suffer in a world where order has collapsed, awaiting the day of destruction. Then why are they fixated on Twilight City? Chu Chen asked again. Have you ever heard of the Eternal Tower? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Sanjin's eyes. When this unfamiliar yet familiar term came from Lu Sanjin's mouth, Chu Chen felt a wave of nostalgia, his thoughts drifting back to his days at the Imperial Capital Academy. He still remembered that when the Eternal Tower appeared, it was during the invasion of the Abyssal clan, and many mentors from the academy entered the third sequential world to cleanse the evil. Meanwhile, Chu Chen and a group of the most outstanding students entered the tower to participate in trials, where he obtained his first forbidden spell, the arrival of the Thunder God. The past felt so close, as if he hadn't traveled far. Just 6 years had passed, but Chu Chen felt that time was long, as if he had walked through a century. I know this place, I saw it 6 years ago in the first sequence world. Chu Chen regained his composure and nodded slightly. The Eternal Tower appears in times of chaos, it is part of order and a result of the rules. Lu Sanjin showed no surprise on his face upon hearing this. Although he had stayed in the Divine Realm for many years without leaving, as the chief steward, he not only had to manage Twilight City meticulously but also had to handle matters for Chu Qianqiu. Chu Chen was his primary focus, and he was basically aware of everything he had done. I've heard this before, so what does it have to do with Twilight City? Chu Chen asked. The Eternal Tower is the essence of the eternal divine pool, and it is also the most precious treasure in the worlds of the heavens. Lu Sanjin said, emphasizing each word. So the Eternal Tower that descended into the first sequence world is just a projection? Chu Chen stroked his chin and said. That's right. If the overall strength of living beings is insufficient to cope with chaotic times, the Eternal Tower will automatically project itself to various corners of the heavenly worlds to bring you blessings. The gods want this tower? Lu Sanjin gazed at the dome, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he said solemnly, the Eternal Tower is the only gateway to the 8 desolations, and only within it can one comprehend the complete Great Tao. In this way, Chu Chen recalled that when he entered the third sequence world, he indeed reached it through the portal on the 5th level. As for the higher levels, he hadn't delved into them. Li Zhangbai only said his strength was insufficient to participate in the trials. Chu Chen had not paid much attention to this mysterious high tower. He didn't expect it to be a treasure coveted even by the gods, which explained why they would go so far as to wage a divine war to eliminate Twilight City. I see, so I don't need to pay attention to the so-called divine path next, I just need to go through the Eternal Tower to get what I want? What do you want? Hearing Lu Sanjin's question, Chu Chen answered directly without hesitation, the ultimate gate, nothing else. The ultimate gate is just a legend, no one has seen it throughout history. Nothing comes from nothing, their inability doesn't mean I can't. How many immortal seekers have sought this secret throughout the ages? Do you think you can be the first to achieve it? Lu Sanjin asked with a half-smile. If we always tread the paths already paved by our predecessors, what difference is there from merely picking up others' wisdom? The unknown paths always need someone to explore, so why not me? Chu Chen said with a smile. Very good. Lu Sanjin laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Chu Chen's response. A cultivator must have such courage, but this path is not easy. Before that, you must first complete the 3rd stage of your destined immortal path to have the ability to enter the abyss. I understand. Chu Chen nodded. Do you know how to complete the 3rd stage? Lu Sanjin was somewhat surprised that Chu Chen had not shown any intention of asking him for guidance. A senior has already informed me of all the methods, all I need now is time, Chu Chen explained. Well then, I look forward to the day you succeed. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Lu Sanjin's eyes. A talent like Chu Chen, who was so understanding and humble, was indeed rare. Of course, this humility was only towards the elders he respected. The sharpness in his eyes was not diminished at all, even being the most outstanding talent Lu Sanjin had ever seen. As the son of Chu Qianqiu, he naturally had the right to be proud. But since their interaction began, his performance had overturned Lu Sanjin's understanding. Chu Chen seemed to have never relied on his status, nor did he flaunt it around. Even when he arrived at the entrance of Twilight City, he had never revealed his identity. This was one of the 2 aspects Lu Sanjin appreciated about him. In contrast, Chu Di seemed much more immature. Although he had the aura of a king, he lacked the power of a king. I hope you can win in 5 years. I don't want to lose to that guy Jun Moxie, Lu Sanjin muttered and then left. What did you say? Lu Sanjin turned back and reminded, my precious disciple said she wants to fight you in a month, so be prepared to be humiliated. Who? Yu Eshi? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Don't underestimate her. Prepare well during this time, and I'll give you a surprise. Lu Sanjin smiled mysteriously. Speaking of which, I love fighting the most, so bring it on. A wicked smile curved on Chu Chen's lips. Bye. The way, when you have time, go find Lee the blacksmith in the market, he has what you need. Lee the blacksmith? Chu Chen searched his mind for this person and recalled having exchanged a few words with a rough-looking blacksmith. What can a blacksmith give me? Chu Chen chuckled bitterly, looking at the area he had destroyed, his head buzzing. How long is this going to take to fix? At the entrance to the divine realm, light flickered, and several figures appeared above the colorful clouds. They slowly opened their eyes and surveyed the scene before them, astonished just like Lu Taiqing and the others had been. What kind of place is this? Are we in heaven? Bu Jingyun looked at the clouds beneath his feet, suddenly feeling dizzy. Although he wasn't afraid of heights, the sight was still terrifying. What a beautiful world, could it be paradise? Qin Taiyuan's eyes revealed a look of wonder. Amitba, is this the equal land we have been seeking? Jia Xian clasped his hands together. Bald donkey, doesn't Leiyin Temple have a record of what the equal land looks like? This monk has never seen it. Then you guys are quite unfortunate, you've spent your whole lives searching for something without knowing what it is. Wu Tian glanced around, not lingering too long, and left directly. He didn't belong to this group anyway, and now he was in a competitive relationship with everyone, so there was no need to travel together. Moreover, he had his own things to do, seeking a chance that belonged to him. Watching a streak of light disappear before him, Bu Jingyun smiled and said, that guy ran away. Let him go, it's not time to deal with him yet, right, Emperor Chu? Qin Taiyuan turned to ask. Just then, a man with a strikingly handsome face stepped forward, gazing at the floating islands. In the distance, lost in thought, Wu Tian is not to be feared, he's just a clown. Also, this is not heaven, nor is it the equal land, it's the divine realm. Divine realm? Upon hearing these two words, the others widened their eyes in unison. It was the first time they had heard these terms. What is the divine realm? As the name suggests, it's the world where the gods live, Emperor Chu answered slowly. What? Hearing this, the group was shaken to their core, looking incredulously at the mist floating in the dome and the many spiritual beings. Shock was evident in their eyes, and their hearts were stirred. The third trial of the divine path is actually right under the noses of the gods? Does that mean we have a chance to meet a true god? Bu Jingyun's breathing suddenly quickened, his face turning red. This was something he had longed for, to catch a glimpse of a true god one day. For almost every mortal, it was a monumental wish. He was no exception. Why is this happening? Why are we here? Qin Taiyuan did not show any fervor but asked with a serious expression. Who knows? Maybe the gods want to see which lucky guy can obtain a divine position this time, Emperor Chu replied with a smile. By the way, it seems that Chu Chen and the group with Feng Daokue arrived about a month ago. They wouldn't have already obtained divine positions, would they? Bu Jingyun suddenly recalled this. Originally, their timing for obtaining the key was about the same as theirs. But then, something unexpected happened in that trial space, the statue of the fire god suddenly. The raging divine fire engulfed the entire trial space, burning the talented ones to ashes. If they hadn't fought for their lives, they might have ended up in a state of utter annihilation. He wouldn't be interested in that thing. The Emperor of Chu's eyes shimmered as he flew towards the floating island, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing him leave, the remaining three exchanged glances. Bu Jingyun, unable to bear the silence, spoke first. What about you? Where are you planning to go? Qin Taiyuan stood with his sword, facing a direction opposite to Wu Tian, and said, I'm used to being alone. TSK, we've fought side by side before, and you show no sentiment at all, truly heartless. Bu Jingyun was not surprised by this, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. What about you, bald donkey? Bu Jingyun turned to see Jiexin also leaving without a word. Stop. Where do you think you're going? I have important matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Who wants to play with you? I'm not afraid of anything, just bored. Come with me for a stroll. Amitba. Jiexin was truly helpless and was thus dragged away by Bu Jingyun. The five of them were each on their own, and compared to Chu Chen, they were already a full month late. A month was enough time for a fierce person to stir the heavens and the earth. The Emperor of Chu returned to the familiar city, skillfully taking out a talisman to open the city gate. Stepping onto the path that Chu Chen once walked, the Emperor took a deep breath, feeling the lingering aura in the air, and a smile gradually appeared on his handsome face. I'm back. Walking down the street, he noticed something was off. The vendors and passers-by looked at him with strange expressions. In the past, they would greet him enthusiastically, but now they looked at him as if he were a monster. Uncle Lu, how's business today? The Emperor asked with a smile to the middle-aged man selling candied hawthorns. Same as usual, just taking it one day at a time, Uncle. Lu replied with a smile, saying no more. The Emperor looked at this familiar stranger, his brow furrowing slightly. He greeted everyone as usual, but the responses he received were either perfunctory or silent. This left him even more confused. He had only participated in a trial and hadn't been gone long. Why did everyone act as if they didn't recognize him? Had these people been possessed? With doubt swirling in his mind, he continued towards the Lord's mansion, a sense of foreboding growing in his heart. Just then, he overheard a quiet discussion nearby, causing him to pause. It seems Twilight City is about to stir up trouble. Who knows who will take the position of the young lord? Yeah, it feels like Chu Chen has a better chance. After all, he's the one who killed the fire god's avatar. And he recently comprehended the complete Tao. The Emperor of Chu is far behind him. Who says Otherwise? How can there be such a big gap between brothers born of the same mother? You must know that Chu Chen is a prodigy who rose from the dust without relying on any power from Twilight City. Hearing these words, the Emperor of Chu clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his neck, a surge of nameless anger rising within him. The fire god's avatar? Could it be that the disaster in the trial space was caused by him? The Emperor suddenly felt a tightness in his breath, a strong sense of suffocation. The city where he had grown up was now being intercepted by someone else. How could the position of the young lord fall into the hands of someone who didn't understand Twilight City? What good deeds had Chu Chen done during his absence? Why would these elders who had watched him grow up turn against him in such a short time? A myriad of doubts flooded his mind, and the Emperor felt a tremendous humiliation. It felt as if someone had snatched away his beloved doll. Damn it! The Emperor gasped, struggling to suppress his anger. He wanted to return to the Lord's mansion to see if those he trusted shared the same thoughts. However, just as he was walking towards the Lord's mansion, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. Blacksmith Li. That foolish donkey Lu Sanjin told me to come find you. Chu Chen said lazily. Coming? Hurry in, Blacksmith Li beckoned. Chu Chen did not rush inside but instead surveyed the works displayed by Blacksmith Li outside. When his gaze fell upon a silver-white spear, it became glued to it, unable to move. Can I touch it? Chu Chen asked. Just some junk, feel free to. Look, the blacksmith replied. Chu Chen grasped the spear and suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming killing intent. The cold light emanating from the spearhead could easily pierce through the void, and he could even sense the desire for murder that the spear conveyed. In terms of grade, it was already close to divine level. Good spear. Chu Chen swung it a couple of times and found it perfectly suited to his fighting style, the weight also just right. Do you like it? The blacksmith noticed the joy in Chu Chen's eyes. Yeah, it's a pretty good weapon. Why is it just lying around here? Chu Chen played with it reluctantly for a while, curious. The good ones are inside, you can leave this junk here. I'll throw it in the trash later. Chu Chen suddenly felt it was time to reassess these strange people. Who would have thought that this unassuming blacksmith could forge divine weapons? And he treated these demigod-level weapons as trash? Stop staring outside, hurry up and come in. Okay. Just as Chu Chen was about to enter, a thick killing intent suddenly surged towards him. Chu Chen, how dare you trespass into the city of Twilight? Who gave you the audacity? Following the voice, he saw Chu Di glaring at him with blood-red eyes, his aura seemingly reaching its peak. Chu Chen smiled slightly at the sight and waved his hand, signaling, "You're back?" His gesture was like a host welcoming a long-absent guest. Chu Di could accept defeat, but he absolutely could not accept having his only precious possession taken away at a moment when victory was still undecided. He had always been Chu Chenxiu's pride, from beginning to end. As for this so-called brother, Chu Di had always regarded him as a country bumpkin. Just a month away, and someone had taken over his nest. Even the citizens of the City of Twilight seemed to have acknowledged Chu Chen's status as the young lord. Trespassing into the City of Twilight, do you know what crime that is? Chu Di's tone was grim, surrounded by a thick aura of reincarnation power. Behind him, 6 gates of reincarnation appeared, exuding a strange and terrifying aura. A ghost resembling a mirage appeared beside him, and at that moment, Chu Di looked like an embodiment of evil, incredibly sinister. His rage nearly swallowed his reason. It was the first time he had been this angry, and he didn't even know why he was losing control. But he always felt a sense of having his beloved treasure taken away, which made it impossible for him to remain rational. Just got home and you're already in such a rage. Have you eaten explosives? Chu Chen smirked. This is my home, you're not welcome here, get out. Chu Di shouted in fury, and the mirage suddenly appeared in front of Chu Chen, its invisible hands reaching for his chest. The mirage was one of the most sinister beings in the realm of hungry ghosts. Once touched, one would be devoured by countless ghosts, dying in endless pain. This creature was a tool for dealing with enemies, just like the cruel punishments of the 18 layers of hell, which no one could endure. Chu Di's flawless face twisted in a grimace, his killing intent erupting without restraint. I thought you had grown up, but it seems you're still throwing a tantrum like a child, with no progress at all. Chu Chen shook his head in disappointment. Then, he casually struck out with a palm, and with a crisp explosion, the mirage instantly shattered like glass. I am the young lord of the City of Twilight. What qualifications do you have to judge me? Chu Di's aura erupted violently, a tidal wave of power sweeping out. All 6 gates opened, and the realms of hungry ghosts, beasts, humans, Asuras, and hell began to attack. Strange phenomena rushed in, and a 3-meter-tall scarlet Asura wielding a sickle charged directly at Chu Chen. The killing aura it contained condensed into an endless sea of blood, staining the tiles beneath their feet. Too weak. Without changing his expression, Chu Chen threw a punch. A beam of light from his fist illuminated the heavens and earth, shattering the Asura, and then, with unyielding force, he eradicated the remaining phenomena. The Emperor of Chu had never seen such a powerful offensive. He could not have imagined that the reincarnation path he prided himself on would be so weak. As he gazed at the incoming fist light, a sense of unwillingness surged within him like a spring, and it felt as if a shackle within him had shattered, a strong aura filling his limbs. At that moment, the Emperor of Chu seemed like a different person, his strength suddenly increasing dozens of times, forcefully shattering Chu Chen's fist light. The world was filled with evil. power, and the battle between the two attracted many onlookers. However, none of them intended to intervene. To them, it was merely children playing. Who hasn't had their youthful arrogance? The two were brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years. A little friction was normal. Moreover, this city was merely a refuge for the lost. The crowd had no obligation or leisure to meddle in this matter. Who became the city lord had nothing to do with them. They would eat and drink as usual, as long as the eternal divine pool remained intact. You and I will eventually have a battle, but I can no longer wait that long. Today, I will personally drive you out of the city. The Emperor of Chu's eyes glimmered with black light. This strange power coming from the boundless hell. Lord of Hell, today I shall borrow your power to eliminate this child. Immediately, a gloomy, hoarse demonic voice slowly emanated from the Emperor of Chu's body. Have you thought it through? Once this deal is signed, it can never be undone. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation flashed in the Emperor of Chu's eyes, and he regained a bit of rationality. Making a deal with the Lord of Hell came with a great cost. He dared not make such a reckless conclusion. The evil soul within him was the opportunity he encountered in the ancient world, a chance that greatly enhanced his reincarnation path. But if he wanted to become stronger, he would have to pay an even greater price. If you are willing to lend me your power, can I defeat him? The Emperor of Chu asked. If I remember correctly, the strongest in this world are the so-called gods. You only need to accommodate 1/10 of my power, and you can slay all the gods. This confident and domineering statement stirred the Emperor of Chu. He found it hard to imagine how powerful he would be with supreme strength. However, if the deal was struck, he would lose his freedom, destined to fall into hell for eternity to manage evil souls. He still had attachments and was reluctant to give up his position as the deputy lord of Twilight City. Let me think it over. The Emperor of Chu did not impulsively abandon everything for Chu Chen. I have all the time in the world. If you need me, you can call me anytime. Before that, I can let you taste some benefits first. The Lord of Hell's voice grew fainter until it was inaudible. As soon as the words fell, a pitch-black starry array suddenly appeared before the Emperor of Chu, towering as high as a person. The wails of countless vengeful spirits echoed like a chilling wind, sending shivers down the spine. Suddenly, dark runes filled his brow, making him appear exceedingly evil. Not bad power, I'm starting to be tempted. The Emperor of Chu grinned, coldly staring at Chu Chen as if looking at prey. In response to this sudden change, Chu Chen's expression shifted slightly, becoming more serious. The Emperor of Chu's fortune was not inferior to his own. He was fortunate to encounter a senior like Yi Guqing, and perhaps the Emperor of Chu could too. It seems you have regained your confidence. Chu Chen stepped forward, blood energy surging forth, transforming into a rolling smoke that rushed toward the sky. The dazzling golden light and the strange black radiance stood 100 feet apart, both their auras rising as if there were no end. Winning against you is easy. The two moved simultaneously. Two figures, as fast as lightning, collided fiercely, and two colors of light burst forth, like ink splattering from a painting. The sparks ignited by their fists spread out, and Chu Chen remained calm, effortlessly neutralizing the Emperor of Chu's offensive. In terms of physical strength, he prided himself that apart from the freak known as Lu Sanjin, no one in the vast Twilight City could match him. Borrowing the power of others is always a lower path. Do you not understand this yet? Chu Chen struck the Emperor of Chu back with a punch, speaking slowly. As long as you can win, who cares where your power comes from? The Emperor of Chu shook his numb arm and charged out again. It seems you've changed a lot. It was worth all the effort I put into beating you back then, Chu Chen said with a smile. When the battle was mentioned, the Emperor's expression suddenly turned cold. He could hardly forget the moment when the time rule was taken from him by Chu Chen. At that time, he too had borrowed the other's power to fight, only to lose utterly. It's different now. I will let you know who truly deserves to sit on the throne of the Vice Lord of Twilight City. Is that so? Then I will wait and see, Chu Chen replied with a smile. If there was anything the Emperor of Chu hated in this world, it was undoubtedly Chu Chen's smile. He despised that self-satisfied grin, as if everything in the world was under his control. Most infuriating was that he had absorbed a small portion of the Lord of Hell's power but still couldn't gain an advantage over him. Could it really be true, as others said, that Chu Chen had killed the incarnation of the fire god? Don't get too cocky, the Emperor of Chu shouted angrily, pouring all his hellish power into his arm, and his muscles bulged like a dragon, aiming a heavy blow at Chu Chen's head. The sound of the air being shattered was immense, and the ancient god's bloodline within him surged, as if it had encountered an enemy, instinctively stirring. I have never underestimated any opponent, it's just that they always disappoint me, Chu Chen said, directly urging the rules of power, and at that moment, his strength received a terrifying geometric increase. The entire Twilight City trembled under the impending eruption of this immense force, and the golden light on Chu Chen was so brilliant it nearly obscured the sun. The crowd had never seen such terrifying power, it had long surpassed the realm of mortals. The true form of the ancient god, enhanced by the power of additional rules, seemed to have reached its complete state, and his palm appeared capable of crushing mountains at will. Bang, the two collided, producing a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The shockwave swept out, violently shaking the surrounding buildings, and the bricks beneath their feet shattered into dust. The explosive sound was like the unwilling roar of a demon, and people saw the Emperor of Chu stagger back a few steps, his shadowy face filled with shock. The complete path of power? This is impossible. The Emperor couldn't believe his senses, yet. He had truly felt it during the collision. How could such a complete path of power exist in the realms? Could it be that Chu Chen had made a trip to the Eight Desolations? Nothing is impossible for me. If there is, it must not be the right time yet. Chu Chen pressed the attack, not giving him a moment's respite. Damn it! The Emperor gritted his teeth to resist, but at that moment, Chu Chen was as terrifying as a wild dragon. Every part of his body that could move was a weapon: fists, elbows, legs, knees, even his head. He was simply a harbinger of death. Every strike from Chu Chen sent blood surging, a mouthful of reverse blood rising in his throat, ready to spew out at any moment. But the proud Emperor would not allow himself to be defeated like this, especially in front of so many people. If he truly lost, he would lose his prestige and a part of his status. Die. The Emperor was also provoked into a ferocity, his eyes fixed on Chu Chen with a predatory glare. He then suddenly summoned the Gate of Hell, and a massive bull-headed humanoid emerged from it. As this monster appeared, the entire city seemed to plunge into a sea of hell. The scorching flames of hell burned the void, and people could even see the true form of hell on the bull's body. The familiar scene of the 18 layers of hell, just as the legends described, was chilling. What has the Vice Lord experienced? Why has it become so bizarre? This is true. Hellish power, perhaps he has obtained some kind of inheritance? Even in the Eight Desolations, such power is rarely seen. The realms have no rules of hell, and his power would at least be reduced by 70%. This time, Chu Chen is in danger. He probably doesn't understand how terrifying the beings of hell can be, right? Many present had witnessed the horrors of hellish beings firsthand. Even ancient demons and monsters like the ancient magic and ancient demons were unwilling to confront them directly. Once tainted by the aura of hell, one's body would be corroded at all times. That kind of pain was something no one wanted to endure. No exceptions. Are you ready to accept judgment? Chu Di grinned menacingly. I've had enough of this so-called bullshit judgment. Chu Chen responded coldly, directly summoning the Hand of the Heavens. The massive palm slammed down on the bull-headed creature, sending it flying, nearly falling into the gates of hell. Just a crooked path, the outcome is the same no matter how many come. Heavenly calamity light. A multicolored radiance erupted from Chu Chen's chest, and a beam of light shot out, striking the bull-headed creature, which screamed in agony as a large hole suddenly appeared in its head, black blood raining down like a storm. The wail sounded like the cries of evil spirits, akin to the shrieks of ghostly infants, the grinding noise chilling to the bone. I, the young master, fear nothing. What of hell? Do they have the right to claim me? With that, Chu Chen summoned the true form of the ancient god, towering at a height of 1,000,000 zhang, standing shoulder to shoulder with the bull-headed creature. Displaying all his strength, he exuded an unmatched aura, making Chu Di appear like a child who had yet to grow up, including the summoned bull-headed creature. The spine of the ancient god. The true dragon roared, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles, a pressure emanating from the bloodline of the ancient god. Royal family that made everyone feel oppressed. Power was reduced by 80%. In this domain, Chu Chen was the undisputed ruler. The spirits and phantoms are no match for my fist. The divine flames burning on Chu Chen seemed to contain entire small worlds, and that domineering power fell entirely upon the bull-headed creature. Bang! At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The bull-headed creature let out a terrible scream as it was blasted back to the gates of hell. In its final moments, people saw it covered in fragments, having been shattered by that punch. Is that so? One isn't enough, then let's summon more. Chu Di, unwilling to accept defeat, suddenly had a starry array appear beneath his feet, continuing to summon more powerful beings from hell. A chilling wind swept through, and the dome was instantly painted black by the sinister power of hell. Even though trapped by the domain of the ancient god's spine, this evil power was not hindered by the ancient god's strength. Chu Chen sensed a hint of ominous energy and saw a hairy hand suddenly extend from the gates of hell. Its size was comparable to that of the sun, with a single finger measuring 10,000 meters long. If the true form descended, it was hard to imagine how massive this creature would be. Seeing the green hair on the finger, Chu Chen suddenly recalled the ominous beings from the old Forbidden Land, the Dark Graveyard. Both in aura and size, they were strikingly similar. Chu Chen's consciousness momentarily blurred, and when he came to, he saw that hand crawling out of the gates of hell. This is not a place for you to act ferociously. Get back! Chu Chen shouted, and the character from the primordial text revealed itself. At that moment, everyone felt a primal and desolate power spreading out. Chu Chen's arm was instantly enveloped in white light, dazzling to the point of being blinding. Primordial Holy Fist, triggering 10 times the damage. In an instant, a beam of fist light shattered the hairy creature's palm completely. An unwilling roar of anger echoed from within the gates of hell, and the residual power of Chu Chen's fist struck the gates, shattering them entirely. Wrapped in the rules of power and the tenfold enhancement of primordial strength, this punch was nothing short of a miracle. The brilliance remained, and the majesty of that punch left everyone in awe. The crowd gazed at Chu Chen's figure, invincible as if he were the only one, reminiscent of the scenes from when he once battled across the heavens and earth. The long silent hearts stirred, the once calm state of mind slightly moved. How many people had an invincible dream in their youth? Now, watching Chu Chen display his Divine might, their blood could not help but boil. At this moment, they picked up their original intentions, and their eyes gradually sparkled with light. With a son like this, what worries does Twilight City have about not being able to endure forever? Chu Qianqiu has a good son. Indeed, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. The saying is truly not wrong. The Chu Emperor is not bad either, but in the end, he still lost. The beings of hell are terrifying beyond measure. Fortunately, they were not summoned, otherwise, the entire divine realm and even the worlds of the heavens would face a catastrophic disaster. Although Chu Chen's current strength has not yet reached the level of truly slaying gods, if he continues to grow at this rate, it is only a matter of time. As for the so-called position of the young city lord, it seems he has no desire for it based on his performance in this battle. It feels more like he is testing his younger brother. Chu Chen looked at the solemn-faced Chu Emperor and slowly said, "You have lost. What do you want?" The Chu Emperor quietly took half a step back, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Chu Chen stared at him steadily, and after a long while said, "You are too impatient. As the young city lord, you should at least have some grace, and only then comes strength. Are you educating me?" The Chu Emperor laughed in anger, as if he had heard the biggest joke. "If you could control the complete cycle of reincarnation, perhaps I would still be wary, but you borrowed the power of others, which is your greatest flaw." Chu Chen returned to his true form, stepping closer to the Chu Emperor, and said lightly, "You should know that once you have lost to me, there will be no chance of a comeback." "Arrogant. Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" The Chu Emperor gritted his teeth, his fierce anger almost bursting forth. Seeing his fierce expression, Chu Chen shook his head in disappointment. "You lose control after just a few words. With such a mindset, you are even inferior to Dongfang Xingyao. Although Dongfang Xingyao is treacherous, his depth and means are far superior to the Chu Emperor. At least the latter has some brains. Strength is another matter. The Chu Emperor is more like a rebellious youth, easily provoked, and while he initially appeared more mature, it turned out to be just a facade. A greenhouse flower that has not weathered storms will never appreciate the hardships of this path. Once, Chu Chen was just like him, losing his reason and resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Although he is still the same now, at least he does not show his emotions on his face. To establish oneself in this world, strength is one part and brains are another. You actually compare me to that waste? The Chu Emperor's face turned a shade of purple, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to contain his anger. "Go back and train well. During this time, I will stay in Twilight City, and I am always ready to accept a challenge." Chu Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. For him, this was just a small episode, just right to test his current strength. But the Chu Emperor did not think so. He believed that Chu Chen's behavior was deliberately making him look bad in front of everyone. At this moment, he even forgot that he was the one who initiated the conflict. "Damn it! Who do you think you're looking down on?" The Chu Emperor's features twisted together as he looked at Chu Chen, who was chatting and laughing with others, and a sense of suffocation arose in his heart. All of this should have belonged to him. It should have been his. Why does this outsider, Chu Chen, deserve the trust of everyone? Even the chief steward seems to favor him greatly. Reflecting on the past, the Chu Emperor suddenly felt as if he had been abandoned by the entire world in an instant. Aggrieved, angry, and hateful, a multitude of emotions piled together, nearly driving him to madness. "Ha! That kid's strength is indeed extraordinary. He must be one of the top figures among the younger generation, right?" The voice of the Lord of Hell suddenly rang out. "Shut up," the Chu Emperor said coldly. "What good does it do to be angry? If you make this deal with me early, you can kill him 10 times, 100 times, the Lord of Hell." Tempted. The voice echoed in the Chu Emperor's mind, causing him immense pain. "I didn't expect to see the ancient divine royal family in this barbaric world. The blood flowing in him is of the same lineage as yours. You must be brothers, right? You both have the same mother. How can the gap be so great?" Zhe, besides the complete rules of power, that kid also has the rules of thunder within him. During your battle just now, he didn't even use his full strength. You really are too weak. He didn't say anything wrong. The voice of the Lord of Hell echoed continuously, completely stripping away the last shred of dignity from Emperor Chu. Coupled with the piercing gazes around him, Emperor Chu felt as if he were being stripped bare and trampled upon. "I told you to shut up." Emperor Chu shouted loudly. "What good is it to vent your anger on me? But if you want to find someone to vent to, I can let you curse a few times. Consider it a gift for the future inheritor." The Lord of Hell replied. Emperor Chu's voice drew the attention of many, and in their eyes there was a hint of pity and helplessness. It was these gazes that seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, making Emperor Chu want to kill someone to vent his anger. After a long while, Emperor Chu's trembling body calmed down. He regained clarity in his gaze, and deep within his eyes, there was an added determination and coldness. "Uncle June is right. 1. Failure is nothing, and what about 2? I will find a way to reclaim this." Emperor Chu stared at the blacksmith shop, silently vowing, "One day, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. The humiliation you gave me will be repaid 100-fold. With that thought, Emperor Chu walked expressionlessly towards the city lord's mansion. He selectively blocked out the gazes around him, his expression cold as he fixed his eyes on the eternal divine pool. "Oh, your self-comforting is quite good. It seems I really didn't misjudge you," the Lord of Hell remarked. Although Chu Chen is quite despicable, he is right about one thing: external power is ultimately inferior. Emperor Chu's words effectively rejected all the Lord of Hell's demands. No rush, one day you will come to understand. At the same time, on the dome above, there stood a person and a donkey. Everything that had just happened between the two was witnessed by them. You are right, Chu Chen's arrival can indeed have a positive effect on the young city lord. Jun Moxia nodded, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Emperor Chu's temperament still needs to be refined. The position of young city lord is not so easy to sit in. Lu Sanjin said slowly. Just now, you had a moment of murderous intent. Was it directed at Emperor Chu? Jun Moxia asked in confusion. To be precise, it was at what is within him. If he dares to take another step, I will kill him even if I have to. Break into hell and tear him to pieces. Lu Sanjin said with a chilling tone. Jun Moxia, seeing the usually calm steward now harboring murderous intent, couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, he came out. In the Twilight City blacksmith shop, Chu Chen surveyed the ancient building, looking at the mottled traces of time on the walls and the thick layer of dirt on the ground, unable to help but frown. I say, Uncle Li, this place is too rundown. If someone didn't know better, they would think it's a garbage dump. Chu Chen complained. Blacksmith Li smiled it off. He had heard similar evaluations many times before. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse, no matter how shabby this place is. People will still come to me for crafting tools. Good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. This is indeed the truth. Chu Chen nodded, beginning to observe his movements. Blacksmith Li's demeanor while forging didn't seem focused, appearing rather casual. Yet his movements were extremely powerful. With just a few strikes, he could shape a piece of hard star divine iron into the desired form. This technique was undeniably strong. Although Chu Chen didn't understand forging, he could sense the intricacies within. The strongest forgers in the myriad worlds were the dwarves, whose techniques evolved over countless eras and are considered the best in the world. How many races sought to obtain a weapon forged by the dwarves? Initially, Chu Chen thought the dwarves' forging skills were the pinnacle of existence, but after seeing Blacksmith Li, he changed his perspective. There is always a higher mountain. It seems my knowledge is too shallow. Chu Chen looked at the pile of demigod-level equipment that resembled a garbage dump, unable to help but swallow hard before long. The simple mold was shaped, and the shimmering brilliance of the starry divine iron was particularly dazzling, mesmerizing to behold. Li the blacksmith directly took the hot metal block in his hand and plunged it into the frigid water. His thick white mist rose up, and the simple quenching process was complete. Next, Li the blacksmith began to polish the details, the hammer in his hand ringing loudly, embodying a certain profound truth. Each strike refined the impurities from the starry divine iron. No metal can avoid the presence of impurities. Even the most precious divine artifacts contain some impurities. The existence of impurities affects the strength and toughness of the equipment. An excellent blacksmith not only needs to forge weapons suitable for the user but also to eliminate impurities. It was unclear what kind of technique Li the blacksmith was using, but he could remove 99% of the impurities, bringing the blade closer to perfection. What a marvelous technique! Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this. Things that transcend understanding always astonish people. Even if one has never stepped into this field, they can still feel its power. On the surface, Li the blacksmith appeared to be a weathered middle-aged man, but his skills were anything but lacking. It was evident that he loved this craft deeply, and his level of focus was in stark contrast to his disheveled appearance. The two maintained the same action in silence, with only the sound of clanging echoing in the environment. 2 days passed, and Chu Chen stood frozen like a puppet, watching the entire process. With the final heavy clang, a dazzling light emanated from the blade, and the divine weapon let out a soft hum, as if celebrating its birth. Ha! Li the blacksmith let out a long breath, pulled out a wine pouch from the side, and took a hearty swig. So, what do you think? Are you interested in learning blacksmithing from me? Hearing this, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Seeing his dazed expression, Li the blacksmith couldn't help but laugh heartily, patting his shoulder and saying, "What? Do you look down on the blacksmithing profession?" "I wouldn't dare, I just didn't expect it to be so sudden." Chu Chen quickly apologized. "The steward asked you to come over on my behalf. I just wanted to see if you were interested in joining the trade," Li the blacksmith explained. Chu Chen looked at the formed starry blade, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. From a piece of ordinary divine iron to a divine weapon, it had only taken 2 days. This made Chu Chen marvel at the wonders of blacksmithing, as if granting life to inanimate objects. Those who wield weapons never consider how they came to be, just as one never thinks about the complex process behind the clothes and shoes they wear. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly appreciate its marvel, and how great the blacksmiths are. "I know nothing about blacksmithing. I fear I would disappoint your expectations," Chu Chen said, cupping his fists. "No worries, as long as you want to learn, I can have you master everything I've learned in 100 years, Li the blacksmith replied. 100 years? Chu Chen's smile suddenly froze. What? Do you think that's too long? Li the blacksmith asked with a half smile. Uncle Li, you misunderstood, I just didn't expect it to be so sudden. Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly. Not agreeing was tantamount to declining, and Li the blacksmith had anticipated that Chu Chen would think this way. However, there was no disappointment on his face. Forcing someone was meaningless. In this vast twilight city, Chu Chen was indeed the most suitable candidate. He possessed exceptional talent, a humble mindset, and a persistent pursuit of the profound truths. Most importantly, he had the bloodline of the ancient gods. For young people, blacksmithing can indeed be a bit dull. Lee the blacksmith took another swig of wine and exhaled a breath of stale air. If your heart is not in it, forcing your will might disappoint your expectations. Chu Chen cast an apologetic glance. Very well, I had already decided that if you are not interested in blacksmithing, I would give you a gift. Lee the blacksmith led Chu Chen into a room, pointing to a silver white hammer beneath a portrait, saying, "If you can lift this hammer, I will give it to you." Chu Chen surveyed the empty room, save for the portrait and the hammer, his gaze landing on the figure in the painting. There, a woman dressed in a flowing yellow gown adorned with a red plant stood, her figure graceful and her aura ethereal. From her silhouette, it was clear she was a beautiful woman, but as Chu Chen's gaze moved upward, he was met with a face devoid of features. "Uncle Lee, what's up with this painting?" Chu Chen began, but hesitated. He had seen the tenderness and pain flicker in the blacksmith's eyes. The mingling of these two starkly different emotions led him to understand the identity of the figure in the painting. "I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous," Chu Chen said. Blacksmith Lee waved his hand, suppressing his emotions, and replied, "Just some old stories, nothing worth mentioning." "Is there something special about this hammer?" Chu Chen stepped closer to the portrait, examining the hammer's appearance, a stirring in his heart. At that moment, it felt as if he had found an old friend who had been waiting for him, his blood running hot, even igniting an impulse to hold it in his hands. Chu Chen had never felt this way before, even after acquiring countless divine weapons, none had ever stirred his heart like this one. The hammer was rectangular, with a dented mark all around it, and both ends of the hammer were engraved with a red plant, identical to the embroidery on the gown in the painting. It was surrounded by a rich aura of celestial energy, and Chu Chen could even feel the hammer breathing. "Uncle Lee, what's the origin of this hammer? Did you forge it too?" Chu Chen couldn't help but take a step back. This was the first time he had seen a weapon that could breathe, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "This is my life's most outstanding work, and one of the few celestial artifacts in the 8 Desolations." "Celestial artifact?" Chu Chen exclaimed instinctively. "Indeed. The reason people call me the ghostly craftsman is because of its merit. May I ask its name?" "Celestial artifact Cornus." The ghostly craftsman was a living legend in the 8 Desolations. For eons, very few had been able to forge celestial artifacts, most of which came from Blacksmith Lee's family. He spent the best years of his life striving for inheritance, all to become the best in the world. Time had passed, and Blacksmith Lee pushed his forging skills to the limit, taking them to new heights. Celestial artifacts were the lifelong pursuit of all blacksmiths, akin to the ultimate goal of seekers. He spent 1,000 years honing his techniques, another 1,000 searching for materials, and yet another 1,000 forging celestial artifacts. After 3,000 years, he earned the title of ghostly craftsman, but at the moment the celestial artifact took shape, he did not feel the joy he had imagined. The image of that soul-stirring figure lingered in his mind, and by some divine twist, he named the supreme hammer Cornus. Chu Chen looked at Blacksmith Lee, whose eyes were slightly moist, knowing that it was not the right time to ask further questions, and began to examine the celestial artifact itself. Divine weapons and celestial artifacts were of the same grade, but their power was worlds apart. The former felt more like a counterfeit, unable to unleash its true strength. It was a matter of whether the Great Tao was complete or not, and the power of the Great Tao carried by celestial artifacts was extraordinarily strong. Moreover, celestial artifacts had spirits. If one could make it recognize its master, it could unleash tenfold or even 100-fold power under suitable conditions. One hammer could determine the universe. This was the evaluation of the celestial artifact Cornus in the 8 Desolations. Now, Blacksmith Lee was actually going to gift his most outstanding work to Chu Chen. If others found out, it would surely cause a stir in the 8 Desolations. The age-old truth that possessing a treasure brings trouble had never changed. There was no free lunch in the world. If Chu Chen dared to accept it, he must be prepared to be watched by the world. "Are you ready?" Blacksmith Lee asked. Chu Chen still hadn't calmed down from the shock. He looked at the silver-white hammer, his hands trembling uncontrollably. His eyes revealed a deep excitement and thrill. How long had it been since he felt this rush of blood? The last time was when he obtained the bloodline of the ancient gods. It had been a full 6 years since that moment. "I'm ready, Uncle Lee, let's begin," Chu Chen said. "Remember, you only have one chance. If you fail, it proves you are fated to be without." "Zhu Yu," Lee the blacksmith reminded again. Chu Chen grinned. Who can truly define the word fate? If there is no fate, then even if I try again after 1,000 years, the outcome will be the same. Immediately, Lee the blacksmith stepped forward, gently took down the scroll, and tenderly brushed over the face in the painting. At that moment, the scroll suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and an ethereal female voice slowly emerged. Zhu Yu trembled suddenly, and the barrier above slowly lifted. A surge of momentum erupted violently, causing Chu Chen's long hair to dance wildly in the wind, and under the illumination of the silvery light, his eyes could barely open. The rich power of the celestial path seemed to be a long-suppressed release, erupting like a geyser. A pillar of light shot up into the divine realm, the dome reflecting the shape of Zhu Yu, and countless people were startled by the momentum, looking up at the extraordinary phenomenon in the dome. "What is that?" Such powerful celestial energy, even stronger than the momentum of the third stage of the life path. It looks like a divine weapon is emerging, coming from the blacksmith shop. Old Lee has forged a legendary divine weapon again? No, divine weapons don't have such momentum. It's very likely a celestial weapon. The heavenly realms generally only produce divine weapons, and due to the incompleteness of the Great Path, celestial weapons could not be forged. Thus, people initially assumed it was a divine weapon. With such momentum, not only the people of Twilight City but even the gods sensed this heart-pounding aura. Find out who triggered the great momentum of heaven and earth. The gods of the Fire God Temple all emerged, and at the same time, the Water God, Mountain God, and Earth God acted together. The divine realm, which had been silent for a month, was once again ignited. The instigator was still from the direction of Twilight City, which gave the gods an ominous premonition. A storm was brewing, and even the divine weapons and divine generals, as well as the offspring of the gods, could not help but move. If uncontrollable events occurred, the divine war would not wait for the end of the divine path. In the Lord's mansion of Twilight City, Su Yueshi was sitting cross-legged on a jade bed, comprehending the spatial path insights given by Lu Sanjin. As her master, Lu Sanjin was unusually not by her side to protect her but stood together with Jun Moxie, gazing at the movements in the dome. "Did you do this?" Jun Moxie asked. "It shouldn't be. How could the celestial artifact emerge so quickly?" 5 years earlier than scheduled, Lu Sanjin pondered, his donkey face quite serious. "It really is you?" Jun Moxie was taken aback. He had just asked casually, not expecting Lu Sanjin to admit it directly. "I introduced him to let Chu Chen learn more under him if he could inherit his legacy, that would be best. Who knew such a change would occur?" Lu Sanjin cursed inwardly. This kid was never easy to deal with. It had just been quiet for a month, and now he stirred up such a big mess again. He had hoped that after the battle with the Fire God's avatar, he would realize the gap between them and settle down to cultivate properly. Unexpectedly, such a short time had passed, and it had already attracted a disturbance in the divine realm. Looking at this situation, it was even bigger than the last time. "The event has already happened. How do you plan to deal with the gods?" Jun Moxie asked. Lu Sanjin looked at the rolling red and yellow clouds behind him, fully aware that this battle was unavoidable. "Can we contact the 4 kings? The Xuanwu king is on his way to the heavenly realms. The other 3 kings have no news for now," Jun Moxie replied. "It's time to settle our grievances with the gods. This battle is inevitable, just a matter of time," Lu Sanjin said, his gaze distant. "Then I will prepare now." Jun Moxie nodded firmly. "Go ahead." After Jun Moxie left, Lu Sanjin secretly sighed. Then he jumped 3 zhang high in place, cursing, "Damn kid. Who told you to be so impatient? You've messed up all my plans. Damn it, if you can't get that celestial artifact, I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." The sound of curses continued for several minutes, and Lu Sanjin seemed to have cursed himself tired. He jumped down from the high tower and walked towards the north. That direction was the territory of the Xuanwu king, home to hundreds of thousands of citizens. They were the backbone of Twilight City, and any one of them could easily kill a divine incarnation. At this moment of turmoil in the divine realm, Chu Chen, as the fuse of the divine war, was completely unaware of what was happening outside, only surprised by the huge commotion created by the celestial artifact. "It can begin now, make your move." Reminded blacksmith Li, Chu Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly walked towards the Zhuyu. Looking at the hammer before him, which shimmered with a silvery light, Chu Chen reached out and suddenly grasped the hammer's handle. In an instant, a violent force burst forth from the hammer, surging into his body through his arm. In a moment, a tremendous power erupted, shaking his insides violently. His internal organs were the first to react, the ancient divine bloodline automatically protecting him, and the primordial script surged forth, forcibly restraining the impact of the celestial power. The 2 forces turned Chu Chen's body into a battlefield, engaging in a fierce battle, and the terrifying impact was something even the 6-star ancient divine body could not withstand. Chu Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness blurring instantly. "Hold on. If you let go of the celestial artifact now, there will be no chance in the future," Blacksmith Li shouted. "Uncle Li, don't worry. Even if I have to sacrifice this arm, I won't let go." Chu Chen gasped heavily and immediately summoned his life celestial path. Dark celestial lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, filling the entire room. A vast life force surged into his body like a tide, quickly healing his injuries. With this restorative power, Chu Chen felt like he was immortal. No matter how severe the injuries, he could completely heal in an instant. Normally, activating the life celestial path required a tremendous amount of energy, and an ordinary person might not even last a quarter of an hour. But under the influence of infinite firepower, Chu Chen didn't have to worry about such issues. He could create at will. Black celestial lotuses? Blacksmith Li squinted his eyes. It was the first time he had seen a life celestial path of this color. The celestial path was supposed to be pure white, the same for everyone without exception. But Chu Chen displayed a completely opposite color. Yet, there was not a trace of evil aura. Instead, it was even purer. Why was that? Just as Blacksmith Li pondered, Chu Chen moved. He gathered all his strength and suddenly lifted the hammer with force. Boom! The entire house trembled. The beams unable to bear the weight shattered with a loud crash, and the ground beneath his feet let out a mournful wail. "Rise!" Chu Chen shouted, his right hand's veins bulging, muscles rising, and the powerful force stretched his robe to the brink of tearing. A terrifying power value of tens of billions, yet the celestial artifact Zhu Yu remained completely unmoved. So stable? Seeing this, Chu Chen's competitive spirit was suddenly ignited. He was someone who did not believe in evil. If this level was not enough, then he would increase his strength. Immediately, the rules of power were activated, and the divine flames burning on Chu Chen surged explosively, the flames reaching a height of a full yard. In the face of this scorching divine flame, even Blacksmithly, whose strength was not weak, had to temporarily avoid the brilliance. As Chu Chen unleashed all his power, the celestial artifact Zhiyu seemed stuck in place, as steady as Mount Tai. From beginning to end, it had not moved an inch, and Chu Chen even suspected it was somehow fused with the land of the divine realm. Still no way, huh? Blacksmithly sighed and slowly shook his head. He wanted to fulfill this wish as soon as possible. Without worries, he could reach the Sea of Flowers sooner. If Chu Chen could not succeed, the plan would be delayed for hundreds or even thousands of years. If he could not find a fated person, he would have to guard this place until the world perished and the heavens collapsed. This celestial artifact was both his pride and his bondage. Chu Chen, panting heavily, looked ahead, and blood was clearly oozing from his palm. Golden blood flowed rapidly, dripping onto the wooden floor, making a sizzling sound. The celestial artifact in his hand was like a mischievous child, playfully toying with the one who wanted to claim it as his own. Chu Chen's strength was almost exhausted, and he could hardly imagine that one day the thing that would make him submit was not a powerful enemy or the omnipotent gods, but this hammer. Uncle Li, are you sure this thing can recognize its master? Is there any precedent? Chu Chen gasped as he asked. If there were a precedent, would you still have the chance to stand here? Blacksmithly retorted irritably. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and awkwardly smiled. Then there must have been successful precedents before, right? How did they do it? Some accompanied it day and night for tens of thousands of years before being recognized, while others took the initiative to recognize their master without any warning, Blacksmithly explained. So lifting the hammer was your own idea, Uncle Li? Chu Chen was taken aback. That's right, this method might be effective, Blacksmithly nodded without a change in his expression. Chu Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. He felt like he had turned into a lab rat. However, his method was not without reason. If he didn't even have the qualifications to lift it, how could he talk about recognition? Moreover, since Chu Chen had already used his one and only chance, it seemed too late to talk about backing out now. Since it's about recognition, why can't it be about subduing it? Chu Chen said slowly. What? Blacksmithly hadn't reacted yet when he saw Chu Chen directly summon the ancient god, whose massive body suddenly burst through the house. The towering figure, 1,000,000 meters high, was exposed to everyone's view, and as they looked at his silhouette, their minds suddenly went blank. What is Chu Chen doing? Look at the hammer in his hand. That seems to be the immortal weapon made by Old Li back in the day. An immortal weapon recognizing its master? He's too bold. Doesn't he know that using brute force will provoke a backlash? Look closely, the backlash is already happening, but his recovery ability is so strong that even the immortal weapon can't do anything to him. Chu Chen's actions left them utterly bewildered. There are countless ways for an immortal weapon to recognize its master, but this was the first time they had heard of someone trying to subdue it directly with brute force. It was somewhat elegant and unconventional. Uncle Li, you shouldn't mind, right? Chu Chen raised his fist and asked with his head down. Blacksmithly was momentarily unsure whether to agree or disagree, and with a wry smile, he nodded, go ahead and do it. All right. Chu Chen grinned and brought his fist crashing down. Bang, the immortal weapon. Zhu Yu endured a blow powerful enough to shake the heavens, and the celestial power flowing on its surface thinned slightly. Although it was just an inconspicuous trace, Chu Chen saw a glimmer of hope for success. It really works, I'm truly a genius, Chu Chen thought to himself, and he threw down a few more punches. The tremendous roar echoed through the sky, and the brilliance of the immortal weapon Zhu Yu suddenly dimmed significantly. The impact within him also weakened a bit. It seems you aren't as tough as I imagined, Chu Chen smirked, and his fists fell like a tide. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle at his brazen actions. Throughout history, how many people have treated immortal weapons with utmost respect? They were even revered like ancestors, fearing to provoke even the slightest dissatisfaction. Immortal weapons have spirits, they are like living beings with emotions and thoughts. Chu Chen took a different approach, trying to tame it with brute force, just like he had subdued the golden-winged great peng back in the day. Rise for me! Chu Chen shouted, gripping his right hand's tiger mouth tightly with his left hand and lifting it forcefully. In the next moment, the heavy immortal weapon Zhu Yu began to float, slowly rising. Although it was barely perceptible, to everyone else it was like a myth. Did it succeed? This scene appeared miraculous to the onlookers, as if an ancient god was creating the world. Chu Chen, with his own strength, forcibly subdued the immortal weapon in front of so many people, lifting it with brute force. It was not a demon beast, nor a slave that could be tamed, but one of the extremely rare immortal weapons in the world. Not only the bystanders but even Blacksmithly, the creator, was stunned. This kid is too bold, he actually dares to treat an immortal weapon so roughly? However, it seems to have worked. Once a celestial artifact recognizes its master, it cannot be changed, no matter how stubborn it is, it must obediently comply. Celestial artifacts also have personalities. It seems this one is of the stubborn type. If it really works out, it wouldn't be a bad story, would it? The crowd sighed and smiled wryly. They had seen many absurd things, but Chu Chen's actions still refreshed their understanding. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Chu Chen was confidently holding the celestial artifact, the osmanthus, examining the marks and radiance on it, a smirk on his lips. If you had listened earlier, how much suffering would you have avoided? After saying this, Chu Chen bit his tongue, forcing a drop of blood to fall onto the hammer, splattering into a bloom of blood that rippled outward. Then, the osmanthus silently leaped forth, revealing a crimson star array, branded onto Chu Chen's chest. A wave of scorching heat gradually surged, and Chu Chen gritted his teeth, enduring this contract. In an instant, it seemed he had formed some connection with the celestial artifact, the osmanthus, able to sense its thoughts and intentions. Chu Chen tentatively communicated, only to discover that the osmanthus's level of thinking was comparable to that of a teenager, clearly possessing a significant understanding of this world. What is this? Did you choose to follow me out of sheer loneliness? Hearing this response, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected the osmanthus to merely resist on the surface while already harboring thoughts of leaving the world. If it weren't for the blacksmith sealing it away for millions of years, Chu Chen wouldn't have been able to make it submit even if he bombarded it with an arrow. The pride of the celestial artifact was beyond reach. No wonder no one had ever heard of anyone being able to subdue it throughout history. It turned out he had stumbled upon a rare opportunity. The osmanthus continued to chatter, emphasizing countless times that it was not forced to submit but had voluntarily lowered its stance to reluctantly agree. Chu Chen nodded while secretly laughing, clearly seeing that the osmanthus had a rather proud personality. However, it was understandable. After all, it was the most top-tier celestial weapon under heaven. Having a bit of character and temper was normal. As long as the contract was established, no matter how strong-willed it was, it had to obediently serve Chu Chen. After recognizing its master, Chu Chen's body returned to its normal size and he shook the hammer in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Is it done? The blacksmith asked. Yeah, this little thing is quite cute. Chu Chen forcefully threw the celestial artifact. A silver-white streak of light shot out at lightning speed, disappearing into the dome. Chu Chen then extended his palm, and the osmanthus returned to him at an even faster speed, landing steadily in his hand. It really is a good treasure. He had once watched a movie about the god of thunder, where the protagonist could summon the hammer of the thunder god at any time. Seeing him so fond of it, the blacksmith's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, slowly relaxed. One of his greatest concerns in this life was this hammer. Now that it had found a suitable master as its creator, he felt immense relief. The uses of celestial artifacts are endless. In the future, you will need to explore on your own. Remember not to let it down. The blacksmith looked at Chu Chen like a child, lingering for a moment before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen paused. Those words sounded somewhat like a farewell speech. Uncle Li, are you leaving? The blacksmith's shop is gone. What else is there to stay for? I can fix it. The guest house at the Lord's mansion is the one I broke, and I can repair it in 3 days. That's thoughtful. But I still have a wish unfulfilled. I need to return to my homeland. The blacksmith patted Chu Chen's shoulder, his weathered eyes filled with a smile. Uncle Li. Chu Chen suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. Clearly, he had accepted the other's goodwill and obtained such a precious celestial artifact, but upon reflection, it seemed he hadn't done anything for the blacksmith. He didn't even understand what kind of person the blacksmith was. I'm old, I can no longer do the work of a blacksmith. The blacksmith waved his hand and walked toward the damaged house. Live well, I hope one day I can hear news of you in the osmanthus shaking the world. Chu Chen gazed at his back, suddenly feeling that the figure seemed to have slightly hunched over. It is hard to imagine that such a master blacksmith, known to the world as a divine craftsman, could be so approachable. He was unclear about the value of those 4 words, but the heavy cornelian in his hand provided part of the answer. Are you alive? That should be insufficient, right? Chu Chen tucked the cornelian behind him, feeling the warmth radiating from his back, and couldn't help but nod. If that were the case, how could one be renowned across the world? Soon, the blacksmith shop was surrounded by people, and upon learning that Master Li was leaving, they felt both reluctant and puzzled. Why is old Li leaving when everything is fine? Isn't he living quite happily here? Yeah, with no worries about food and clothing, and he can enjoy immortality. If he leaves, it will be hard to come back. I heard he has unfinished wishes? Does old Li still have ties in the 8 desolations? Chu kid, what did old Li just say? An old man patted Chu Chen on the back and asked. That's exactly what he said. I don't know what Uncle Li is going to do. Chu Chen shook his head. It's strange, everyone is rushing to Twilight City, yet old Li seems so eager to leave. He even gave away treasures. This was what puzzled people the most, as it hinted at some kind of farewell. If Chu Chen had agreed to Master Li's proposal at that time, perhaps he would have stayed here for another 100 years, passing on his lifelong skills to him. However, Chu Chen had other aspirations and declined the offer, which led to the cornelian being involved. Just as people were discussing, a chubby uncle stepped out from the crowd. Alright, stop your wild guesses, let old Li go. Yang Fan, what do you know? Tell us. This person was eager to know the inside story. Young Fan's round face had a pair of small, beady eyes that rolled around, and he coughed lightly, saying, "What do I know? Do you want to lock him up in a cage?" The crowd could tell from Yang Fan's guilty expression that he definitely knew something. Before they could press further, they saw Masterly come out with a simple bundle on his back and a scroll in his hand. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "I'm just going out for a bit, I will come back in the future. Why are you all gathered here?" Young Fan looked at him with a complex expression and sighed inwardly. After Masterly said a few simple goodbyes to the people, he set off on the road out of the city. Chu Chen stepped forward and said, "Uncle Li, I'll see you off." Masterly looked at his clear eyes and nodded slightly, "Thank you." The two walked together, passing through the market and the bustling street. Masterly looked around, gazing at the people and buildings that had accompanied him through many years, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. "When I first came here, I was just like you, causing quite a bit of trouble. Every time, it was the steward who cleaned up after me. He must have been so annoyed that he wanted to kick me out long ago. That old donkey, Lu Sanjin, is just tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He wouldn't drive anyone away." Chu Chen chuckled. After a while, they soon arrived at the city gate. There stood Lu Sanjin, already waiting there, its brown fur fluttering in the wind, and it spoke directly. "Are you leaving?" "It's time. I am grateful for the steward's care over the years." Masterly clasped his fists in thanks. "Hurry up and get lost, stop with the formalities." Lu Sanjin turned its head away irritably. Hearing that familiar tone, Master Li felt a sense of warmth and nostalgia. To say there was no reluctance would be a lie. Even grass and trees develop attachments after staying in one place for a long time. How much more so for living beings? Besides, many people were following behind to see him off. They didn't know what Master Li had to do, but everyone tacitly expressed their understanding. After spending multiple eras together, people had long regarded each other as family. In this all-encompassing city, how many people chose to stay out of helplessness? If there were still attachments, who would choose to remain forever in this unfamiliar city? "Just leave it here, see you later." Blacksmith Lee waved his hand, bidding a final farewell to them. And the city. The crowd watched him in silence, their eyes filled with deep reluctance. "Old Li, after you leave, who will forge weapons for me? Who will make clothes for Sanhua? As he grows? That child loves your craftsmanship the most." Blacksmith Lee tightly gripped a scroll in his hand, forcibly suppressing the urge to stay, and resolutely walked towards the city gate. Once he left, it was likely to be a final farewell. What he was about to do was an act of betrayal that the world despised. He was born into a family enjoying everything it provided and gained fame through inheritance. Yet in the end, he was to embark on a path of revenge. A person's life has many choices, but he chose the one that would bring him the most regret. As he watched the city gate slowly open, Blacksmith Lee let out a long breath, feeling both liberated and burdened, and stepped forward. His feet touched the soft, colorful clouds below, and the anticipated sadness did not come. Instead, he felt a sense of determination. "Uncle Lee, take care." Chu Chen spoke up. A smile appeared on Blacksmith Lee's stubbled face as he waved goodbye. However, at that moment, thick red and yellow clouds swept in from all directions. On the clouds stood countless divine soldiers and generals, their imposing presence making one tremble. At the forefront were the offspring of the gods, among them Fire Fate and Fire Glory, the most eye-catching. Next were the offspring of the Earth God and the Mountain God, all possessing divine blood, born as demigods, with terrifying strength. "Leave? No one can leave without my permission." As soon as the words fell, the fire clouds and yellow clouds instantly arrived above Twilight City, rolling divine flames occupying the sky. The intentions of the fierce divine generals and soldiers were all too clear. Chu Chen could guess with his toes that they were here for the immortal artifact. After all, the emergence of the immortal artifact had caused such a commotion that any corner of the divine realm could see the signs. "What are you? Get lost," Chu Chen said coldly. "Watch your words, do you know who you are talking to?" Fire Fate replied coldly. "Isn't it just a dog? Self-proclaimed invincible waste, thinking he's unbeatable just because he has a good father?" Chu Chen scoffed. "Impudent!" Fire Fate shouted angrily, waving his hand to summon thousands of meteors from the sky, directly smashing towards Chu Chen. "Child's play." Chu Chen stepped forward, his body shooting out like a cannonball, his fist glowing fiercely, directly shattering all the meteors. Bathed in divine fire, the anticipated scorching heat did not appear. Instead, it felt warm and very comfortable. "With this little ability, you dare to block my way? You're far worse than your father." "Damn it!" Fire Fate felt a great humiliation as Chu Chen spoke arrogantly in front of so many subordinates. Where could he put his face? Moreover, with Fire Glory beside him, he didn't need to look to know that the other party's eyes were filled with mockery. However, thinking of the bigger picture, he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Hand over the immortal artifact, and I can let you live a little longer." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen immediately laughed, as it was exactly as he had guessed. These so-called offspring of the gods really had no depth or brains, flaunting their power and status given by their parents, acting as henchmen, almost to the point of lawlessness. If it were the citizens of an ordinary city in the divine realm, they might indeed obey him out of respect for the fire god. Unfortunately, Chu Chen had always been unrestrained, never fearing any so-called gods. "The immortal artifact you speak of, is it this?" Saying this, Chu Chen held up the osmanthus in his hand and asked loudly. Fire Fate stared at the silver-white hammer appearing before him, feeling its extraordinary aura, and his heart couldn't help but heat up. You're quite perceptive, hurry and hand it over. Shu Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and continued to ask, but there are so many of you, if I only give it to you, won't the others have objections? Huo Ming snorted coldly and said, stirring up discord is useless against us. Once the items are in hand, they will naturally be redistributed and arranged, no need for you to worry about it. You have a bit of sense, but this is a treasure I went through great pains to obtain. You can't just leave after a couple of words, can you? Shu Chen gently traced the patterns on the cornelian, slowly speaking. Everything in the divine realm belongs to the gods. You should be grateful and present the items with both hands, rather than haggling. Huo Ming replied. What a big mouth. Shu Chen did not expect someone to be so shameless as to be this arrogant. My demands are not high. As long as you can do it. Presenting it with both hands is without question. Huo Ming frowned just as he was about to scold. Hu Yao stepped forward and said, let's hear it. What are you doing? Do you really need to give this kind of person a chance to negotiate? Huo Ming was interrupted and felt dissatisfied. Shut your mouth. I know better than you how to handle this properly. Hu Yao said calmly. You? Huo Ming's chest heaved, struggling to suppress his anger. Shu Chen looked at the divine army above and then at the figure of Li the blacksmith, saying, my uncle Li was in a good mood, but you bunch of troublemakers have wasted his time and disturbed his mood. This debt must be settled. It's simple. The one who first let out that fart, yes, don't look around, it's you. Kneel down and apologize to my uncle Li, then send him out of the divine realm. Once this is done, I will definitely present the celestial artifact with both hands. Boom, you seek death. Huo Ming's anger erupted, and divine fire gathered to form a fire dragon 1,000,000 zhang tall. The fire dragon was magnificent. Its lifelike body showcasing its dragon might to the fullest. It is no exaggeration to say that under this divine technique, even a real fire dragon would not be able to distinguish itself from the fake. However, no matter how strong the giant dragon clan is, it cannot compare to a true dragon. A low-tier version is ultimately a low-tier version, unable to match the primordial beings from the very beginning. Shu Chen looked at his furious appearance, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, and said, why must you be angry, my lord? Kneeling once to obtain a celestial artifact, this is a deal anyone would be willing to make, right? Is the value of the celestial artifact not worth your knee? As soon as the mocking words came out, Huo Ming's face immediately showed a mix of shame and anger. Who is he? The son of the fire god, a divine offspring revered by all. With this identity, even building a temple for him in the secular world, worship day and night, would not be excessive. Yet Shu Chen actually asked him to kneel? And to apologize to a disheveled middle-aged man? This is simply a great humiliation. It is absolutely impossible for this god to kneel to a mere waste. Huo Ming said bluntly. Waste? Shu Chen scoffed, his eyes narrowing as he stared at him, slowly saying, in my view, someone like you, who is even worse than waste, kneeling is already a tremendous grace, and you still have the face to haggle. As he spoke, Shu Chen held the cornelian, his body bursting with lightning, chaotic divine thunder filling every corner of his being. As the momentum surged, a complete path of thunder revealed itself behind him. The overwhelming might shook the heavens and the earth. A grayish thunderbolt shattered the fire clouds, pointing directly at the sky. At this moment, Shu Chen was undoubtedly the god of thunder, even surpassing the god of thunder. If you are unwilling, then let's go to war. The loud voice echoed across the sky, and such a domineering posture made the divine soldiers frown. They had heard of the fierce person's name before and had also heard that the fire god had fallen at his hands. They originally thought he was just a reckless young man unafraid of tigers, who would surely be frightened into a daze upon seeing them. But unexpectedly, Shu Chen's performance was completely the opposite. Not only was there no trace of fear, but he even pointed his weapons at them. The main point was that his strength was even greater than the rumors suggested. Perhaps it was due to the complete path of thunder, or it seemed like the celestial artifact enhanced him. In any case, from the attitudes of both sides, this battle was inevitable. Lu Sanjin, are you sure you want to go to war? Huo Ming looked at the butler of Twilight City. This is his personal action, unrelated to Twilight City. LV Sanjin lazily yawned, turned, and walked into the city, closing the city gate. At this moment, Shu Chen was isolated and helpless. The moment he stepped out of Twilight City, this battle could only be borne by him alone. Very well, it seems you are all a bunch of sensible folks. How do you plan to deal with our divine army next? Huo Ming excitedly licked his lips. He could hardly wait to tear apart Shu Chen's wicked mouth. Fool, just a bunch of rabble, what is there to fear? Shu Chen smirked, his words filled with provocation. Do you really think the divine realm is a place you can trample at will? Huo Ming was not angry, he would soon know whether he was strong or not. Seeing the divine army forming their ranks, Shu Chen slightly tightened his grip on the cornelian cherry and turned to say, Uncle Li, you step back first. I'll deal with this bunch of trash, and then I'll send you on your way. Blacksmith Li said nothing more, drifting to the side, quietly gazing ahead, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. To be honest, he was also eager to see how the celestial weapon performed in battle. Whether it could live up to the name, celestial weapon. You speak so boldly, die. Huo Ming raised a hand and pointed, and in an instant, flames soared into the sky. Divine soldiers, divine generals, and the divine king all moved. Suddenly, countless divine fires surged forth with the might to obliterate heaven and earth. Chu Chen did not boast, he directly activated his ancient god form and raised his hand to unleash a divine thunder. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose, the clash of thunder and fire comparable to hundreds of nuclear explosions. The terrifying shockwave spread out, and LV Sanjin had long cast a great defensive spell for Twilight City, blocking all the residual waves. Although he had placed himself outside the fray, he still kept a close watch on the battle. If anything were to happen to Chu Chen, let alone Chu Chenxiu, he himself would be doomed, sacrificing his life to atone. Do whatever it takes, just don't die, LV Sanjin murmured. Soon, Chu Chen resolutely charged out, directly facing the thousands of divine soldiers. Amidst the celestial phenomena, a giant, towering 1,000,000 meters high, appeared like a god of slaughter, wielding supreme thunderous power to obliterate everything. At the center of the divine fire was an indomitable will. Chu Chen fought with bloodshot eyes, killing with madness. Wherever the cornelian cherry passed, the power of divine thunder surged, easily shattering dozens of divine soldiers. Under this terrifying might, even the divine king did not dare to confront it head-on. At this moment, Chu Chen resembled a god of slaughter. Any living being that appeared in his sight was annihilated. Get out of my way. Who dares to block me? Chu Chen roared, and the cornelian cherry shot out a dazzling white light, thunder erupting from the hammer instantly, obliterating several divine kings. The power of the celestial weapon was terrifying. This group of divine soldiers, despite possessing divine techniques and being equipped with divine weapons and armor, were no match for him. The descendants of the gods watched Chu Chen rampaging, their faces suddenly dark as water. Their proud divine army was unexpectedly so vulnerable. But because of this, they were even more convinced that their choice was correct. Chu Chen must die, and the celestial weapon must be obtained. Capture this boy at all costs, Huo Ming shouted, issuing the final ultimatum. Yes. In unison, the divine army displayed their determination and momentum, charging forward bravely. Kill. Chu Chen was drenched in blood, completely disregarding the attacks, allowing divine fire to rain down on him. He could no longer distinguish whether the blood on him was his own or that of his enemies. His mind was consumed by a single obsession. Break through the 9 heavens. The cornelian cherry erupted with a surging might, a powerful shockwave crashing out instantly, shattering hundreds of divine kings. A vacuum zone suddenly appeared before him, and Chu Chen had no time to catch his breath. The gap was immediately filled by the crowd. This fearless divine army swarmed like ants, trying to overwhelm Chu Chen with sheer numbers. Forbidden spell, great annihilation of the abyss. A finger that blocked out the sky descended, the brutal divine thunder mercilessly unleashing its fury, shaking the void apart. Cries of agony suddenly rang out as Chu Chen smashed a divine general with a hammer, lightning bursting forth, extending for millions of miles. A ripple spread out at an incredible speed, directly pushing back all the divine army. Chu Chen suddenly looked up at the fire command behind him, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. After watching for so long, it's time to join the fray. With that, Chu Chen charged forward, roaring, raising the cornelian cherry high above his head, and brought it down fiercely towards the fire command's head. The overwhelming momentum caused the fire command's pupils to suddenly constrict, his mind seeming to crash, coming to a halt. In a moment of desperation, Hui Yao rushed in front of him, summoning the fire dragon to block. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, die for me. Chu Chen's crimson eyes were filled with murderous intent. The moment the cornelian cherry struck the fire dragon's forehead, time seemed to freeze. A crisp sound rang out, and the fire dragon's massive body, towering at 1,000,000 meters, shattered like glass piece by piece until it was completely destroyed. The entity formed by the gathered flames was weak. Before the cornelian cherry, merely a futile attempt to strike a rock with an egg. Before Hui Yao could react, he was struck heavily in the chest. His armor instantly shattered, his ribs splintered into countless pieces, and his heart was obliterated. Thud! Hui Yao fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, a gaping hole in his chest shocking to behold. What? The fire command saw his brother lying on the ground and suddenly came to his senses. Looking at Chu Chen, who resembled a god of death, his heart raced, instinctively wanting to retreat. But the pride of the fire god's descendants would not allow him to act like a coward. What do you want? The fire command asked cautiously, taking 2 steps back. You fool! Of course, I'm going to kill you. Chu Chen sneered, and the cornelian cherry came crashing down. Stop! At that moment, the god of mountains and the god of the earth joined the battlefield, a mountain as heavy as 10,000 tons crashing down. Get lost! Without looking back, Chu Chen swung the hammer, and the immense force shattered it to pieces. Impudent! With a cold snort, the 2 divine armies immediately surrounded Chu Chen, their momentum several times stronger than that of the fire god's army. Not only was there an advantage in numbers, but also the connection and bond between the earth and the mountains. Suddenly, a gravitational field enveloped him, and Chu Chen let out a muffled groan, his legs feeling as if they were filled with lead, nearly collapsing to the ground. Bold dust folk, do you not surrender upon seeing us? A man in divine robes, with divine light atop his head, spoke from a high position. Chu Chen gasped heavily, looked up, and coldly laughed. If you have the guts, come at me. Seeing his defiant demeanor, Shan Zhong's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, the gravity increased several times. Crack joint sounds echoed, and Chu Chen directly knelt on the ground, barely able to keep his back straight. In a world of countless domains, the gravitational field was undoubtedly a nightmare for those with strong physical bodies. Shan Zhong had pinpointed this weakness, activating it just as Chu Chen was exhausted, delivering a heavy blow. However, he ultimately underestimated the resilience of the ancient god's body. You think you can surround and kill me with such little ability? You must think too highly of yourself. Chu Chen struggled to rise, pushing against the immense pressure of the divine mountain, inch by inch standing upright. His body made sounds like firecrackers, and even as blood oozed from his pores, he continued the same action as always. Is he crazy? Everyone shared the same thought, completely unable to comprehend that Chu Chen would resist in such a direct manner. If it were a strategy to kill 1,000 while injuring 800 of his own, it might be understandable. After all, the numerical disparity was enormous. But Chu Chen was acting like a madman, disregarding his injuries entirely. Such a foolish method would only increase his wounds, offering no benefits. Soon, his body seemed to be compressed, blood gushing out like a tide. Kill him. Shan Zhong had no mercy, and of course, he aimed to take his enemy's life while he was down. Before Chu Chen could catch his breath, countless offensive techniques swept in like a tidal wave, all crashing down. The earthy yellow light illuminated the world, as if this were the only color left in existence. The damage produced by their combined forces was no less than that of a single divine fire, perhaps even stronger, with the gravity field unleashed by the 100,000 divine armies. If Chu Chen could survive, it would be a miracle. After a while, a massive body fell to the ground, completely devoid of its former dominance. All that remained was solitude and ruin. It's over, Huo Ming sighed deeply. He slowly lifted the nearly lifeless body of Huo Yao, casting a wary glance at Chu Chen. It must be said that with the aid of the celestial artifact, he indeed brought great trouble to everyone. At least in history, there had never been such a large number of divine armies attacking the mortal realm. Not even once. Moreover, their side had suffered heavy casualties. At least half of the fire god's army was lost, including several divine kings. These were the foundations of a deity, and to recover would require a significant amount of time and resources. They were not training an ordinary army, but a fierce force capable of battling across the heavens and dimensions. Shan Zhong, I must take his body, Huo Ming stated bluntly. This is our trophy, what does it have to do with you? Shan Zhong refused without hesitation. How much manpower have we sacrificed to hunt down the mortals? How can I explain this to my father? Huo Ming gritted his teeth. What does it have to do with me? Besides, if I hadn't just saved your life, would you even have the right to talk to me? Nonsense. If you had just watched from the sidelines, would I have lost so many men? To the victor go the spoils. If you want to take the body, you must first get past me. Shan Zhong showed no signs of backing down, giving no face at all. The gods of the divine realm were not united. For the sake of territory and faith, there had been plenty of friction. The fire god and the lava god were of the same lineage, while the mountain god and the earth god were allies. Although they were not outright enemies, when it came to interests, where was the room for sentiment? Huo Ming was greatly angered, barely suppressing the urge to curse. The fear brought by Chu Chen just moments ago sent chills down Huo Ming's spine. Shan Zhong was not wrong, he had indeed saved himself. But if he had acted sooner, would there have been so many issues? No need for thanks, I don't want to hear it. You should just go back and report. Shan Zhong laughed heartily and walked towards Chu Chen. Huo Ming glared at Shan Zhong's back, contemplating how to teach this guy a lesson. Just then, a voice like a nightmare suddenly echoed. So soon to declare a conclusion? My life isn't cheap enough for you to divide. Not dead yet? Shan Zhong's expression changed, quickly assuming a battle stance as the gravity field activated once more. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze slightly dazed as he looked towards the dome above, and black celestial lotuses bloomed around him. His injuries healed in an instant, and if it weren't for the bloodstains on his robe, people might have thought the recent bloody battle was merely an illusion. What terrifying recovery power! Huo Ming's heart trembled at the sight. That is, the celestial path of my fate? Shan Zhong recognized the origin of the celestial lotuses. However, one thing he couldn't understand was why Chu Chen's celestial path was black. Chu Chen slowly propped himself up, grabbing a fallen branch of cornel, and smiled. The warm-up is over, now I can play seriously with you. Although I don't know what secret method you used to escape death, this god can kill you once, and he can kill you a second time. A look of surprise appeared on Shan Zhong's face. His instincts told him that Chu Chen's celestial path was quite strange and must be treated with caution. He had always been extremely confident in the gravity field. Chu Chen had merely found a loophole to fully recover. With the divine army's numbers so great, even if they suppressed him on the spot, they could keep him down until the world collapsed. Is that so? Then let's see. Chu Chen straightened his back like a spear. Between heaven and earth, his momentum grand, divine thunder roaring. All troops, form up. With Shan Zhong's command, the divine army moved in unison, and the familiar gravity field reappeared. Under this immense pressure, Chu Chen's back slightly curved, but his expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of tension. Haven't you eaten? Can you exert a bit more strength? Chu Chen provocatively beckoned with his finger. Shan Zhong furrowed his brows tightly, waving his large hand and shouting, "Summon the god seat." Yes. A deafening Response echoed, and the God King suddenly summoned his own divine throne. With the immense divine power, the gravity field abruptly increased a level. Although it was only a doubling effect under a sufficiently large base, it could instantly crush a divine mountain into powder. The ancient god bloodline within Chu Chun surged, the primordial script imprinted. In his organs, his bones and flesh felt as solid as steel, directly pushing against the immense pressure as he moved forward. The ancient god's spine. At this moment, the true dragon roared skyward, the power of the domain enveloping the heavens and the earth, its overwhelming force colliding with the gravity field, both sides standing firm against each other. The ear-piercing friction making one's teeth ache. Chu Chun stood in the void, his robes billowing wildly, his eyes shimmering with divine light, wielding a branch of cornelian end. Striking fiercely. Break! A soft chant emerged, and countless divine thunders pierced the dome and descended, violently suppressing numerous divine weapons. You have a domain too? Sean Jones' expression changed, the earlier calmness replaced by seriousness. You dare to come and steal things without even understanding my background? Can someone with such intelligence really be a commander? Chu Chun scoffed, casually smashing a divine king into meat paste with a single blow. In the mortal world, an emperor's wrath could lay waste to thousands. In the divine realm, the god's anger could annihilate millions. Yet now, the result was completely opposite. Their divine army had suffered over half in casualties, and the opponent was merely a seed of the divine path. The pieces they had toyed with in their palms now turned the tables? This was clearly beyond their expectations. They had originally thought that Chu Chun, wielding a celestial weapon, would be somewhat difficult to deal with, but they never anticipated it would be to this extent. Charge! Whoever brings me his head will be rewarded with 1,000,000 in faith. 10 divine artifacts. Sean Zhong said coldly. Upon hearing such a reward, everyone suddenly became invigorated, their morale soaring. Chu Chun chuckled lightly, such a good reward, it makes me want to take my head out to exchange for it. That said, do you really think this bunch of rotten fish and stinking shrimp can take my life? Isn't that a bit naive? After saying this, Chu Chun stepped forward, and the immortal divine domain appeared. Under the combination of dual domains, the gravity field was greatly compressed, and its power instantly decreased by more than half. 1,000,000 divine nations suddenly emerged, each with a deity presiding over it, their momentum no less than that of the fire god's incarnation. Dual domains? How is that possible? Sean Zhong couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen someone with dual domains. It simply defied the laws of the world. Perhaps due to the rules, a single soul could only provide a carrier for one domain. Now that Chu Chun was exhibiting dual domains, could it be that he had two coexisting souls within him? As he pondered, an unexpected change occurred. Countless chaotic divine thunders shot out from the million divine nations, transforming into a heavenly curtain, the dark and desolate world sending shivers down their spines. This scene was like the end of the world, such a terrifying spectacle had never appeared in the divine realm. The oppressive force brought by the chaotic divine thunders was suffocating. The rolling thunder prison transformed into a massive face, those golden eyes familiar to them. Domain transformation calamity cloud? Do you wish to defy the heavens? Sean Zhong was stunned, nearly fainting from shock. Heaven and earth are unkind, then I shall act on behalf of heaven. Saying this, Chu Chun raised his hand and pointed at a divine soldier. Suddenly, a thunderbolt as thick as a true dragon crashed down, instantly annihilating him, leaving only a pile of ashes. You dare? Sean Zhong shouted in shock, his eyes nearly bursting. Chu Chun remained unmoved, his finger tapping continuously. Wherever he pointed, the thunder punishment arrived as promised, directly shattering the body, not even allowing a scream to escape. Sean Zhong was completely stunned by this scene, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear. These are all beloved generals of the gods, as well as irreplaceable loyal ministers. Chu Chun stands like the thunder god of this era, punishing all the petty individuals who defy divine authority. He stands at the center of the million-god kingdom, bathed in divine light, appearing like a golden giant. Too weak, it's boring. Chu Chun shakes his head regretfully while raising the Zhuyu high above his head. The hammer body bursts forth with dazzling white light, suddenly gathering thunder. Countless chaotic divine thunders coalesce within, and the celestial artifact releases an extremely strong devouring force, indiscriminately swallowing everything that comes. As time accumulates, the Zhuyu crazily expands like a bottomless pit, its emitted light nearly blinding people's eyes. Chu Chun feels the might within, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a charming art today, let you all see what a celestial artifact truly is. With that, Chu Chun fiercely smashes the Zhuyu into the void. Boom, not good. Shan Chang's pupils suddenly constrict, hurriedly retreating. But it was already too late. A thunderous light shoots out, shattering endless space along its path, the might of heaven and earth easily crumbling like paper. The so-called gravity domain collapses like a joke, without any warning. The power of the celestial artifact combined with the force of the domain, plus the complete path of thunder. Under this stacking, even if a true god were to arrive, Chu Chun is confident he could give it a try. The white light obscures all colors in the world, and everyone experiences a brief state of blindness. At this moment, time seems to slow down, and when all is silent, the people of Twilight City finally open their eyes. Looking at the desolate and ruined scene before them, they can't help but gasp. The once magnificent divine realm has turned into a world full of scars. Gaping voids are visible. Everywhere, the colorful clouds have disappeared by more than half, and the misty aura is completely gone. A wormhole spanning billions of miles appears before everyone. The once invincible divine army has vanished without a trace, leaving only a sky full of dust. The atmosphere of loneliness, desolation, and silence leaves them at a loss. They can faintly hear the world's mournful cries, and the elements in the air are even thinner than before. Lu Sanjin looks at the figure at the center of the million-god kingdom and sighs. If the divine war begins, the worlds of the heavens are not far from destruction. 3 descendants of the gods have perished here. Aside from the tedious cleanup, Lu Sanjin is worried about the direction of this world. This is already the end of the Dharma era, and for many, the meaning of end of Dharma may not be understood. After the heavenly world separated from the 8 desolate realm, they became like rootless duckweed, losing their most fundamental support. In the absence of a complete path, the final outcome is bound to be destruction. And the gods, these heavenly dogs bound by the heavenly way, will also meet their end. Right now, Chu Chen has nearly shattered a large part of the divine realm with the celestial artifact. Although he has eliminated enemies, the side effects are also extremely obvious. If he continues to unleash infinite firepower, it will not only accelerate the world's demise, but also affect ordinary people in the mortal realm. I hope the gods can be a bit smarter and not do things that bind themselves, Lu Sanjin murmurs. What are you mumbling about? All by yourself? Lu Sanjin glances sideways, only to see Feng Yan sleepily walking to the city gate, yawning widely. It's none of your business, go back to sleep. Lu Sanjin's brows furrow with a few black lines. How can he still sleep at this level? Looking back, he hasn't slept for billions of years. The way to maintain energy is different from mortals. He only needs to meditate for a while. But Feng Yan is completely different. In comparison, the mortal aura on him is much thicker. With such a commotion, who can still sleep? Feng Yan, disturbed from his beautiful dream, speaks with displeasure. The divine clan has come knocking, and Chu Kid is just fixing them, Lu Sanjin explains. Oh, then it has nothing to do with me. Feng Yan shakes his head and turns to leave. Just as he turns around, his eyes widen in disbelief as he looks outside Twilight City. Seeing this scarred world, Feng Yan can't help but gasp in shock. My heavens, is this going to tear apart the divine realm? Is it all done by Chu Chen? Surprised? Immortal artifacts are already transcendent. If used in the 8 Desolations realm, their power can rise several levels. Lu Sanjin said. Immortal artifacts? What are those? Lu Sanjin shot him a glare, clearly annoyed, and didn't explain. What was there to say to someone who could still think about sleeping soundly while trouble was knocking at the door? Feng Yan, unable to get an answer, caught sight of the blacksmith Li outside, a big question mark appearing on his forehead. What's going on? I just slept for a few days, how did so much happen? Feng Yan was completely confused. He just felt a bit bored staying here and wanted to take a long-awaited nap. He didn't expect that when he woke up, the world would have changed completely. What exactly happened in between? At that moment, Chu Chen waved his hand, withdrawing the million divine nations, with Zhu Yu pinned behind him, walking gracefully towards the blacksmith Li. Uncle Li, sorry to keep you waiting. How is Zhu Yu? Still to your liking? The blacksmith Li smiled, a look of appreciation appearing in his eyes. He had seen all the details of the previous battle. Chu Chen's performance was beyond his expectations. Especially that final devastating strike, which reminded him of the ultimate battle for the immortal artifact in the 8 Desolations realm. History has become the past, and Chu Chen has infinite possibilities for the future. The immortal artifact may not have as significant an enhancement for him as imagined. More like icing on the cake. Pretty good, to my liking. Chu Chen nodded slightly. I believe Zhu Yu will not be buried in your hands. I hope to see you standing at the pinnacle of the world in the near future. The blacksmith Li said sincerely. I will, that day will not be far off. The blacksmith Li's eyes were filled with comfort. Although he hadn't known Chu Chen for long, his performance was quite satisfactory. Alright, I should be going. With a light sigh, the blacksmith Li took out a seal and slowly embedded it into the void. Immediately, a light gate suddenly appeared before them. As the light gate opened, a strong wild aura rushed towards them, and Chu Chen sensed an extremely powerful presence. No less than his own. Goodbye, Uncle Li. Chu Chen waved with a smile. The blacksmith Li turned to look at Twilight City, his face showing deep reluctance. Finally, the moment of parting had come, but his heart was still in turmoil. Such choices are often difficult to make. If there weren't so many right and wrongs in the world, perhaps he could live here forever. But isn't the warmth and coldness of human feelings maintained by grievances and grudges? The blacksmith Li had things he must do. He didn't want to continue avoiding them. Feeling the warmth subtly emanating from the scroll, the blacksmith Li resolutely stepped into the light gate. At the moment of parting, he turned to Chu Chen and said, I hope we have a day to meet again. May I ask your name, Uncle Li? Chu Chen inquired. The divine craftsman, Li Taisheng. After saying this, Li Taisheng's body merged into the light gate, disappearing before their eyes. From then on, there would be no more legends of the divine craftsman in the myriad worlds, nor would they see the figure of the forging giant again. Chu Chen watched the light gate vanish, feeling a mix of emotions. He didn't wish for the parting to happen, but he also hoped it would occur in this way, rather than being eternally separated. When he turned back, he suddenly found that Lu Sanjin had already opened the city gate and was standing not far away, looking at him. Xu Chen suddenly felt the weight of Zhu Yu behind him, as if he had unknowingly taken on an extra responsibility. How do you feel? Lu Sanjin suddenly asked. Not bad, maybe I'm just used to it. Xu Chen replied. Tiexing's life hasn't been easy. When he first came to Twilight City, he was just as much of a greenhorn as you, with a temper bigger than anyone else's. Lu Sanjin reminisced, his mouth unconsciously lifting. The world's #1 and the world's only, with both combined, anyone would go a bit crazy, right? Xu Chen nodded secretly. Just like the gods. Achieving such a level, it wouldn't be normal not to be a bit arrogant. Yeah, later on, as he got older, he naturally became much more restrained. Twilight City hasn't had fresh blood. For a long time, it's as quiet as a graveyard. Lu Sanjin slowly opened his mouth. Xu Chen walked alongside Lu Sanjin on the street, where the usual enthusiasm and bustle remained. It seemed as if the recent battle had never happened. Perhaps they had long since grown accustomed to such a life. Life had to go on. Suddenly, a bulky figure hurriedly ran over, holding a pile of weapons in his arms, rushing out in a hurry. Seeing this, Lu Sanjin directly asked, Yang Fan, where are you going? Where's Old Li? Has he left? Yang Fan asked. He left quite a while ago. What do you need him for at this time? Lu Sanjin asked, puzzled. That guy inexplicably gave the neighbors a bunch of equipment, 5 pieces each. Look at what I have here, Yang Fan displayed. Xu Chen took a glance. These were all high-quality divine artifacts, made from top-notch materials. One could imagine how many days and nights, and how much effort Li Taisheng had spent crafting these pieces of equipment. The 2 men and a donkey exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Keep them, these are Old Li's heartfelt intentions, Lu Sanjin said with a smile. How can that be? I never owe anyone a favor, Yang Fan said, his eyes wide, pretending to be angry. He's already gone, what do you want to do? Yang Fan stood there, scratching his head, looking quite troubled. No way, I have to catch him myself. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After saying that, he hurriedly walked towards the city gate, his bulky figure swaying comically. But Xu Chen couldn't smile, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Such a person living up to the name of a divine craftsman. In the following days, Twilight City entered a state of alert, wary of the gods possibly launching a divine war at any moment. The death of a few descendants was inconsequential to the gods with numerous offspring, but it was a matter of face. Everyone knew that this group of hypocrites valued their reputation above all, to the point of being vengeful over the slightest grievance. Of course, Xu Chen was already on their kill list, and with a few more pieces of evidence of god-slaying against him, it was of little concern for him as he sought to break through the divine realm. Having already torn off the mask, why bother maintaining a facade? However, the anticipated crusade did not materialize. The gods remained eerily quiet, as if they treated the deaths of their offspring as mere accidents. The king of Xuanwu was on his way back, and Lu Sanjin was not in a hurry. He hoped the battle would come as late as possible, wishing it would wait until the 4 kings returned to start. After all, there were still a bunch of trivial matters in the city waiting for him to handle. He had no mind to deal with that group of trash. Meanwhile, Xu Chen continued to use the Great Tao mat and the Frost Ice to comprehend the Great Tao. Although the Great Tao of Strength and the Great Tao of Thunder were powerful, his desires extended far beyond that. If possible, he hoped to fully master the 3,000 Great Taos, just as he had cleverly controlled the imprint at the first checkpoint of the Divine Path. In just a few days, his gains were considerable. Lu Sanjin specifically sought out a place with excellent scenery and ample space to prevent Xu Chen from causing further damage to the city lord's estate. That place was the training ground of Twilight City. The commotion was significant. Almost every half day, a pillar of light would shoot up into the sky. That was a sign that Xu Chen had once again comprehended the Great Tao. Initially, it would shock him several times, but later he became numb to it. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of Xu Chen's cultivation method, trying to figure out how he communicated with the complete Great Tao. However, after just 2 days, they gave up. His cultivation method was simply meditation. Aside from his soul wandering outside, there was nothing particularly special about it. Some speculated that it was the mat's contribution. But this idea was quickly dismissed. Everyone knew that the mat merely had a slight calming effect on comprehending the Tao. Therefore, people could only attribute the credit to Xu Chen's extraordinary talent. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the sadness brought by Li Tiexing's departure was soon washed away by time. One day, 2 unexpected guests appeared outside Twilight City. We've arrived. All that could be seen was a striking figure in a red dress. Her fair and translucent skin smooth as porcelain, and her alluring red lips captivating like a succubus. Her voice was as pleasant as the combination of an iceberg and a clear spring, enchanting yet carrying a hint of cold indifference that kept others at bay. Her stunning face bore not a trace of color, adding a chill to her proud demeanor. I can feel it. The master is within the city. De Luo slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of intelligence flashing within them. At this moment, he seemed more spirited than before, more like a human. Not long ago, Xu Chen had entrusted De Luo to GZ to handle his pure-blooded Holy Spirit identity, and to prevent being spied upon by the gods, he had to do so. Coincidentally, GZ was quite adept at such matters. She likely enjoyed researching these kinds of curses in her lifetime. GZ assessed the situation and nodded, saying, "Go in." After that, DeLuo tentatively knocked on the city gate. After waiting for a moment, there was no response. Noisy voices came from behind the gate, and upon hearing this commotion, GZ couldn't help but frown. Didn't the city guards hear? DeLuo scratched the back of his head in confusion. Wait a moment. GZ said this and then soared towards the colorful clouds 1,000 miles away. DeLuo instinctively raised his hand to stop GZ from potentially taking a violent action. But when he turned to look, he was astonished to find that she had already appeared 1,000 miles away, holding the head of a man dressed in divine robes. The man's face was filled with terror and anger, and he spoke with a fierce tone. "I am the fire god's Firefall King. Do you dare to disrespect me?" GZ seemed not to understand the meaning behind his words and simply asked, "Fire god? Are you scared now? I tell you it's too late. If you know what's good for you, quickly let this god king go, or you will face eternal damnation." The Firefall King had been assigned to monitor the movements of Twilight City, understanding their deployments and situations. Who would have thought that just a few days into his watch, he would be caught by a strange woman? His earlier panic had revealed his concealment technique, and upon closer inspection, he found this woman to be extraordinarily beautiful, even comparable to the goddess of love. Especially that cold, beautiful face. When her icy gaze fell upon him, it felt like an arrow piercing straight into the Firefall King's heart. What a beautiful woman. Although he had seen many women and had tasted various experiences over countless years, few had left such a stunning impression on him. Who is the fire god? Why should I fear him? GZ asked. Again. The Firefall King? What did he just hear? This woman doesn't know the fire god? At that moment, his mind seemed to stop functioning, suddenly unable to think. The seriousness in her eyes told him she was not joking. Are there still people in the heavenly realms who do not know the gods? It was simply absurd. If you dare to touch a single hair on this god king, when the fire god comes to punish you, no matter how great your abilities, there will be no chance of survival. The gods will always reign above mortals, the Firefall King proclaimed loudly. At this moment, he resembled a devout believer expressing fervent faith. GZ quietly looked at him for a moment and said, "Crazy." Crack, she gently twisted. And the Firefall King's neck snapped like a broken twig, his head severed from his body. What kind of trash dares to call itself a god? GZ shook her hand to remove the blood that had stained her palm, then gracefully returned to DeLuo's side. At this moment, DeLuo looked as if he had been struck dumb, staring at her return in shock. What are you looking at? You just killed a god king. So what? So you're not afraid of the fire god's revenge? Is there anyone in the heavenly realms that I should fear? GZ asked. Duh. Luo was momentarily speechless. He vaguely remembered being with true gods, feeling like an ant in the face of their overwhelming presence. Although he had never witnessed GZ in action, he guessed that this person, whose aura was similar to Chu Chen's, must be extraordinary. But he never expected her to be so ruthless, killing a god king as easily as crushing a chick. Suddenly, DeLuo realized the purpose of his arrival in the divine realm and hurriedly said, "Let's go in quickly." After saying that, he prepared to knock on the door. But this time GZ didn't let him take action. She pulled him behind her and pushed hard. Boom, the massive bronze door, hundreds of feet tall, collapsed with a loud crash, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. "Alright, let's go in." GZ clapped her hands and strode inside with long legs. As the two walked down the bustling market street, many unusual gazes were cast upon them. There was curiosity, surprise, and confusion. The originally noisy and lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and the sound of their footsteps was clearly audible. GZ had no emotions. She didn't understand whether her actions were reasonable or reckless. She only knew that to achieve her goal, she had to complete it as quickly as possible without killing. Of course, the Firefall God King was an exception. That guy was just a bug to be casually squished in GZ's eyes, nearly stepping on a bug as she passed by, which did not violate her principles. DeLuo, compared to his previous simplicity, now had a bit more humanity. He found the feeling of being treated as an outsider quite uncomfortable. A sensation he had never experienced before arose, and the novelty brought by this world was unprecedented. Another ancient god, it seems quite lively lately. Ever since that kid Chu arrived, this city hasn't been quiet, it's been a ruckus every day. Don't you like a lively environment? Not really, it's quite interesting. The discussions continued endlessly, and they maintained a welcoming attitude towards outsiders, showing no signs of exclusion. It was always the flow of people that kept a city vibrant, and Chu Chen and his group were the epitome of that. Just a few days after their arrival, chaos ensued, and now this ancient god GZ was hard not to associate with Chu Chen. Perhaps he was the legendary disaster star, stirring up waves wherever he went. Senior G, this city is so big, where do we find the master? DeLuo asked quietly. We'll search slowly. If we don't find him today, we'll continue tomorrow. Isn't that a waste of time? Who told you that as a servant, your sensing ability is so poor that you can't even perceive the specific location? Upon hearing this, DeLuo felt insulted but had no retort. Why not ask someone else? They might know. DeLuo suggested. No need, I found him. GZ looked up at the dazzling beam of light shooting towards the sky and walked straight towards the training ground. Seeing this, DeLuo's face lit up with surprise, and he hurriedly followed. When The two arrived. They were astonished to find Chu Chen, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, sitting cross-legged on the frost-covered ice, his eyes flashing with primordial symbols. His aura was continuously rising, as if he had attained enlightenment. The complete immortal path. GZ stared for a moment before slowly retracting her gaze. Just then, an ordinary-looking brown donkey appeared out of nowhere, eyeing the voluptuous figure with a malicious gaze. TSK, red clothes really suit the young master. Chu Kid has quite the eye, Lu Sanjin remarked. Cloud-riding immortal donkey? GZ spoke up. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lu Sanjin squinted his eyes and examined her seriously. He had sensed their presence the moment they broke through the city gate. Although he could vaguely guess her purpose, Lu Sanjin did not act rashly, as GZ had dealt with the spying rats outside. He never expected she could see through his background. You come to visit, why not introduce yourself? Lu Sanjin said slowly. Ancient God Clan, GZ. So it's from the G Clan. That guy Jijiuzhu still owes me 1,000 top-grade immortal sources. He should still be alive, right? Lu Sanjin asked casually. I have been buried for many years. The family has no idea. That's right, you ancient gods always do as you please, never understanding how to band together for warmth. Lu Sanjin shook his head. GZ did not speak this time. It was only before her death that she understood the reasoning Lu Sanjin was expressing. If the ancient gods could hunt collectively like the ancient demons and ancient monsters, they would undoubtedly be the strongest race in the 8 desolations, without exception. And she certainly would not have fallen in that battle, ending up in this soulless, tragic state. The task that Chu Chen entrusted to me has been completed. If there are no other orders, it is time for me to leave, GZ said. Are you in such a hurry to go? Lu Sanjin asked curiously. GZ looked up at the dome and slowly said, I can feel that this world is on the brink of death. Now is the best time to leave. Otherwise, when the space becomes unbalanced, there will be no chance to escape. You don't need to worry about that. With the Eternal Tower here, there will always be a chance even if it's late. The Eternal Tower will also have a day of departure. You don't need to concern yourself with this. I know better than you how important Chu's life is. What if he wants to come with me? Z gazed into his eyes, as if she could see his innermost thoughts through those brown irises. Then you underestimate him too much, Lu Sanjin replied without hesitation. Just as the two were conversing, Chu Chen ended his 5-day state of enlightenment. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Finally, I've recovered most of what I lost. Looking back at the gains of these past few days, he had finally returned to the initial state of the Supreme Tao. Soul rules, immortality rules, life and death rules, light and dark rules. With these complete great paths, Chu Chen felt that combining them with celestial techniques and forbidden spells could achieve an unexpectedly powerful state. Originally, he wanted to gather the time rules in one go, but due to using frost ice for too long, he had exhausted a significant portion of his energy and could not continue his enlightenment. Just as Chu Chen was putting away the Tao mat, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. GZ? Deluo? A flash of surprise crossed Chu Chen's eyes. You're awake? Lu Sanjin said. Chu Chen assessed Deluo's condition and found that he had gained a bit more spirit than before. Did it succeed? Chu Chen asked, slightly surprised. It took some effort, but it went relatively smoothly. GZ nodded. That's great. Once the curse is lifted, we just have to wait for him to regain his memories, right? Chu Chen said, joyfully patting Deluo's sturdy arm. The chances are slim. His vital signs have long been assimilated by the pure-blooded Holy Spirit. Currently, not being enslaved is the best outcome, GZ explained. Are you saying he can only survive in this form? Chu Chen frowned. That's not a good thing. If he regains his former state, his lifespan will end, and he will fall immediately, GZ said. Chu Chen did not insist too much on this issue. GZ had a point. If Deluo abandoned the sign of the pure-blooded Holy Spirit, he would be restricted by the forces of heaven and earth. A demigod's lifespan of 100,000 years had long been consumed in ancient times. I came today to ask you one more thing. Do you want to leave the world of the heavens with me and go to the 8 desolations? GZ's voice wavered slightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's face showed no surprise, as if he had known she would ask this. Is there really no other way besides escaping? Chu Chen asked, unwilling to give up. There is, if you can create a brand new plane and nurture it with the primal chaos, it might be possible to save the world of the heavens, GZ said. Create a plane? Chu Chen's heart stirred at her words. If he could truly achieve this step, how would it be different from being a creator? However, before he could ask further, GZ coldly dropped a line. Only those who have become immortals have the chance. You are still far from that. A bucket of cold water was poured over him, extinguishing his enthusiasm completely. The collapse of the world is an inevitable trend. No one can stop it, not even the gods with their combined power. Lu Sanjin nodded. But if the world of the heavens is destroyed, what will happen to Twilight City? Chu Chen asked in confusion. You don't need to worry about this. The city lord had already thought of a way to deal with it since the founding of the city, Lu Sanjin slowly replied. Chu Chen suddenly remembered that his cheap old dad's profession was a prophet. If he truly had the ability to foresee the future, then he must have predicted it back in the ancient times? The ability to foresee spanned billions of years. Now, in this age of decline, could he also predict the results billions of years later? Thinking of this, Chu Chen felt goosebumps all over. To foresee the future, could Chu Qianqiu really be that precise? Chu Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions. If what Lu Sanjin said was true, then the terror of the other party would be unique in the world, surpassing even the Taoist sections. Is the way to escape the eternal life divine pool? Chu Chen asked. That's right. As long as we hold this round sky and square earth, the Twilight City will never perish. Lu Sanjin nodded noncommittally. Chu Chen still had some misunderstandings. He always felt like he was missing something, unable to penetrate Chu Qianqiu's true intentions. If that's the case, then why stay here? Why not go to the Eight Desolations realm earlier? Chu Chen asked. Because of you, Lu Sanjin said seriously. Me? Chu Chen pointed at himself, puzzled. To the Eight Desolations realm, the worlds of the heavens are merely barbaric lands. This place is extremely barren, resources are scarce, and the heavens are lacking. No one is willing to linger in such a place. Lu Sanjin walked to Chu Chen's side and continued. Originally, the city lord had planned everything, but in the future he predicted he could see no trace of you. What do you mean? GZ expressed her confusion. I am an uncontrollable variable in his predictions, so he would place me in the worlds of the heavens? Chu Chen recalled the words of the ghost Buddha war god from the third sequence world. In Chu Chen's memory, Chu Qianqiu had been laying plans since over 20 years ago, meticulously dividing every step, even planning Chu Chen's growth path. When he first came out of the elf ancestor land and encountered the Sea Demon clan and the Winged clan, if he hadn't acted to suppress them, he would have been treated as a guest of honor and smoothly advanced to demigod. Following that path, Chu Chen would at least not die within 20 years, and any calamity would be easily resolved. But he did not do that. Instead, he chose the most dangerous path and resolutely headed to the old land. As expected, it was fraught with danger, nearly costing him his life. If it weren't for the ominous intervention of the old land's dark graveyard, Chu Chen would have already been reincarnated. But his intervention was also based on the favor owed to him by Chu Qianqiu. Ultimately, Chu Chen still hadn't escaped this comfort zone, nor had he left a safe harbor. If Chu Qianqiu didn't want to die, then he must have a use for himself, but the time had not yet come. They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but no one knows his true intentions. Don't worry, everything the city lord does is for you. In the future, you will understand his good intentions, Lu Sanjin said. Let's put this matter aside for now. There are two choices. One is to stay and complete what you want to do, and the other is to follow her to the Eight Desolations realm to seek the ancient god ancestral land. Upon hearing this proposal, Chu Chen did not hesitate and blurted out, "Of course, I will stay. I said I would kill my way through the divine realm. A gentleman's word is hard to retract." Lu Sanjin cast a helpless glance at GZ. Are you sure? As your protector, I have the duty to remind you that this world could collapse at any moment, GZ advised. If I don't slay the gods, what peace can I find even if I enter the Eight Desolations realm? A ruthless look appeared on Chu Chen's face. The other party had plotted against him for so long and even tried to use his body as a test subject to gain insight into the mysteries of the immortal path. If he didn't repay this grudge, how could Chu Chen still have the face to stay? If the hypocrisy of the gods wasn't unveiled, how could the world awaken? If the divine war begins, you will fall into an irretrievable situation. Even if immortals come, they cannot save you, GZ said. Rest assured, the gods value their lives more than I do. They can weigh what can be done and what cannot. Chu Chen's lips curled slightly. So far, only the fire god had made an appearance, while the other gods watched from the sidelines. They dared not act recklessly, clearly wary, thinking to send a vanguard to test the waters. And the fire god, for reasons unknown, had indeed issued a divine decree. Have you made up your mind? GZ asked again. Yes, I won't be going to the Eight Desolations realm for now. As for the matter of protecting the path, consider it postponed, Chu Chen replied. GZ was a special existence. It was uncertain how long she could maintain her current zombie-like state. Her persistent desire to return to the Eight Desolations realm must be tied to something significant. Just like Li Taisheng. When he still had concerns in his heart, nothing could hinder his progress. Their interactions were few, but GZ had helped him purify the Great Luo, which was a favor. Chu Chen believed in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. Just because he hadn't voiced certain thoughts didn't mean he had forgotten them. GZ gazed at Chu Chen for a while. And after a moment, she spoke, "Take care." All right. Chu Chen grinned, a warm smile spreading across his face. Without further pleasantries, GZ walked straight towards the city gates. Her task was complete, and it was time to finish what was left undone. Halfway there, she turned back and said, "By the way, I took care of a rat on my way here. No need to thank me." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but exchange a glance with Lu Sanjin, sharing a helpless smile. Did GZ still seem kind of cute? If her emotions were still intact, she would probably be quite a carefree woman. Watching her gradually recede into the distance, a glint suddenly flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as he murmured, "If she could stay, our chances would surely be greater, right?" Regretting it? Lu Sanjin asked with a half-smile. Yes, I regret not digging deeper into her secrets about the ancient gods. Perhaps I could have further awakened my body's power, Chu Chen said, stroking his chin. Isn't it simple to awaken your body's potential? You have it right in front of you, Lu Sanjin. replied. Chu Chen's gaze involuntarily fell on the bronze cauldron in the training ground, pondering, you can't be talking about this thing, right? Aside from the eternal life. Divine Pool, the most precious thing in Twilight City is this quasi-immortal artifact, the Divine King Cauldron. The towering cauldron, three-legged and two-eared, stood in the center of the training ground with a groove below specifically designed for it. Its material was the same divine blood copper as the surrounding fence, though the colors differed slightly. The blood on this Divine King Cauldron appeared much older. The mottled bloodstains combined with the copper rust formed a strange black-green rust block like an ancient relic, buried for millions of years. It is well known that immortal artifacts exude a powerful aura. Even if Chu Chen didn't use the Zhuyu now, everyone in Twilight City could sense its shocking presence. However, this Divine King Cauldron was particularly restrained. Not only was its aura undetectable, but it also remained in a dormant state, like a lifeless object. What is a quasi-immortal artifact? Chu Chen asked curiously. Immortal artifacts have spirits. Only those immortal soldiers that have gained intelligence and survived the 99 Great Tribulations are qualified to become immortal artifacts. Quasi-immortal artifacts are something in between, Lu Sanjin explained. Chu Chen nodded in realization, his gaze towards the Divine King Cauldron taking on a more solemn hue. If I remember correctly, only the one who can lift the Divine King Cauldron is qualified to become a guardian of Twilight City, right? Chu Chen said as he walked. That's right, the weight of the Divine King Cauldron depends on the person. It grows stronger against the strong. Trying it with your current physical strength is best. This thing can awaken my potential? You'll find out if you try, Lu Sanjin teased, not directly stating the function of the Divine King Cauldron, merely leading the way ahead. Many people were sparring in the training ground, their auras not weak, but all were holding back when a group of people arrived in front of the Divine King Cauldron. A little boy with braided hair ran over, looking up with a grin and said, Big Steward, big brother, hello. Sanhua is here again today? I heard from your mother that you have already lifted the Divine King Cauldron? Lu Sanjin gave a gentle smile. Yes, my mother said that after this year, I can participate in the City Guards trial. Sanhua sniffled, pulling a string of mucus with force. Do your best, and you will definitely become an honorable city guard in the future. Lu Sanjin nodded. Big Steward, I'm going to train now. Go ahead. Sanhua hurriedly ran to the bottom of the Divine King Cauldron, rolled up his sleeves, and got ready to work. Chu Chen stared blankly at the little boy who only reached his waist, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. Can a 5 or 6-year-old lift the Divine King Cauldron? Didn't you say that one becomes stronger when facing strong opponents? Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. Who told you he is only 5 or 6? Lu Sanjin said slowly. Could he be even younger? Chu Chen asked in surprise. His age could be the ancestor of a little boy, what do you think? What? Chu Chen doubted whether his ears or eyes were malfunctioning. How could he be so old? But why did he still look so childlike? Lu Sanjin seemed to see Chu Chen's confusion and explained, Sanhua's mother was cursed by a deity while pregnant with him, so he can only maintain this appearance for his entire life, and his intellect is only at a child's level. Which god did this? Chu Chen asked. The god of desire. Can the curses of the gods affect future generations? As long as it involves the great Tao, nothing is impossible. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chu Chen's mind. In that case, the curse of the Fengyan family. It's entirely possible. I saw that guy, there is indeed a restriction within him, Lu Sanjin nodded. A cold smile crept across Chu Chen's lips. It seems another deity will be added to the kill list. While they were talking, Sanhua had already lifted the bottom of the Divine King Cauldron with both hands, and with all his might, he raised it. Ha! The 100-foot-high Divine King Cauldron rose upright, as light as a feather under the influence of his chubby little hands, soaring straight into the sky. At that moment, Sanhua's legs trembled uncontrollably. His little face flushed red, and wisps of white vapor emerged from his head, looking very strained. My god! Despite having seen many storms, Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps, due to the overwhelming visual impact, he couldn't imagine an adult in the form of a child achieving this. Sanhua didn't hold on for long. After 5 breaths, he heavily set the Divine King Cauldron down. Boom! When the cauldron hit the ground, the entire training ground shook as if a magnitude 17 earthquake had occurred. Sanhua let out a heavy breath and excitedly ran to Lu Sanjin's side. Big Steward, am I amazing? Of course, our Sanhua is amazing. Lu Sanjin smiled indulgently. I will definitely become a powerful person, like Big Brother in the future, and beat up everyone who bullies my mother. Sanhua giggled and ran out of the training ground without looking back. Watching his innocent and carefree demeanor, Chu Chen suddenly felt that the gods deserved to die even more. Sanhua's family are all unfortunate people. There are no lucky ones in this city. If there were no stories, who would be willing to live in isolation? Lu Sanjin sighed deeply, his eyes filled with melancholy. After pondering for a moment, Chu Chen said, perhaps this is the purpose of my father building the city, to provide a refuge for those in pain. The city lord's good intentions are not something you and I can fathom. You just need to know that there are many people like Li Taisheng, Lu Sanjin said. Chu Chen agreed with this statement. Although Lu Sanjin seemed like a disorganized donkey, through these days of interaction he found that this steward was a typical hard exterior with a soft heart, actually very tender inside. If he weren't taking care of the people in this city, things might have fallen into chaos long ago. How can we maintain such high popularity? Chu Chen sighed. I guess it's a unique paradise. Less nonsense, you brat, hurry up and give it a try. Lu Sanjin kicked him without mercy. Chu Chen stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, unable to help but glare back at him, then slowly walked to the Divine King Cauldron. Remember to go all out. Or if you get crushed later, I won't be responsible for collecting your corpse, Lu Sanjin said loudly. Shut your donkey mouth. Chu Chen extended his palm to support the bottom of the Divine King Cauldron, finding a comfortable position to exert force, and tentatively tried to lift it. So heavy? Chu Chen used 30% of his strength and was shocked to find that the Divine King Cauldron didn't budge at all, not even touching the threshold. Is the so-called stronger when faced with strength really that incredible? Chu Chen, somewhat skeptical, increased his strength to 70%, yet it remained the same, not even a speck of dust fell, steady as a mountain. Is this for real? Is a quasi-immortal artifact really this amazing? Many gazes from the training ground turned towards him, and everyone paused their actions, wanting to see the performance of the city lord's son. Feeling those curious eyes, Chu Chen suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, his face burning hot. Can you do it or not? If not, hurry back and don't embarrass yourself there. Lu Sanjin said with a gloating smile. Get lost. You little brat, soon you'll know just how foolish you are. Lu Sanjin leisurely circled around, his donkey face full of mockery. Chu Chen took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and lifted with all his might. Get up, you little brat. All his strength erupted, and astonishing momentum turned into a wave of energy that violently overturned all the floor tiles of the training ground. A storm of power swept through the heavens and the earth, suddenly exploding, and there stood Chu Chen at the center of the storm, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed red. He didn't use the great way of strength, nor did he activate the ancient god's true form. According to Lu Sanjin, to unleash potential and break through limits, one must use their original body and give it their all. The magic of the Divine King Cauldron was far from over, but Chu Chen hadn't even passed the first hurdle yet. The storm remained prominent, and the figure radiating dazzling divine light now appeared quite powerless, the towering cauldron like an insurmountable chasm. Damn it, are you playing with me? Chu Chen gasped heavily, his brows furrowed, his competitive spirit reaching an unprecedented height. He had overcome countless hardships in the past, relying on willpower and resilience. Now, was he really going to be defeated by this cauldron? Just as he was struggling, Lu Sanjin's voice drifted over. How? Is it? Are you convinced yet? Are you deliberately watching me make a fool of myself? Chu Chen's forehead developed a few black lines, barely suppressing the urge to kill the donkey. Look at you, so petty, you can't even lift the Divine King Cauldron, yet you claim you want to pierce through the divine realm. It's truly laughable, Lu Sanjin mocked without holding back. Chu Chen focused and held his breath, ignoring the external distractions, treating Lu Sanjin's words as mere nonsense. Although he hadn't succeeded this time, he had grasped the trick. The so-called stronger when faced with strength meant that as he increased his strength, the weight would also increase. No matter if he used 30%, 50%, or 100% of his strength, the Divine King Cauldron would always exceed the limits he displayed at that moment. In this way, even if GZE came, she might also be stumped. So what's the trick? Chu Chen pondered, trying to recall the performance of the three flowers just now. If strength had levels, the power of the three flowers could at most rival a 5-star ancient god. Yet he could hold on for several breaths, which must contain a secret. Lu Sanjin was watching the show and mocking him, merely wanting him to bow his head and seek advice. If he really fell for this guy's trick, Chu Chen would probably be laughed at for the rest of his life. Gazing at the halted Chu Chen, Lu Sanjin let out a light sound of surprise, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. Looks like you're not stupid, you even know to think. The onlookers didn't make a loud commotion, just standing by and whispering. Do you think you can succeed today? It's hard to say, this thing relies on insight. Without insight, it could take an entire era. Are you referring to that little guy Sanhua? Sanhua took millions of years to just touch the threshold. The steward's action should be aimed at tempering his character. Chu Chen's arrogance has been evident for quite some time, and Lu Sanjin might be hoping to rein him in a bit. After all, the ones he will be facing next are deities, and there can be no mistakes or oversights. Perhaps in his heart, he never considered that Chu Chen would succeed. Just like that, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Chen stood motionless like a statue, maintaining the same posture. Lu Sanjin was the same, observing from a distance without saying a word. During this time, many people in Twilight City heard about the Lord's Son challenging the Divine King Cauldron and gathered to watch the spectacle. At first glance, there were at least thousands of onlookers, including Feng Yan and his group. After 2 months of absence, Jiang Buzhue and Su Yueshi arrived at the training ground together. They radiated celestial light, resembling a pair of immortal lovers walking gracefully. Feng Yan sensed a familiar aura and turned to look, saying, "You guys are here too?" Jiang Buzhue nodded to those present and smiled. "I heard the Lord's Son is challenging the impossible, so Yueshi and I decided to come and see the excitement." Under Lu Sanjin's guidance and teaching, Su Yueshi had changed significantly, her delicate figure exuding a subtle essence of spatial truth, with strands of Tao rhythm emanating from her. The surroundings formed a cohesive whole, and every smile and frown contained the truth of the great Tao, making it hard for others to resist. Being drawn in. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Yueshi had already begun to master the complete great Tao of space and had made considerable achievements, even condensing her own celestial path. One could say her progress was immense, not disappointing Lu Sanjin's painstaking guidance. Achieving such results in just over 2 months showed her exceptional talent. So, what's going on? Hasn't it started yet? Su Yueshi asked curiously. Isn't it? We've been standing here for days, and who knows if they've figured anything out, Fengyan shrugged. I heard from my master that the secrets of the Divine King Cauldron are related to the Great Tao, and it was personally sanctioned by the Lord back in the day. Quite extraordinary, Su Yueshi explained. Are you saying there's no hope? Fengyan probed. You still don't get it. What she means is that until the last moment, no one can make a rash conclusion. At that moment, a scroll slowly unfurled, revealing the map of the nation. With a flourish, a handsome young man rode in on a crane, stepping on auspicious clouds, exuding an air of immortality. Taiching Gu? You've come out of seclusion too? Fengyan exclaimed in surprise. The celestial crane gently landed beside Fengyan, and Lu Taiching stepped down, unfolding his fan leisurely, saying, if you don't come out soon, your brain might start to rust. Fengyan's smile suddenly stiffened, and he felt an urge to punch him in the face. The five reunited once more, with Zai Zai joining them, and they seemed to return to the time when they first entered the divine path. In addition, Emperor Chu also arrived among the crowd. In comparison, his presence was more grand, surrounded by many city guards, resembling an emperor inspecting his realm. When he reached a corner of the training ground, the city guards presented a chair for him to sit, then stood beside him like gatekeepers. Show off, Fengyan scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Keep it down, this is someone else's territory, Lu Taiching said calmly. What's there to fear? My brother is his own brother. A child cannot be taught, Lu Taiching shook his head helplessly. This simple test suddenly turned into a grand banquet. It had been many years since Twilight City had seen such an event. At this moment, Chuchen suddenly became the focus of the entire scene, and, under the gaze of many, the seriousness on his face seemed to deepen. Following his gaze, the Divine King Cauldron appeared even more towering, like an insurmountable mountain. The Emperor of Chu's eyes flickered as he spoke. What is the fastest record for raising the Divine King Cauldron in this city? A city guard beside him respectfully clasped his fists and replied, returning to the young city lord, it is 5 years. 5 years, huh? Then aren't we just making a trip for nothing today? The Emperor of Chu sneered coldly. Few believed in Chu Chen's potential. Most were from Fengyan's group, while the others were merely there to watch the spectacle. Despite the unfavorable atmosphere, Chu Chen remained unfazed, focusing intently on his thoughts. A single idea could not serve as an answer, only through action could its feasibility be proven. Just as people were chatting idly, Chu Chen moved. He closed his eyes and waved his hands slowly, as if practicing Tai Chi on the surface. It seemed simple, yet it contained a certain profound truth that drew people in. In just a few minutes, Chu Chen completed a great perfection, his aura growing stronger, the path of strength revealing a phantom of an ancient god behind him. Is he comprehending the heavens and earth? His every gesture contains the truth of the great path. This kid has actually been gaining insight these past few days? If he can truly grasp the deeper mysteries of the path of strength, he might really be able to turn decay into the miraculous. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, their eyes fixed on Chu Chen, trying to dissect the essence of his actions. Gaining insight is not something everyone has the chance to experience. Some may spend their entire lives without ever grasping its meaning. Others might touch the threshold but cannot advance further. Even more may enter this mysterious state but gain little. In the world, very few possess such fortune. Fengyan could barely be counted. Among them, he had once listened to Chu Chen recount the story of the Monkey King's journey to the west and gained insight into the sealing techniques. The stabilizing needle of the sea came from that. Since then, he had no opportunity to gain further insight. Timing, location, and harmony among people are all essential, but the most important factor is talent. Chu Chen's talent is recognized as the unique one of the ages by the first gate of the divine path. Even the testing stone pillar could not measure his limits. Thus, it is understandable that he could have such a fortuitous encounter. After a while, Chu Chen completed another perfection, and the ancient god's phantom behind him followed suit, mimicking his movements, progressing little by little. The Emperor of Chu watched his actions over and over, failing to understand what was so impressive about it. Such a show can be called gaining insight? How is it any different from seeking to attract attention? This time, the city guard beside him did not respond, as their abilities truly could not discern the underlying meaning. But that did not mean there were no discerning individuals present. Lu Sanjin's ghostly figure quietly appeared beside the Emperor of Chu. Young city lord, your presence at the training ground must be for an important matter? The Emperor of Chu's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, and he replied with a smile, I've grown a bit weary of daily training and thought I might join the excitement. Is that so? Since the young city lord is so interested, why not take a guess at whether Chu Chen will succeed? Lu Sanjin suggested. Since the chief steward says so, you must already have a conclusion in mind. Then this young city lord will gamble with you, the Emperor of Chu said slowly. Lu Sanjin looked at the greatly changed Emperor of Chu, his face showing no unusual expression, just a smile and a nod. The former emperor of Chu was a child with a heart full of pride, looking down on others, extremely arrogant. People had always regarded this child who grew up in Twilight City with a caring attitude, never scolding him. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the emperor of Chu became what he was. Fortunately, not long ago, Chu Chen had given him a wake-up call, making the emperor understand that there is always a higher mountain. At this moment, he was still very proud, but a hint of shadow lingered in his brows. For a city governed by hereditary rule, nothing is more cruel than fratricide. Just like in secular empires, once the emperor passes away, a treacherous struggle for the throne is bound to unfold. Lu Sanjin did not wish for such a thing to happen, but as a mere steward, he seemed to have no means or authority to prevent it. One can only hope that this competition will progress in a positive manner. Otherwise, when two dragons fight, one will surely die, and the other will be injured. What does the young city lord think? Can Chu Chen succeed? Lu Sanjin asked. Looking at history, the fastest recorded person took 5 years. Chu Chen has only been in contact with the Divine King Cauldron for 5 days, so it is naturally impossible for him to succeed, the Chu Emperor blurted out. Then I can only bet that he can succeed. The steward is very confident? Lu Sanjin merely smiled and said nothing, his gaze fixed on Chu Chen. Soon Chu Chen's movements gradually quickened, the Tao rhythm around him becoming prominent, gradually condensing into a giant character for power. Boom, accompanied by a muffled sound, the bluestone tiles beneath Chu Chen's feet shattered into powder and a beam of light shot out. At that moment, it was as if a scene of ancient gods battling in the vast realms appeared in people's minds. They witnessed the terrifying dominion of the ancient gods in that grand era. With a single punch, the galaxy was destroyed. With a single kick, the rivers of the world were severed. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a true dragon roared, its sound shaking the heavens and the earth. Moreover, they could also see the figures of ancient demons and ancient monsters, who were sworn enemies of the ancient gods, and their encounters would surely end in one death and one injury. The ancient demon was pitch black all over, exuding a sinister aura, with a pair of enormous wings behind it, resembling a devil. The ancient monsters were bizarre in shape, with all sorts of appearances. Some looked like stones, while others resembled strange creatures. Yet their strength was not to be underestimated, often capable of inflicting great damage on ancient gods. Even a 9-star ancient god had to treat a 9-star ancient monster with caution. The magnificent battle scene displayed was both awe-inspiring and instilled a sense of fear in their hearts. Chu Chen had now comprehended the Tao of power, reaching a higher level. His brows filled with majesty. The domineering nature of the royal family's ancient god bloodline was revealed, dominating the world. The crowd looked at Chu Chen as if they were gazing at a 9-star ancient god, unable to resist the urge to prostrate themselves. What a powerful bloodline force! Has Chu Chen successfully unleashed all his potential? Feng Yan exclaimed. It's still uncertain. The records in Twilight City are limited, and Senior Ji has returned to the 8 Desolations. With our abilities, we cannot determine, Lu Taicheng shook his head. Look, Brother Chu is about to begin, Zhang Bujue reminded. However, when they looked over, their pupils suddenly constricted. They saw Chu Chen casually placing his finger against the bottom of the Divine King Cauldron and gently lifting it. Under the astonished gazes of many, they watched in disbelief as Chu Chen lifted the Divine King Cauldron above his head. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but gasp, their hair standing on end. This scene completely refreshed their understanding. After all, 5 days ago, Chu Chen was still at a loss with the Divine King Cauldron. In such a short time, he had achieved a stunning turnaround. During this period, no one believed he could succeed, and even fewer thought he could accomplish anything. But unexpectedly, Chu Chen slapped nearly everyone's face with his actions, including Lu Sanjin. Tai. The Chu Emperor couldn't help but stand up from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had tried to lift the Divine King Cauldron before, although he was still a child then, he clearly understood the difficulty. But Chu Chen had done it. Absurd. The scene fell into a stunned silence, a pin drop could be heard. The crowd held their breath, incredulously watching Chu Chen display his mysterious state. They were not mistaken, this must be the first layer of the Tao of Power's profound meaning, and unexpectedly, Chu Chen had comprehended it. The Divine King Cauldron felt as light as a feather in his hands, easily lifted, and he could play with it at will, as if it were a toy. The shock was no less than witnessing someone ascend to immortality on the spot. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, an hour. Chu Chen had already held the Divine King Cauldron above his head for more than half an hour. From his posture, it seemed he had never felt tired, nor did he show even a hint of exhaustion. Could his talent truly be so extraordinary? The silent atmosphere lasted long enough that, including Lu Sanjin, no one dared to speak and disturb it. The vast training ground was as quiet as a graveyard, with even the sound of breathing barely audible. This seemingly farcical experiment, however, left them in unprecedented shock. The first to regain composure was Lu Sanjin, who wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and whispered, "There are successors, there are successors." The crowd beside him stammered, "Chief Steward, has he taken that step?" The first layer of the great way of strength lifting heavy as if it were light. Lu Sanjin said, breathing rapidly. "What?" The crowd gasped again, their eyes wide with disbelief. It is well known that the great ways of the myriad worlds are incomplete, and comprehending the essence of the great way is simply a pipe dream. Therefore, people had never dared to mention it, as it was a matter with a probability approaching 0. Yet Chu Chen had achieved it, challenging people's understanding step by step. From the complete Great Way to now stepping into the first layer of the essence. Watching this scene, it seemed to align with what people had often said. Chu Chen excels at challenging the impossible. To comprehend it just from a few movements of the three flowers, this child's talent is truly monstrous. No, to be precise. The three flowers only touched the surface. Who would have thought that this kid could go further and directly enter the inner sanctum? This level of talent, even in the 8 desolations, would leave many prodigies in awe. Don't you see whose son he is? In the barbaric lands of the myriad worlds, the prodigies here were mostly not recognized by this group of old fossils from the 8 desolations. After all, they had seen countless prodigies, and not just Yun Er who defied the heavens. But such explosive talent was a first. If one didn't know better, they might think he was a reincarnated immortal. What kind of realm is lifting heavy as if it were light? Feng Yan asked in confusion. It was the first time he had heard that the Great Way was divided into levels, something he had never encountered. Lu Taiqing was also puzzled. Despite reading countless idol books, he had never heard of it. Brother Jiang, have you heard of it? Lu Taiqing turned to ask. Jiang Bujue shook his head, indicating he didn't know. The Taoist sect had not mentioned it, and no one from the ancestors' generation had studied this matter. In common understanding, the Great Way was just the Great Way, with only high, middle, and low distinctions, and there was no such thing as an essence. Perhaps because no one had touched upon it, it seemed extremely fresh, sparking a desire to explore further. After all, this was a power they had never encountered. Many gazes turned towards them, and Lu Sanjin cleared his throat, explaining, the so-called essence is the quintessence of the Great Way. The 3,000 Great Ways each have their own merits, and their essences are also different. Lifting heavy as if it were light is the first layer of the Great Way of strength. Once comprehended, it can activate the power of the essence, shattering all things, making any entity as light as a feather, as thin as a cicada's wing, and as fragile as gold paper in an instant. In simple terms, this is expressing the power of the Great Way in another form and manifestation. The few nodded, somewhat understanding, but still confused. What does that mean? Can you imagine that after using the essence, the gods in your hands are like a piece of paper, easily crumpled? Lu Sanjin said slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood, their eyes igniting with fervor. If that were the case, wouldn't Chu Chen be invincible in the world? Anyone before him would be as weak as a chick, easily crushed underfoot? Lu Sanjin continued. Don't celebrate too early, this is just the first layer of the essence. If this kid can comprehend the second layer, then there will be no rivals in the myriad worlds. What is the second layer of the essence? Feng Yan asked excitedly. Lu Sanjin smiled mysteriously and said leisurely, a grain of sand is like billions of mountains and rivers. A blade of grass can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. It seemed they had been thinking too simply. They never expected that the Great Way they took for granted contained such powerful forces. Why had they not discovered it before? Lu Sanjin saw the doubts in their hearts and said, don't think about it. The Great Tao of the myriad worlds is not complete. You could spend your entire life and still not reach that realm. Before they could feel happy for long, the expressions of the few suddenly fell, dark as coal. Then how can Chu Chen master it? Feng Yan protested. He has the ability to comprehend the complete Great Tao, so naturally, he can perceive the profound meanings. As for how he did it, you'll have to ask him. Lu Sanjin saw through their thoughts but didn't reveal it, only smiling to clarify. The group exchanged glances, calculating that they must find an opportunity to ask him properly. What I just mentioned about the second layer of the Great Tao of strength lifting the light as if it were heavy is not even the strongest. I've seen someone who can comprehend the Great Tao of strength to its utmost. Then doesn't that mean a single punch could break through the 8 desolations? Feng Yan swallowed hard. Use your imagination, the Great Tao is not as simple as you think. Lu Sanjin left a hook without clarifying. Feng Yan could not stand half-finished conversations. His heart itching. But now was not the time for 100,000 questions. Chu Chen seemed about to awaken from that mysterious state. At that moment, Lu Sanjin gazed at the dark-faced Chu Di, young city lord. It seems I have won this bet. Chu Di snorted coldly, not responding. He didn't know what kind of luck Chu Chen had stumbled upon. There were very few people in the entire Twilight City who could achieve this step. Lu Sanjin was one, and the fourth king was another. As he grasped his power, the distance between the two seemed to grow further. At this rate, in a few years, would he not even be able to see the back of Chu Chen's head? In this way, the bet between Jun Moxie and Lu Sanjin seemed to be nearing an answer. Chu Di felt very unconvinced. At this moment, he remembered the Lord of Hell within him. After a while, Chu Chen finally awoke from his state of enlightenment. When he opened his eyes and saw the Divine King Cauldron on his fingertips, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Lifting the Divine King Cauldron is indeed not simple. It took me 5 days. Everyone? This was something only Chu Chen could say. If 5 days could yield such results, then had they, this group of living fossils, been living like dogs all these years? The invisible insult was the most lethal. Chu Chen felt the oppressive sensation from the Divine King Cauldron approaching zero. It felt completely different from the original weight of 10,000 Jun, as if he had switched to another object. It was so easy that he felt he wasn't exerting any effort at all, just a simple lifting motion and the divine King Cauldron was raised effortlessly. Stinky donkey, see? I told you it was simple, Chu Chen said with a smile as he turned his head. However, when his gaze swept around, he suddenly froze. He saw that the surroundings were filled with people, all staring at him with resentful eyes, their brows filled with dissatisfaction. Especially Sanhua, the little child, was buried in her mother's arms, crying bitterly, looking just like someone seeking comfort after failing an exam. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Chu Chen looked bewildered. He still didn't realize the psychological damage his unintentional act had caused to everyone present. This kind of pain and resentment would take endless time to smooth over. Stinky kid, hurry up and put down the Divine King Cauldron. Do you think it's a toy? Lu Sanjin hurriedly scolded for Chu Chen's safety. Don't say, it really is quite fun. Chu Chen said, getting into it. If you don't put it down, I'll let you taste the feeling of your butt blooming, Lu Sanjin warned with a grim face, grinding his hooves. Chu Chen muttered in dissatisfaction, reluctantly dropping the Divine King Cauldron to the ground. Boom, the huge sound of it hitting the ground startled everyone. After seeing Chu Chen's earlier performance, those who didn't know would have thought he was holding a replica. Now, hearing that familiar heavy sound finally shattered their unrealistic fantasies. Chu Chen vaguely sensed the shock he had brought, only feeling that something had added in his mind, his fists itching, wanting to hit a few gods for fun. When he returned to Lu Sanjin's side, he was surprised to find the Emperor of Chu there as well. He raised his hand in a gesture and said, "What a coincidence, you came to watch me play with the Divine King Cauldron too?" The Emperor of Chu's lips twitched violently twice, and with a frosty expression, he stood up and turned to leave. "Why are you leaving so quickly? It's been so long since we last met. Aren't you going to greet your brother properly?" Chu Chen said, slightly disappointed. The Emperor of Chu paused, visibly trembling slightly, and then disappeared from sight. This kid really has no manners. I wonder who he learned that from. Chu Chen sighed and shook his head. Alright, stop showing off. Lu Sanjin suddenly realized that Chu Chen was extremely annoying, and not just a little bit. Originally, he thought to use the Divine King Cauldron to temper his arrogant nature, but unexpectedly, it not only failed to work but also fueled his arrogance. Although winning the bet made Lu Sanjin feel good, the contrary result left him feeling as if he had eaten something unpleasant. I feel like the Divine King Cauldron has a pretty good feel to it, can you give it to me? Chu Chen casually asked. Lu Sanjin widened his eyes, suppressing the urge to take him down. You already have an immortal weapon, why are you still thinking about this quasi-immortal weapon? The two aren't mutually exclusive, right? I can hold the cauldron in my left hand and the hammer in my right. After all, both are used for smashing people. Chu Chen shrugged. Lu Sanjin was left speechless, but he didn't directly refuse Chu Chen's suggestion. After all, the Divine King Cauldron was created for combat.